A girl named Lok Chi Lang, blind and terrified, fled in panic, desperately hiding from someone. Outside, two people were frantically searching for her. Fong Tru cursed. Where the hell did that blind brat run off to? Hoa Bin said angrily. It's all your fault for not keeping proper eye on her. Fong Tru called out, Chi Lang, be good. Stop making trouble and come out, all right? Besides, you're carrying a child to the House of Back now. Its father is the man who controls Country A's financial conglomerate. He may look cold and deranged, but now that you have his child, what do we have to worry about for the rest of our lives? Be good and come out. I promise I won't hit you again. Hiding in the corner of the room, Chi Lang grew even more frightened when she heard them calling for her. If she could not escape today, she might never have another chance. She had originally been the young lady of the House of Locke, but after her family fell into decline many years ago, these two had abused her repeatedly. If her elderly adoptive father had not taken pity on her blindness and given her shelter, she would likely have died long ago. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby. She recognized that they did not belong to Fong Tru or Hoa Bin. Had they hired someone else to find her? She carefully rose to her feet, intending to find another place to hide. She absolutely could not let them capture her and take her back. But just as she stood up and quietly searched for somewhere to conceal herself, the footsteps drew near. Miss Locke, whose child are you carrying? The moment she heard that voice, she immediately recognized him as the man who had slept with her. Baek Vong seized her hand and pulled her back. What do you think you're running to? Let me go. She struggled desperately. Let me go. Baek Vong looked at her. One of her feet wore a slipper while the other was bare, bleeding heavily. She looked utterly miserable. Without another word, he dragged her outside, making her scream in terror. No, let me go. Soon afterward, he mercilessly threw her into a car. She thought bitterly, I just escaped the wolf's den only to enter the tiger's lair. What am I supposed to do now? He decisively grabbed her foot. She cried out, Don't touch me. Baek Vong merely smiled. How pitiful. You're injured this badly. I'm almost heartbroken. Chi Lang could not understand what he intended to do. Was he going to humiliate her or settle accounts with her? Then the butler outside spoke up. Miss Locke, we came especially today to ask you one question. Whose child are you carrying? The question left Chi Lang stunned. That night had been her first time, and Baek Vong knew that better than anyone. If they were asking this, then their purpose had to be. She did not dare think any further. The butler continued, In a moment, we will take Miss Locke to the private hospital of the House of Baek to recover from her injuries. Upon hearing that, she understood. Given the House of Baek's standing in Country C's financial world, an illegitimate child would be nothing but a joke. So even if the child she carried was not from the House of Baek, they absolutely would not allow it to remain. Mr. Baek, what happened a month ago was a scheme devised by Fong Tru and Hoa Bin. I knew nothing about it. I never intended to cling to you for money, so please spare my life. I'll leave this place and guarantee that I will never return to Country A for the rest of my life. I also won't let anyone find out that the eldest young master of the House of Baek has an illegitimate child. I don't want this child either, but my body cannot endure an abortion. Baek Vong was tending to the injury on her foot. Upon hearing her words, he suddenly applied force, making her cry out in pain. Was she trying to explain that she was innocent? He looked at her with razor-sharp eyes. But Baek Vong, don't believe there is any child in this world that cannot be aborted. As soon as he finished speaking, a knife appeared before Chi Lang. It slowly slid down from her neck before finally stopping over her abdomen. As it happens, I've never seen a woman's internal organs before. They should be prettier than a man's, shouldn't they? Hearing Baek Vong say this, Chi Lang was terrified. Was he planning to cut her open alive? She backed away in fear. Please don't do this. How had she provoked such a lunatic? Baek Vong was indeed a madman, the most beloved eldest grandson of the House of Baek, the wealthiest family in Country A. But he had vanished in an accident at the age of 5. He was suddenly found again at 20, by which time he had become the tyrant of the gambling world, ruthless and lawless. Over the past 5 years, he had grown even more unrestrained than before. Relying on his status as heir, he held every scandal of the House of Baek in his hands. Everyone knew that he was cruel and vicious. Anyone who provoked Baek Vong would have no chance of survival. The more Chi Lang thought about it, the more she trembled. The House of Locke had only her left now. She could not simply die like this, so she resolutely grabbed the blade. Baek Vong froze. Crying, she gripped the knife tightly, her hands soaked in blood. Please, I don't want to die. Baek Vong sneered, begging for mercy. Then he grabbed her by the throat. You know, I'm not that kind-hearted. At the same time, he He raised a knife, as though preparing to stab Chi Lang. Before he could act, however, the butler called out, "Young master, the old madam called and told you to stop causing trouble. She said you and Miss Locke must get married as soon as possible. The descendants of the House of Back must be born legitimately within the House of Back. Is that old woman crazy, or am I? She want me to marry a woman who schemed her way into my bed." The butler said, "The old madam said that if eldest young master refuses, she and the old master will hang themselves in your room. And there's this. The old madam said that after you see it, you'll agree to marry Miss Locke." Without hesitation, Bak Vong snatched the phone from the butler and released his grip from Chi Lang's throat, leaving her gasping for breath. For some reason, she suddenly saw a shimmering light ahead of her. Bak Vong's figure gradually became clearer as well. What is happening? Why can I see again? Although her vision was still blurry, the man before her somehow seemed even more terrifying. After reading the message on the phone, Bak Vong grabbed Chi Lang's hand and smiled sinisterly. "Grandmother has already set the wedding date? Yes, 3 days from now is an auspicious day, ideal for holding the wedding." He lifted Chi Lang's chin and smiled. "Then let's get married. Miss Locke, eat more and build up your strength. That way, I can take my time playing with you later." And so, what was bound to happen came to pass. The wedding was held as scheduled. Din Nak Quan, the old madam of the House of Back, was so furious that she slammed the table. Wandering around outside on his wedding day, "Bring me a rope so I can hang myself outside that precious grandson's room." Yu Si Van Phi, a famous actress and Bak Vong's father's confidant, spoke up. "Old madam, Bak Vong has always been unruly and lawless. Please do not let your anger harm your health. Fortunately, everyone here today is family, so the news won't get out. That is for the best." The old madam remained furious. How can there be a wedding without the groom? Yu Si Van Phi comforted her. "In any case, that girl is blind. Just find any man to escort her onto the wedding stage. What do you think, old madam? As long as she does not make trouble or harm the child in her belly, that will be enough. But wouldn't that be too unfair to the girl?" "What's unfair about it? The House of Locke has been in decline for years and has only one daughter left. Marrying into the House of Back is already a blessing for her." Hearing this conversation, Chi Lang thought to herself, "This old madam seems easier to deal with than Bak Vong." Just like that, the wedding was successfully completed. She sat dazed in the room. A servant said, "Madam, eldest young master has gone out and will not return tonight. Please rest early." With that, the servant closed the door. As soon as she heard it shut, Chi Lang let out a sigh of relief. After being blind for 5 years, she had unexpectedly regained her sight, yet she still had to continue pretending to be blind. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the bed. Fortunately, Bak Vong would not be coming back tonight. Then she picked up a small dog-shaped toy in her hand. "Dad, was I right to do this?" 3 days earlier, at the nursing home, several children had been playing happily. The butler said, "It seems Miss Lang is ready to become the mistress of the House of Back." She smiled mockingly. She had clearly been brought here against her will, but because she had not run, screamed, or begged for help, everyone simply assumed she was greedy for wealth and status. Did they think she did not want to escape this hellish place? Back when Fong Tru framed her, she had tried every possible way to ask for help. In the end, people only made things worse, saying that the House of Fong had kindly helped the House of Locke raise its daughter, and even blamed her for causing trouble without reason. While living with Fong Tru, she could not have escaped even if she had wings. And now that she had fallen into the hands of the all-powerful House of Back, could she still escape? The butler placed a contract on the table. "This is the list of premarital assets, and this is the private agreement between Mr. Back and Miss Locke. As long as the child belongs to the House of Back, your marriage may continue until the end of the breastfeeding period. There's a braille copy here for you to read. Miss Locke, let me be frank. If the old madam did not value the child in your womb, someone who tarnished young Master Back's reputation like you would have disappeared long ago, you will benefit from marrying into this family. But if you insist on refusing, the House of Back will absolutely not permit an illegitimate child to exist outside. Think carefully about the consequences." Looking at the children playing outside, she said, "I want to buy those children's toys. Once I have them, I'll sign immediately." She lay on the bed, recalling the past. "They must all think I'm crazy, don't they?" But this was a display set of 12 bronze zodiac animals, personally crafted by Master Yuqing years ago. It was incredibly valuable, and her father had bought it for her birthday. After the House of Locke fell into decline, nothing remained, and this item had been stolen too. Today, thanks to the House of Back, she had finally recovered an old possession of the House of Locke. For the past 5 years, she had drifted through life, bullied and plotted against by others. Now that she could see again, she could not go on living as she had before. Her resolve became incomparably firm. I must start over and reclaim everything the House of Locke has lost. At the Back family villa, everyone was laughing and playing beside the outdoor pool. Back Vong sat in a chair, talking on the phone. Chi Lang was happy to sign the contract, just for a broken, worthless toy. Back Vong was extremely displeased when he heard this. Did she take him for a fool? Suddenly, a woman sat on his lap. Why isn't young Master Back getting into the pool to play with everyone? They all say you're always alone. Why do you look so melancholy? He continued calmly drinking red wine. She went on, I heard your mother died early and that you only returned to the House of Back 5 years ago. It must have been lonely all these years without a mother, right? If you want someone to talk to, I'm always willing to listen. Back Vong maintained his cold expression and lifted her chin. What game do you want to play? This eldest young master was not as frightening as the rumors said. Clearly, he was a rich, understanding catch. She had to seize this opportunity. She said, as long as I can be with young Master Back, I'll play anything. Then she gently caressed his body. I like exciting games most of all. Back Vong looked at her with icy eyes. Then let's play whack-a-mole. What is whack-a-mole? Before she had finished speaking, he threw her into the pool, sending water splashing everywhere. Young Master Back. As she fell into the pool, money rained down after her, scattering everywhere. Her eyes lit up. She had struck it rich. There was so much money. Soon, another splash echoed. Back Vong pulled out a black whip and said, whoever gets this whack-a-mole whip can take all the money in the pool. The more you hit, the more you take. Everyone around them laughed. So much money, and we can take it freely? This is all profit and no loss. What did she do to anger young Master Back? Who cares what she did when there's money involved? I'll be the first to kill her. Then the sounds of lashes cracking and agonized screams filled the air, making Back Vong burst into delighted laughter. Ha ha! Lai Min Chuan, Back Vong's subordinate, approached carrying a stack of documents. Brother Back, I've thoroughly investigated those too. After that night, Chi Lang had no contact with any other man. The child in her belly is definitely yours. The people in these photos are Fong Tru and Hoa Bin. Seeing them beaten black and blue, Back Vong smiled. You're more ruthless than before. Thank you for the compliment, Brother Back. I learned it all from you. Lai Min Chuan said, according to their testimony, sister-in-law is completely innocent. Not only that, she was viciously beaten, cursed at, and humiliated by that pair of scum. How about I avenge sister-in-law? Back Vong's gaze turned icy and sharp. Sister-in-law? The moment Lai Min Chuan saw that look, he panicked. Damn it. He had assumed that since Brother Back had married her, she was his woman and naturally should be called sister-in-law. Brother Back had been wild and unrestrained for years, never bound by any woman. He had thought this sister-in-law was special, but apparently he had guessed wrong. What would happen to his little life now? The more he thought about it, the weaker his whole body became. Back Vong smiled. Sister-in-law this, sister-in-law that. I thought this breeding tool was about to hand you a wedding gift. I was wrong. I investigated it. Chi Lang is innocent, Lai Min Chuan hurriedly said. Back Vong still sneered. As long as interests are involved, no one is innocent. In this hypocritical world, everyone is a monster. The man before him swung the whip wildly at the woman, while she desperately clutched the money without letting go and screamed for help. Back Vong continued. That woman is either stupid or hiding herself far too deeply. I'll deal with her personally and see what she truly is. Chi Lang lay on the bed, hazily recalling her memories. The House of Locke had 6 sons before finally welcoming a granddaughter when a youngest daughter was born, and everyone had adored her beyond measure. She was the youngest daughter of the family, always protected and cherished by her brothers. Whoever dares bully our little sister will make them pay. That's right. What brat would dare bully our little sister? If our little sister wants to manage the House of Locke in the future, no one is allowed to compete with her. Everyone doted on her and always supported her taking charge of the House of Locke. After all, she was the family's only little princess. Her brothers and relatives loved her dearly and gave everything to her, including the authority to manage the House of Locke. But because of that fire, everyone had left her forever. Little sister, you must survive. Startled, she suddenly woke up, so it had been a dream. That's right, she could no longer go back to the way things had been. The next morning, the servant Kwang Fu Sin entered. Young madam, you're awake. Let me help you wash up. But she stared in astonishment, because Chi Lang had already dressed and tidied herself. Young madam, you're already ready? Kilang smiled faintly. I simply can't see. I can still manage my daily needs on my own. Kwang Fu Sin shook eyes, beside then. Young madam, you're so beautiful. Chi Lang deliberately swept back her hair to reveal a bruise. But doing these things is still inconvenient for a blind person. Oh no, young madam, you're injured. You're pregnant, so you must not make sudden movements. It's just a minor injury. Please find me a cane, and I won't get hurt again. She thought to herself, it will not be easy to survive here. I absolutely cannot let anyone know that my sight has returned. That way, no one will notice or guard against a blind person. Kwang Fu Sin said, I'll find a cane for you. For now, young madam, you should have breakfast and pay your respects to the old madam. Kwang Fu Sin guided Chi Lang to the dining room. The other servants whispered among themselves. The old madam was disappointed in eldest young master, so she married him to a blind woman. Even the wedding was rushed through, and she had to spend her wedding night alone. Eldest young master does not care about her at all. She has a long, miserable road ahead. Should we go greet her? Why bother? She may be replaced by another young madam in a few days. When Kwang Fu Sin glared at them, they whispered again, She isn't going to complain to the old madam, is she? Forget it. Stop talking. It'll be troublesome if she hears us. Kwang Fu Sin said, Young madam, don't listen to their nonsense. You are the granddaughter-in-law, personally chosen by the old madam. You will certainly live well here from now on. Chi Lang remained calm. I'm not angry. Don't worry. Her tranquil demeanor made her appear even more beautiful, like a gentle, pure moon. With that bearing and that face, she was enough to silence those gossiping people for miles. Young madam, I'll guide you. Let's go this way. Chi Lang thought to herself, this girl really is kind-hearted. She asked, I'd like to learn a little about the layout of the House of Back. Kwang Fu Sin enthusiastically explained, the main building of the House of Back has 6 floors. The first floor is the living room, the second is Mr. Back's study, and the third contains your room and the eldest young master's room. The upper floors are for the ladies, young masters, and young misses. If you want to take a walk, there's a sports field, a theater, and even a zoo in the back garden. Lok Chi Lang thought to herself, it sounds ordinary enough, but information is tightly sealed. I heard the relationships within the House of Back are extremely complicated. The youngest renowned actress, UC Van Phi, was Back Vong's father's confidant. She gave birth to a son and a daughter before she was allowed to marry into the House of Back. Another woman, Mr. Back's secretary, Ha Mai Tin, also entered this wealthy family by relying on her son. The two had fought for years without either gaining the upper hand, and could only remain by Mr. Back's side as his confidants. The tabloids never got tired of writing about them. The young madam arrived at the dining room, wondering, which madam will I meet today? For some reason, a ball suddenly flew toward Lok Chi Lang. Young madam, watch out. However, she had already noticed it and swiftly dodged, letting the ball miss her entirely. She asked blankly, as though she knew nothing, what happened? Kwang Fu Sin breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you're all right, young madam. But just now, a child suddenly shouted, You damn blind woman, get out of my house. The child shouted again, Why didn't that ball hit you to death? Lok Chi Lang thought, the young master of the House of Back is so young, yet he already has such malicious intentions. He'll probably grow up to be a murderous demon like Back Vong. But that has nothing to do with me. She feigned confusion and asked, Is someone talking? Didn't you hear what the young master said? That's for the best. This little tyrant is far too rude. It's best not to provoke him. Kwang Fu Sin said, It's nothing, young madam. Let's go this way. But the child would not let her leave. He stuck out his foot to trip Lok Chi Lang, then gestured for Kwang Fu Sin to stay quiet. With a mischievous smile, he said, You dare to use your big belly to force my brother to marry you. You have no shame. Kwang Fu Sin anxiously asked, What should we do, young madam? The child smugly thought, Fall down. Hurry up and fall to your death, blind woman. Yet Lok Chi Lang calmly stepped over him and deliberately stomped on his foot in passing, making him roll onto the floor and scream, Lok Chi Lang pretended not to know anything. What happened? The child wailed. It hurts so much. At that moment, Ha Mai Tin, Back Vong's father's secretary, hurried over. How dare you step on my son's foot? I'm sorry. I didn't see there was a child here. She acted the part perfectly. Where is the child? As she spoke, she intentionally stepped on his foot again. Mom, it hurts so much. Ow. I am sorry. Did I step on someone again? Tin comforted him. Be good, baby. It doesn't hurt. Then she turned to the servants beside her. What are you standing around for? Call a doctor to examine my precious son. Kwang Fu Sin said. What do we do, young madam? You injured the little young master. If Madam Ha holds a grudge against you, we'll be in terrible trouble. She asked, is Tin's status even higher than Baek Vong's? Of course not. The eldest young master is the old madam's most beloved grandson. Then there's nothing to worry about. Since I married Baek Vong, naturally I should make good use of that. Tin may look fierce, but she's only a minor character. The woman in front of me is the truly dangerous one. Yusi Van Phi leisurely sipped her tea and said, Lok Chi Lang, come sit here. Don't be afraid. This isn't your fault. That child is too mischievous and should bear the consequences of his actions. Just call her Aunt Ha. She treats her son like treasure and indulges him completely. When she gets angry, she doesn't even care about the old madam, much less you. But don't worry. If Aunt Ha truly dares to act recklessly, this little aunt of yours won't stand by and do nothing. Yes, thank you, little aunt. Lok Chi Lang said to Kwang Fu Sin. The little cream pastries just now were delicious. Bring me some more. Yusi Van Phi thought the new bride was just humiliated by an elder, yet she isn't angry at all. She's even eating happily. Did Baek Vong marry a block of wood? Just then, a servant came to report. We investigated it. Sir will return to the country tonight. He has booked a hotel room and will not be coming home anytime soon. His schedule is confidential, and even Tin doesn't know. Yusi Van Phi happily said, Really? Book me a room at that hotel immediately. Ever since Tin gave birth to a son, Tran Van has grown colder and colder toward me. I've endured this for so many years. I cannot let that vixen steal the position of mistress of the House of Baek. This time, I must win back Tran Van's heart. Lok Chi Lang was still eating breakfast when Tin stormed over, ready to strike her. You still dare sit here and eat? You injure my precious son. Today, I'll break your legs. But before she could make a move, Lok Chi Lang hurriedly stood up. I'm sorry. Oh nah. I didn't mean to. I truly didn't. As she spoke, she deliberately backed away in terror. I am sorry. Please forgive me. As a result, she bumped into a servant, causing the servant's phone to fall. On the screen was Tin's puzzled expression. Why did she suddenly book a hotel room? I'm going to concert. Tran Van is coming back. Yet she's in the mood to attend a concert? No, she must be plotting something to steal Tran Van away from me. I can't let her have her way. Having made up her mind, Tin turned and left. Ushe Van Phi was furious. Useless fool. You can't even hold onto a phone properly. It was because the young madam suddenly bumped into me. Lok Chi Lang cried. I didn't mean to. Yusi Van Phi said, Don't be afraid, Lok Chi Lang. She's gone. Since you have entered the House of Baek, you are one of us now. We'll have plenty of time to get closer in the future. Yes, I'll remember that, little aunt. After breakfast, Yusi Van Phi got up and left. Huang Fu Sing Sai In Zelip. That scared me to death, young madam. We were lucky. Tin is usually arrogant and vicious. Lok Chi Lang's gaze was sharp. Yes, I'm very lucky. But inwardly, she thought, I've avoided one trouble this time. Next, it's time to deal with those who harm me. At the hospital, Kwang Fu Sin was accompanying Lok Chi Lang for a medical examination. As they walked, a voice suddenly came from a hospital room. Mr. Baek, be careful with the force when using the whip or you'll injure yourself. Hearing Mr. Baek, Lok Chi Lang immediately paid attention. The doctor sounded somewhat embarrassed. Sorry, I spoke out of turn. Let me bandage you, Mr. Baek. She looked inside and saw a familiar figure. Is that Baek Vong? It can't be, right? Jiangbei is so vast. Surely he isn't the only person with the surname Baek. Young madam, room 1413 is here. Lok Chi Lang quickly opened the door, leaving Kwang Fu Sin astonished. Young madam, you guessed exactly right. You don't seem blind at all. The moment she entered, she saw a man. It was Fong Chan, Fong Tru's father, and a loyal servant of the House of Lok. The instant he saw Lok Chi Lang, he was startled. You are. Very quickly, he fell to his knees. I'm sorry, young Mississippi. I have failed the master and madam. Kwang Fu Sing Stain Gun Fu Sin. What are you doing? Why are you kneeling? Lok Chi Lang said nothing. She calmly walked past him and glanced at the hospital bed. Then she approached it. Fong Tru looked pitifully weak, with injuries to both his hands and feet. The moment he saw her, his eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? Lok Qilang smiled. Are you surprised to see that I'm still alive? Hoa Bin gritted her teeth in hatred. Why isn't that damn blind woman dead yet? Lok Qilang smiled. Of course I had to live, so I could stand before you now and take my revenge properly. I should also thank you both. I'm now the eldest granddaughter-in-law of the House of Back. Both of them gaped at her, too shocked to speak. Why are you so surprised? Everything I have today is thanks to you. As long as I, Lok Qilang, live, I will never forget your great kindness. After saying that, she struck Hoa Bin's still-bandaged leg with her cane, making her scream in pain. Hua Bing Sai, Avin-san, why are you coming after me? It was Fong Tru. It was all his idea. He told you to sleep with the young master of the House of Back and take the money. It has nothing to do with me. Fong Tru opened his mouth and glared at her furiously, then looked back at Lok Qilang and stammered, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Lok Qilang did not waste words. She continued striking Fong Tru hard with her cane, then smiled. Don't be in such a hurry. Both of you have a share in this. Neither of you will escape. What followed was a series of miserable cries. Please don't. Help. Please spare me. I didn't mean to. Help. Stop hitting me. Wah. Huang Fu Sing Chemba in fear. Oh my God. Young madam, you're so ruthless. You really are an angel-faced monster. After beating them for a while, Lok Qilang sighed tiredly. I didn't expect them to pass out so quickly. I haven't even had enough yet. Fong Chan's scalp went numb as he watched. Though she had clearly been merciless, he still said, well done, young Mississippi. Those beasts deserve it. I failed to see their true nature and let them torment you for so long. I regret it deeply. It's all my fault. Uncle Fong, you cannot be blamed. Without you, I would have died 5 years ago. You went abroad to work so that I could have a better life. It was only that time when Fong Tru cut off all contact between us. He still stammered, it's all my fault. Back then, my wife went into premature labor and fell unconscious. Madam Locke was a medical expert. She delivered our child day and night before saving her. Fong Tru caused trouble and injured someone, and we had to pay a huge compensation. Our family truly couldn't afford it. Fortunately, the House of Locke helped us, allowing us to get through that crisis. The master and madam's kindness toward me is as great as a mountain. You were their precious treasure, yet I let you suffer so much. Tears welled up in his eyes. Rest assured, I will definitely seek justice for you and let the master and madam rest in peace. How do you intend to seek justice for me? Kill them, then kill yourself? Fong Chan was stunned. How did you know? I understand your character too well, Uncle Fong, but I do not agree with it. Every time Fong Tru beat me, he took me to different hospitals for examinations. Later, we'll collect all those medical records and see whether we can send them to prison. It won't be enough, young Mississippi. Lok Qilang coldly said, one Fong Tru is not worth sacrificing your entire life for. She patted his shoulder comfortingly. Then use another way to make it up to me. Uncle Fong, I want to revive the House of Locke, but my strength is limited. I need your help. Fong Chan, can a sinner like me do that? Then Lok Qilang's gaze startled him. Young Mrs. Eyes, she smiled. My eyes have recovered, Uncle Fong. Fong Chan was thrilled. Really? That's wonderful. Kwang Fu Sin, who had witnessed everything, trembled with fear. Young madam, I didn't hear anything. I swear. She thought to herself, my parents used to say the House of Back was complicated and that someone simple-minded like me wouldn't survive here. I didn't believe them. But what did I just hear? Oh my God. The young madam was pretending to be blind and beat 2 patients unconscious. Is she planning to turn the House of Back upside down? The more I think about it, the more I want to cry. Will someone who knows all these secrets be silenced? Lok Qilang smiled. Since you heard everything, there's no other choice. You insisted on following me, so I couldn't hide anything I did from you. Kwang Fusin cried out. Young madam, don't come any closer. I really will scream. Before Lok Qilang could do anything, Kwang Fusin screamed and fainted. I haven't even done anything. Lok Qilang held her head. Why does everyone keep fainting? Am I really that scary? 5 days later, the two sat at a table drinking tea. Lok Chi Lang said, whether tea is fragrant does not depend on the leaves, but on how it is brewed. You've been learning for 5 days. How do you feel? Kwang Fu Sin hugged the young madam with a dazed expression. Lok Chi Lang gave her a sharp look. Call me Lok Chi Lang. Lok Chi Lang, I've learned all the steps of making tea, but it still doesn't taste good. Take it slowly. Learning the steps in such a short time is already quite good. She remained as calm as she had been at the hospital days earlier. That day at the hospital, Lok Chi Lang had said, I'm pretending to be blind not to gain benefits in the House of Back. I don't want to cause trouble. The House of Lok has fallen. I want to revive it. If you help me, I will naturally reward you well. Kwang Fu Sing Stam Gan Yi No, you already know my secret. Upon seeing Lok Chi Lang's look, Kwang Fu Sin became frightened. I actually got on a pirate ship. Wah. Back at the tea table, Kwang Fu Sin said, you want to reclaim the House of Lok's belongings. I looked it up online too. The House of Lok used to be the #1 family in Country A, and every treasure in their home was priceless. But given the situation now, I'm afraid we can't recover even a single chopstick. Lok Chi Lang did not give up. Still, we have to try. Kwang Fu Sin continued. Just constantly searching for what was lost sounds exhausting enough. Lok Chi Lang's eyes were heavy with sorrow. I have to recover them, because I cannot even save myself anymore. 26 members of the House of Lok died in that sudden fire. All I can retrieve are a few old possessions that have long lost their warmth. She said, enough. Don't bring it up again. I asked you to investigate Back Vong. Did you find anything? The eldest young master is exactly as the rumors say. Handsome, domineering, ruthless, and overbearing. But there are some strange rumors within the House of Back. I heard the eldest young master had an accident at age 5 and lost his memory. Everyone says he was adopted by a butcher, but that man never treated him like a human being. He ate nothing but leftovers and had to work tirelessly day and night just to survive. Every 3 days, he had to slaughter and wash livestock. At night, he was treated like a sheep, his hands and feet tied up before he was thrown into a dog kennel to sleep. Sometimes, he even had to sleep beside skinned sheep. At this point, Lok Chi Lang paused. That was child abuse. Perhaps the eldest young master became so cruel because he was destroyed like that. Fortunately, a few years later, there was a huge fire there. The butcher was burned to death, and the eldest young master finally escaped. But why are you investigating him? Could it be that you want to get close to him? Well, you're husband and wife. You'll have children someday. If you two could love each other, that would be perfect. Lok Chi Lang continued looking at her coldly. Girl, you're overthinking it. Yet inwardly, she thought, my marriage to Back Vong will end in less than 2 years. I have to use this time to reclaim everything I want. She said, tell me, my husband hasn't been home for a whole week. As his wife, shouldn't I show a little concern? Kwang Fu Sin teased her with a smile. So you really do like the eldest young master. A few days later, the two began taking action. They parked outside a large company. Wearing a mask, Lok Chi Lang looked up. This is the place. Kwang Fu Sin said, tonight, Black Peach is holding the King-Queen finals. All the wealthy elites will be there. The eldest young master is a regular, but he won't be coming tonight. It's better if he doesn't. If he were there, how could I use his connections to make money? As soon as they entered, a staff member bowed to greet them and handed each of them a paper flower. She asked, what is this for? It's for voting. If you support a cowherd or weaver girl, pin a flower on them. She stared blankly at the rose in her hand. Cowherd and weaver girl. That's an interesting way to put it. Suddenly, 2 rich young playboys who were always following Back Vong appeared. They called Kwang Fu Sin Little Fu Sin. What a coincidence. Oh no, why did we run into these spoiled rich boys again? Kwang Fu Sin respectfully bowed to the young masters. Oh, don't call me that. Just call me a can. Did the old madam send you to look for young Master Back? Young Master Back isn't here tonight. Kwang Fu Sin pretended to be surprised. Oh, really? They told me at home to bring some tea to the eldest young master. For some reason, Kui Kan's gaze settled on Lok Chi Lang. He grabbed her hand and said, Little Fu Sin, you brought a friend, but didn't introduce her to me? Beauty, have a drink with me tonight. Lok Chi Lang looked at him without speaking. Kwang Fu Sin hurried forward to defuse the situation. Second young master Kui, you have excellent taste. She's the tea specialist the old madam favors most. Let her make tea for both young masters. Quicken shuddered slightly at that. That was dangerous. He had almost offended someone. Then make me a cup of tea. I've had a little too much to drink, and my head hurts. They soon entered the private room. It was time for Chi Lang to show off her skills. She prepared the tea with utmost professionalism. The young men continued chatting. I heard young Masterback recently came up with another new game called Whack-A-Mole. It's pretty entertaining. I also heard that all the girls in that game had to visit the neurology department twice afterward. That really is his style, haha. Chi Lang heard every word. Back Vong again. Still, it had nothing to do with her, so she continued making tea. As they talked, a faint fragrance of tea suddenly wafted through the room, astonishing everyone. It smells wonderful. This tea has such an interesting aroma. Chi Lang served the cup and said, "Second young master Kui, please enjoy your tea." Quicken immediately picked up the cup and took a sip. His eyes widened as he exclaimed in surprise, "Excellent tea." As expected of tea from the house of Back, clean and fragrant, with a lingering aftertaste. One sip, and I'm already sober. Hearing his lavish praise, the others were doubtful. Is it really that good? Get lost if you don't want any. Little Fu Sin, give me some of this fine tea. I'll bring it home for my grandmother. Kwang Fu Sin, I didn't bring much tea today, so there isn't enough to give away, young master. If second young master Kui wants more, you can buy it from Uncle Fong Chan at the returning banner pavilion. There are still a few cups left. Would anyone like some tea to sober up? I want some too. Give me another cup. It's delicious. Seeing their reactions, Chi Lang thought to herself, I studied the art of tea with Annie from childhood. At last, those skills are useful. Making money was not easy, but making money from the wealthy people in Back Vong Circle was not difficult. As long as she established the reputation of the returning banner pavilion today, making money from these young masters in the future would be much easier. Today's task is complete. I'm going to the restroom for a moment. All right, leave things here to me. In this enormous, luxurious building, even finding a restroom took quite a while. Then suddenly, in one of the rooms, a man was leisurely drinking red wine. The moment she saw half his face, she froze. How could someone be so seductive? He had to be the male escort Fu Sin had mentioned. With that body and that face, he was undoubtedly the best of the best tonight. Sensing someone watching him, the man turned his head and demanded sharply, "Who's there?" When he looked back, the doorway was empty. Had he imagined it? Chi Lang hid behind the door and only breathed a sigh of relief after he left the room. That was close. His gaze was so sharp. He was definitely a decisive and ruthless man. Fu Sin said these flowers were used to vote for the male escorts. Since she would not be staying anyway, she might as well give one to him. She left the flower outside his door and turned to leave. Hopefully, he would win first place tonight and become the rightful king of the Black Peach Club. An hour later, as Back Vong stepped out, someone came to report, "Young Master, the Cowherd and Weaver Girl finals are about to begin. Your seat has been arranged." Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly spotted a flower by the door. "What is this? Who left it here?" "I don't know, sir." "Then investigate immediately." All the young people present were gathered and forced to kneel before Back Vong. He sat leisurely in his chair, holding the pink paper flower. "Young Master Back, your room is a VIP room, so there are no cameras installed." Which dog had the nerve to vote for young Master Back, as if he were a male escort? Back Vong began reviewing surveillance footage from the other rooms, and found someone in a mask stopping outside his door. "Who is that?" Quicken said, "I know her. She's the friend of your maid, Kwang Fu Sin. She came to deliver tea to you today. The girl beside her is the old madam's tea specialist, and she's excellent at making tea." "A tea specialist? Why does she look somewhat familiar?" With that, he crushed the pink paper flower and rose to his feet. "Let me see what kind of vixen dared to scheme against me." Back at the Back family villa, Chi Lang saw several people carrying paintings out as she passed by. "Curious," she asked. "These paintings are?" Fu Sin replied, "There are few pieces from the collection. They're being taken out for restoration. But they don't look like famous paintings." Fu Sin replied, "Why would the House of Back collect paintings by unknown artists?" "Oh, do you mean the painting eldest young master made as a child?" "That's right. Eldest young master began learning to paint when he was 3 or 4. He won many awards, and his paintings were beautiful. But after eldest young master returned home, he stopped painting. The old madam was very sad about it, so that was why." Just then, she received a message from Kui Kan. Why was he texting her? The moment Fu Sin read it, she cried out in shock, "Oh my God, huge news." Huikin says eldest young master caused a bloody scene at the Black Peach Club today. What, didn't Baek Vong say he wasn't going? I got the wrong information. Eldest young master really did go today. He was resting in a special room. Someone mistook him for a male escort and put flowers outside his door. So he flew into a rage and caused a huge scene. Kilang jumped in alarm. Could have been the 2 flowers she left. That male escort was actually Baek Vong. She was finished. When they first met, her vision had not yet recovered, so she had not seen his face clearly at all. She asked, "Is it that serious?" Of course it is. I heard that when eldest young master was a fighter in North Harbor, he was once forced to become a male concubine. Some old men pushed him into a wealthy woman's room, but later, every person who laid a hand on him had to be carried out. That room took 3 full days to clean. Whoever was bold enough to do this time is definitely dead. Cold sweat broke out on Chi Lang's forehead. Guess where my 2 voting flowers are now? Weren't you carrying them with you the whole time? Wait, what do you mean by that? Could you be that bold, mysterious person? Looking at your expression, you definitely are. Then run away now. Chi Lang ate grapes to calm herself down. He and the people on stage were wearing the same kind of shirts, so I misunderstood. She popped another piece of fruit into her mouth to ease her fear. Seeing the young madam eat so much, Fu Xin asked in surprise, "Do all pregnant women eat this much?" Finally full, Chi Lang asked, "Is Baek Vong always so merciless toward everyone else? Are there no exceptions? He only favors the person he loves." Chi Lang pondered that. He only favors the person he loves. But what about someone who loves him? There's no special treatment for them? Then if there were an exception, would he be more forgiving? Her eyes sharpened as though she were calculating something. "I have an idea. Fu Xin, help me with something." Night fell, and Baek Vong finally returned. The moment he entered, a servant said, "Eldest young master, the kitchen has prepared a late-night meal. Would you like something to eat?" Baek Vong walked past indifferently, leaving the servant baffled. Was eldest young master going to the newlyweds' room? Standing outside the room, he smirked to himself. There are plenty of people looking for trouble, but not many who truly want to die. Tonight should be interesting. But he suddenly stopped when he heard people talking inside. "Young madam, I'm sorry. You asked me to bring tea to eldest young master, but I couldn't do it. He wasn't there. It's not your fault. I was the one who asked you to go. But why say it was delivered by someone from the family? You could have asked the manager there to pass on the young madam's goodwill. There is a misunderstanding between him and me. My concern would only upset him. I just wanted him to have some tea to sober up. It doesn't matter whether he knows it was from me." "Young madam, everyone says you only married into this family because you were pregnant, but I think you are always so careful and restrained. You never use your position to bully anyone. Instead, it seems like you truly like eldest young master." Outside the door, Baek Vong was utterly confused and frowned. Like him, he scoffed. "Like me? How ridiculous." Still, he continued listening outside the door. "Actually, I have known him for a long time. When I was little and studying painting, I saw a painting called Newborn. It captivated me. I thought the person who painted it must be incredible and interesting, so I insisted that my parents take me to become his student. But they told me the painting had been drawn by the eldest son of the House of Baek, and he was only a child then. After that, I threw a tantrum again." Kwang Fu Sin asked, "What did you throw a tantrum over?" Kilang smiled. "I threw a tantrum because I wanted to marry him." Baek Vong was startled. What was wrong with this woman? She did not like his face or his family background, but she liked a painting? How boring. He stopped listening and pushed the door open, startling Kwang Fu Sin. "Eldest young master." He did not waste words, only coldly saying, "Leave." Then he walked toward Chi Lang. As he approached, he lifted her chin. "I want to talk to my admirer." Seeing eldest young master had returned, Kwang Fu Sin broke out in cold sweat. "Igriagajis." Only the 2 of them remained in the room. Baek Vong looked at Chi Lang with murderous intent in his eyes. Chi Lang, meanwhile, put on a pitiful act and curled up in a corner. Baek Vong tugged at his collar. "Go on. I want to hear what is so good about that painting that it made you determined to marry me." Chi Lang said timidly, "I thought it was very interesting." He asked, "Have you never seen a duck lay eggs before?" There was a fruit knife on the table. She glanced at it and said, "I have, but your painting was more interesting. The duckling hatching from the egg made me feel as though the sun were rising from the sea. It was like I could hear the eggshell cracking somewhere in the corner." Baek Vong picked up the fruit knife and moved toward her, but she remained perfectly calm. A tiny crab claw was sticking out from the distant sand. It must have been a little crab. The painting centers on the duckling breaking out of its shell, but everything in it felt tender and fresh. That is why it was called Newborn. Even the morning sun was like that. Baek Vong said nothing. Holding the knife, he approached as if intending to stab her, but he stopped. She did not dodge at all, and she was even smiling calmly. I found that painting incredibly interesting. He put away the knife and snorted coldly. So I was mistaken. The person at the Black Peach Club today was not her. After confirming it, he casually tossed the knife to the floor. The clatter startled Chi Lang. What was that sound? He said nothing. Instead, he grabbed her by the throat, brushing his fingers over her lips as he asked, "You like me just because of one painting?" Chi Lang thought to herself. His face is completely expressionless. I cannot read him at all. I do not know whether I will safely get through this or be burned to ashes in the next second. She said yes. I like you. He froze upon hearing that. She continued, I like the person who painted that picture. That person is you. Baek Vong was stunned for several seconds. She went on, but I know I am not worthy of you. You are the lofty young master Baek, while I am merely a disabled woman. I know that very well. Whether you believe me or not, I truly did not plot against you that time. I did not want this child either. If I had been able to have an abortion, I certainly would not have wanted to cause you more trouble. I truly like you. I want to understand you and care about you, but I never intended to overstep my bounds. Once the contract expires, I will leave immediately. I will never cling to you. Baek Vong gave a cold laugh. That sounds pitiful enough, but why don't I believe you? With that, he was startled by Chi Lang's stubbornness. She turned her face away, and tears fell. Was she really crying? He fell silent for a few seconds. Then he suddenly pulled her close and kissed Chi Lang, leaving her shocked and panicked. Has he gone mad, or is he testing me? Either way, I cannot refuse. So she gradually accepted the kiss, feeling it out before wrapping her arms around his neck and responding. He kissed her fiercely. She actually dared to kiss him back. Only after a long while did he let her go. Both of them were breathing heavily. He asked, "Do you really like me? If you do not believe me, then it will not matter how many times I say it. Then what if I told you to die?" Shai Long was stunned. What? Seeing her freeze without speaking, he stared at her for several seconds, then suddenly laughed. He turned and left. What did he mean by that? Could he? A moment later, Kwang Fu Sin came in. How did it go? You got through it, right? I saw eldest young master enter the study. He will not come over for the time being. Chi Lang sighed in relief and opened her hand. It was covered in fresh blood. Kwang Fu Sin's mouth fell open in panic. What did you do? Now that my eyesight has recovered, I would instinctively dodge when I saw the knife. I could only use pain to force myself not to move. Oh my God. Do you mean eldest young master really intended to stab you? Did you deliberately put that fruit knife there because you wanted him to do that? Kilangu nodded. But why would you do that? Sit down quickly. Let me bandage you. Baek Vong had rushed home so suddenly for only one reason. He had recognized me from the security footage. In his eyes, if I were still pretending to be blind, he would think I intentionally left those 2 flowers to humiliate him. That is why he came home in such a rage. But I did not want to follow his script, so I planned ahead and placed that knife there. As for the painting, I made all of that up. Baek Vong sat in the study, still deeply confused. She did not like his face or his family background, but she liked the painting. Chi Lang had gotten through the crisis and was naturally delighted. Even if Baek Vong discovers the truth, I will say I left the flower because I liked him, not because I meant to humiliate him. That way, he will not take revenge on me like a madman. Right now, Baek Vong believes the tea specialist was not me, which is why he did not pursue it further. Huang Fu Xing Shai Shun, you are amazing. How do you come up with so many brilliant schemes? Enough talking. Go tell Uncle Fong to fabricate evidence quickly in case the club investigates. Hopefully, this will end up being dismissed as a misunderstanding. I understand, but you are far too ruthless toward yourself. This is nothing. Better to hurt myself than let Baek Vong hurt me. Kwang Fu Sin's eyes gleamed even more brightly. Chi Lang, have you liked eldest young master since you were little? Chi Lang secretly gestured that she had merely made it up on the spot. Oh my God, you acted so convincingly that I thought you had truly been secretly in love with eldest young master Baek all this time. You are incredible. Chi Lang broke out in cold sweat. Secretly in love with Baek Vong? One moment he had been passionately kissing her, and the next he wanted her dead. What kind of man was he? Eldest young master, the old madam asks that you stay here tonight and have breakfast with the young madam tomorrow morning. What if I don't want to? Then I can only prepare 2 ropes for the young madam and hang them outside your door. Then tell the old madam that when she hangs herself, she should stick out her tongue farther. That way, she might frighten that woman enough to take her along. The butler was dumbfounded and did not know how to respond. Bak Vong impatiently said, "Why are you still standing there? Are you waiting for me to personally throw you out?" "Ah, yes. I'll leave at once." The butler felt as though a burden had been lifted. Eldest young master had not smashed the door and stormed off tonight, which meant he had agreed to stay. Wonderful. He had to report the successful mission to the old madam. At that moment, Chi Lang was sitting at the table, struggling to hold up a bowl of rice. Her bandaged hand hurt terribly. It seemed that building the image of someone who liked Bak Vong would not be easy after all. Just then, she heard Bak Vong's footsteps. She startled. "Who's there?" Bak Vong was also taken aback by her reaction. This woman knew she was blind, so why was she holding that? Was something wrong with her brain? How could she even injure herself like that? Chi Lang said, "The bird's nest soup I asked Fu Sin to prepare is still hot. Would you like some?" How did she know he would stay tonight? Had she dared to investigate his whereabouts? She shook her head. How would I know? Bak Vong was stunned again. So whether he was here tonight or not, she would have prepared the bird's nest soup anyway. This woman was truly irritating. He turned around and loosened his tie. Then he took his clothes straight into the bathroom. Chi Lang's eyes followed him as she silently cried. "This is moving too fast. This is too dangerous." Oh my God. Still, to be honest, Bak Vong had an excellent figure, a lean waist and firm muscles. Sensing someone watching him, Bak Vong turned and glanced at her. Chi Lang jumped in fright. Did he have eyes in the back of his head? How did he know she was looking? Bak Vong thought Chi Lang was still blind and unable to see, so he merely looked at her for a few seconds before entering the bathroom. Chi Lang told herself to stay calm. "Chi Lang, oh Chi Lang, you still can't shake that weakness for handsome men. You really never learn." He must be absolutely certain that she was blind and couldn't see. Otherwise, he would not leave the door open while bathing. Chi Lang ate with her eyes shut. Forget it. Stop overthinking. She should have some bird's nest soup to calm her nerves. But then again, was he really staying here tonight? Bak Vong finally finished bathing and came out dripping wet. Startled, Chi Lang instinctively hugged her bowl of porridge tightly. "You're done bathing?" Bak Vong said indifferently. "You didn't think I would eat it just because you reheated it, did you?" Chi Lang gaped. "What? Stop with your little tricks. You can't pull anything here." Oh no. He really was planning to stay here tonight. "You're sleeping here tonight? I'll go make the bed. Do you prefer sleeping near the door or farther from it?" He casually fiddled with his phone. "You want to sleep in the same bed as me. Stay calm." She had to maintain her image. She said, "How could that be?" He smiled. "Of course you can, as long as you're not afraid of waking up tomorrow to find blood on the headboard." The words made her shudder. She could only force a smile. "I'll sleep on the sofa tonight. You should rest early. Good night." Chi Lang quickly carried a pillow and blanket over to the sofa. It was the middle of the night, but she still could not fall asleep. Sharing a room with someone as dangerous as Bak Vong made sleep impossible. Forget it. She should continue planning for the future of returning Banner Pavilion. She turned to look at Bak Vong and discovered that he was asleep without even a blanket over him. If he caught a cold and developed a fever, he would have to stay home to recover. Then she would have to keep up the act of liking him. How could she manage the tea house? So she felt her way to the bedside and softly asked, "Are you asleep?" It seemed that he really was asleep, so she covered him with a blanket. Just as she finished, he opened his eyes and looked at her, startling her badly. Yet she still forced herself to remain calm, behaving like a professional blind person as she continued tucking Bak Vong in. Under his probing gaze, she pretended that nothing had happened. He had originally intended to reach out and strangle her, but when he saw that she showed no reaction and continued covering him with the blanket, he gradually let down his guard and slowly withdrew his hand. After tucking him in, she felt her way back to the sofa to sleep, screaming inwardly, "I'm terrified to death. If he stays here long term, even if I'm not exposed, I'll be scared to death. Forget it. Go to sleep already. Why bother waiting on this tyrant?" Suddenly, Bak Vong's voice rang out, making her jump. "If you can't sleep, Count." Since when had her hearing become so poor? She had not even heard him approach. "You're not asleep?" "I can't sleep. Don't you understand?" She cursed inwardly. "If you can't sleep, take some sleeping pills yourself." But outwardly, she gently said, "Go lie down first. I'll count for you." Without another word, Bak Vong dragged her to the bedside. She was furious, but still forced to smile. Making a blind person sit on the floor, Bak Vong was truly a beast. He made her sit on the floor while he lay down on the bed. "Start counting." Helplessly, she began, 1 sheep, 2 sheep. Bak Vong grew impatient. "Did I tell you to count sheep?" Damn it. He had a fixation on cowherd and weaver girl, and now he had one about sheep too. Taking the hint, she changed her approach and simply counted numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4. She kept counting, but Baek Vong still could not sleep. Suddenly, he flew into a rage and gripped her chin. What exactly do you want from me? Status or wealth? What was wrong with him now? Tell me now, and I can give you a way out. Otherwise, once I find out later, I'll make your life worse than death. This man was so suspicious. It had only been a confession, yet he had overthought it this much. She softly said, I don't want anything. I only hope you can be as happy as you were when you were a child. Baek Vong sneered. Do you know what it feels like when your body reeks of acid? Why don't you believe me? Have you ever seen a gambler at the end of his rope? Beaten until he can no longer endure it, unable to move, unable to die. His body is left with nothing but a mind that is painfully awake day after day. Chi Lang gently took Baek Vong's hand. I signed a contract you gave me. I know when I should leave. Baek Vong sneered. Human nature is always greedy. What is a contract worth? Can it restrain her heart when it starts beating wildly? She smiled. What could I possibly do under your watchful eye? I've been with you for less than 2 years. If there is anything wrong with me, you can deal with me whenever you like. That was true. What could a blind woman possibly do to him? Lok Chi Lang, remember what you said today. Otherwise, I'll make the rest of your life utterly miserable. All right, keep counting. Chi Lang rubbed her face and gave a quiet hum. Baek Vong was speechless. You need to think about that too? Chi Lang screamed inwardly. Think about what? You pinch my chin so hard it hurts like hell. Endure it. I have to endure it. Baek Vong cannot be provoked. So she continued counting, and after a while, she drifted off to sleep from exhaustion. The one doing the counting had fallen asleep, but the man in bed was still awake. He simply watched her. No one knew what he was thinking. The next morning, when she woke up, her neck felt a little stiff. She rubbed it, only to discover that Baek Vong was still staring at her. How long had he been watching her? At this rate, she would develop a nervous breakdown just from staying in this room. She felt her way to her feet, wondering how many hours she had slept. Baek Vong continued to scrutinize her. How much longer did this man intend to stare? Just then, Fu Sin knocked on the door. Young master, young madam, the old master and old madam invite you both to breakfast. Chi Lang happily replied, Got it. Baek Vong, get up. Let's have breakfast. She breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Fu Sin had arrived in time. The table outside had already been set. What are you so busy with every day? It isn't easy just to have breakfast with you. The old madam said to Chi Lang, You're pregnant. You need to eat more. Thank you, Grandma. Compared with the others, the old madam did not treat her badly, but that was also because of the baby in her womb. The old madam said, You're a good child. I heard you've been gathering evidence to sue Hoa Bin and Fong Tru. Is that right? As expected, nothing escaped the House of Baek. I have already destroyed that evidence. This matter does not need to go to court, does it? Why did the House of Baek have to cut off even her chance for revenge? But she simply could not fight them. She forced herself to say, I understand, Grandma. Baek Vong sneered. What do you understand? Grandma does not want you to make a big issue of it, because she is afraid it will damage the House of Baek's reputation. The old madam frowned. I'm doing this for your own good, and for the child's. If people find out that you conceived this child because you were drugged, what will your and your child's standing in the House of Baek be in the future? How could the child inherit the House of Baek? Chi Lang thought to herself, I never expected her to want my child to inherit the House of Baek. If the old madam valued Baek Vong so highly, why had she not found him a wife of equal status? The old master laughed. Exactly. If people found out that my grandson could not even keep his first time and had to rely on someone drugging him, it would be utterly humiliating. Cold sweat ran down Chi Lang's back. So they meant Baek Vong was incapable, which was why the old madam could not find him a well-matched wife. Baek Vong's face darkened as he tightly gripped his glass of water and calmly uttered 3 words. I am capable. The old master laughed. Naquan said no woman has ever stayed overnight by your side. Still, my grandson is impressive. One try, and he succeeded. In the old days, he might have become a general. The more the old master spoke, the darker Baek Vong's expression became. The old madam interrupted. Someone, take the old master out for a walk. He has finished eating. Hey, I haven't finished yet. My corn. After the old master left, the old madam smiled. Once the child is born, I will personally raise and teach it. Grandma will definitely help you take control of the House of Baek. Baek Vong stood and laughed. Is the House of Baek mine? If you want to help, then help me get what I want. What are you laughing at? What do you want? Baek Vong gave a murderous sneer. I want to die. Can you help me with that? The old madam froze. Little Vong, Baek Vong stopped eating and left without hesitation. Judging from the old madam's expression, she probably felt guilty that Baek Vong had been left to wander outside since childhood. But that did not seem to be the whole story. The house of Baek was more complicated than Chi Lang had imagined. The old madam anxiously grasped Chi Lang's hand. "You are a good girl. You must give birth to the child safely." She smiled helplessly. She had never possessed the right not to give birth. Mrs. Yu and Mrs. Ha were constantly battling for power, while the old madam wanted to groom the child in her womb as an heir. Once this child was born, it would have to prepare for a struggle over power and profit. If that were really the case, how could she bear to leave her child in the house of Baek? After breakfast, everyone left, and she began going to the shop to hand over work. Uncle Fong had been managing the shop well, but he still needed to keep improving. Their service quality had to be impeccable, and there could be no mistakes in staff training. Uncle Fong, find out where the upper class likes to spend their leisure time, and look for ways to partner with those entertainment venues. Suddenly, a young lady who introduced herself as Kung Tu Hoa of the House of Kung spotted Lok Chi Lang and called out, "Is Miss Chi Lang here?" "Yes, I own this tea house." "Oh my, you're the owner?" The dignified young lady of the House of Lok is personally running such a small business? "Oh, I nearly forgot. The House of Lok went bankrupt years ago, and they died terribly." At the mention of her family, Chi Lang's eyes changed, though her expression remained composed. "Yes, every family has people who die." Kung Tu Hoa suddenly seemed to realize something and waved her hand in front of Chi Lang's face. "Are you blind? Can't you see?" "That's right. So please forgive me for not recognizing you. I'm Kung Tu Hoa. We were classmates for half a year. How pathetic you have become. Back in school, even the slightest scrape would bring all the school leaders rushing to check on you. A fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken. How can she still afford to run a tea house? This old man seems close to her. Could it be that the former princess of the House of Lok now has to rely on an old man just to survive? Haha, I can't keep such a funny thing to myself. Kung Tu Hoa hendet Chi Lang an invitatin. It's wonderful to see you again. Since fate has brought us together, let's arrange a gathering sometime. My family is holding an angel charity gala this weekend to support children in remote mountain regions overseas. There will be donations and an auction. You and your husband should come. I won't go. Please come. I know things are difficult for you now. It's all right if you do not donate or bid at the auction. Consider it a gathering between friends. Do me the favor. Oh, right, since we met so unexpectedly, I did not prepare anything. I'll give you a few boxes of tea. Staff, quickly prepare several boxes of tea as gifts. Kung Tu Hoa Smai, you're too polite. So the eldest young lady now knew how to ingratiate herself with others. How satisfying that life had changed so much. Kilang smiled. Why be so polite? We were classmates. I'm only giving you a few boxes of tea. You know my circumstances are not good right now, so I'm sure you would not accept them for free. I'll let you buy them at the original price instead. Just 300,000. After saying that, Kung Tu Hoa shouted, "This lousy tea costs that much? Are you trying to rip me off?" Chi Lang remained composed. Our tea caters to high-end customers. Its quality is exceptional, so naturally the price is high. If you do not believe me, then forget about donating. Kung Tu Hoa was extremely reluctant, but she still accepted because she wanted Chi Lang to humiliate herself at the gala. Why wouldn't I believe you? I'll buy it. I'll use my card. In the end, the payment went through smoothly. Then please take care. Young miss, it's obvious she is plotting against you and wants you to embarrass yourself in front of everyone. You absolutely must not attend that gala. Chi Lang said firmly, "I'm going." Uncle Fong, look at this. This is the bracelet grandmother gave grandfather when they were young. Grandfather wore it all his life and never took it off, even after the House of Lok went bankrupt. Grandmother had no choice but to sell it for money. Not long after they had endured those hardships together, a fire broke out and everyone died. Last time at the Black Peach Club, I promoted our tea and the young masters placed orders that earned us $1 million in profit. If the bracelet is here, then no matter what, I have to try. 3 days later, at the House of Kung, the gala was about to begin. Young miss, you refuse to take my money. Why not just forget about today's auction? Kilang smiled. Let's try. Maybe no one will compete with me. I'm not worried about failing to get the bracelet. I'm worried about the people from high society inside. Uncle Fong, I have been running away for 5 years. Since I chose to stop running, this day was bound to come. Still perfectly calm, she entered the gala. Young miss, slow down. A staff member asked, "May I ask who you are?" She calmly answered, "I am Lok Chi Lang of the House of Lok from South Riverside." The gala was already bustling. "Quick, see if Chi Lang has arrived yet. Kung Tu Hoa said she would come. The young lady of the House of Lok has fallen so low. What is there to see? We should mock her a little." Quicken did not understand. Who is Chi Lang? She is from that House of Lok that went bankrupt. Her entire family died in a single night, leaving only one surviving daughter. Tu Hoa invited her because she wants us to see what the former young lady of the nation's foremost distinguished family has become. Oh my God, that famous House of Lok? The House of Lok vanished 8 years ago. How could there still be a surviving daughter? Baek Vong sat leisurely on the sofa. Quicken excitedly said, "She really came. Brother Baek, come watch the fun." Soon, Chi Lang entered the gala. At a glance, she recognized Baek Vong, while everyone's eyes turned toward her. Kui Kang Sai. She doesn't look bad. Her eyes are blind, though. How pitiful. As soon as he finished speaking, he sensed the murderous aura radiating from Baek Vong. My God, that look was dangerous. Kung Tu Hoa said, "Why are you only arriving now? I have been waiting for you for so long." Looking at Uncle Fong, she added, "Your husband came too? Come sit over here." Everyone whispered, how could the young lady of the House of Lok marry such an old man? Uncle Fong gritted his teeth. "I'm only Miss Locke's servant. Please do not misunderstand, Miss Kung. Kung Tu Hua's my. This gentleman is being so tactful on your behalf. But love knows no age, right?" Chi Lang said indifferently. "Where am I sitting?" "Sit here. All the seats have been arranged, and there are no others left. It may be a little boring here, but do not worry. No one will talk to you. Your former classmates miss you terribly. They will come find you." Her intentions were utterly malicious. She wanted everyone to come ridicule Chi Lang. Why is Tu Hoa suddenly being so kind to Chi Lang? Chi Lang, it has been so many years, yet you are still so good at pretending. Listening to their gossip, Chi Lang only found it tedious. These people were truly childish. Tu Hoa got to the point. "Min Not, don't be like that. Her life has not been easy these past years. If it has not been easy, then she should stop pretending to be rich. It would be more respectable if she honestly admitted she was poor. She still puts on the airs of a lofty young lady after coming here. Does she really think we know nothing?" Tu Hoa, her intentions are hard to predict. Today she flatters an old man for money. Tomorrow, she might cling to you like a leech. Be careful. Don't let her latch onto you. Uncle Fong was boiling with rage and was about to speak, but Chi Lang stopped him. She calmly said, "You misunderstand. I cannot see, and Uncle Fong came with me because he was worried about my safety. There is absolutely no intention of showing off. On the other hand, you came to a charity gala, but have no interest in charity. Instead, you gossip about other people's marriages. How ridiculous." Chi Lang's words immediately left the two of them embarrassed. Miss Locke is right. She has not done anything, yet these two jumped out to bully her. Are you relying on your numbers to gang up on her? Mungyat Bikam Fuviat. You want charity? Then donate. 100,000 or 80,000 will do. The amount does not matter. It is the thought that counts. Kilang smiled. Then I'll donate. When Minnot saw that Chi Lang had donated only 500, he became even angrier. Are you donating to beggars? Duhuas my. There's a QR code on the box. If you did not bring cash, you can scan it. Chi Lang said, "Didn't you say the amount did not matter, as long as the thought was there?" Chi Lang, you are really something. Stop being an eyesore. This is not a place you belong. If you want to preserve even a shred of dignity, leave now. Uncle Fong was worried, but she remained calm. It's all right. Quicken witnessed everything and remarked, "Who would have thought that the young lady of Country A's foremost family would now dare sit here with only 500 yuan? Has it been so long since you attended an upper-class party? Or did you come here to get acquainted with rich people?" Even after being told so plainly, she still shamelessly refuses to leave. How laughable. What a pity about that pretty face. A woman like her lost her family and status overnight, yet she still thinks clinging to a wealthy man will let her return to her old life. Don't you think I'm right, Baek Vong? Baek Vong sat on the sofa, his gaze never leaving Chi Lang. Then he said, "She has no dignity at all. She is humiliated and still doesn't know how to fight back." Quicken continued, "I only intended to have a little fun, but forget it. She can even cling to an old man over 50. What she latches onto you and won't let go." As soon as he finished speaking, Baek Vong's gaze darkened, frightening Quicken so badly that he shuddered. "Brother Baek, why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing. I was just looking." As he spoke, he patted Quick's neck. "This neck of yours has been attached to your head for quite a long time. It still looks pretty good." Quicken immediately dropped to his knees. Brother Back, if I did anything wrong, please don't follow the usual rules. Later, I'll buy every expensive item here as your birthday gift. Back Vong replied indifferently. What are you afraid of? I was only complimenting your neck. Quicken did not know whether to laugh or cry, wondering just which ancestor he had offended. At last, the Angel Charity Gala auction officially began. Kung Tu Hoa stood on stage and announced loudly, "Please take a look at our first auction item. If you like it, please raise your paddle." Chi Lang thought to herself, I wonder when grandfather's bracelet will appear. Just then, President Wang walked over. Chi Lang recognized him as Wang Jiu Tun's father. I remember you did exceptionally well in high school back then. How are your studies going now? My family encountered some trouble, so I stopped going to school. What a pity. An outstanding girl like you should not be buried or wronged. Let me help you. I can treat your eyes, then you can continue your studies. There's no need. Thank you, Uncle Wang. I'm already married. You're only in your 20s. How could that old man possibly satisfy you? How about this? This party is boring. I'll take you shopping. Uncle Fong snapped. Don't go too far. The man remained arrogant. You run some shabby tea house. Get lost, or I'll make sure you die without even an urn for your ashes. Uncle Fong roared. Watch your mouth. What do you take my young miss for? Chi Lang raised her voice. Uncle Fong, don't be angry. Thank you for your kind intentions, Uncle Wang. But if an old ox wants to graze on tender grass, shouldn't he first see whether the grass agrees? I have no interest in poaching someone else's husband. As soon as she finished, the surrounding crowd began whispering. That's President Wang. He really is shamelessly lecherous. He roared angrily. Lok Chi Lang, don't be so shameless. Do you think you are still some precious young lady? You're nothing but a worn-out shoe. Kilang smiled. Uncle Wang, why become angry out of embarrassment? Business requires a willing buyer and seller, doesn't it? Do you think you are worthy of discussing business with me? Ask the older people around here. Who doesn't know that your father set the fire because he could not accept your mother going out every day to have affairs with other men? It ended up burning the entire family to death. The moment he finished speaking, a plate flew straight into President Wang's face with a crash. If you yourself are promiscuous, don't assume the entire world is like you. Mr. Wang, even children know that fabricating lies to slander others out of narrow-mindedness is disgraceful. How can you be so old and still not understand that? President Wang was stunned. You dare hit me? Enraged, he grabbed a chair and prepared to strike. Chi Lang thought anxiously, what do? I can't move, or I'll expose myself. Just then, Back Vong moved like lightning and stood in front of Chi Lang, forcing President Wang to stop. Who the hell are you? The moment Back Vong appeared, everyone immediately recognized him as young Master Back. Cold sweat ran down Chi Lang's back. So he attended the party too. Fine, I'll just pretend I don't know him. President Wang hurriedly lowered his head. Young Master Back, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. He thought, how did I provoke this king of hell? I did not even see him earlier. Back Vong said coldly. Were you asking after my mother? The man stammered, I wouldn't dare. I called her blind and smashed a few dishes. Back Vong turned to glance at Chi Lang, thinking, oh, so he was asking after my mother-in-law. His eyes brimmed with killing intent as he said, no one here is better at mistreating people than I am. If one chair cannot solve the problem, shall I teach you how? President Wang said in panic, no need. Why not? Are you looking down on me? Sweat poured down President Wang's forehead. He thought, if I can't refuse him, I can only find a scapegoat to keep myself safe. He said, young Master Back, how about I bring that worthless slut over to you? You can do whatever you want with her. Before he could finish, Back Vong kicked him in the leg so hard it nearly broke. Blood streamed down. Then he viciously kicked President Wang several more times without holding back. President Wang was covered in blood, crying and begging for mercy. Quicken handed over a glass of red wine. Brother Back, add a little seasoning. Back Vong swiftly took the wine glass and splashed it directly over President Wang, making him scream in even greater agony. A few seconds later, President Wang fainted. Back Vong smiled. He fainted so quickly? I'm not satisfied yet. Chi Lang watched in fear. Back Vong truly was ruthless. At that moment, a man approached and said, young Master Back, my apologies. Our House of Kung has not hosted you properly. I'll have someone drag this man out. Please take a seat up front. Back Vong paused for several seconds, then sat directly in the chair beside Chi Lang, too lazy to move. Ah yes, everything will be, as you say. Clean this place up quickly. Don't spoil Brother Back's mood. Continue the auction. Chi Lang thought, I've already established the image of someone who likes him. I cannot reveal any flaws. So she waved at Back Vong and asked, Back Vong, is that you? What are you doing? Nothing. I'm just happy. Don't tell me you think I stood up for you because I like you. Don't flatter yourself. No, it's not that. I'm simply happy whenever I see you. If that Wong bastard had touched you today, would you be even happier now? Chi Lang merely gave an amused "oh," making Bak Vong think again, is she really that happy just to see me? At that moment, the next item was brought on stage. Chi Lang thought, according to the order on the invitation, the premium Agarwood bracelet should appear soon. Following the plan, Uncle Fong quickly raised his paddle. 450,000. I hope this goes smoothly. The instant he spoke, people around them burst into laughter. Why bid 450,000? That's so embarrassing. Uncle Fong was humiliated by their ridicule, but he had no other choice. The auctioneer continued his enthusiastic introduction of one antique after another. Uncle Fong still stubbornly kept raising his paddle and calling 450,000. The crowd began talking again. It's obvious that old man came here for fun with his young mistress. They probably only have 450,000 in the world. They dare come to an auction with that little money? How shameless. At last, it was time for the premium Agarwood bracelet, specially donated by Old Master Kong. Everyone knew that premium Agarwood was exceptionally rare, and carving it into a bracelet was even more difficult. Its value was immeasurable. However, the bracelet had a slight flaw, reducing its value somewhat. There were childish bite marks on one of the beads, perhaps due to poor preservation by a previous collector. The sight of those bite marks brought Chi Lang back to that time. She had been the one crying as she bit the bracelet. Good girl, don't cry. Tell grandfather what happened. Grandfather, I didn't mean to. Six brothers said it was the most delicious chocolate in the world, so I. Stop crying, good girl. Grandfather will go teach Six a lesson. Then I'll buy you some delicious chocolate. Thank you, grandfather. Of course, their purpose today was to reclaim this bracelet. Uncle Fong quickly raised his paddle again. 450,000. The crowd laughed helplessly again. She still dares to bid 450,000? If Chi Lang wants to find a sugar daddy, she should at least find someone worthwhile. This is hilarious. Oh right, she's blind. It's already good enough that someone picked her up at all. Ha ha. Chi Lang grew increasingly angry. She swiftly snatched the paddle, rose to her feet, and shouted, 1 million. Uncle Fong was startled. Don't. That's 1 million. Bak Vong saw his expression and smiled meaningfully, though no one knew what he found amusing. Does she think bidding 1 million means someone will respect her? What a narrow-minded view. That old man behind her may not even have 1 million. Even if he does, he would not spend it on her. Wouldn't it be even more amusing if she bought it, but had no money to pay? Tu Hoa announced loudly. Chi Lang is my former classmate. The past few years have not been easy for her. If she wants this bracelet, then let her have it. The people below laughed. We'll let her have it. We're only afraid Miss Locke won't be able to pay. Ha ha ha. At last, everyone agreed. Then this bracelet now belongs to Miss Locke. Chi Lang thought happily, I did it. Although the method was unexpected, I still succeeded. Thank you for donating to children in the mountain regions. Please swipe your card and sign here. So this day finally came for you. If you can't pay, you'll lose all your dignity. Uncle Fong, swipe the card. What? Does this old man actually have 1 million? Tu Hoa said, now that you're spending money, don't make the gentleman beside you uncomfortable. Wasn't it difficult enough to cling to him? Uncle Fong said angrily, this is money the young miss earned herself. It has nothing to do with me. Chi Lang no longer had the mind to pay attention to them. She held her grandfather's bracelet close, overwhelmed with joy. At last, she could retrieve the most precious thing in his life. You said I didn't have much money, but I still have to thank my classmate Kung Tu Hoa for giving me an extra 300,000. You even publicly said you would let me have this bracelet. What? When did I give you 300,000? That tea set, perhaps? Earlier, you kept bidding 450,000, making everyone think that was all you had. Lok Chi Lang, did you plan to buy this bracelet from the beginning? She smiled. How could that be? I was merely being kind. Oh, and Uncle Fong truly is my elder. You misunderstood. As she spoke, she raised her hand. However, I really am married. My husband is wonderful, and he is someone I love very much. Bak Vong fell into thought again. Is this woman taking the chance to involve me? To confirm her identity as the young madam of the House of Bak? That status would do far more than simply help her obtain this bracelet. Chi Lang thought to herself, everyone likes to hear pleasant words. I hope Bak Vong will not bring trouble upon himself tonight because of those baseless remarks. Tu Hoa asked, which famous young master did you marry? Do I know him? You don't know him. I only said it because I want you to know that I cherish my current marriage very much. If you continue making up such stories, I will definitely pursue the matter to the end. Seeing that she did not reveal his identity, Baek Vong found it strange instead. This woman either had a major scheme or she was blindly in love with him. Kilang smiled. I have what I wanted, so I will not stay long. Goodbye. After speaking, she walked toward Baek Vong and said, I'll be leaving first. Tu Hoa shouted furiously. Stop her. She cheated money and cheated us out of the bracelet. How can we let her leave so easily? For some reason, Baek Vong also put down his wine glass, stood up, and left. At the sight of him, everyone froze and did not dare move. It seemed that no one dared provoke Baek Vong. Chi Lang hesitated for a few seconds before following him. Wait for me. I'm coming with you. Has Lok Chi Lang gone mad? Why is she chasing after Baek Vong? Does she think Baek Vong will protect her? She's truly obsessed with men. Everyone followed outside as well, wanting to see exactly what ability she possessed. The moment she left the banquet hall, Baek Vong was nowhere to be seen. That was fine. It was enough that she had used him as an excuse to leave smoothly. Young miss, the car has arrived. Chi Lang was incredibly happy and fulfilled today because she had finally recovered a trace of the warmth of the House of Locke. The moment she stepped outside, she received a call from Fu Sin. I bought the bracelet today for 1 million. Chi Lang, you're amazing. Chi Lang smiled and asked, are you jumping up and down right now? How could I not? I thought Kung Tu Hoa would suppress you by driving up the price, so you couldn't buy it. Earlier, I made a birthday wish. I never expected you would really buy it. That's wonderful. Thank you, Fu Sin, for making an early birthday wish for me. While she was on the phone, Baek Vong's car suddenly pulled up, startling her. Baek Vong looked at her sharply from inside the car. You let people trample all over you the entire night for that thing. Cold sweat broke out on her back. She murmured, thinking, did he hear what I said on the phone just now? She said, I run a tea house. Its profits are fairly good. So, will you put all your money into this bracelet? Yes. Being able to buy it for 1 million was already very fortunate. Baek Vong paused for several seconds, then said, get in. Chi Lang had no choice. Who would dare refuse Baek Vong? So she got into the car and asked, where are we going? Home, to sleep. Everyone saw the scene and exclaimed in shock. Lok Chi Lang actually got into Baek Vong's car. What is their relationship? It really is not simple. Kung Tu Hoa was driven mad with jealousy. She is only Baek Vong's toy. In a few days, she will be thrown away like those little actresses. On the drive, Chi Lang realized that this road was not heading home at all. Where exactly was Baek Vong taking her? Feeling her stare, Baek Vong said, what exactly can those eyes of yours see? She turned her head away. This scenery feels so familiar. Could this be? She asked. The wind here is quite distinctive. Where are we going? The driver said, Clear River is over there. Young madam must have caught the scent of the river breeze, which is why it feels so distinctive. Only then did she realize that Clear River was nearby. All these years, she and the House of Locke have been separated by only one river. After driving for a long time, they finally arrived. Eldest young master, we have arrived at the villa. The door opened quickly. They entered Imperial River Court, the most expensive residential district in all of North River. This appeared to be Baek Vong's private villa, but why had he brought her here? She asked, aren't we going home? He replied with only a few words. Come inside, then we'll talk. What could there possibly be to discuss with him? Seeing that she remained standing there, his expression darkened. Unhappily, he grabbed her hand. Baek Vong, where are you taking me? Without another word, he pressed her against the wall and decisively kissed her lips, leaving her stunned. His arm tightened around her waist. After kissing her for a long time, he threw her onto the bed. Baek Vong continued kissing and caressing her, his hands beginning to wander. She was startled. Is this man trying to? No. She hurriedly wrapped her arms around Baek Vong's neck, making him freeze. Then she looked at him pitifully and said, Don't do this, Baek Vong. Baek Vong looked at her and paused for a few seconds, his expression unreadable. Then he said impatiently, Lok Chi Lang, I'm asking you, do you want this or not? She stammered, I am pregnant. It has not even been 2 months. Doing this now will be dangerous. But today I want to... He continued in a provocative tone. Don't you keep saying you like me? Are you afraid now? If doing this could make you happy, then of course I would be willing. But I know that isn't the case. A blind woman like you, how would you know whether I am happy or not? Even if I cannot see, I can feel it. You have always disliked me and never trusted me. How could kissing me possibly make you happy? He gripped her chin. You are overthinking it. I'm only too lazy to find another woman. Disliking her and deriving pleasure from her body were two different things. There was no contradiction between them. Qilang thought to herself, then stop being lazy and go find one, brother. This is so troublesome. I still have to keep acting. She said, if I were smart enough, I should agree to you, so our relationship could take another step forward. But I can't, Baek Vong. I hope you can find someone you truly like and live a happy, joyful life. Not because I seek pleasure with a man I do not even like. If that happens, you will only become lonelier and hate me even more. I do not want that. After saying this, she felt around for the bracelet and sat up. Get some rest. I will leave first. Baek Vong would not let her go. He pulled her back and held her. I have not given you permission to leave. I am only blind. I am not worthy of being with you. Yet he continued kissing her neck and caressing her body. It is fine. Once the lights are off, we are all the same. So there truly was no escaping this time? No. He continued to kiss her passionately, unwilling to stop. When the phone suddenly rang, it kept ringing, forcing him to stop. He still wanted to continue, but the phone was too loud, ringing incessantly. With no other choice, he picked it up. I am in bed with a woman. I'm not going. Qilang screamed inwardly. Good grief. I really want to bite this bastard to death. Baek Vong's father ordered from the other end of the line. If you do not come, then do not spend another cent of the inheritance your mother left you. Otherwise, get out. Unexpectedly, Baek Vong's father held the highest authority in the back group. After hanging up, Baek Vong rose with a grim expression and left. Phew, I finally escaped disaster. He turned on the lights, then looked at Qilang. Her collar had been torn like that, yet she did not even know to cover herself. He was attracted to her now. He truly did not want to go out anymore. Then he noticed the bracelet she was holding. He walked over and snatched it away. What does he want to do? He opened it and examined the Buddhist prayer beads, making her anxiously explain, these are prayer beads that were consecrated by a master at Universal Enlightenment Temple. Seeing how much you treasure them, I thought they were the relics of some eminent monk. So they were merely consecrated? She wanted to say something, but swallowed her words, thinking they were never some priceless treasure. Once you're done playing with them, give them back. Outwardly, she still said gently, actually, these beads were a betrothal gift my grandmother gave my grandfather back then. He wore them his whole life, so they mean a great deal to me. Oh, a betrothal gift? Baek Vong immediately read far too much into it. He said, you are quite bold. She was baffled. What does this have to do with whether I am bold? Baek Vong indulged in his fantasy. She claims she does not dare harbor any thoughts about me, yet she went to such lengths to give me her grandfather's lifelong betrothal gift. Could her intentions be any clearer? He decisively climbed onto the bed and said, if I can return alive tonight, that proves your Buddhist beads work. Then he smiled confidently. I will accept these beads. What the hell? Shai Lang was dumbfounded. Why was he accepting them? Baek Vong slammed the door, startling her into gaping. She wondered indignantly, I spent so much money on that bracelet. How did he end up taking it? And he used that patronizing tone too. When did I ever say I wanted to give it to him? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. With no other choice, she paced around the room. Just as she was about to curse Baek Vong, the doorbell rang. Quicken was outside. Today, I brought the most precious treasure of the House of Kong, a 1,000-year-old ancient sword stained with the blood of countless people. I think it suits your temperament perfectly. Let me in. A birthday gift only has meaning when it is given on the birthday. No one answered. Quicken was puzzled. Is he asleep? His trip wasted. He turned back in disappointment. Qilang fell into thought. Today is Baek Vong's birthday? I was talking about birthdays with Fu Sin on the phone. He must have overheard bits of it and thought I wanted to give him these Buddhist beads. That must be it. What a disastrous misunderstanding. Never mind. I still need to find a way to get them back. She felt around for the door lock, but the system announced facial recognition failed. Please scan your card. She held her head helplessly. Without Baek Vong here, I cannot even get downstairs. That man really is my nemesis. She stepped onto the balcony and looked into the distance. It had been so long. When would Baek Vong return? Is that the Locke family's old residence over there? After that fire, Uncle Fong brought me here, and we never went back. The old Locke residence was considered unlucky, so it has remained unsold for all these years. The little tree my parents and I planted must be very tall by now. The weeds must be overgrown too, and the flowers third uncle planted must be growing everywhere. There's also the stone bridge behind the house. Fourth brother and sixth brother loved jumping back and forth over it as children. They jumped on it until it cracked. I wonder whether it has broken by now. I really want to return to the old house and live peacefully for the rest of my life. As she was lost in thought, the door suddenly burst open with a bang, startling her and breaking her train of thought. Baek Vong was back. Why was he so badly injured? He staggered unsteadily, trying to find some water. She said, "Baek Vong, you are back. You have not left yet?" For some reason, he beckoned to her. "Come here." She felt her weight at his side, making him laugh. "There is nothing in front of you. Come here." He pulled her into his arms, gasping in pain. She asked, "Are you injured? What were you waiting for? For me to die, or for me to return?" "Of course I was waiting for you to return." She thought, "If you did not come back, how could I get out? But why are you hurt like this? You said on the phone that you were handling business, yet you came back like this." Seeing that he could barely stand, she said, "Can you stand steadily? Should I call an ambulance?" "No. Help me bandage it. I cannot see anything. How am I supposed to bandage you?" He withdrew his hand from her. "Then forget it." He staggered away. "I'm going to take a shower." She looked at him helplessly. He was still bleeding so heavily. She sighed. "If I really let him die from wounds like this, I would not be able to explain myself when the police come asking." So she looked around, needing to assess the situation first. The moment she peered in from the bathroom door, she saw bloody footprints and bloodstains all over the floor. The bathroom was a mess. She was terrified, but she forced herself to stay calm. When she saw him pick up the shower head, she stepped forward to stop him. "Let me bandage you. Is there a first aid kit?" He looked at her for a few seconds, then said, "Behind you. Where are your wounds? Let me help you wash off the blood." Without saying much, he took the shower head and rinsed his entire body himself, soaking wet and looking as though he were about to die. Baek Vong was unexpectedly handsome. Chi Lang could not help screaming inwardly. She had to admit that Baek Vong looked incredibly alluring when he was close to death. Once he finished rinsing off, she picked up the gauze. He began taking off his clothes too, revealing his back covered in crisscrossing wounds, blood streaming down it. Before she could do anything, he snatched the medicine bottle and poured it over his wounds himself, enduring the burning pain. Chi Lang broke into a cold sweat at the sight. After applying the medicine, he decisively tossed the bottle onto the floor. "No need to bandage them. Too troublesome." She looked at him in alarm. "No way. Are you planning to sleep like this?" She waved her hands around. "Where are your injuries? I will bandage you." Without waiting for an answer, she began feeling all over his body, leaving him rather confused. She applied medicine wherever she felt a wound. Naturally, medicine on wounds hurt terribly. Losing patience, he called her name, locked Chi Lang. "Sorry, I cannot see. Is there a wound here?" "All right, let me bandage you." She continued poking at his wounds, making him so angry that he could do nothing but endure it. She was having a wonderful time. Who told him to be so vicious normally? Then Chi Lang kept blindly prodding the wounds all over Baek Vong's body, hurting him so badly that his eyes rolled back. Yet whenever Baek Vong told her to stop, she drew her hand back, leaving him unable to escape. Finally finished, she put down the scissors, her eyes lighting up. "Are there any other wounds?" Baek Vong looked helplessly at the results. "No, but I truly want to cut 2 slashes into you, so you will know how painful it is to have someone press on a wound." "Sorry, I cannot see. That was the only way I could find your wounds." Before she finished speaking, Baek Vong held the scissors to her neck. "Excuses are useless. Do you not like me so much that you cannot control yourself? Then let us suffer together." What is wrong with him? Is he a pervert? It was already morning, his wounds had been bandaged, and he was still being violent. She took a step back. "Now that your injuries have been treated, I can rest easy." Baek Vong looked at the scissors and clicked his tongue regretfully. Then he froze, because she had draped a bathrobe over him. "Get up quickly. Do not catch a cold." Her husband had returned covered in wounds, yet she did not care whether he had killed someone or set something on fire. He asked her, "Do you not want to ask me anything?" Thinking she could not see, he took off his clothes right in front of her, frightening her pale. He was far too careless around a blind person. She said, "Do not get hurt again. Even if I can suffer alongside you, the pain is still on your body." Never mind. Whatever Baek Vong did had nothing to do with her. After helping him lie down on the bed, she noticed the beads he was wearing and thought, "Thankfully, the beads are fine. I have to find a way to get them back." She hesitated before saying, "Could you let me leave? I am afraid I will disturb your rest if I stay here." Before she could finish, Baek Vong firmly grabbed her hand and pressed her down onto himself. "Where do you think you're going? Let us finish what we did not finish earlier." Chi Lang felt helpless and cursed inwardly. "Damn you." Yet she still spoke gently. "You are too seriously injured. We cannot." Baek Vong still would not let her off. He kissed her forehead and smiled. "I am seriously injured, and you are pregnant. Perfect. We can enjoy ourselves together. Kailangan wardi collapsed. If you want to go by yourself." "I do not want to." But outwardly, she gently kissed his forehead. "Even if I die, you must live well." I have always hoped you could be happy. Get out. You need a rest. Could Bak Vong really endure after treating his wounds so carelessly? He seemed completely indifferent to whether he lived or died. Before leaving, she said, Bak Vong, happy birthday. Yet he had not fallen asleep and heard every word she said. The next morning, at the tea house, young miss, several customers have just canceled their tea orders. Do not be surprised. Kung Tu-hoa did not get to enjoy the spectacle she wanted, so naturally, she is taking revenge. Are we just supposed to sit here and wait to die? If I had known, I would have anticipated this. You could not have. Human malice is strange like that. Uncle Fong, do not worry. This is not the House of Kung's territory, and not every wealthy person is on their side. I invited old Madame Kui for tea today. She should be arriving soon. I have long heard that old Madame Kui is upright and hates evil. She has been at odds with Madame Kung since they were young and has always opposed her in secret. If we need someone to help us, she is the most suitable choice. Speak of the devil, and she appears. The Kui family's car has arrived. Uncle Fong, come welcome our guests with me. Outside, Madame Kui and old Madame Bak were chatting intimately, startling Chi Lang. That voice sounds so familiar. Good heavens, what is going on? Are they close friends? There was no turning back now. Chi Lang walked to the door and greeted them respectfully. Greeting, Madame Kui. Greetings, old Madame Bak. Madame Kui's my... How did you know she was Madame Bak? My grandson, Kui Kan, recommended this tea house. He said the tea used by the House of Bak is bought here, so I am sure the young proprietress knows as well. Old Madame Bak said meaningfully, that is correct. Our household does use tea from here, but this is my first visit, and I'm looking forward to seeing the young proprietress's skills. Chi Lang maintained her smile outside, then entered the room and sat down to brew tea. Madame Kui said with a smile, this young proprietress is very capable. Do not underestimate her simply because she cannot see. Her tea-making skills are superb. I heard that she wants to start her own business, so I often come to support her. Chi Lang humbly replied, not at all. My skills are still lacking, and I need much more practice. Uncle Fong added, things are different now. The tea house will have to close in a few days. If our young miss has nowhere to go, might Madame Kui be willing to look after her a little? What happened? Why close down when everything was going so well? Here's what happened. A few days ago, our young miss received an invitation from the House of Kung to attend the Angel Charity Gala. Unexpectedly, someone became jealous and set her up. Madame Kui sipped the tea and thought, this tea is truly excellent. Without years of painstaking training, no one could produce such a flavor. After hearing Uncle Fong's words, she immediately said angrily, who was it? Old Madame Bak was startled. Oh, do not get angry at your age. Of course I should be angry. That old scheming woman's granddaughter plotted against this young proprietress and forced her into closing her doors. Young proprietress, you do not need to close down. Last time, you proposed a business partnership with our family. I agreed to it. Chi Lang was overjoyed and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Madame Kui. I will certainly do my best and never bring you shame. Good, good. Young people ought to have ambition. Only those who are unafraid of failure can succeed. Old Madame Bak said, you're being too impulsive. What if something goes wrong? Rest assured, she has it all figured out. The last time I arranged to inspect the goods with her here, something nearly went wrong. Fortunately, she cleverly warned me, saving me from losing money for nothing. I had wanted to work with her for a long time. Besides, this involves the House of Kung. I never liked that woman to begin with. Old Madame Bak was somewhat surprised. This old friend of hers had always been hard to please and rarely praised anyone. Madame Kui was not done yet. This girl is intelligent and capable. It is just a pity she cannot see. Otherwise, I would have matched her with my grandson long ago. Old Madame Bak said, you're getting old and your eyesight is failing. She's already wearing a ring. Young people wear rings just for fashion. Even so, you should see whether she is willing. Why would she not be? In all of Northern River, aside from the House of Bak, what family is nobler than our House of Kui? Old Madame Bak replied helplessly, not daring to say more. But this child is already the granddaughter-in-law of the House of Bak. After everyone finished their tea, they went for a walk together. Once Madame Kui left, old Madame Bak said, I knew you ran a tea house, but I thought you were merely earning a little spending money. I did not expect you to brew tea and serve customers yourself. You are carrying a child of the House of Bak. If something happened to you, have you considered the consequences? I simply want to support myself. If you think the money the House of Bak gives you is insufficient, I can give you more. The young madam of the House of Bak smiling and serving customers. It reflects badly on our family. If you do not say anything, and I do not say anything, who will know? Can you hide it forever? If she finds out, I will simply tell her the truth. Kilang smiled. Why can I not? I never intended to be the young madam of the House of Back for the rest of my life. What do you mean by that? Do you have other plans? No, it is just that I understand the rules of the House of Back. I heard that the family is very strict. A new bride must pay respects in the ancestral hall and have the marriage announced in the newspapers. But I had none of that. Not everyone even attended the wedding. I think I'm only a tool to bear a child. How does she know what I am thinking? This girl truly is not simple. Grandmother, when the time comes, I will leave on my own. I will not remain with the House of Back for even one extra second. The one who runs this tea house is Lok Chi Lang, and she has nothing to do with the House of Back. I hope you will support me, Grandmother. She had put it so plainly. If I continued putting on airs as an elder, I would merely be bullying her. I thought that, since her family had fallen, she would cling to wealth and power. I never expected her to be so content with what she has. She said, "The tea has gone cold. Let me replace it with a fresh cup. Did you never want to marry into our family from the very beginning?" I had no choice. If I had refused to marry in, the House of Back's ruthless methods would have awaited me. They would have forced me to terminate the child. To me, that would have been no different from death. Good child, marrying into the House of Back has wronged you. It has not wronged me. Everyone outside thinks the House of Back buys tea from Return Pavilion, which is why my business is doing so well. Do not say that. If you did not have genuine ability, no one would praise your tea. It truly is delicious. If you still want to be Lok Chi Lang, then continue being Lok Chi Lang. Grandmother will not say another word. Thank you, Grandmother. I did not expect old Madam Back to be so reasonable. She felt that the girl was very sensible and said, "Actually, I do not look down on your family background. I know that Brat Bakvong was never a particularly good match. I used my life to force him to agree to this marriage, but I cannot force him for the rest of his life." At that moment, the phone rang. "Excuse me, I need to take this call." "Hello, who is this?" The person on the other end said only 2 words. "Come here." Kilang Froze. Bakvong. She was completely confused. "Huh? What is it?" "Grandmother, I have something to do. I need to go out for a moment." "Bakvong is looking for you? Go on, hurry." Old Madam Back was delighted to see Chi Lang going to find Bakvong. "Young miss, you're leaving now?" I have something to take care of." "There's no need to see me off, Uncle Fong. I already called a car." "Young miss, take some food with you. You're pregnant. You mustn't go hungry." She soon arrived at Bakvong's villa. "I'm here. Where are you?" There was no response. She thought to herself, he clearly told me to come over on the phone just now. So why is there no movement now? Could he have failed to hold on and died in there? Then a voice suddenly came from inside. "Over here." She hurriedly pushed open the door and walked in, only to see Bakvong shirtless and lounging lazily on the bed. The sight was so striking that she nearly got a nosebleed. TSK, what a temptress. She was dazed for a few seconds before quickly recovering her composure. "Are you feeling better? Do you want to see a doctor?" She stammered slightly. "Come here and change my dressing." She grumbled inwardly. "You called me over in such a hurry just to have a blind person change your dressing? Is something wrong with his brain? It's been 3 days, and he still hasn't changed it?" She asked, "Have you changed your dressing even once?" Too lazy. She was speechless. This man was hopelessly lazy. She set down her things and went over to inspect the wound. It had indeed improved considerably. She quickly removed the gauze, but when she touched the injury, Bakvong gritted his teeth in pain. So stubborn. Fine. She would not torment him this time. She finished bandaging him quickly. It's done." Bakvong looked at her for a few seconds as well. She asked, "Haven't you eaten anything these past few days? You're injured too. How can you endure that?" He replied coolly, "I won't die." There was a lunchbox on the table. He swiftly took it out and opened it, finding that it contained plenty of food. He looked at her again, making her feel a little embarrassed. "It isn't what you think. There was medicine inside as well." He asked, "Why is there so much medicine?" She thought to herself, "This is Uncle Fong's medicine. This misunderstanding is huge." He said, "Do I look like I have high blood pressure?" "Why would you be fine? They're all common medicines. It's good to keep some on hand." At this point, it would be troublesome not to accept it, so she could only accept it. She would just treat it as having bought it for him. He said, "This body of mine doesn't need blood pressure medicine. You keep feeling me up. Are you enjoying yourself? Can you diagnose high blood pressure with one touch? Don't say such strange things." Chi Lang cursed inwardly. "Keep acting tough. Won't you end up with high blood pressure when you get old too?" Yet outwardly, she remained gentle. "I understand." He wanted to eat in bed. He was truly unbearable. Forget it. It was none of her business anyway. If you're done staring at me, can I leave now? He was infuriating. Fine, you're the young master. I'll do as you say. But as he was about to pick up some food, she truly could not bear to watch any longer. She stepped forward and stopped him. As expected, just seeing it made her uncomfortable. She still could not hold back. Smiling, she said, "Don't eat in bed. You're telling me what to do." Eating in bed affects digestion. Go eat outside. There's no table outside. He was driving her mad. It seemed that he usually did not eat meals at all, but she had to endure it. She gently said, "Go to the balcony. You've been cooped up in your room for 3 days. It's a perfect opportunity to get some fresh air." Chilang, do you think you're someone important? I called you here because you're useful. If you don't want to stay, get out. She thought, so I'm merely useful? Good thing I don't actually like Bakvong. She smiled and said, "I'm sorry. I was only concerned about your health. You're still injured, so don't get angry and harm yourself. If you don't want me here, I'll leave first. Be sure to rest well." That worked out perfectly. She wanted to leave anyway. Watching her go, Bakvong cursed irritably. He then quickly left the room and went to the balcony to bask in the sun. What damn sunshine! Sometime later, old Madame Kui became extremely fond of Chilang and planned to hold a small auction at Return Pavilion. As soon as the news spread, business at the tea house visibly improved, and Chilang became busier as well. Ever since their last conversation, old Madame Back had begun visiting frequently. Not only did she drink tea, but she also stayed to chat with Chilang. Time passed quietly, and the day of the auction drew near. Uncle Fong reported, "The backgrounds of the security company employees need to be screened again. I'm still not satisfied with their anti-theft measures. We need a better plan. Young miss, any further upgrades will exceed the budget. This time, I don't care how much money we make. What I want is for everything to be perfect." Uncle Fong supported her as she walked outside. They happened to encounter old Madame Back. "Grandmother, why are you here?" Uncle Fong said, "Young miss, old Madame has arrived. Why didn't you call me before coming? I didn't want to disturb you. You've been busy all day. Are you tired? It wasn't easy for you to earn Madame Kui's favor. You wouldn't want to ruin this opportunity. All right, Dr. Tan brought over your recent prenatal examination report. He said you're slightly anemic. Have you still been feeling dizzy or fatigued lately?" "I'm all right. It doesn't affect my daily life. Work is work, but you must still take care of your health." "I understand. Thank you, grandmother. There's one more thing. Make some time tomorrow. Bakvong's father has returned. Come home for dinner tomorrow night." "You mean I should tell Bakvong? You two are husband and wife. Of course you should tell him." "Grandmother, Bakvong and I aren't close. I can't control him." Does old Madam have a bad memory? She clearly said last time that I would not remain with the House of Bak. Yet now she's calling us husband and wife. Old Madam smiled. "You have his number. Just call him." Or was she testing her, afraid that although she claimed one thing publicly, she was secretly plotting to seduce Bakvong and remain with the House of Bak? Fine then. She could use this chance to make things clear. In any case, he would not answer her call. She quickly dialed his number. Sure enough, it rang endlessly without anyone answering. She even felt secretly pleased. "See, grandmother?" But just as the words left her mouth, someone answered on the other end. She froze instantly. How strange. Why did he answer her call? Could it be that he had not saved her number? "This is Chilang. Your father is coming back tomorrow. Grandmother asked me to let you know to come home for dinner tomorrow night." Bakvong was playing with a lighter, and her words immediately annoyed him. "We'll deal with tomorrow when it comes. Bring yesterday's meal over to me now." Chilang stood stunned for a few seconds after he hung up. Since when had she become his meal delivery servant? Grandmother would definitely misunderstand. Sure enough, old Madam was covering her mouth and chuckling. "All right, go find him and have a meal. I'll be leaving first. Remember to come home together tomorrow night. I'll be waiting." How infuriating. Chilang sighed helplessly. She had pretended to be blind in the past to avoid trouble and to see people's true hearts. But now that grandmother came around so often, she would discover sooner or later that Chilang was not truly blind. She needed to find an opportunity to regain her sight. The more she thought about it, the more her head hurt. She only wanted to manage the tea house well and restore a little of the House of Locke's former glory. She did not want to get too entangled with them. When she looked up, she saw Fu Xin smiling brightly. "What are you smiling about?" "Fu Xin's eyes, Baka. I ran into my college crush today." "What? You were at the tea house all day? Where did this crush come from? He's the captain of the security company handling the auction security. Manhwa. I can't believe that after all these years, he's still so handsome. So was him. Chi-Lang had no impression of the man from back then. In any case, it was only a temporary partnership. As long as his background was clean, that was enough. Fu Sin's eyes lit up again. He was aloof and cold in school. I never expected him to be so talkative now. He talked to me a lot, and he's still single. But I think he likes you. What nonsense are you talking about? I haven't even exchanged more than a few words with him. Fu Sin said seriously. Really? He asked whether you were married because you were a ring. He asked why your husband never comes to help you, whether there are many men around you, and what you do running a tea house. What liking? I think he was just prying for information. Then what did you tell him? I was very clever. I directly crushed any thoughts he might have had. I told him you're married, that you've been madly in love with your husband since childhood, and that you normally don't talk to other men. When you're not working, you think about your husband and talk to your husband. I only said those things on impulse. Chi-Lang lightly tapped Fu Sin on the head. You know perfectly well that I don't care about such things. Hurry and cook. I still have to bring food to Baek Vong. After saying that, she fell into thought again. Who knew what crazy mood Baek Vong was in this time? On Baek Vong's side, an enraged roar shook the air. You still dare to run? I don't dare. I won't dare follow young master back again. I told you, someone else ordered me to do it. What could trash like you possibly do to young master back? You're only good enough to help young master back stretch his muscles. Among the people monitoring him, this man had gotten closest to young Masterback. Young Masterback was bored while recovering at home. If he was not going to beat this man, who would he beat? The man had been beaten beyond recognition. He's still a human life. Don't go too far, Baek Vong said coldly. Baek Vong's words sounded nice enough, but his heart was like the king of hells. Who would believe him? Sure enough, he added, keep beating him. Young Masterback, you just answer a phone call. We haven't finished reviewing this yet. Do you want to continue? The man pleaded with Baek Vong. Young Masterback, please spare me. I won't dare do it again. Please. Baek Vong looked at him with utter impatience in his eyes. He swiftly kicked him straight onto the roof, then calmly resumed, looking through the documents. Why had young Masterback suddenly become concerned about this woman? Iva investigated terrorly. Sister-in-law. No, young madam, has had absolutely no connections with anyone since marrying into the House of Baek. She stayed with the House of Fong for 5 years and barely ever left the house. On the second day after marrying into the House of Baek, young madam had a conflict with Hamai Din. Before UC Van Phi could even recruit her, she ran off to fight Hamai Din over a man and has yet to return. So, young madam is completely clean right now. She has no forces backing her, and you need not worry that she is someone else's spy. Baek Vong's eyes remained filled with suspicion. That's only for now. Human nature changes quickly. The man continued, I found an old classmate of mine, Kwang Fu Sin. She's innocent and unguarded, and she says whatever is on her mind. You may find this useful. Kwang Fu Sin had said, Chi-Lang has been madly in love with her husband since childhood, so she usually doesn't talk to other men. Whenever she isn't working, she thinks about her husband and talks to her husband. He thought to himself, apart from the basic expenses needed to keep the tea house running, its largest expenditure was purchasing agarwood prayer beads. She had not even bought clothes for herself. He said, if there is even the slightest error in these documents, you need never appear before me again. I guarantee there are no errors. Then continue watching her. What else is there to watch? Watch until she betrays me. Upon receiving the order, Lai Min Hoai thought to himself, young Masterback has always acted on impulse. Once he suspects someone, he deals with them immediately. Why does he want her monitored this time? Does he want her to betray him or not? Baek Vong said, you hit too hard. He could easily die. Hurry and take him to the hospital. Yes, I'll throw him into the river immediately and let the fish eat him. Baek Vong said coldly, if your ears are useless, I can cut them off for you. The young man was dumbfounded. What do you mean? You really want to send him to the hospital? At home, Chi-Lang muttered, that Baek Vong. I called him home for dinner, but he isn't even here. He won't answer his phone either. What game is he playing? Does he hate me that much? Just then, Baek Vong suddenly returned. She was startled for a moment, then quickly pretended not to see anything. Without saying a word, Baek Vong walked over and pulled her into an embrace. She called his name in surprise. He asked, how did you know it was me? I could smell you. Why do you smell of blood? Are you injured again? This woman even remembered his scent. He said, it's someone else's blood. What is it? Were you tired of waiting and wanted to leave? No, I was afraid you didn't like having me in your home. I left the food outside your room. His expression darkened. You're being so obedient. I don't want to make you unhappy. He naturally wrapped an arm around her waist. Then let's go. A chill ran down Qi Lang's spine. Why exactly was Baek Vong taking her back? She truly could not understand what he was thinking. The two of them went to the balcony to have breakfast. Looking at him, she could not help sighing inwardly. With Baek Vong's face, even wolfing down food did not look unattractive. But why had he brought her back just to eat? She had to find a way to leave. Just then, a news report came on television. The Baek Financial Group had secured the prime plot of land in the Fonglin district on Nanyang Road. The previous uproar, which had involved all the public representatives, had finally subsided. The Baek Group announced that it would construct an entirely new economic zone and transform the scale of the district. As soon as the report ended, Qi Lang was stunned. Wasn't Nanyang Road the place Baek Tranvan had sent Baek Vong to last time? Baek Vong had returned gravely injured after going there. The Fonglin district economy had always been tightly controlled by several major financial groups. The House of Baek had held no advantage there and could not gain a foothold at all. On Baek Vong's birthday, he had returned covered in wounds. After that, the Baek Group changed the situation in the Fonglin district. A powerful family like that must have people doing dirty work behind the scenes. Could all the House of Baek's dirty work be handled by Baek Vong? If so, everything made sense. That was why he could be so casually ruthless, yet remain unrestrained by the House of Baek. The people of Jiangbei City hated him as well. Unless the House of Baek needed his ruthlessness, they could throw him out to take the blame at any moment. The House of Baek was so filthy, but the House of Locke would never allow its descendants to do such dirty things. The more she thought about it, the more she trembled. What about Baek Vong? Did he care? Was he truly willing to do these things? Was it only by doing them that he could continue enjoying a life of luxury? Even if he did it willingly, it still made her feel uncomfortable. She said, "If you don't want to attend tomorrow night's dinner, don't go home. I'll explain it to grandmother." Baek Vong paused for several seconds, killing intent flashing in his eyes. You know, Qi Lang looked at him, cold sweat breaking out. From that reaction, it seemed she had guessed correctly. She pretended not to understand. What do you mean? You're still seriously injured. There will be many people at the family dinner tonight. It would be exhausting if you have to socialize while hurt. He was becoming suspicious again. Why could he not trust anyone? She absolutely could not reveal any flaw. He gently caressed her face. Since you care about me so much, how about dying with me? She was speechless. Every other word out of his mouth was about death. Was his life really that miserable? Seeing the panic on her face, Baek Vong frowned unhappily. He then stepped forward and gripped her throat. What? You don't want? Qi Lang said, I want to live. He gave a cold laugh. Then why did you say you like me? Is living so good? What is so good about living? There are sunrises and sunsets, mountains and rivers, and all things growing and flourishing. Murderous intent appeared in his eyes. That's right. And there's a blind woman like you, whose entire family is dead, who was bullied by classmates, and who could not even get an abortion when she wanted one. Qi Lang, it's been 5 years. Can you tell whether you're in the world of the living or in hell? His words shook Qi Lang, reminding her of the fire from that year. She suddenly snapped back to her senses. His words were chilling. He continued, actually, dying isn't difficult. It's much simpler than being unable to live or die. Burn to death, hang yourself, jump from a building, or cut yourself once here, and it's all over. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. He continued tightening his grip on her throat. What do you think? Want to try it? It's lonely for me to go alone. We can go together and make it livelier. She struggled to speak. Whether this is the human world or hell, I want to live. Why? For those who have left, and for the memories of living with them that are carved deep into my mind. Leaving this world is easy, but what if I cannot reunite with my family after leaving, and instead those memories disappear? That's why I want to live. I have to live. Baek Vong continued tightening his grip around her throat, but she still said firmly, because I didn't kill myself over the past 5 years, I had the chance to meet you. For that reason alone, I feel that life is worth living. Baek Vong froze. What? Meeting me makes her feel that life is worth living? He let go of her and sneered. Are you still fantasizing about being with me in the future? You certainly know how to dream. She was furious inside. Did this man even understand the point she was making? Just how much did he think she liked him? Yet outwardly, she still spoke gently. I know I'm not worthy of being with you until the end, but I hope you can wait for the person who will make you feel that life is beautiful. I hope the two of you can spend the rest of your lives happily together. Be patient. That person will definitely appear. Baek Vong was stunned again for several seconds. Someone like me, with no future, talking about the future is a joke. That person will never appear. He said coldly, I'm tired. I want to sleep, then get some rest. I'll be leaving. It was finally over. She headed toward the elevator. The moment the elevator doors closed, she collapsed to the floor. Her entire body was weak as she panted, her stomach cramping in waves. Baek Vong was truly impossible to understand. What exactly was he thinking? If she had said one unpleasant thing just now, she probably would not have survived. She would not even be here anymore. Could she really hold on until she divorced him? The more she thought about it, the more her head hurt. All she could do was hold her head and sigh. Why did surviving suddenly feel so difficult? Back at the back residence, Kwang Fu Sin said, Miss Chi Lang, why didn't you go downstairs to greet the master when he returned? After all, you are the eldest daughter-in-law of the House of Baek. If you do not greet your father-in-law the first time you meet him, people will talk. She smiled. Going down there would only embarrass him. Who here considers me a daughter-in-law? If I went down and pretended to welcome him, they might dislike me even more. She lay happily on the bed, waiting for dinner. I'll rest for a while. Once the banquet begins, I can eat. Before her happiness even lasted 4 seconds, someone called from outside. Madam requests that the young madam come downstairs. Lok Ki Lang sighed helplessly. It seemed she could not keep lying down. As soon as she went downstairs, she heard them talking. Those people in Fonglin district have occupied that land for years. They think they can cover the sky with one hand. Do they really take the House of Baek for a paper tiger? That is only because the House of Baek was not serious about it before. If Big Brother wants to act, would those old foxes dare refuse to hand it over? Haha, well said. Big Brother must have a drink later. Baek Fong, the second son, is 20 already, isn't he? I think he should come back. He can study while gaining experience. Once he has enough experience, he can inherit the group. What do you know? Studying anywhere is all about building connections. I even heard that a princess named Lisa once confessed to him. Haha, it looks like our young Master Fong will soon become a royal son-in-law. It is only some small country. Our Big Brother would never choose that sort of daughter-in-law. Listening to them, Lok Chi Lang fell into thought. To this glamorous family, Baek Vong was nothing. Perhaps Baek Vong was a bad person, but among these people, who dared claim to be clean? Old Madam Baek spoke. Chi Lang, you're here. Come and make tea for your father-in-law. Lok Chi Lang did not quite understand what Old Madam Baek meant. She looked at Baek Tran Van's expression. He was neither pleased nor angry, and she could not guess what he was thinking. Old Madam Baek said, the tea is on your right, and your father-in-law is across from you. Go offer him a cup. Though she did not understand Old Madam Baek's intention, she could not disobey. Respectfully, she said, Father, please have some tea. Baek Tran Van said coldly, the food has all been served. Eat first. Old Madam Baek said again, Tran Van, this is the daughter-in-law Baek Vong married and the eldest granddaughter-in-law of the family. Your mother and Tom Lam are watching. As her father-in-law, it will be discourteous for you not to attend. Hung Lam's my. That's right. Chi Lang is very good, and she is beautiful too. Buck Tran Van was helpless. This girl's demeanor and bearing truly were not bad. He had just returned, so there was no need to make trouble with his mother. He might as well comply with her wishes. Thus, he accepted Lok Chi Lang's cup of tea. How is your health? Since you were pregnant, you should rest more. Old Madam Baek said, wait, Chi Lang. Your wedding to Baek Vong was too rushed. That day, you were not formally introduced to the elders of the family. We'll make up for it today. First, offer tea to your second uncle. Humai Din and UC Van Phi were somewhat confused. What was going on? No one liked her after she married into the House of Baek. So why was the old lady defending her? Lok Chi Lang was helpless as well and could only obey Old Madam Baek by offering tea to everyone. Old Madam Baek said, Chi Lang, you have worked hard. Sit beside me. This is chicken soup stewed with goji berries. Drink some to nourish your body. Thank you, grandmother. She thought to herself, I have drawn the attention of the House of Baek now. This is not a good thing. Hamai Din said pointedly, grandmother dotes on Chi Lang the most. No wonder she can do whatever she wants at home. Old Madam Baek said angrily, what nonsense are you saying? Hamai Din replied, last time, she stepped on Little Xing's foot and prevented him from playing in his football match. Even if she is the old lady's person, she cannot be this overbearing. Lok Chi Lang immediately put on a polite manner. Second aunt, back 10, I'm sorry. My eyesight is poor, so I made a mistake. In the future, I will try not to leave my room. You see, Van Phi added fuel to the fire. Do not be so petty. Shai Lang is pregnant. You cannot keep her locked in her room all the time. Wouldn't that be like imprisonment? When did I ever say I wanted to lock her up? She is the one who thinks she is a burden. Lok Chi Lang put on a pitiful expression. Yes, third aunt is right. It is all my fault. Old Madam Back said, it is not your fault. Sit down, Ji Lang. Let us see who dares bully you. I know exactly what happened that day. Back 10, your mother may not know who was right and who was wrong, but you know better than anyone, don't you? Back 10 hurriedly admitted his fault. Grandmother, I know I was wrong. Since you know, we will let the matter end here. Hamai Din said angrily, forget it. The old lady insists on protecting this woman. It is truly infuriating. Back 10 asked, where is Big Brother? Why has he not arrived yet? Back Vong is unwell and is resting at the villa in Imperial River Court. So he is not coming back tonight. I thought you were so capable, sister-in-law. You came into the family and immediately took control, but he will not even come home for the family dinner. He definitely does not want to see you. Lok Chi Lang thought to herself, Back 10 was young, yet he already knew how to speak in circles. Today was a family banquet celebrating Back Tran Van's return. If Back Vong did not come back, was it because he did not want to see her, or because he did not want to see Back Tran Van? Second uncle said to Back Tran Van, you cannot keep letting Back Vong do whatever he wants. What do you mean by that, second uncle? Back Vong really is unwell this time. I will have a doctor go see him later. That is right. The boy is rarely at home. It is our fault as his elders if we do not show concern. Second uncle continued, Tran Van is his father. Even if he is ill, should he not return to fulfill his filial duty? Besides, is he truly sick? Do we not know his temperament? A few days ago, at the House of Kung, he humiliated the eldest son of the House of Vong. His temper is exceptionally violent. Not only that, he kicked the owner of the Black Peach Club until he coughed up blood. Back Vong spent 15 years outside and was corrupted by all those bad habits. He used to be bright and clever as a child, but now he has become vicious, cruel, and disrespectful toward his elders. Second uncle continued, Big Brother, if you pity him for suffering and refuse to teach him properly, the House of Back will not merely be slandered by the press every day. Back Tran Van folded his arms and contemplated this. Second uncle was right. Ever since Back Vong returned, everyone had treated the House of Back as a joke. Back Vong was far better than that boy. After all, Big Brother had personally raised him. He was capable and responsible. Lok Chi Lang sat there listening, silently reminding herself, the House of Back has nothing to do with me, and neither do its people. Yet she truly could not bear to listen anymore. She set down her spoon with a crisp clink. Second uncle, Back Vong truly is unwell and cannot return. He was injured on Nanyang Road, right next to the plot of land the House of Back just acquired. The moment she finished speaking, everyone fell silent and stared at her blankly. Back Tran Van said displeasedly, what are you talking about? I am merely explaining that Back Vong was not deliberately being unfilial, so that second uncle will not misunderstand him. Back Tran Van's face darkened, and he said nothing more. At that moment, Back Vong returned. His entrance took her completely by surprise. The eldest young master has returned. Lok Ki Lang froze. She had thought he would not come back. Back Tin's eyes lit up as he shouted, Big Brother is back. But Hamai Din held him tightly and would not let him go forward. Back Vong said little. He walked straight over, pulled out a chair, and sat beside Lok Chi Lang. She asked, how is your injury? It will not kill me, so I dragged myself here for this meal. Hamai Din said, let us eat. Back Vong has returned at just the right time. Butler, is the soup ready? Hurry and bring it out. Back Vong is injured and needs nourishment. Lok Chi Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Since Back Vong had returned, they probably would not keep speculating. A few seconds later, the soup was brought to the table. The instant she smelled its fragrance, Lok Chi Lang turned her head to look and saw Back Vong's expression turn extremely grim. Ushe von Fleischmoiled. Back Vong, this is a special soup made from the meat of 3 lambs. It is very nourishing. Try it. Lok Shai Long was stunned. Lamb soup? Did Back Tran Van not know that his son was traumatized by sheep? She herself did not even dare count sheep in front of him, yet they were making him eat lamb. Back Tran Van said, if you do not even dare face the past, how can you accomplish anything great? You see, even Phi added, try some Back Vong. This is your father's thoughtfulness. Lok Chi Lang looked at the bowl of soup and could even see a sheep's eye in it. She suddenly felt nauseated. Baek Vong remained silent, rose to his feet, and left. Baek Tran Van said furiously, "What are you doing? Do you still have any respect for your father and the elders of this family?" Baek Vong gave a cold laugh, as though he had not heard his father's rebuke. Baek Tran Van continued to scold him. "I think you're trying to rebel. Van Dat, tie him up and punish him according to the family rules." Old Madam Baek wanted to stop him, but Baek Tran Van was unwavering. "If you stop me, mother, then do not let me run the house of Baek from now on." Baek Vong could not leave because two people blocked his way. Lok Chi Lang felt sick to her stomach and could not stop herself from retching. Seeing her like that, Baek Vong immediately flipped the entire dining table over. "If you do not want to eat in peace, then no one eats." Everyone was horrified. "Baek Vong, what are you doing? How unfilial. Did you never go to school? You have no sense of respect or propriety. You are truly a bastard who came back from a gambling den." Hamai Din also added, "The eldest young master has gone too far." You see, Van Phi hurriedly stepped forward to help Baek Tran Van wipe himself off. "Are you all right?" "Bok Vong Glan stot Lok Shilong." She said, "Grandmother, do not blame Baek Vong. The smell of this lamb soup is too strong. I felt uncomfortable the moment I smelled it." She pretended to be weak. "He only wanted to move the bowl of soup farther away from me, but he did not hold it steadily." Everyone was speechless. Was this girl blind? That action of Baek Vong's was called holding a bowl. He had clearly flipped the table. Old Madam Baek looked at Lok Chi Lang and thought to herself, "This child is trying to help Baek Vong out." She said, "Good girl. Grandmother knows Baek Vong did not do it deliberately. It was all Butler Van Dat's fault. You are pregnant. So how could he bring such strong-smelling lamb onto the table? All right, go back to your room and rest. Leave everything here to me." Lok Chi Lang quickly felt around until she touched Baek Vong, then took his hand and smiled. "Let's go." She cheerfully linked her arm through Baek Vong's, leaving him slightly bewildered. Baek Tran Van roared, "Baek Vong, take one step and see what happens." Baek Vong's face darkened. "You people enjoy making trouble, do you? Then do not blame me." Suddenly, Lok Chi Lang threw her arms around Baek Vong, leaving him bewildered. She looked at him and smiled. "Come with me, okay?" Faced with the beauty before him, Baek Vong found it difficult to control himself, but he still restrained himself. She added, "I do not want to be alone. I feel very unwell." He cooperatively picked her up gently and said, "Sorry, everyone. My wife got dirty, so we must return to our room first." Then he calmly left the dining room. Baek Tran Van trembled with anger. That unfilial son. Stop him at once. But old Madam Baek sternly shouted, "Enough, Tran Van. You can be in charge of this family and the group, but can this old woman be in charge of Chi Lang's womb?" Stunned by old Madam Baek's imposing presence, Tran Van did not dare refute her. She said emotionally, "Chi Lang is pregnant. Absolutely nothing can happen to her. She is unwell now, so the couple must be allowed to return to their room and rest. If anyone is dissatisfied, say it openly. This old woman will personally bear the responsibility." "You are being too harsh, old madam." Yes, it is only a minor matter. Let us continue eating." Why would old madam need to take responsibility? That would shorten the lives of us juniors. You see, Van Phi's face darkened as well. This was the first time Baek Vong had not been punished after angering Baek Tran Van. All her calculations had been for nothing, but it did not matter. There would be plenty of opportunities later. After dinner, a servant reported to Hamai Din, "Today the master did not go to the young madam's room. He went to the study. That woman, you see, Van Phi, only likes stirring up trouble and then acting weak before Baek Tran Van. I did not expect things would not go her way today. She must be furious right now." And tonight's banquet was truly strange. The old lady's attitude toward Chi Lang was very unusual. She was clearly supporting her and has acknowledged her as the eldest granddaughter-in-law. Do you think the old lady has decided Baek Vong is no good and changed her mind to support her biological grandson instead? The servant said, "The house of Baek has always passed its inheritance to the eldest son. If the eldest young madam truly gives birth to a son, that will be troublesome. What should we do?" While playing a game, Baek Tin muttered as he listened to the two women. "You two are so boring." Hamai Din scolded him. "You have played long enough. Why are you not going to practice fencing and show yourself off more before your father. Do not be useless all the time. If grandmother favors the eldest grandson, you will get nothing. This house was originally meant to belong to my eldest brother. Why are you younger concubines going to so much effort to fight over it? The more Din spoke, the angrier she became. She shouted, "What do you know? Playing games has made you stupid." Tin still looked indifferent. "Do you and father have a marriage certificate? If not, then you're just a concubine." Din was so angry she nearly smoked. "You see, Fai is already old. As long as I fight for it, sooner or later your father will marry me. Then my name can be entered into the back family genealogy." Tin said, "I'm already 8. If father wanted to marry you, what is he waiting for? Maybe in a few years, there'll be someone new. You'll grow old too, just like Aunt UC. I think it would be best to let big brother inherit the house of Back. Unlike second brother, who still has an aunt above his head. We should hurry and cling to big brother now. Otherwise, life will be difficult later." Din laughed. "You call him big brother all day long. What kind of potion did Back Vong give you? Cling to him? I cannot be bothered. I only want to sit back and watch the two sides fight each other to the death." Tin said helplessly, "You are 30 and still this naive. You really are beyond saving." Din was driven mad by her son's words and shouted, "What did you say? Did I give birth to you, or did you give birth to me?" In the bathroom, Lok Chi Lang bathed while lost in thought. What I did at dinner tonight really was foolish. Even if Back Vong had been punished, all I needed to do afterward was bring him a bowl of hot soup and show some concern. Why did I act on impulse? Now I have even offended Back Tranvan. The more she thought about it, the more her head hurt. Forget it. These troublesome matters are settled for now. I should stop thinking about them. I've been bathing for so long. Back Vong must have left already. He argued with his father, so why would he still stay here? Yet when she opened the door, she found Back Vong still sitting on the bed. Oh no, tonight, she could only sleep on the sofa. He was holding something in his hand, one of her toys. Seeing him touch her things made her angry. This man was even wearing her bracelet and playing with her toy. Why did he always pick the things she cared about most? Suddenly, he raised his head to look at her. She immediately returned to her obedient, harmless appearance. He glanced at her and said hoarsely, "Wearing such a short nightgown, was that deliberate? You say you are unworthy and do not want to fantasize about me. But look at you. The moment you came into the room, you took a bath. The implication is far too obvious." She calmly turned her face away. "I will buy 2 more sets of sleepwear next time." Back Vong smiled casually. "Where are you going? Come here." She turned around. What did he want now? After thinking for a few seconds, he pointed to his lap. "Sit here." She asked suspiciously, "Sit where?" "Sit. Kilangrord inwardly." There isn't even a chair. Is he expecting me to sit on his lap? Is he doing this on purpose? This is infuriating. But she still had to maintain a gentle demeanor. "I can't see, but I can hear what you're doing. Don't bully me." Back Vong lazily loosened his tie. "I merely told you to sit on my lap. How is that bullying you? I haven't even exercised on top of you yet." Her face instantly flushed red. "That's not what I meant." "What kind of thing is that to say?" "Then what did you mean?" He swiftly pulled her into his arms, startling her. She struggled desperately. "Bots Von, I'm pregnant." "Chilang, you're playing hard to get right in front of me. You'd better know when to stop." He simply tugged at her clothing, but she backed away to avoid him, only to find there was nowhere to retreat. "Back Vong, are you sure about this? I don't have much patience. I won't give you too many chances." She merely said softly, "I've thought it through." He grabbed the strap of her dress, his expression terrifyingly cold. She was clearly trying to seduce him on purpose, yet she did not dare be intimate with him. Chilang was somewhat flustered as well. She had no idea what mood he was in now. It would be troublesome if he came to hate her over this. Fine, she would placate him first. "Back Vong, you are very important to me. That is why I don't dare drag you down, not even for a momentary pleasure. I hope the person by your side will be someone worthy of you." Then she added with a smile, "Besides, lamb really does smell gamey. I don't like it. If it's something I dislike, there is nothing to regret even if I never tasted in my life." Back Vong heard the implication in her words. He was silent for a long time, his heart heavy. Soon, he said quietly, "Chilang, don't be so self-righteous. You don't understand me." She blurted out, "But I hope you can live well." How long could her hope last? A month? 2 months? A year? After saying that, he decisively rose to his feet. He tossed the toy back to her, slammed the door, and left the room. Once Back Vong was gone, She finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had escaped another disaster. The bed was still hers tonight. Wonderful. Early the next morning, Fu Xin was still yawning. Why are you leaving so early today? The auction is in a few days. We have a meeting today to finalize the program. Besides, grandmother valued me so highly last night that someone will surely come attest me. Leaving early will save me some trouble. Fu Xin sudenli understood. Right, that makes sense. Just then, a servant came over. Young madam, Madam you see would like to speak with you. Kilang sighed helplessly. She was still one step too late. She hurried toward the sitting room. The moment she entered, she saw Kung Tu Hoa. Why was she here too? You see, Van Phi spoke up. Chi Lang, you're here. Come, sit down. Shi Long politely greeted her. Aunt You See had summoned her for a chat. It certainly could not be for anything good. When Kung Tu Hoa saw Chi Lang, she was startled. How had this woman managed to climb so high and enter the house aback? Madam You See had called her here, and she had thought she was getting lucky. Who knew she would be walking straight into danger? Chi Lang would definitely bully her. You see, Van Phi said, these are this season's new designs. I think their style suits you very well, so I asked you here to choose some clothes. If you wear these, you definitely won't match anyone else. Soon, the maids brought out 2 rows of brand new, glittering clothes. Even Kung Tu Hoa could not help exclaiming, how generous. Kilang smiled. Thank you, Aunt You See, but I can't see anything, so it makes no difference what I wear. As long as I have clothes to wear, that is enough. There's no need to waste them on me. You see, Van Phi replied with a smile. A girl can never have too many clothes. This is merely a small token of my affection. You cannot refuse it. If you cannot choose, I'll choose for you. Bring out all the newest designs. Chi Lang fell into thought again. You see, Van Phi was doing this because she wanted to draw Chi Lang into her camp. You see, Van Phi went on and on. This dress suits you very well. Keep it. The pattern is elegant too. And this one, when I went to a jewelry exhibition last time, I fell for it first sight. This bracelet has 39 colored diamonds. Consider it a meeting gift. Chi Lang said, how could I accept such a precious gift from you, Aunt You See? It's all right. I'll be happy if you accept it. She insisted on pressing the bracelet into Chi Lang's hand. Actually, I like you from the first time I met you. I know you have only recently entered the house of Back and are still unfamiliar with everything. Back Vong has that sort of temperament, so if you suffer any grievance, tell Aunt You See. I heard Kung Tu Hoa bullied you before. Just tell me how you want me to help you vent your anger. Kung Tu Hoa stood beside them, breaking out in a cold sweat. The music was too loud, and she could not hear what they were saying at all. But why did they keep looking at her? Kilan pondered. You see, Van Phi had put so much effort into this, giving her gifts and offering to help her get revenge. Her goodwill was unmistakable, but there was no such thing as a free lunch. If Chi Lang accepted everything this time, you see, Van Phi would certainly make demands next time. In any case, she would leave sooner or later. She should not be dragged into the house of Back's internal struggle. She decisively returned the bracelet. Rising to her feet, she said, "Thank you for your kindness, Aunt You See, but this bracelet is too precious. I cannot accept it." You see, Van Phi's face immediately darkened. This girl actually dared refuse her? Was she planning to cling to Back Vong instead? How naive. She said, "You should accept this small gesture of kindness from me. After all, the others in the House of Back are not as easy to deal with as I am. A smart person knows how to behave. Back Vong is a wolf that crawled out of the mud. Wolves have no humanity. If you stay with him, forget about a future. You may not even be able to keep your life." Chi Lang remained utterly calm. "Thank you for the reminder, Aunt You See." With that, she turned and left without hesitation. What was going on? It seemed their conversation had not gone very pleasantly. How did Madam You See know Chi Lang? You see, Van Phi gave a cold laugh. Someone gets a taste of sweetness and thinks she has victory in her grasp. I gave her an opportunity, but she did not know to seize it. Instead, she dares to dream of things she should not. Girls these days are far too impulsive. So that's how it is. From what you said, Madam, Chi Lang has already slept with Back Vong and wants to climb even higher, which is why you summoned her. Someone like Chi Lang dares to aim so high. Wake up. I'll make sure she loses all reputation. As Chi Lang walked away, she suddenly stopped. She thought to herself, I rejected you, see Van Phi. She will certainly scheme against me later. How can I avoid the House of Bak's infighting? There is only one person who can help me now. She said, hurry and take me to grandmother. Bak Vong had unexpectedly been standing upstairs, watching everything unfold. He took out a cigarette and thought, so they have already come to her door? Her little feelings for him probably would not last through this month. This time, she had completely betrayed him. He called someone and instructed, investigate immediately. Find out exactly what you see, Van Phi said to Chi Lang. Chi Lang went to see grandmother, and the two drank tea together. Grandmother said, I heard about your meeting with UC Van Phi. I also understand why you came to see me. In the House of Bak, I can protect you and help you avoid trouble. But I have one condition. I hope you can help Bak Vong reclaim what rightfully belongs to him. Chi Lang broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Grandmother had treated her so well, yet this was the condition. Grandmother continued, Bak Vong is the eldest grandson of the direct line of the House of Bak. One day, the House of Bak should be handed over to him. But in recent years, he has been far too reckless. Help me change him. Chi Lang thought, Bak Vong called me before, which made grandmother mistakenly believe he listened to me. What a pity. She said, I'm sorry, grandmother, but I'm afraid I can't do that. You can. I have lived this long. I do not misjudge people. Chi Lang, consider it my plea. As long as you can do this, you'll be Bak Vong's wife. The old master will personally open the ancestral hall and let you pay respects to the ancestors. She coldly pulled her hand back. Grandmother, I do not have that ability. I truly am sorry. Why? You clearly care about Bak Vong, just as I do. If that were not the case, why would you defend that child? You care about Bak Vong, but your heart does not belong to the House of Bak, does it? Seeing her attitude, the old madam understood that Chi Lang was tacitly admitting it. The old madam sighed, her expression sorrowful. I understand. I want some quiet for a while. Go now. Chi Lang quickly turned and left. But she could not help looking back at the old madam. She saw that grandmother was crying. Not long ago, Chi Lang's own grandmother had protected her in the same way. But she could not become involved in the House of Bak civil war. She still had a plan to restore the House of Locke. Nothing could go wrong. Soon, Return Pavilion began its first ever auction, and everyone arrived enthusiastically. Feng Chan said, this is the first time a tea house has held an auction. Everyone finds it novel and is very pleased. Miss has always wanted to take part in the House of Lee's auction. Apart from making money, you also want to use this opportunity to enter the auction world and search for the old belongings of the House of Locke, right? She smiled. That's right. Expanding our connections in auction circles will make it easier to gather information. As long as today goes well, Miss will definitely be able to recover what you want. She smiled. Yes, I hope so. She looked downstairs. She saw Fu Xin talking with a young man. Little Fu Xin, she thought. That girl really is something. After this was over, she would have Fu Xin discuss the next procedures with the security company. Miss, why do you spoil her so much? You even let her work half the day and play for the other half. Chi Lang smiled as she watched Fu Xin, as though she were seeing her own carefree former self. She feared she would never be able to recover that feeling again. Just then, Kui Kan and Kung Tu Hoa entered as well, immediately setting everyone buzzing. Seeing them, Chi Lang was filled with confusion. What were those two doing here? The moment the two saw Bak Vong enter, their eyes widened in delight. Mr. Bak. Chi Lang looked at Bak Vong and could not help praising him inwardly. He was exceptionally charming today. She quickly steadied herself. Charming? Had seeing his body too many times given her some kind of illusion? Why was she thinking such nonsense? Feng Chan asked. Miss, should I go receive them? No need. I'll do it. Quicken said. Tu Hoa, I'm so sorry, but our little auction is even more romantic than your angel charity gala. Gung Tu Hoa Snot, this tiny place is so shabby. What is romantic about it? Why you have to speak so unpleasantly? You dragged me here to watch their auction, and now you call it shabby. Mr. Bak, what do you think? But Bak Vong could not be bothered at all. He did not participate in their conversation in the slightest. At that moment, Chi Lang came downstairs with an outstanding presence. Mr. Bak, Mr. Kui, Miss Kung, I'm delighted that you have all come. Quicken said happily, so Miss Locke is the owner here. I was deeply impressed by you at the House of Kung's banquet last time. As soon as he finished speaking, Bak Vong shot him a cold look. That gaze was like a dagger, making even Kui can tense up. Kidang smiled. Would the three of you prefer a private room, or would you like to look around at the displayed items? Bak Vong said, anywhere is fine. Just don't make a fuss. Then I'll make the arrangements. Chi Lang could not help breaking out in a sweat. Bak Vong had come here on his own. Was it really just a coincidence? Everyone sat together in a private room and chatted. Watching Qi Lang make tea, Quicken felt that she looked somewhat familiar. He seemed to have seen this tea-making motion somewhere before. She said, "Perhaps it is simply because I look too ordinary. Mr. Kui, please try our tea and see whether it suits your taste. Mr. Back, please. This Wooey Dragon well, tea tastes rather special. Even a blind person knows how to flatter others. Lok Chi Lang, you certainly understand the ways of the world much better than you did in school." Quicken also teased, "All right, young proprietress. Didn't you buy that bracelet at a bargain price at your auction? Why do you keep bringing this up? Young proprietress, don't mind her. She's putting on her spoiled young lady act again." Kilang smiled. "It's all right." Quicken continued, "You've done a fine job with this auction. Those worthless trinkets do not need to be arranged so elaborately. One day, I'll have my family send over a few good items so you can hold a grander auction. As long as you are satisfied, Mr. Kui." "Of course I'm satisfied, with both the tea and the person." Bak Vong looked at Qi Lang, lost in thought. Then he lazily lifted his teacup, deliberately revealing the bracelet on his wrist. Quicken glanced at it and burst out laughing, choking on his tea. That was the very bracelet Lok Qi Lang had bought at the auction. The two had even left together in the same car that night. Could it really be true? Kung Tu Hoa was even more consumed by jealousy. No wonder Madame Yusi valued Qi Lang so highly. Not only had Qi Lang climbed into Bak Vong's bed, but she was so alluring that Bak Vong even wore the bracelet she had bought. Quicken thought to himself, no wonder Bak Vong suddenly felt like coming for tea. He was not here for tea at all. He was here to see the young proprietress. Quicken teased, "Did you really sleep with her? Whether it's true or false does not matter. What matters is whether young Master Kui is satisfied." Quicken broke out in a cold sweat. "I misspoke. Bak Vong, I've only met her twice, and you were there both times. How many more times do you want to meet her? Not even once. I don't want to meet her again. Since Bak Vong is here too, Tu Hoa and I will drink tea downstairs. You and the young proprietress can sit upstairs." Qi Lang was startled upon hearing this. Sometimes having overly sharp hearing was truly troublesome. Quicken said, "It can't be what I think it is, right?" She said, "I'll go prepare some food and bring it over." "Don't bother, little proprietress Locke. Mr. Back likes quiet. Take our Bak Vong upstairs." Kung Tu Hoa interjected. "Why does that sound like you're matchmaking?" "Matchmaking? That sounds awful. They're merely going upstairs for a meal, right, Bak Vong?" Looking at Bak Vong's expression, no one could guess what he was thinking. What do they say to satisfy him? Bak Vong said nothing. He merely swirled his teacup, making Qi Lang think inwardly. Is he deliberately letting me know that he will be unhappy if I refuse? So she could only go along with it. "It will be my honor, Mr. Bak." Bak Vong was extremely pleased with that answer. She really wanted to beat Kui Can to death. The two soon entered a room upstairs. "This is my lounge," he asked coldly. "Why did you call me up here?" Shai Long was speechless. His tone made it sound as though she had been the one to invite him upstairs. "As if I wanted to invite you up here." She forced a smile. "Didn't you want to see me?" He lifted her chin. "I wanted to see you? You think too highly of yourself." She said, "That's not what I meant. I only thought you had something to discuss with me." He snorted. "At least you're not completely stupid." He casually sat down on the sofa and calmly ate some pastries. "How much can this tea house make in a day for you not to care about 39 diamonds?" Kilang froze. So he knew everything. She said, "There are no free lunches in this world. If I accepted them, I would definitely have to obey her." He said, "You see, Van Phi holds a high position in Back Financial Group. She owns shares and is very generous. She has never treated people who work for her poorly." Qi Lang thought, no matter how generous she is, I do not want to get involved in the House of Back's power struggle. She said, "No matter how much she offers me, I don't want it." "Why?" he asked. She answered smoothly, "My value to Madame UC comes from the fact that I am currently your temporary wife. Whether she wants to win me over, join forces with you, or plot against you, I cannot allow you to be harmed." Bak Vong said meaningfully, "I won't give you 39 diamonds." She thought, who wants them? But on the surface, she still smiled brilliantly. "I already told you, being able to meet you is enough to satisfy me. So even if 1,000 diamonds were placed before me, I would not betray you." After she said that, Bak Vong fell into thought again, uncertain whether he should doubt her or believe her. Very soon, he walked over and pulled her close. He gripped her by the throat. "Then I'll wait and see whether a windfall like you is really useless after all." How did I become a windfall? Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out outside. "Bring out your proprietress, and get the head of the house of Kui out here, too." I can't believe a tiny tea house like this dared to sell counterfeit goods at an auction. Do they think we can't tell real from fake? Call the police. Fu Sing Zhu Set In. Chi Lang, this is bad. A lot of people are saying our collectibles are fake. How many are causing trouble? About half. The other half are completely confused. Everyone wants an explanation. What should we do? I'll go take a look. Before leaving, she instructed Baek Vong, get some rest. There are drinks on the table. If you want anything to eat, just ask Fu Sin to get it for you. I'm heading downstairs first. Was she treating him like a child? She smiled again. Isn't it nice to be pampered like a child? You don't like it? Baek Vong was unexpectedly a little moved. Who wants to be a child? Downstairs, the uproar continued. Bring out your proprietress. Kung tu was umai. It seems the house of Kui has taken quite a hit this time. Wake up a little. Kui kan kuse inwali. The house of Kui had held auctions for so many years without a single scandal. Lok Chi Lang was truly short-sighted to cause such trouble. It was infuriating. Kilang gurid downstairs. Everyone, please don't panic. I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Who are you? Why do you have to explain anything? Just as Chi Lang was about to introduce herself, Kung Tu Hoa stepped forward. Everyone, please watch your language. Proprietress Lok Chi Lang is the owner of Return Pavilion. Even if her eyesight is poor, you shouldn't bully her. The proprietor of Return Pavilion is blind? No wonder she sold fakes. She's completely unreliable. The crowd erupted into noisy curses. Whoop dai kung tu hua. Lok Chi Lang, let's see how you turn this around. Chi Lang also understood that Kung Tu Hua had deliberately come here for this. The crowd continued to berate her, and some even demanded refunds. Kung Tu Hoa quickly stepped forward, picked up a plate, and pretended to be concerned. Everyone, these collectibles have all undergone professional appraisal. They absolutely cannot be fake. The dates of the tribute items have all been authenticated, and every plate bears Chi Lang's mark on the bottom. If you're going to make counterfeits, at least make them convincing. Don't be so sloppy. Then, in a mocking tone, she added, you're certainly bold. These collectibles are worth over 10 million in total. The compensation alone would be at least 10 times that amount. The House of Kui Auction House and the Tea House completed their handover before the auction began, so don't even think about shifting the blame to the House of Kui. You can only compensate for it yourself. Relying on a man won't be enough. Chi Lang remained calm as she picked up the plate. Leaving kung tuha utli papa. Kilang smiled. These fakes really are terribly crude. Her words implied that this scheme was far from clever. The crowd immediately shouted again. You're absolutely despicable. You actually brought cheap market goods to an auction. Call the police. Chi Lang said gravely, we can't call the police. Kung tuwagean adawang sumai. Chi Lang, if you haven't done anything shady, why won't you let them call the police? Chi Lang said, Mr. Kui, may I speak to you privately for a moment? Kung tuwas mai muli. Did I hit a nerve? Are you planning to secretly swap in the real items and pretend nothing happened? The crowd protested again. No, you must give us an explanation. Quicken said coldly, if you have something to say, proprietress Locke, say it here. Uncle Fong. Fong-chan promptly stepped forward. Our young proprietress would like everyone to watch a surveillance video. Please take a look. After each auction ends, we temporarily store the items here. The problematic items were taken away through the cooperation of these two people. Once everyone watched the footage, they were stunned. It was indeed true, but why had this happened? Chi Lang explained that the thieves were highly skilled and had used advanced technology to alter the surveillance footage. However, she had been careful enough to install an additional hidden camera, making it difficult for anyone to infiltrate unnoticed. Kung Tu Hoa said angrily, it's only a small auction. Was there really any need to be so cautious? Kilang smiled. Because I can't afford the compensation, I had to be careful. Kung Tu Hoa was so angry she could barely stand it. She had indeed underestimated her. Just then, a security officer stepped forward. Mr. Kui, after proprietress Locke discovered the problem and ordered an investigation, we found that these two were former employees of our company. I suspect they accepted considerable benefits to do this, so we decided to investigate whoever was behind them. Our investigation found that these two were responsible for transporting the items, and they also took these photographs as evidence. The person who arranged the sale of the stolen goods is Wang Xing, 45 years old, and works in real estate. He is affiliated with the House of Kong, and the vehicle also belongs to the House of Kong. Kung tuwa imeditan fao guti. The crowd began whispering among themselves. Could the House of Kung have orchestrated all of this? Quicken understood as well. We're supposed to be friends, yet you schemed against my family's auction. Kung Tu Hoa stammered. This has nothing to do with me. I don't know anything. Embarrassed and furious, she shouted. You made enemies elsewhere, so why drag me into this? I'm going home to have my father deal with it. With that, Kung Tu Hoa left as well. Chi Lang watched her for several seconds, then said to Kui Kan, the truth is clear now. I didn't want to call the police because once the police became involved, the items would be held as evidence and would be difficult to retrieve quickly. I see. Proprietress Locke has truly thought this through. Everyone privately thought that buyers would certainly dislike items that had been investigated by the police. She truly was clever. Feng Chan said solemnly to the crowd. What happened today was an unforeseen incident. We hope for your understanding. We have prepared gift boxes for everyone as an apology. Our proprietor has also said that you are welcome to visit the tea house often in the future and enjoy complimentary tea for life. Everyone rushed to praise her. The proprietress is too generous. She's so young, yet so intelligent and skilled at winning people over. Not bad at all. Chi Lang said, Mr. Kui, please apologize to Madam Kui on my behalf. Today's incident was entirely my fault. Kung Tu Hoa was targeting me, and I absolutely do not want it to affect the relationship between our two families. Quicken said, young proprietress, don't say that. That girl was simply being foolish. Don't worry. You handled this auction exceptionally well and with great care. We will have many more opportunities to work together in the future. Kilang smiled epidi. That's good, then. Inwardly, she thought that Kung Tu Hoa probably would not come looking for trouble again anytime soon. That was an unexpected blessing. Once everything had been properly settled, Chi Lang was in an excellent mood. When she returned to the lounge, she found Baek Vong so exhausted that he had fallen asleep with his eyes closed. There had been such a commotion downstairs, yet he had still managed to sleep. She had to admit that even she was captivated when Baek Vong slept peacefully. But only when he was asleep did she not have to rack her brains trying to figure out how to get along with him. Then she would let him have a pleasant dream. She quietly sat in a chair and put on her headphones to listen to music. In that space, there were only the two of them, and it was incredibly quiet. He slept with his eyes closed while she listened to the gentle music she liked. After a long while, he opened his eyes. The first thing he saw upon waking was Chi Lang's profile. The scene was beautiful, peaceful, and enchanting. He stared at her in a daze for a long time before making the slightest sound. She started, "You're awake." He turned away and gave a quiet hum. "Have some warm water. Fu Sin said you were asleep, so I didn't dare cover you with a blanket. I was afraid I'd wake you. Aren't you cold?" As he drank the water, he thought, she even remembers my habits. Only then did he look at the time, surprised to discover that he had slept for so long. Why had Baek Vong not mentioned his next appointment? Was he planning to stay at the tea house forever? But she could not chase him away, or how would she protect her own life? So she said, "Baek Vong, are you free tonight? Grandmother misses you. Would you like to go home for dinner?" Seeing his expression change, she quickly added, "It's only a suggestion. If you don't want to, forget it. Are you hungry? Should I ask Fu Sin to make something for you?" He turned his face away and snorted, leaving her a little confused. What was that supposed to mean? Meanwhile, at the house of Baek, grandmother personally went into the kitchen, astonishing everyone. Today, the eldest young master had voluntarily come home for dinner. Unlike before, when grandmother had to practically force him to return every time, so she was especially delighted. Baek Vong himself could not understand it either. He sat at home watching television, feeling strange. There was nothing worth watching. Had he gone mad to come home? Grandfather was overjoyed to see Baek Vong home. He doesn't refrain from violence. He doesn't refrain from debauchery. And he got her pregnant. He's utterly outrageous. Chi Lang was alarmed by his words. "Grandfather, you can't say things like that." Baek Vong laughed. "Grandfather, you have plenty of children and grandchildren yourself. How old were you when you finally gave up your wild ways?" Grandfather waved his hand. "Chi Lang is a girl. How can you say such things in front of her? That's far too improper." Chi Lang said, "Grandfather, let's continue our game." Grandfather asked, "Chi Lang, what do you want to give up?" "False speech." She was bewildered. Does false speech mean lying? She laughed. I'm not even married yet, so I don't need to give up so many things. Inwardly, she thought that she was hardly as kind and pure as that. Grandfather said, You don't want to give up Vaughn, do you? Let grandfather tell you, my eldest grandson is no good at all. Everyone says that boy is cruel and wicked. Come spend more time with your grandparents in the future, and we'll cherish you even more. Baek Vong's face went pale with anger. Chi Lang broke out in a cold sweat. Grandfather, that Vong means false speech. It means lies. Grandfather laughed. I know, but in your heart, you were thinking of Vong, my grandson, weren't you? No, grandfather, please don't talk nonsense. Grandmother said, hurry and eat. Stop teasing them. Yes, I'm coming. Grandmother took Chi Lang's hand. You're such a good child. Thank you. It was only a meal. Did grandmother really need to be so emotional? Grandmother said, I heard Madam Queen mention your tea house. She praised you greatly. Fortunately, you knew when to advance and when to retreat. So, the house of Quee's auction house was not smeared by the house of Kong. You're both clever and considerate. You praise me too much, grandmother. It was simply what I should have done. What a sensible child. Eat more. Baek Vong, you should eat too. The braised beef is very tender. He refused coldly. Grandmother, you don't need to serve me food. Grandmother looked slightly disappointed at her grandson's rejection. Grandfather was displeased. Why won't you listen to anyone? Are you asking for a beating? He picked up his chopsticks as if to strike Baek Vong, but before he could, Chi Lang blocked the blow for him, startling everyone. It had merely been an instinctive reaction, and Chi Lang quickly withdrew her hand. No one knew what Baek Vong was thinking, but he stared fixedly at her. Grandmother said, quickly, bring the medicine kit. How could you hit her so hard? It's all right, grandmother. It doesn't hurt anymore. She had acted for so long that she had become too immersed in the role, instinctively blocking the strike. Grandmother said, don't put on too much medicine. Baek Vong, help Chi Lang apply some medicine. Grandmother is old, and her eyesight is poor. It's all right, grandmother. I can do it myself. Grandfather asked Chi Lang apologetically. Are you all right? I'm really fine. Grandfather, please eat. After dinner, we can keep playing with the puppets. Yes. The servants reported all these scenes to Hamai Din. They were happily eating and drinking outside, and it was said that grandmother had even secretly asked several people for their opinions about the air. Hamai Din was furious when she heard this. Grandmother had already gone this far, yet you see Van Phi still was not anxious. How could she simply watch Lok Chi Lang bear grandson? At that moment, a servant came up with a vicious plan. If you see Van Phi won't make a move, then we will. Then we can place all the blame on her. We'll kill two birds with one stone. What do you think? Hamai Din revealed a ruthless expression. Wait a little longer. I'm willing to bet that you see Van Phi is plotting something in secret. She won't be able to hold out much longer. At the same time, you see Van Phi receive news from the tea house in her room. She cursed, Kung Tu Hoa is truly useless. I told her to deal with Lok Chi Lang, yet she only brought trouble upon herself. What do we do now, madam? If we wait until grandmother announces the old inheritance rules, we won't get anything at all. Hamai Din said, no matter what happens, we cannot let the blame fall on us. Find a way to provoke conflict between Lok Chi Lang and Hamai Din. Then it would be best if Hamai Din makes the first move. I understand, madam. At that moment, Baek Vong and Lok Chi Lang were walking together in grandmother's garden. Why did you walk into me? Don't you watch where you're going? I couldn't see the road in the first place. Oh, I forgot you're blind. But why do I feel that sometimes you seem more normal than ordinary people? Chi Lang felt a little guilty. Her vision had recovered for some time now, and she was adapting better and better. Pretending to be blind was becoming less and less convincing. So she put on a troubled expression. But I've forgotten what ordinary people are like. You only went blind last year. She gave a soft acknowledgement and lifted her head to look toward the distant sky. Today is the 15th, isn't it? Is the moon very full? If he kept staring at her like that, he would discover the truth. She needed to change the subject quickly. He looked up at the moon. It's fairly round. She continued, my grandmother always treats the 15th day of every month like the Mid-Autumn Festival. When a moon is full, the whole family gathers for a reunion dinner. Baek Vong sighed with a smile. Isn't eating alone still eating? How strange. She smiled too. I suppose so. Under the night sky, a gentle breeze stirred Chi Lang's hair beneath the moonlight. Seeing this, Baek Vong felt that the moment was gentle and beautiful. Without realizing it, he kept staring at her, then casually brushed her hair back. He called her name. Lok Chi Lang. She responded with a puzzled hum. Looking at such a beauty, yet having to restrain himself, Baek Vong said irritably. If you don't intend to give it, then don't tempt other people. With that, he turned and left coldly. She was even more confused. When had she ever tempted him? After that night, Lok Chi Lang's days became very peaceful. Baek Vong did not return home, and she had no idea what he was busy with. Chi Lang was in high spirits, business was good, and she was busy at the tea house every day. With money in hand and free time to spare, she began considering collecting old belongings from the House of Lok. Before long, she found a new lead. The motorcycle her elder brother had once loved was right before her. Looking at the motorcycle, she remembered her eldest brother again. Little Seven, who do you want to inherit the House of Lok? Grandfather will listen to you. I want eldest brother. Oh, Little Seven trusts her brother that much. She hugged her brother. I trust you very much. You'll definitely manage this family well. But it would be even better if you gave me more candy afterward. All right. As long as Little Seven remembers to brush her teeth after eating candy, I won't punish you anymore. Look, Little Seven, once I finish fixing this motorcycle, it will definitely be even cooler. If I didn't have to inherit the family business, I would definitely become an incredible mechanic. Inwardly, she thought that she was hardly as kind and innocent as that. Looking at the motorcycle in the showroom, she recognized it as the one her eldest brother had loved most. Whenever he mentioned it, his eyes would light up as though they held an entire sky full of stars. It was something he treasured deeply. She had to buy it. Mr. Zhang stepped forward. Thank you for letting me come in for some water. I don't know why my throat feels so dry today. It's nothing, Mr. Zhang. You've worked hard today. Not at all. It's what I should do. A staff member said, I'm sorry, but the motorcycle displayed on our second floor is for exhibition only. It is not for sale. Chi Lang said, we truly want to buy it. Could you contact the owner? I'll arrange it for you. Our owner is entertaining guests in the VIP room across the hall. All right, we'll wait here. While they waited, Fu Xin picked up a pastry to eat, her eyes brightening. Mr. Zhang, have some cake. It's delicious. Just as Mr. Zhang was about to take a piece, his expression suddenly changed. He grabbed a stick beside him and struck Fu Xin, knocking her unconscious on the spot. Chi Lang was startled by the sound and turned toward Mr. Zhang. At that moment, he seemed like a completely different person. His face was filled with murderous rage. In a VIP room, a purple-haired man shouted loudly, Young Master Baek, I really don't know anything about what you want to ask me. Baek Vong remained calm. He refuses to talk. Be more thorough. Make it look like he committed suicide. The purple-haired man begged, Young Master Baek, please spare me. I'm only a motorcycle driver for the showroom. I know absolutely nothing about the affairs of your great families. Following orders, Lai Manhwa asked, Baek Vong, should we make him write a suicide note to make it more convincing? The purple-haired man grew even more terrified. No, please don't. Baek Vong merely said, have him write it in blood. As soon as he spoke, Lai Manhwa sliced the purple-haired man's hand, making him scream in pain. If you want me to write in blood, why did you cut my hand? Oops, my mistake. Sorry. I'll give you another cut then. Baek Vong continued to watch everything impassively. The purple-haired man cried out, Young Master Baek, you've done so much for the House of Baek. Since they won't let you inherit anyway, why work yourself to the bone for your younger brother? Lai Manhwa said helplessly, What nonsense are you spouting? You really are courting death. Sure enough, Baek Vong's gaze instantly turned razor-sharp. With only one look from him, the purple-haired man was terrified. Baek Vong stepped on his hand, making him shriek in agony. Help! Baek Vong said, Boss, if you really want to play, then Baek Vong, will play with you slowly. I can play with your family, too. The purple-haired man panicked. Don't touch my family. I'll tell you everything. 3 minutes later, Lai Manhwa came out with his full confession. As expected, several families had not given up on the withered maple forest and were still eyeing it greedily. If they submitted this evidence to the higher-ups, the House of Baek would still be able to deal with them. Baek Vong, you've rendered another great service to the House of Baek. Over the years, you've cleared away so many obstacles for the House of Baek, yet the Baek Corporation still hasn't given you a single share. It's truly unfair to you. But why did he not seem to care in the slightest? In the lounge, Fu Xin had already been beaten unconscious. Chi Lang was in a complete panic. This was bad. Her purse and phone were with Fu Xin, and there was nothing around her. What should she do? Her only chance of survival was to take advantage of his distraction. Feeling around, she asked Fu Xin, Do you hear anything? A blind woman like you couldn't run very fast, even if you tried. Seeing that he had let his guard down, she knew her chance had come and prepared to make a desperate escape. But before she could get outside, Mr. Zhang swiftly grabbed her and yanked her back. This was bad. A knife was pressed against her throat. If you dare make a sound, I'll kill you. What did you do to Fu Xin? She's fine. She's only sleeping. I don't want to hurt her. Then you want to hurt me? Why, Mr. Zhang? We have no grudge against each other. We've only met a few times. That's right. We have no grudge. I don't want this either. At that moment, Qi Lang spotted Bak Vong passing by outside. She tried hard to call his name, but was threatened into staying still. Otherwise, he would kill her. Outside, Bak Vong suddenly stopped walking. What is it, Bak Vong? He was the captain of the security company and Bak Vong's man. Why'd he come here? Bak Vong crouched down and picked up a strand of hair. Inside, Qi Lang struggled desperately. Help! But no matter what she did, she could not cry out. Outside, he held the strand of hair, seemingly lost in thought. Then he turned and left. Qi Lang watched Bak Vong go in despair as her final hope shattered. Mr. Zhang continued threatening her not to make a sound. Watching Bak Vong's car drive away from above, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now that no one was in his way, he quickly bound Qi Lang's wrists. Come with me. Don't make a sound. If you so much as move, I'll kill you immediately. In the car, Bak Vong narrowed his eyes thoughtfully and asked, Can people inside the showroom lounge see outside, but no one outside can see in? That's right. The VIP room we were in earlier was the same. Why was he suddenly asking about that? Was he afraid someone had seen what happened earlier? Bak Vong, what's wrong? Bak Vong Vikan Tilan. He thought to himself, she says she likes me and is happy whenever she sees me. But what happened? Forget throwing herself into my arms. Even a simple greeting was nowhere to be heard. Even if she is blind, Fu Xin would have told her I was outside. I knew it. She's the type who says one thing to your face and another behind your back. But since when did she get to do whatever she pleased in front of Bak Vong? He ordered, go home immediately. Qi Lang tried to find a way to loosen the ropes around her wrists, but could not free herself at all. She could not sit around waiting to die. At the very least, she had to find out his motive. Pretending to be weak, she said, Mr. Zhang, did you kidnap me for money? How much do you want? Mr. Zhang remained silent. She continued, You know my family situation perfectly well. If something happens to me, will anyone in your family survive? Young madam, you can reunite with your family in the underworld. When you get there, tell the king of hell my name. I will bear every sin. She cried out in horror. You want to kill me? This isn't kidnapping. You intend to kill me outright. Why? They clearly had no grievance, so someone had to be behind this. Was it because old madam treated her well that someone in the house of Bak could no longer sit still and wanted to harm the child in her womb? Was it someone from the house of Kung or Amai Tin? Mr. Zhang, I know you aren't cruel by nature. Can you tell me the truth before I die? But he pressed harder on the accelerator. I don't know anything. Only if I know nothing can my family stay safe. So please stop asking, young madam. We're just fish on a chopping block. We can't fight them. I can only trade my own death for my family's lives. Mr. Zhang not only intended to kill her, he intended to die with her. No, she could not hesitate any longer. She decisively tried to open the car door and jump out, but Mr. Zhang crazily accelerated, and the car plunged into the lake. Qi Lang was horrified and could hardly believe it. The lake water soon swallowed the entire car. I can't die. I still have so many things left unfinished. I fought so hard to live for my family as well. How can I die here? I refuse to accept this. The water had reached her neck, and she burst into tears. I refused to accept this. For some reason, another car suddenly came plunging down from above, and the tremendous impact startled her. The one who jumped into the water was Bak Vong. He quickly approached her car. Lock Qi Lang, is that really you? She stared at the man before her in shock. Bak Vong, is it really you? He immediately began breaking the door open to save her. This was bad. The water kept rising, already above her neck. Her hands were still tied, and she could not escape. Bak Vong had risked his life to save her. She could not drag him down with her. She said, Bak Vong, don't worry about me. Leave now. As soon as she finished speaking, the water submerged her, leaving her unable to say another word. Bak Vong rushed forward, seized her hand, and pulled her up. Lock Qi Lang, do you want me to survive? Have you fallen for me that deeply? He thought to himself, everyone wants to live, yet she would rather give up her own life than drag me into this. Qi Lang shouted, at a time like this, you're still talking nonsense. Leave now. Don't you hate me? If you don't go now, do you want to die with me? Bak Vong suddenly smiled, an unreadable smile. That's right. It was hard enough for heaven to give me a chance to become your savior, wasn't it? Qi Lang looked at Bak Vong helplessly. This man was truly insane. She lunged forward and hugged him. He asked, would dying with me make you happy? By then, she had accepted her fate. Back Vong, do you think our bodies will drift downriver to the Southland? I never imagined I would end up dying with Back Vong. If that truly happens, at least I'll have died with family. Just then, an excavator came racing down from above, hooked on her car, and dragged it out. Back Vong took the chance to leap from the vehicle, clutching Chi Lang as they rolled onto the shore. She came to groggily. Am I still alive? I am alive. Manhwa quickly ran over, calling, Brother Vong. She thought to herself, I can't hide my eyesight anymore. If this continues, I'll be found out. So she pretended to cry. My eyes hurt so much. He asked, what is it? She frowned. It feels like needles are pricking them. I think I can see light in front of me. You can see again? I don't know. Back Vong immediately picked her up and headed to the hospital. Close your eyes. Don't look at anything. Yet she still tried to open her eyes and look at him. If Back Vong had not saved her, she would have sunk to the bottom of the lake long ago. Back Vong, thank you. In the car, Lai Min-hoi thought that he finally seemed to understand why Brother Vong had investigated and followed Lok Chi-lang. Earlier, when he had seen Fu Sin unconscious and covered in blood in the showroom lounge, Back Vong's expression had changed at once, and he had immediately sent people to search for her. The cliff was so high, yet he jumped without hesitation, even though he always claimed that a breeding tool was unimportant. She was clearly the treasure in the palm of his hand. This time, Brother Vong was afraid to be in serious trouble. In Chi Lang's dream, the entire house of Locke was chatting happily when someone suddenly called, Miss Locke, their voice echoing. She slowly opened her eyes, but the light shining and made her very uncomfortable. Everyone was overjoyed to see her awake. Brother Vong, her eyes are responding. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Kui Kan. She did not understand why he was there as well. In any case, from today onward, she would no longer need to pretend to be blind. She abruptly sat up. My hands. The doctor asked, can you see clearly? She looked toward Kui Kan. Are you back, Vong? Kui Kan jumped in fright at her words. Back Vong immediately came from behind and covered her eyes. Are you blind? She quickly turned to look at him. When she had been pretending to be blind before, she had never closely examined his eyes. Only today did she realize how beautiful they were, not only captivating, but almost bewitching. Her attitude immediately changed. Her eyes sparkled as she sweetly said, Back Vong, you're so handsome. Back Vong said nothing. He unconsciously stroked her head and looked at her gently, then suppressed his emotions and turned away, leaving her somewhat confused. What was wrong? Had she overacted and been seen through? Kui Kan hurriedly explained, I didn't come to visit you. I came to pick up medicine for old madam, and I only happened to run into you. I was just curious and came in for a look. I didn't mean anything by it. I really didn't. After leaving the room, Kui Kan saw Back Vong standing outside and smoking. He thought to himself, that flustered look on Back Vong's face. Surely he hasn't become completely smitten just because Chi Lang smiled at him? He ran outside to smoke, claiming it was to calm down, but perhaps that was not necessarily true. Maybe he was simply having a nicotine craving. But that would be even stranger. If Back Vong were truly addicted to smoking, would he need to run outside to do it? Kui Kan Stam Back Vong. Back Vong's expression changed. Kui Kan, you really know how to pick your spot. He thought to himself, this brat was the first person she saw. Kui Kan stammered again. Old madam told me to go home and embroider. No, I mean make Tino wash her feet. Back Vong, I'll be leaving now. As soon as he finished speaking, Kui Kan fled from a hospital as fast as he could. If Back Vong was jealous, he might lose his life. Watching Kui Kan leave, Chi Lang gave a cold snort, feeling extremely displeased. In the hospital room, the doctor asked, Miss Locke, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere else? She asked instead, how is Fu Sin? She has a concussion and is still unconscious, but it's nothing serious. Chi Lang breathed a sigh of relief. That's a relief. She said, I'm a little dizzy, but otherwise I'm fine. When I fell into the water earlier, how is the baby in my womb? Don't worry, the fetus is very stable. The dizziness is from the blood loss caused by the injury to your neck. You'll be fine after some rest. But why can you suddenly see again? You were not born blind. You lost your sight after a serious accident 5 years ago. I believe this incident caused an intense shock that triggered a reversal. Of course, further examinations are needed to confirm it. Yes, I understand. If there's nothing else, get some rest. Call me if you need anything. After finishing his cigarette, Back Vong came in from outside, pulled over a chair, and sat down, looking at Chi Lang. The atmosphere immediately grew tense. Though this was not their first meeting, she had pretended to be blind the last time and had never directly met Baek Vong's eyes. Now, as their gazes locked, she realized that Baek Vong's eyes were oppressively intense, as though they could see through everything. She quickly steadied herself. "Baek Vong, are you hurt?" Baek Vong smiled. "Why are you so nervous?" She gave an awkward little laugh. "Why would I have anything to be nervous about?" Even the doctor had not noticed anything. Could he have seen through her? He leaned closer. "You seem much more nervous than before." Intimidated by his imposing presence, she held her breath and answered, "Perhaps I'm not used to having my sight back yet." Baek Vong became narcissistic again. "I knew it. We're paintings compared to this face of mine. I'm far more handsome than any painting." He smiled with supreme confidence. "Then get used to it quickly. Stop looking as though you've been bewitched." She was helpless. What exactly was this man thinking? Still, it was a good thing that he did not pursue the matter of her restored eyesight. Remembering Mr. Zhang, she asked, "By the way, what happened to Mr. Zhang?" He replied casually, "He was underwater. He's probably dead." She said, "Although Mr. Zhang carried it out, he could not have been the mastermind. Whoever targeted the child in my womb was surely targeting you as well." He remained impassive. "What? Do you want me to avenge you?" Baek Vong clearly had someone in mind, but judging by his attitude toward her and the child in her womb, he probably did not care and had no intention of helping her. She said, "Your relationship with the House of Baek is already terrible. Don't let suspicions without evidence ruin the fragile family ties you've managed to maintain. But tell me, do you think the police can uncover who the culprit is?" She hoped the police would investigate for her. Would the influence of the House of Baek give her that chance? The House of Baek truly had the power to quietly erase this incident. Then the people targeting her would only become more brazen. She had to work even harder to protect herself. "Suden Li, Baek Vong Statan Chi Lang." He came closer, lifted her chin, and whispered by her ear, "Chi Lang, sleep with me once, and I'll help you get revenge. How about it?" In Fu Sin's hospital room, her parents had also come to visit and were anxiously worried about her. Chi Lang stood outside, looking at Fu Sin as well. Fong Chan said, "Miss, you can't stay in the House of Baek. That place devours people alive." The internal affairs of the House of Baek are complicated. Both Yusi Van Phi and Hamai Din own shares in the Baek Corporation. They will certainly find ways to make things difficult for you. "I know." Chi Lang thought to herself, "I was lucky this time. Baek Vong came in time to save me. But what about next time?" Fong Chan continued, "Miss, let's flee abroad for a few years. We can return after the House of Baek changes hands." She said, "When I was little, my father told me that if someone bullies you, you must take revenge. Hesitating for even 1 second only makes yourself suffer. That was when the House of Locke was still powerful. But now, you have no one to back you up." Chi Lang silently looked at Fu Sin lying in the hospital bed, then turned and walked away. Her gaze was so firm and sharp that even Fong Chan broke out in a cold sweat, unable to understand what his young mistress was thinking. She said, "I may indeed be weak now, but I won't let anyone bully me." Then she suddenly blushed, remembering what Baek Vong had said. "Chi Lang, sleep with me once, and I'll help you get revenge." How about it? How embarrassing. Why did she suddenly think of that? She truly could not understand Baek Vong. He was her husband in name, did not even appear at their wedding, yet saved her at the brink of death. Earlier, he had monitored her and even grabbed her by the throat, wanting them to die together. Now he wanted to sleep with her. If he had not walked away after saying that, she would have suspected he had split personalities. Seeing her lost in thought, Fong Chan called, "Mississippi." She cleared her throat, and her eyes became stern once more. When facing people like that, striking back is the most admirable response. In Din Na Quan's garden, old madam was calling out, "Hurry and pack all of this up. Why does Chi Lang have so few clothes? Has the tonic soup been prepared? Find some joke books or something similar to place at the hospital so Chi Lang can relax." When Chi Lang returned, old madam called, "My dear child, why are you back? Weren't you still in the hospital? I was packing things to go visit you. How are you? Tell me." "Grandmother, I'm fine," old madam asked tremulously. "Your eyes." Then she said joyfully, "You can see again?" "Yes, that's wonderful. Your eyes are so lively now. You look beautiful. Come inside and sit down. Don't stand out there in the cold wind." Lok Chi Lang sat down, seemingly wanting to say something. Old Madam Baek immediately said, "I can tell from that look that you have something to tell me. Go on, Chilang pomtilis tut u. Grandmother, I agree to what you said last time. I'll help Back Vong take back everything that belongs to him. Old Madam Back looked doubtful. You agree? She thought to herself that this child must have been affected by the kidnapping. She said, it's all my fault. If I hadn't suddenly begun treating you differently, they wouldn't have acted against you. If I had assigned more people to protect you, none of this would have happened. What's done is done. There's no use talking about it now. She said, Grandmother, I'll do my best to help Back Vong become a qualified heir, but I don't need to pay respects to the ancestors. Then what do you want? With a resolute gaze, she said, I want the Locke family's old residence in South River. Whose hands is the Locke family's old residence in now? It's still listed for sale online. No one has bought it yet. The current price is $180 million. I understand, my dear. As long as you help Back Vong, I'll buy that house back for you. The position of young madam of the House of Back will always be yours. She said, since ancient times, good things rarely come together. I only want the Locke family's old residence. You mean you don't want Back Vong anymore? Chi Lang, what exactly do you feel for Back Vong? Before she could finish, a cry came from outside. Old Madam, something has happened. Madam Yusi and Madam Ha have been kidnapped. Chai Long was startled. Could be Back Vong. The two of them went to the main house's living room, where they found Back Tran Van with a grim expression. He demanded loudly, how did they disappear? At 2:31 this afternoon, Madam Ha went to try on diamond jewelry. She then entered the restroom, but she still hadn't come out after 10 minutes. We rushed inside, but she was already gone. Madam UC had a charity event tonight, so she came to inspect the venue this afternoon. After a while, she said she was tired and wanted to rest. Then she disappeared as well. There were no signs of forced entry on the doors or windows of the lounge. Kilanka pondered. Kidnapped at the same time. It's an outright provocation. If word gets out, the House of Back will become the subject of gossip again. Back Tran Van snapped. Why are you all standing around? Go bring Back Vong back here. Old Madam Back said. You're calling Back Vong back so he can help you find them? Back Tran Van rose to his feet and shouted. Chi Lang, right after something happened to you, you see Van Phi and Ha Mai Din vanished. Who else could it be but Back Vong? His gaze was murderous as he added, Mother, you know exactly how capable the bodyguards you hired are. In North River, the only people who can take someone away without making a sound are the living dead. Shai Long was Stund. The living dead were an organization of highly skilled fighters, ruthless in their methods and exceptionally mysterious. No one had ever seen their true faces. A photo had once appeared online, but it captured only their silhouettes. They were all dressed in black cloaks and wore masks. Not even their genders could be identified. She suddenly remembered that Lai Min Hoai had also been dressed in black in the photo. It seemed strikingly similar, and he was Back Vong's man. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. Could that organization belong to Back Vong? At that moment, a butler came to report the eldest young master isn't answering his phone. He doesn't dare come home. He really does have a guilty conscience. Old Madam Back said, guilty conscience? You're all just making wild guesses. Let me try calling him. See, even when you call, he won't answer. His phone must be out of battery. Back Tran Van shouted, out of battery? How could it happen to be such a coincidence? What era do we live in? Who doesn't carry a power bank? Old Madam Back remained calm. His phone must be out of battery. My phone often dies too, and then I can't find my charger. Mother, stop talking. Young people may throw everything around, but they never lose their phone chargers. Just then, Chi Lang's phone rang, and everyone stopped arguing. Damn it, she had forgotten to silence it. The caller was Back Vong. If she had known, she would have pretended not to hear and declined the call. Back Tran Van was furious to learn that Back Vong had ignored his calls, but called Chi Lang instead. Old Madam Back remained unruffled. Back Vong must have found a charger. He ordered, answer it, put on speaker. The moment the call connected, Back Vong asked, where did you run off to? Did you go to the hospital? Am I not allowed to go? Chi Lang, don't forget what I told you before I left. I called to collect my debt. What? How could Back Vong be so blunt? She hurriedly turned away. Back Vong, come home right away. Aunt UC and Aunt Ha have both been kidnapped, and Father is furious. Are you at the old residence? Yes, I'm here. Grandmother and Father are here too, looking into it. The call ended, and she hung up. Back Tran Van asked, what debt were you two talking about? When she did not answer, he pressed her. I'm asking you, did he go after you see Van Phi and Ha Mai Din? If she lied now, it will be exposed. But if she did not lie, she would look guilty. Embarrassed, she said no. He told me to rest and recover properly. Then he would collect the debt once I'm better. Baek Tran Van froze from head to toe. What? Half an hour later, Baek Vong stormed back. The moment he returned, he saw Chi Lang sitting safely in a chair. He smiled. Looks like this little blind girl hasn't been bullied. She deliberately winked at Baek Vong, telling him that he had to admit it. He looked at her, wondering inwardly whether she was worried about him. Baek Tran Van's face was full of suspicion. Baek Vong had actually come home? Baek Vong casually sat down as though nothing had happened. Those two women have been by father's side for too long. You must be tired of them by now. How about I help you find some new lovers? Baek Tran Van was so angry that he slammed the table. Nonsense, you unfilial son. Release them. Baek Vong replied coldly. Release whom? This has nothing to do with me. Stop making excuses. I investigated it thoroughly. The police found Mr. Zhang's suicide note. Chi Lang was in his car that day. She said a few things to him, and he held a grudge, dragging her with him to die. So this has nothing to do with Van Phi or my den. Release them now. Hearing Mr. Zhang's statement, Chi Lang felt terrible. He had spoken harshly, but she had never truly made things difficult for him. Baek Tran Van had spent so many years navigating the business world. How could he fail to see the problems? By saying those things, he simply did not want to keep investigating or deal with the matter anymore. While peeling a tangerine, Baek Vong said sarcastically, whether that's true or not doesn't matter. Anyway, if my woman and the child in her belly had truly drowned in the lake today, I certainly wouldn't blame those two stepmothers. If you really think that way, why did you rush home? To eat tangerines? Baek Vong, if something really happened and word got out, the House of Baek would lose face. If the family reputation is damaged, you'll be humiliated too. So help me find them. After eating a segment of tangerine, he said nonchalantly, "Oh, it's sour." Feeling taunted, Baek Tran Van angrily slammed the table again. Baek Vong, I don't have the patience to watch you put on an act. Before sunset today, I want to see Van Phi and my din safely returned. Otherwise, you can forget about ever receiving the property your mother left behind. At those words, Baek Vong's expression darkened, as though anyone who touched him might be torn apart. The atmosphere turned tense, and Chi Lang became deeply uneasy. Baek Vong abruptly rose, violently overturning the table. You want to trade my mother's property for the lives of those two women? Do you think they're worthy? Through gritted teeth, Baek Tran Van said, they cannot die. Don't worry, father. If I were behind this, I certainly wouldn't let them die. Anyone who dares lay a hand on my woman, how could I possibly let them die so easily? What do you intend to do? I keep a pack of Tibetan Mastiffs. They were all raised on raw meat. What? You wouldn't dare. Someone who grew up in a dog kennel has nothing to fear. But don't worry, father. I'm only saying what would happen if they fell into my hands. Baek Tran Van could not endure it any longer and shouted, tie up this unfilial son. Baek Vong was about to draw his weapon when Chi Lang rushed in front of him. She wrapped her arms around him and suddenly said, my stomach hurts and my head is spinning too. Take me to the hospital for an examination. He looked at her helplessly. This woman really knew how to act. So he lowered his weapon and said resentfully, no one is leaving here today. Take the young madam away. Old Madam Baek stopped him. What are you doing? Chi Lang is still pregnant. If you act this way, what will Baek Vong's mother think? Chi Lang said, Baek Vong is an adult now. Father cannot restrict his freedom whenever he likes. I am his father. Do I not have a right? She continued. Even if the police came, they could not arrest Baek Vong without cause. He has no reason to kidnap anyone. The reason is you. How is it me? She asked blankly. Father, are you referring to how I nearly drowned in the lake? Mr. Zhang was responsible for that. If it had nothing to do with the two ants, Baek Vong, and I would not have thought too much of it. Right now, the most important thing is for everyone to work together to find them. We can't delay the search because of internal conflict. Old Madam Baek added, that's right. Baek Vong, take Chi Lang to the hospital for an examination first. Once that's done, go find them. Baek Tran Van was beside himself with rage. Baek Vong, I'm telling you, if those two cannot return safely, don't blame me for what happens. Old Madam Baek called Chi Lang over. Wait, I'm packing some things to bring to the hospital. See whether there's anything else you need. Baek Vong pulled Chi Lang aside and said, Grandmother, just say you want to separate me from her. Do you take me for a fool? Fine, I'll wait here. You and Chi Lang can talk in private. Baek Vong leaned against the car, watching the two women enter together, and sighed helplessly. Once inside, old Madam Back took out a red box. I want to continue the conversation we didn't finish. Since you have agreed to help, there are many things about the House of Back that you need to know if you are to succeed. Then please tell me, do you feel that Back Vong and his father have a terrible relationship? In fact, Tranvin used to love that son dearly. Old Madam Back pushed the red box in front of Chi Lang, leaving her somewhat confused. When she opened it, she found a wedding photograph of Back Tran Van and his wife. This is Back Vong's mother, Tik Tuet. Chi Lang had thought that a celebrity like UC Van Phi was already beautiful, but she had not expected Back Vong's mother to be 10,000 times more beautiful. No wonder Back Vong was so breathtakingly handsome. Old Madam Back continued. The names of the Back family's female cousins and officially recognized wives all contain the character Wood, but Back Vong is the eldest son of the direct line, and his name does not contain it. This has always been a thorn in Tran Van's heart. Back Vong is far too arrogant and unruly. Back then, Tran Van fell in love with Tik Tuet at first sight and refused to marry anyone else, even at the cost of his life. The House of Tik agreed to the marriage, but Tik Tuet refused because she already had a boyfriend abroad. To have Tik Tuet, the young Tran Van did many foolish things. Chi Lang had never expected Back Tran Van to have such a past. He had shamelessly pursued her and even used force to possess her. Old Madam Back continued. Back Tran Van caused scenes at home. He went on hunger strikes, slit his wrists, and insisted on marrying Tik Tuet. Your grandfather had a violent temper and would not allow him to act so recklessly. He nearly beat him to death, but even then, Tran Van refused to give up. Eventually, I truly had no other choice. I went to Tik Tuet and begged her to consider it for one night. In the end, she agreed. After they married, the couple was very loving. When Back Vong was born, Back Tran Van was overjoyed. He deliberately named him Back Tay, a name that echoed Tik, meaning that the whole family would remain together forever. Later, Back Tran Van discovered that Tik Tuet was secretly meeting her former boyfriend, and their relationship changed from then on. Tik Tuet wanted to leave, but Back Tran Van would not accept it. He changed his son's name to Back Vong and confined Tik Tuet at home. A married couple became enemies. Then, one day, Tik Tuet fled with 5-year-old Back Vong and that man. They were involved in a car accident. Tik Tuet died at the scene, while Back Vong disappeared. Everyone in the family believed that Back Tran Van hated Tik Tuet and therefore hated Back Vong too. They thought the family could not be entrusted to Back Vong. But I do not think so. Back Tran Van's feelings for Tik Tuet are too complicated. No matter how many children he has had with other women, the only wife recorded in the family genealogy is still Tik Tuet. That is why I have always believed that, as long as Back Vong is willing to do proper work, Back Tran Van will give him a chance. Chi Lang asked, if that is really the case, why does father still allow Back Vong to do those shady things? Back Vong had said he would explain it to her later. No, I'm only guessing. You are very clever. After Tik Tuet died unexpectedly, most of her assets were in Back Tran Van's hands. Back Vong wanted them, but Back Tran Van refused. So Back Vong took the initiative to make a deal with his father. She was stunned. Then why did father agree? Wasn't Back Tran Van afraid something would happen to Back Vong while he was doing those shady things? Old Madam Back said, I'm not certain either. At the time, no one could handle those matters better than Back Vong. Chi Lang, Back Vong is walking a road without lights. Help him and pull him into the light. Back Vong has no shares in the group and holds no position, so it is difficult for him to come forward. If he is to take control, he must first be tempered. She sighed. Do you think I haven't considered that? It isn't that Back Vong lacks ability. He was missing for 15 years and lived a life completely unlike an ordinary person's. That life allowed him to move freely in the darkness. But once he steps into the light, the ground beneath his feet is full of thorns, making every step difficult. Chi Lang, you have no idea what extreme hardships he has endured. After speaking with old Madam Back, Chi Lang went outside and saw Back Vong already sitting in the car. Looking at him, she reflected on old Madam Back's words. All those rumors about that child were true. At 5 years old, he had suffered an accident and lost his memory. He wandered everywhere and had barely managed to escape. Afterward, he roamed the streets and survived by begging. To get something to eat, he worked in gambling dens as a teenager. Through sheer ruthlessness, he became a notorious thug. At 20, he was betrayed by his closest friend and beaten nearly to death. Back Vong escaped using the last of his strength. When the House of Back eventually brought him home, he was barely alive. When Back Vong first returned, he was very close to me. But later, I became busy and neglected him. By the time I realized it, Bak Vong and I had grown distant. The child has been betrayed too many times and no longer wishes to be close to anyone. The moment he finds even the slightest thing suspicious about someone by his side, he pushes them away. But he trusts you. Chi Lang, the only person who can pull Bak Vong out of the darkness, is you. She thought to herself, trust me? Does Bak Vong really trust me? Then why did he send Lai Minhwa to watch me? Was he afraid that she, too, would betray him like those people had? Seeing her still standing there in a daze, he asked, "What are you spacing out for? I thought you had left." He asked, "What's with all those people behind you?" "Their bodyguard's grandmother assigned to me. She's afraid someone will hurt me." Bak Vong gave a cold laugh. If someone truly wants to kill you, even an army would be useless. Bak Vong was right. Mr. Zhang had been a long-time servant of the House of Bak, and he had still wanted to kill her. She said, "Keep them anyway." Grandmother said, "They can be trusted. Besides, I can't rely on you to save me every time." Bak Vong said, "Tell them to line up." She ordered, "Please stand in a horizontal line." They all complied. Bak Vong looked them over several times and said, "From left to right, numbers 1, 4, and 9 can stay. The rest are unnecessary." She did not understand. Can you read faces? Can you tell who is loyal? What a joke. There is no such thing as absolute loyalty in this world. You're so naive that I have no words. Bak Vong smiled. I'm keeping them because they have families tying them down, making them easier to control. If something happens, I'll make all their relatives and close friends accompany you in death. That way, you won't die too unfairly. Shai Long was speechless. "Oh, then thank you for being so considerate." Once she got into the car, she looked at him and said, "Bak Vong, I can't stay by your side forever, but during this brief time, I will never harm or betray you." She thought to herself that everyone was on guard now, watching and probing each other everywhere. Bak Vong was tired, and so was she. It would be better if he could let go. Bak Vong suddenly stepped on the gas and sped home. Chi Lang, sitting beside him, was startled. They arrived home quickly. He hurriedly pulled her inside and shut the door with a bang. "Slow down," she said. Without another word, he wrapped his arms around her and kissed her passionately. She gradually melted into the kiss and obediently responded. His hands began to wander downward, making her accidentally grab his stomach. "Huh, what is this?" Bak Vong stopped as well and looked at her. Their eyes met. She froze, her cheeks flushing red. He laughed impatiently. That embarrassed, without making her wait, he pressed her down onto the bed. In a panic, she said, "No, Bak Vong, we really can't." He asked, "Have you forgotten what you said at the hospital? You dare to deceive me." She recalled it. If she slept with him once, he would avenge her. She opened her mouth. When had she ever promised him anything? Still, you see Van Phi and my Din's disappearance really was connected to him. She sat up. "But I'm pregnant now." "So what if you're pregnant? I'll let you be on top. I won't press down on you." Chi Lang's face turned even redder. "Wait, Bak Vong, I have something to tell you." He held her close. "Tell me after we're done." She pushed him away, started retching, and hurried into the bathroom. After vomiting for a while, she came out and found Bak Vong standing behind her. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "What does this mean? You feel like vomiting the moment you see me?" Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. "No, it's not because of you." Too lazy to say more, Bak Vong turned to leave. She hurriedly grabbed him and explained, "Pregnancy causes morning sickness. Sometimes I suddenly feel like vomiting on the road too. It really has nothing to do with you." He stepped forward and gripped her throat. "This isn't the first time you've pulled this stunt. Is it fun?" With that, he shoved her away, turned his back on her, and said coldly, "I'm done playing with you. Understand?" She would not let him leave and hugged him again, making him pause. "I wasn't deliberately playing hard to get Bak Vong. I only hope you can find someone more suitable for you. And besides, Besides what? Besides, I don't want you to see me at my most pathetic." A few seconds later, the two sat on the sofa. Bak Vong held his phone and read through all the information on unusual cases involving pregnant women. He studied it very seriously, scrolling through every detail with complete focus. Chi Lang sat in the corner, awkwardly thinking, "What should I do? How can I make Bak Vong stop caring about me? He is such a pervert. Nothing I say will fool him." After reading, he said, "Go change your clothes." She asked awkwardly, "Change into what?" Did he think she was making things up? This man was unbearable. Seeing that she did not move, he asked, "Don't you have something to say?" "It's nothing. I'll go change right away." Inside, she screamed. To keep deceiving Bak Vong, she had no choice but to endure it. After changing, she was restless. Now that the moment had passed, Bak Vong surely would not still be interested in her, right? He set his phone on the table and asked, "What did you want to tell me?" She said seriously, I don't want to be someone who only takes beatings anymore. Back Vong. I want to fight back. Back Vong looked at Chi Lang and smiled, finding it highly amusing. Fine, what do you want from those two women? Their limbs, their organs, and both of their hearts. Chi Lang gaped, nearly frightened into vomiting again. Back Vong really was. She said, compared to the temporary thrill of physical revenge, I would rather make them despair. Go on. Anyone who wants to kill me is targeting the child in my womb. They want the inheritance of the House of Back, so we absolutely cannot let them have their way. With a solemn expression, she said, Back Vong, you need to fight for that position. If you do not seize it and crush those scheming people beneath your feet, then even if our child is born safely, it will always live in danger. He remained cold and indifferent. Why make it so complicated? Once this child is born, if it wants to die, then fine. If it wants to live, it can clear away anyone blocking its path itself. What did he mean, this child? He helped his father do all those shady things. Would he have to keep doing the same for his own child in the future? She said no. As a father, you cannot be just a gun. What do you do once all the bullets are spent? You have to become a building that will never collapse, so you can shield your child from wind and rain. What do you mean? Useless once the bullets are gone. Are you questioning me? That night, I only stopped because you begged me to spare you. What the hell? Why had he suddenly brought that up? She said seriously again, that's not what I mean. Then what do you mean? I only have 2 years left in the House of Back. After that, you will be the only one by the child's side. What if you cannot protect it until it grows up? Back Vong's face darkened. What makes you think I cannot protect it until it grows up? Then I'll be direct. Don't get angry. First, you have never viewed this world with a positive mindset. I'm truly worried about how long you can keep going. Second, nobody can remain free and unrestrained in the darkness forever. Sooner or later, they will stumble. Back Vong laughed. It seems grandmother did not summon you to pack your things, but to lecture me. She's already old, yet she still has to rely on you to do this sort of thing. She really overestimates herself. If I had to wait until you people started worrying, Back Vong, would have reincarnated 800 times already. Chi Lang stood up too and said fiercely, Back Vong, why don't you dare try? Someone who has never even touched sunlight. What right do they have to say that its heat will burn them? You said I don't dare? That's right. Because you are afraid, you keep hiding in your safe zone and refuse to step outside. But you have long been sick of this life. I know that you never wanted to keep walking in the darkness, nor do you want to die. That is why you are living in this half-dead state. The moment she finished speaking, Back Vong's expression turned grim. Chi Lang panicked too. Oh no! In a moment of agitation, she had said everything on her mind. What would he do to her if she had angered him? So she had to find a way out. She walked over, hugged him, and coquettishly said, Back Vong, let me try being with you, okay? Don't you find it boring? Just think of me as someone to keep you company and pass the time with. Back Vong unexpectedly let her coaxing dissipate his anger. He was stunned for several seconds, then immediately grabbed her hand, startling her. Had even flattering him like this been useless? Holding her around the waist, he said, Pass the time? Wouldn't go to bed and doing it until he dropped be more interesting? Want to try? Cold sweat poured down Chi Lang's back. Was there really no escape for her today? Seeing her expression, he laughed, then lifted her chin. Chi Lang, this is as brave as you can be. With that, he released her and turned to leave. Only after he was gone did she breathe a sigh of relief, utterly exhausted. It seemed she had boasted too soon before grandmother. She had not expected her first attempt to persuade Back Vong to fail. Just then, she picked up her phone and saw a message from grandmother. UC Van Phi and Ha Mai Din still have not returned. Back Tran Van intends to donate Tik Tuet's assets, and then the father and son will have a fierce confrontation. You have work hard. You must persuade that boy. If you cannot persuade him, we will not be able to reclaim the House of Locke's old residence. Furthermore, the House of Back is surrounded by dangers. Once the child is born, it will face countless storms. You must find an opportunity to convince Back Vong to turn back. That afternoon, Chi Lang put on a pretty dress and a cute hat, then went to the seaside to find Back Vong. She had not found him at the private villa that morning, but fortunately grandmother had discovered his whereabouts. Still, why had Back Vong gone to the seaside? The moment she arrived, she saw Kui Kan standing there. Madam Locke, why are you here? Oh, I came to see Bak Vong. He is asleep. Come another time. He was still asleep at this hour? It looked like he did not want to see her. If she wanted to see him, she would have to use some tactics. Without another word, she gripped the railing and tried to climb over it. Let me up. I am pregnant. You did not want 2 lives lost, do you? Quicken was horrified. What? Someone? What are you standing around for? Hurry and pull her up. She finally climbed up. Madam Locke, slow down. What if you fell? Whose child are you carrying? My husband's. Oh, how long has it been? 2 months. So she had been pregnant even before the auction. Had Bak Vong's taste become this perverse? She finally got inside, where people were dancing in a lively scene. As soon as she walked in, she saw Bak Vong lounging lazily on the sofa, sleeping with his eyes closed. Just then, she was startled to see another woman approach him. The woman draped a shawl over Bak Vong. Chi Lang immediately walked over and stood behind her. The woman impatiently asked, "Who are you?" Chi Lang asked back with imposing force. "I should be asking who you are. Had grandmother not said Bak Vong had no women around him? Then who was this woman?" Quicken pushed the woman away. "Leave. Step aside first." Then he said, "Madam Locke, I think highly of you, so I sincerely advise you. Some things are only suitable for playing around with. Do not get entangled, or you'll suffer. I will not disturb him. I'll wait until you are done playing. It is useless for you to wait here. Young Master Bak rarely gets any sleep. No one knows when he will wake up." She remained calm, sitting on the sofa and putting in her earphones to listen to music. Even with them on, she could still hear the noise, but it was better than listening to it directly. The woman still refused to give up and moved closer to Bak Vong. She smeared her lipstick on his body, then lifted his chin, her greed obvious. Young Master Bak was completely defenseless. If she could seduce him, she would strike it rich. Unexpectedly, Bak Vong abruptly opened his eyes. He merely glanced at the woman, and she flinched in terror. "Ah, young Master Bak." Before she could finish, he slapped her. "Where did this piece of trash come from?" The woman immediately fell to the floor in front of everyone. Chi Lang looked up and saw herself sitting directly opposite him. Quicken broke out in a cold sweat for her. This woman was truly stubborn. She was not afraid at all. Chi Lang walked over, picked up a bottle of red wine, then used a handkerchief to wipe away the lipstick mark the woman had left on Bak Vong's clothes. Everyone was puzzled. Young Master Bak had not gotten angry. What was this woman's background? Chi Lang said, "Can you talk to me for a moment?" Bak Vong smiled. "Chi Lang, why does your courage come and go? You refuse no matter what in bed, yet now you are standing before me so aggressively." She said, "Have you not thought about what I said that day? I feel that you do not like your current life. Why not try changing a little? You still dare bring it up? It seems I have not taught you enough." He quickly stood and shoved her aside. Then he picked up the wine bottle, smashed it on the floor, and kicked the shards around. "Kulme, lay out a path for Miss Locke." He smiled wickedly. "Play with me a little, and I will consider it. Walk over these shards once, and I will consider your request." Chi Lang looked on helplessly. If she stepped on that, she would be finished. She said, "No, I'm pregnant. Now you get to say no? Have I indulged you too much? Or do you think that because I saved you once, you are important?" I did not think that. The people quickly grabbed her. "Come on, beautiful. Young Master Bak has spoken. This is your chance. There are only some glass shards. Just walk over them once. Take off your shoes and give it a try." "What are you doing? Let go of me." She struggled, looking pleadingly at Bak Vong. But he remained cold, not even sparing her a glance. Only then did she realize in horror that she had misjudged him. She truly did not understand Bak Vong. When he was in the mood, he could risk his life to save her. Once he lost interest, he could toy with her until she died. Grandmother and I were both wrong. I never had the ability to pull Bak Vong out of the darkness. Instead, he was dragging me deeper and deeper into it. Those people shoved Chi Lang. "Beauty, you are so boring. You came knocking yourself, but now you cannot even play along. Do you think you are some precious princess?" Still pretending to be virtuous. Hearing those words, she truly could not accept them. Yet she had no choice but to. It was time to give up. She turned to leave. At that moment, a man threw a shard at her and said, "Don't go, Beauty. Playing for a while will not freeze you to death. If you do not believe me, try it." Everyone joined in jeering. Bak Vong's face immediately darkened. Chi Lang was not someone who could be bullied. She could not let others mistreat her, so she swiftly slapped the young man. The man flew into a rage. "You dare hit me? I'll beat you to death." But before he could strike, a knife flew over and embedded itself in his hand. He cried out in pain. Everyone looked toward Bak Vong. What was that? Did Brother Bak just throw that knife? Chi Lang was still furious. Grinding her teeth, she pulled out the knife, then even grabbed a wine bottle from behind her and hurled it at the man. It struck him, leaving his face covered in blood. Everyone was shocked. How could she be so ruthless? Afterward, she turned and looked at Baek Vong. He still wore the same indifferent expression. She knew that she could no longer move Baek Vong, so she resolutely turned and left. Soon, she entered the restroom and washed her face to calm herself down. Looking at herself in the mirror, she said, "Bear with it, Chi Lang. No matter how humiliating this is, you cannot cry over it." She took a deep breath and comforted herself. Then she left the restroom and returned to the room. Seeing Baek Vong still sitting there, she strode over, intending to slap him. If not for Baek Vong, she would never have suffered such humiliation. Before her hand could come down, Baek Vong turned to look at her. The moment she saw him, she lowered her hand. "I was the one who came to him. I was the one who acted self-righteously and brought this upon myself." Baek Vong smiled. "What? Not going to hit me after all?" She turned around and left without hesitation. Baek Vong watched her retreating figure. Then he called out, "Chi Lang." Scene change. Baek Vong was watching a match with everyone. "Beat it to death. I spent a lot of money looking for excitement." Baek Vong could not focus at all. He could only think of Chi Lang's words. "Someone who has never even touched the light. What right do they have to say its heat will burn them? Let me try it with you, okay?" For some reason, he stood up and left. "Brother Baek, you are not playing anymore?" "Not in the mood. I'm going home." When he returned to the villa at 3 in the morning, he found something placed at the door. He casually kicked it, and a bottle of medicine and a letter fell out. "I am sorry. I overstepped. I have no right to interfere in how you live. I am truly sorry. I will not bother you again in the future. There is some money on the card as compensation for your damaged car. I know it is not enough, but I will gradually pay it back. I also prepared a box of calming tea. I hope it will help you." He slowly picked up the box of tea and looked at its instructions, as well as her note. "I wish you all the best." It was so moving. Damn it. At the hospital, Chi Lang was dreaming hazily. In her dream, the entire family was having fun together. Suddenly, a gigantic black fish appeared on the river and wrapped itself around her neck. She was in pain and discomfort, unable to breathe. In terror, she abruptly opened her eyes and immediately saw Baek Vong's face. He was covering her mouth. "It's me. Don't scream." Recognizing Baek Vong, she sat up. "Why are you here? Am I not allowed to come?" Thinking he was still angry, she wondered whether he had come to take revenge. He lifted her chin and asked, "Are you afraid of me?" She grabbed his hand. "I'm afraid you are angry. I know I was wrong. I will not act self-righteously again, and I will not interfere with your life anymore." He asked, and then, she said, "There is no then." Why was he asking that? What did he want to hear her say? He forcefully gripped her chin. "Kilang, you really are interesting. You do whatever you want when you are happy. Who gave you that courage?" She was terrified. What was he going to do? Had he chased her all the way to the hospital because he would not be satisfied until he killed her? So she did not dare say another word. He grew impatient again. "Did I tell you to keep quiet?" She pushed him away. "Baek Vong, I like you. I like you so much that I can lose all sense of restraint. But today, on the boat, I understood what you meant. I truly understand now. I do not think I will appear before you again in the future." Before she could finish, he kissed her directly. No matter how she struggled, she could not understand what madness had come over him again. He did not stop. He continued kissing her for a long time, even biting her lip before finally letting go, leaving her gasping for breath. He smiled. "Your blood is sweet, Chi Lang." She secretly cursed him as a pervert. He simply held her as they sat there together. Then he asked, "Do you still want to try again?" Startled, she asked, "Try what?" Could he mean fighting for it? She smiled. "Have you changed your mind?" It was sudden, but no matter what, Baek Vong competing for the position of heir could only benefit the child in her womb. Delighted, she hugged him even more tightly. "That's wonderful. That's wonderful." With a beauty in his arms, it was hard for him to restrain himself. He embraced her again, startling her. "Why again?" He gently kissed her forehead, then asked, "Are you really that happy?" Anyone who didn't know better would think you wanted to sit in the house of Baek's heirs seat yourself. "Yes, I'm very happy. After I'm discharged, can I go to Imperial River Pavilion Peninsula? If I live closer to you, it'll be easier to take care of you." Baek Vong laughed. "You're getting into my bed faster and faster now. This hospital bed may not be big, but it's enough." Kilang blushed. Why did this man always twist everything she said into something improper? Was she the one speaking suggestively, or was his mind full of such nonsense all day? She said, "That's not what I meant. I only want to move there so I can be closer to you and take care of you more easily. I only kissed you once, and you already dare to think about moving in with me. If I let you move over, won't you get even bolder? I know you're only interested for the moment. I'm not overthinking it. In my eyes, you're still single. You don't belong to me. I understand that very clearly. Seeing the resolve in her eyes, he turned his face away as well. Suit yourself. If you've made up your mind, then give it a try. Just treat it as playing around. Kilang smiled. There isn't much in your room. Should I buy some more household things? Suit yourself. His answer remained indifferent. All right, it's late. Don't go back tonight. Get some rest, and we'll talk tomorrow. Considerately, she gave him the hospital bed and went to sleep on the sofa herself. Bak Vong could only resign himself to it. After all that trouble, had he come here just to claim a hospital bed? Yet he slept very well, straight through until morning. Early the next morning at the hospital, he slowly opened his eyes and immediately saw a yellow flower before him. You're awake? He asked. What is this supposed to mean? Oh, I picked it from the hospital garden. I hope it puts you in a good mood today. He took the flower and smiled. Can one flower really improve someone's mood? My third aunt told me that. She loves growing flowers. My uncle and aunt even use flowers as tokens of their love. She said that if you wake up every day and see a flower, you'll be in a good mood all day. My eldest brother used to pick flowers from her garden every day. Within a week, he'd picked the garden bare and made third aunt cry from anger. Chi Lang casually told a story, but Bak Vong immediately thought of flowers as love tokens. Was that what she meant by giving him one? This girl claimed she was clear-headed, but she could not hide her feelings for him at all. As he was thinking, Fu Xin entered carrying flowers too. Chi Lang, these flowers are for me, right? I saw them as soon as I woke up. They smell wonderful and look beautiful. Thank you. When Bak Vong saw that Fu Xin had flowers too, his expression instantly darkened. Throw them away. Hey, eldest young master, why throw them away? He continued to glare sharply at him. Fu Xin looked regretfully at the flowers in his hand, but had no choice. Then I'll leave. Shai Long was baffled. Did he dislike flowers, or did he dislike roses? If they were going to live together for a long time, she would have to learn his preferences properly. Bak Vong swiftly threw the flower to the floor and crushed it beneath his foot. His eyes were icy as he looked at Chi Lang. Remember this, Chi Lang. If what you give me is the same as what someone else gets, I don't want it. Not only did he not want it, he had to crush it too. He was truly extreme. Sweating nervously, she said, all right, I understand. It won't happen again. Oh, there's one more thing. Grandmother called this morning and said your father intends to donate your mother's property. Don't worry, I have a way to help you gain the upper hand. Over at Bak Tran Van's side, there was still no news from Van Phi and my den. Find a lawyer and discuss the procedures for renouncing the inheritance in detail. Bak Tran Van held his head. Tik Tuet, your betrayal would have been one thing, but even the son you gave birth to has betrayed me. Between the two of us, who is the one that truly cannot let go? The butler rushed in to report, Sir, Madam UC and Madam Ha have returned. Did their hands return, or with their feet? They returned in person, sir. At the house of Bak, the two women had finally returned safely. A servant came forward. Madam, are you all right? But she still had not recovered from the shock and screamed, Don't touch me. My boyfriend is Bak Tran Van. He won't let you get away with this. Bak Tran Van stepped forward. Van Phi, my din, you're home now. Don't be afraid. When the two women saw him, they immediately threw themselves into his arms. Sobi, we thought we'd never see you again. Sobi, are you two all right? You don't have any knife wounds, do you? Yet inwardly, he thought that with Bak Vong's usual methods, how could they have returned unharmed? At the very least, they should have been missing a kidney. Those people threw us in a snake forest, and there were dogs barking outside. If we hadn't thought of you and little Trin, we would never have held on. That's right. The kidnappers wore black robes and white masks. We don't know who they were. You have to avenge us. Once Bak Tran Van heard this, he understood. They were members of the Living Dead organization. The butler came to report again. This is bad. The eldest young master was injured as soon as he came back. Bak Vong entered his body covered in wounds. The moment he saw Bak Tran Van, he looked puzzled. What is this? Did the kidnappers suffer worse than the people they kidnapped? The three of them stared at one another. Chi Lang thought to herself. It seemed grandmother had not arrived yet, but before long, she did arrive. How did you get injured like this? Even if you were saving people, you shouldn't have risked your life. If anything had happened to you, how would your grandfather and I go on living? Bak Vong was utterly cold. I'm not dead. Let go of me. One knew how to write a script, and the other knew how to act. Oh, my poor grandson. Old Madam Bak said, What do you mean the eldest young master saved people? Don't you all know? Van Phi and my din were both saved by Bak Vong. He charged in a snake forest alone and nearly lost his life. The three of them were stunned. How was that possible? We were suddenly kidnapped, then suddenly blindfolded and taken home. When did we ever ask back Vong to save us? Van Phi said their kidnappers belonged to the Living Dead organization. Old Madam Back interrupted. What Living Dead organization? Just because they wore robes and masks, that means they must be living dead? Besides, what does the Living Dead organization kidnapping people have to do with the House of Back? Who said that organization belongs to Back Vong? Kilang smiled in satisfaction. No one could match grandmother's unreasonable eloquence. Back Tranvan asked, why would he risk his life to save the two of them? Chi Lang stepped forward. To be honest, Back Vong did not save these two ants. He did it to prove his innocence. The moment little Ant and Aunt Ha disappeared, everyone assumed Back Vong was responsible. I don't understand why everyone would think that. What else do you want to say? Right after you nearly drowned in the river, we were kidnapped. Shai Long was pusheld. By everyone's logic, what does my nearly drowning in the river have to do with the two of you? Stop talking nonsense. What benefit would I get from having you drown? Chi Lang, is that the kind of person you think your little Ann is? How could you do such a thing? Chi Lang put on an innocent expression. Back Vong and I both believe neither of you would do something like that. But everyone in this house seems not to believe it. Many people are prejudiced against Back Vong because of his past. He can endure it, but the prejudice of his own father has hurt him deeply. That is truly hard to accept. She quickly gave Fu Sin a meaningful glance. Understanding at once, he brought over a cushion. Chi Lang immediately knelt down. What are you doing? She said, Back Vong has suffered too many injustices. Today, before everyone, I want to ask Father to remove his name and his mother's name from the family registry. That way, everyone will no longer be prejudiced against him. Back Tranvin said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? Inwardly, he thought, I absolutely cannot remove those two names. Even if Tik Tuet's soul goes before the King of Hell, she will never escape my grasp. Back Vong is the eldest son of the House of Back, but everyone thinks he is unworthy. Whenever anything bad happens, they suspect him. But what crime has he committed? Only by removing his name from the family registry will everyone feel reassured. Back Tranvan said, who said Back Vong does not have the bearing of an eldest son? I have never said I would remove his name from the family registry. If he feels wronged, that is all the more responsibility the eldest son of the House of Back must bear. Old Madam Back said, exactly. That is what I think too. Since that is the case, let Back Vong enter the group and train there. My Din was dumbfounded. They had staged a heroic rescue just to get him into the group. How about you let them get their way? My Din said loudly. Back Vong joined the group once when he first came back. What happened then? The company suffered terrible losses. She glanced at Back Vong. When she saw the sharp look in his eyes, she immediately did not dare say anything more. Chi Lang did not understand. What losses? Von Fei schmoiled. It is a good thing that Back Vong is joining the group. Both the entertainment company and hotel I manage are doing fairly well. Mother, why not let Back Vong choose one? Old Madam Back said in displeasure. Those are all assets of the group, yet she still dares to offer them up. She truly has no shame. Old Madam Back said, Tran Van, Back Vong nearly lost his life today to save those two. Back Tran Van said, then let him go to the entertainment company. If he achieves results within 2 months, all the shares in that company will be his. Van Phi felt aggrieved. Most of the company's shares were in her hands. If Back Vong really succeeded, would she not be handing them over to him for nothing? Chi Lang considered it. Although this company was not particularly important, it was Back Vong's first step. A lower starting point was not bad. Chi Lang stood up as well. Then we'll do as Father says. Van Phi forced a smile. All right, Back Vong can help and share the workload. I was just planning to go abroad to visit Back Duong. I wonder how he is doing. My Din sneered. You're going abroad to avoid suspicion, aren't you? Clever enough. The moment something happens in the family, you wash your hands of it. Chi Lang said, Aunt Ha, don't speak of Aunt UC that way. Aunt UC is not that kind of person. Why was she still defending Van Phi? Had Van Phi bought her off? Lock Chi Lang, you're still defending her? Don't you want to think about who is really trying to harm you? If Aunt Ha says that, does it mean you know something? Van Phi was furious. My Din, are you trying to put all the blame on me in front of everyone? You usually enjoy picking fights with me, and I do not hold it against you, but you cannot put everything on me. Perhaps you were the one who kidnapped Lok Chi Lang. What nonsense are you saying? What is your purpose? Do you think no one can see through you? Back Tran Van could no longer endure it and roared. Have you argued enough? The two women were startled by his shout. Tran Van had always indulged them and had never lost his temper before. Why was he acting this way today? At last, they realized that Lok Chi Lang had deliberately driven a wedge between them. She looked so obedient, yet she had secretly played such a divisive trick. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Bak Vong watched it all with amusement and applauded. Wonderful, Chi Lang thought to herself. Bak Vong truly only wanted to kill time. He was merely playing around and had no real interest in fighting for power. Old Madam Bak smiled. Chi Lang, you are pregnant. Do not keep standing there. Hurry and go back to your room with Bak Vong to rest. She quickly supported Bak Vong back to their room. Yes, I'll go right away. Bak Vong said, all right. I nearly forgot. You two suffered quite a bit in Snake Forest, so I had the kitchen prepare a nourishing stew. Have a taste. As soon as the soup was served, the two women's faces changed. They cried out in terror. Bak Tran Van stamped his foot furiously. You rebellious brat. What are you standing around for? Take it all away now. Bak Vong smiled. Take your time enjoying it. This is even more nourishing than mutton soup. Chi Lang could only feel helpless. Bak Vong truly did whatever he pleased. In Bak Vong and Chi Lang's bedroom, the moment the two entered, he took off his clothes, threw them into the washing machine, and slammed the door shut. Wait, when you shower, remember to use cleansing oil. Otherwise, the makeup left on your body will be bad for your skin. Bak Vong picked up the bottle of cleansing oil and said irritably, what a hassle. What's so troublesome about it? It's better than leaving that stuff on your skin. You should take good care of your skin. Wipe it off for me. Without waiting for her answer, he quickly pulled her into the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, he simply sat on the edge of the bathtub and waited for her to remove his makeup. She said, why don't you run the bathwater first? I'll wipe it off for you afterward. As soon as she finished speaking, Bak Vong began to take off his pants. Her mouth fell open, and she hurriedly said, all right, no need to take them off. I'll wipe it off for you. She rushed over and began removing layer after layer of disguise makeup from Bak Vong's body. He said, you put on quite a performance too. You acted as if I had suffered a great injustice and foolishly gone to save people, only for the House of Bak to force me into the group. I could not even say a word in protest. She said, when my brother first joined the group, he was in good health, but people were always plotting against him. Later, once he figured things out, he could handle any kind of person. Bak Vong would not let her continue. He directly pinched her cheek. Have you ever acted in front of me before? No wonder he had suddenly become so gentle. He had been waiting to question her until now. She said, did I seem very calculating and hateful today? He said, it's fine. Play however you want. Just do not play tricks on me. Otherwise, just wait for death. Chi Lang changed the subject with a smile. Your face is clean now. You can do the rest yourself. He waved his hand. Too troublesome. He called everything troublesome. Really, this man? So she had no choice but to wipe all the disguised makeup from Bak Vong's body herself. Bak Vong sat quietly and let her do it, but with such a beauty touching him, he was close to losing control. Unable to endure it any longer, he directly scooped her up into his arms, startling her. Could it be that he wanted to do that with her again? No, she had to make him give up on the idea. So she quickly pretended to feel nauseated and dry-heaved a few times. Are you allergic to men? You feel like vomiting the moment I touch you. As soon as he said that, he decisively shoved her outside, slammed the door, and went to shower alone. Just as I thought, I cannot give her a chance to seduce me. Seeing meat, but not being able to eat it really is torture. In Bak Tran Van's living room, Chi Lang entered. Why had he summoned her? Chi Lang, do not think you are so clever. Do you think I cannot see through those little tricks of yours? From the beginning, I never intended to deceive Father. She said, Father is right. Bak Vong's injuries were indeed painted on by me, exactly like the wounds he had on South River Road last time. This girl was implying that Bak Vong's injuries had been caused by the House of Bak. That was the truth, and it could not be denied. In any case, this child had never done anything wrong by him, much less anything wrong by the House of Bak. He said, the House of Bak values the eldest son, but I do not. To me, whichever child is promising and capable of carrying the House of Bak will inherit the House of Bak. Chi Lang said, thank you, Father, for giving him this opportunity. Do not thank me yet. I understand my son very well. In grandmother's eyes, you are the wolf's leash, but someone like you will not be able to restrain him for long. Chi Lang asked, what does the wolf's leash mean? She said, we will only know if we try. Bak Tran Van looked at her and silently sighed. Confident and composed, she truly had been raised well by the House of Lok. If the House of Lok still existed, this girl would be quite suitable for his son. After the conversation, She went outside. His words sounded as though he was forcing her, yet they also seemed to be stirring her fighting spirit. It appeared Baek Tranvan did not actually dislike Baek Vong. As long as he did well, there was still hope. At Imperial River Pavilion, Chi Lang sat on the balcony. At last, she had taken another step closer to Baek Vong. She looked at the message Old Madam Baek had sent her. Don't rush to let Baek Vong achieve anything major as the first step. Help him improve his professional knowledge first, so he can understand what managing a company is like. Chi Lang could only feel helpless after reading it. Old Madam Baek truly was formidable. As a titan of the entertainment industry, she had arranged course after course for him in no time. But did Baek Vong have enough patience to study? With a sigh, she contacted him to see what he thought. Baek Vong was sitting in a bar with his eyes closed, trying to rest, but it was far too noisy for him to sleep. Just then, he received a message from Chi Lang. Everything at home has been arranged. Aren't you coming back to take a look? This woman had helped him secure the position of heir, and now she was buying things for his home. Why did she seem like a robber, barging openly into his life? And she was even excitedly jumping around, asking him to come see how she had plundered the place. Forget it. He would go back and see what this little robber was up to. Baek Vong, where are you going? It's too noisy here. I'm going home. Quicken was startled and asked in confusion, what's gotten into you? You used to complain that this place wasn't lively enough. So why are you saying it's too noisy today? Someone must have bewitched you. The moment he returned to the villa and opened the door, he found the living room brimming with life. She actually dared to keep fish in his house. When Chi Lang saw Baek Vong return, she happily asked while eating a candy, "You're back. What do you think? You don't hate what I arranged, do you?" He wiped the corner of her mouth. "You really did rob the place thoroughly. I can barely recognize this room anymore." She looked blankly at him. "Rob what?" Without saying anything, he directly took the candy she was holding. "Do you want one? I'll get you a new piece. I've already eaten this one." Before she could finish, he popped the candy from her hand into his mouth and said, "It's sweet." Chi Lang's heart began racing at the sight. He truly was a seducer. Blushing, she turned her head away. "Have you had dinner? I saved some food for you." The dining table was laden with an extravagant meal. "Come eat," she cautiously said. "Can I talk to you about AG Entertainment?" He replied coldly, "Go ahead." Chi Lang did not understand why Baek Vong suddenly seemed so easy to talk to. Still, this was a good opportunity, so she had to make things clear now. "You see, Van Phi has already boarded a flight overseas. I think she wants to cut all ties, and she'll definitely pull some trick at the company. We need to be careful." "I want soup," he said. She continued, "Dealing with those schemes is one thing, but I also think we need to produce outstanding results. That way, you'll be valued when you enter the group. What do you think we should do to earn more profit than Van Phi within 2 months?" "Money laundering," he answered indifferently. He really was both wicked and capable. Kidang smiled. "AG is only a stepping stone for you to enter the group. We need to fight this battle openly and honorably. We can't let anyone find something to use against us. Old Madam Baek has found several senior figures in the entertainment industry. I want to meet them tomorrow and talk. Can you stay?" Baek Vong's face immediately darkened. "Studying again? Didn't I tell you that I don't like studying?" He lifted her chin. "If you want to call people over, fine. But I can't guarantee they'll leave alive." "Ah, saw thee. I didn't know. Just pretend I never said anything. Don't be angry. Here, have some fruit. It's very fresh." He unconsciously opened his mouth and let her feed him. "Is it good?" After dinner, Chi Lang thought to herself, "It looks like I need to investigate Baek Vong's previous work in the group." At the age of 20, Baek Vong had returned to the House of Baek. A few months later, Old Madam Baek had put him in charge of the real estate division. As a result, a business partner had set him up to sign a contract, costing the company several hundred million. It was unbelievable. Old Madam Baek had even hired industry experts to teach him, but the material was all dry and tedious. Old Madam Baek had put so much thought into it. So why had Baek Vong not resisted? Could it be because he liked studying? With his usual personality, if he did not want to study or work, he could simply refuse to enter the group. Why did this all feel so strange? And these contracts, too. Some of the problems were so obvious. Why had Baek Vong fallen for them? Could it be? As she was lost in thought, Baek Vong came out after showering, not even wearing any clothes, and asked what she was doing. The sight startled her. "Baek Vong, why are you dressed like that?" She quickly turned away. Back when he thought she was blind, it was one thing. Now that he knew she could see, why was he still so uninhibited? He remained calm. "Why are you looking at these things? You said you didn't like listening to others lecture you, so I wanted to look through them myself." So what did you find? You were set up. A few characters in the materials you studied were written incorrectly. The mistakes could barely be understood and did not affect the overall sentence. But once they were put into a contract, the meaning changed completely. She asked somewhat awkwardly, "Is it because you don't know many Chinese characters? If you never went to school, how many could you have learned?" Before she could say more, he pressed her down onto the chair. "Do you regret being with me now?" She looked at him and thought, regret it? Not even a little. It was just that Baek Vong like this reminded her of the alpha wolf in the animal kingdom. The closer it came to death, the more bloodied and wounded it became, the more ferocious it grew, even when it was clearly too weak to stand. She said nothing, merely picked up a towel and dried his hair. "Maybe you think what I'm saying is insincere, but I truly think you're amazing. Your foundation isn't strong, yet you were still willing to study these materials. If you hadn't cared, you wouldn't have been tricked when signing those contracts." She thought to herself, old Madame Baek had been too impatient. Without a solid foundation, no matter how high a house was built, it could easily collapse. "Chi Lang, do you really take me for child? Does she really think I would believe all that nonsense about capability? Baek Vong, before I leave, let me spoil you like a child for a while, all right?" Her words stirred something in Baek Vong once again. He could not stop himself from wanting to kiss her, but for some reason, Fu Xin suddenly appeared. "Chi Lang, you're still awake? It's very late. Go to sleep." Baek Vong was startled and looked toward Fu Xin. Fu Xin was startled as well. Am I interrupting something?" Baek Vong impatiently asked. "What is he doing here? He has always been here. He takes care of me at night." Old Madame Baek said Fu Xin should look after me. From now on, he and I will share a room, so he won't disturb you. Baek Vong was displeased. "He's staying with you?" "Yes, there's only one spare room here, after all." Baek Vong's expression changed. "Tell him to get out." Fu Xin, ba ni. "All right, I'll leave." "Aw, no, it's already dark. It isn't safe for him to go home alone. I don't care whether he lives or dies." Chi Lang coaxed him sweetly. "Can't he leave tomorrow? Just let him stay for one night." Baek Vong was helpless against her pleading. Through gritted teeth, he said, "Fine, since you're being considerate of him. Am I, Baek Vong, supposed to beg you to change your mind?" With that, he stood up and slammed the door, leaving only Chi Lang and Fu Xin behind. Chi Lang smiled. Why was he acting exactly like a child? It was a little adorable. The next morning, Baek Vong was still asleep in bed when he suddenly heard a melodious tune. He woke up the instant he heard it and stepped out of his room. He saw Chi Lang seated and playing the zither. The scene was far too moving. When she saw him, she stopped and greeted him. "Good morning." Baek Vong stared at her without saying a word. "Today isn't very warm. Be careful not to catch a cold." She thought, why does he always like being half naked at home? He asked, "Why are you playing the zither?" "Old Madame Baek gave me an ancient zither, so I was just trying it out. Sorry if I disturbed you. Go wash up and get dressed. We'll have breakfast together soon." He obediently answered, While eating, he asked, "Did you make this?" "No, Fu Xin made it." He left right after he finished. Looking at the fresh flowers before him, Baek Vong's feelings grew complicated. This place finally seemed to have the breath of life. After breakfast, Chi Lang asked Baek Vong whether he wanted to try something. He picked up the phone and asked, "What is this?" The moment he did, a voice came from it. "Little one, tap the word you hear." "Chi Lang, if you want to die, you don't need to go this far. I can grant your wish." It's a literacy assessment app. It can accurately determine your current level of knowledge. Chi Lang continued to plead sweetly. "Just play for a little while, okay? Just a little while." She thought to herself, if he can't even pass this level test, then there really is no point in fighting for anything. He smiled. "You want me to take the test? Fine. Meow for me." What kind of fetish does this man even have? She thought. Seeing that she remained silent, he said, "Forget it if you won't. I won't force you. Wait, it's just a cat sound. I'll endure it." So she had no choice but to imitate an obedient, adorable kitten and meow twice. Seeing how cute she was, Baek Vong could not help staring blankly, his face turning red. He had been bewitched again. Chi Lang shyly turned away. "This is so embarrassing." Baek Vong looked at Chi Lang, his heart stirring. He really wanted to find a rope, tie her up, and lock her in a room. No, tie her to the bed would probably be more interesting. In the end, Baek Vong still sat down at the desk. He played that spelling test game and finally completed it. "Congratulations on completing every question. Your vocabulary is excellent. Keep up the good work." Baek Vong cursed inwardly. "Keep up the good work, my ass." Chi Lang was delighted. "So, your vocabulary is that extensive? Weren't you supposed to have never studied? You learned so much all by yourself. You're so capable that learning the basics definitely won't be difficult." Before she could finish, he walked over and loomed over her. Qi Lang, do you enjoy flattering people? He thought, the people from the House of Back are more educated than I am. Is this woman mocking me by saying that? I'm not flattering you. I'm only saying what I see. You clearly said you never studied, but you understand so many words. Of course I admire you. After hearing that, Baek Vong took a step back and said nothing. Qi Lang continued, with your ability, as long as you study a little, your vocabulary will improve. You won't suffer any disadvantages in the future. You want to teach me? Your education only went as far as when you were 15, didn't it? He thought, how could someone who went blind at 15 continue studying? A blind woman wants to teach an illiterate man like me? That's right. My education isn't particularly high. I didn't even finish the university gifted program, so I can only teach you some basics. I hope you don't mind. Baek Vong was puzzled. What was a gifted program? Why did it involve university? Irritated, he went online to look it up. Good heavens. A gifted program was a special educational model established specifically for exceptionally intelligent youths. After looking it up, he sat down helplessly, the corner of his mouth twitching. Qi Lang brought over a stack of papers. The fastest way to memorize words is to practice writing. I prepared everything. Do you take me for child? No, these aren't ordinary handwriting practice sheets. They contain records of AG Entertainment's work over the years. This way, you can practice writing while also becoming familiar with AG, killing two birds with one stone. You're so capable. None of this will be difficult for you. But don't push yourself too hard. Write as much as you can and treat the rest as reading material. I've also prepared snacks and drinks. If you get tired, you can watch movies to relax. There's even a recliner beside you. Baek Vong felt helpless. What the hell was this? Something fell off, but being coaxed like this was rather comfortable. Fine, he would play along with her. He was tired of reading Kui Can's materials anyway. Baek Vong obediently listened and sat down to practice writing with full concentration. Qi Lang stood beside him, watching attentively and carefully instructing him. Don't press too hard when you write, or your hand will get tired quickly. Relax a little. She gently placed her hand over his and guided him carefully. Her hand was so soft, just like she was. Suddenly, studying did not seem so unpleasant after all. And so, under his teacher's meticulous guidance, Baek Vong studied earnestly. The morning passed, and he had written many characters. Qi Lang was extremely satisfied. I didn't expect you to write so many already. Qi Lang smiled. People always lose themselves in praise, and Baek Vong was no exception. Since he had already written quite a bit, Qi Lang took the opportunity to discuss AG's work with him. Baek Vong, you've only just taken office. You need to create a standout achievement. Maybe we can use these 2 months to independently plan a hit project. Films won't work. The preparation time is too long. Between television dramas and variety shows, which do you think would be better? You want me to make a television drama? How did you know? This year, girl group audition shows are popular, but I don't like following trends. There are more examples of television drama content than variety shows in these papers. When designing the stack of papers, she had not noticed that, yet he spotted it immediately. His powers of observation were impressive. She smiled. Most domestic dramas are filmed while airing now. 2 months is enough to make one. He added, even if everything goes smoothly, only 1 episode can air within 2 months. You want to gamble these crucial 2 months on the first episode becoming an instant hit. Qi Lang, I didn't know you were a gambler. Qi Lang froze. He had not only guessed her plan, but also calculated how many episodes could air during the production cycle. She recalled what old Madame Baek had once said. Baek Vong had been extremely gifted in economics and politics as a child, an exceptional genius. Everything had only changed because of that accident. I always thought old Madame Baek was exaggerating, but it seems she was right. If he had grown up in the House of Baek, then with his intelligence, he would surely have achieved brilliant success instead of wandering from place to place as he did now. He had lived in darkness for too long. She said, I want to try. Baek Vong, I believe we won't lose. Suddenly, he recalled those cruel words. You dare sleep? I brought you to work. Are you asking for a beating? Don't be like this. We're brothers. Help me take the blame, will you? You brat. It would be such a pity if that face of yours wasn't kept by some rich woman. I drugged you not only for the money. I wanted to help you too. As long as you die, I'll become the boss's right-hand man. Don't blame me for being heartless. Tik Tuet is dead. Someone from the House of Baek like you has nothing to do with the House of Tik anymore. How could our House of Baek produce such a disgraceful grandson? Why didn't you just die outside? He remained silent. This was not the first time he had heard the word we, but only when she said it did it feel real. After resting for a while, Chi Lang spread out a sheet of paper and seriously wrote several words. There, finished. Baek Vong read what she had written. Endure hardship and keep striving. The days ahead are long. It meant to persevere patiently and bear hardship. After several seconds of silence, he said, I used to have another name. He stared intently at her. It was Ah Tang. She was stunned. Huh? What do you mean? Try calling me that. Ah Tang. Did you like your old name? No. Chi Lang thought to herself. Baek Tae was Baek Vong's original name. That name was proof of Baek Tran Van's deep feelings for Tik Tuet, while Baek Vong was proof of Tik Tuet's betrayal. Baek Vong fell silent for a moment. Only the name Ah Tang belongs to me. She asked, which character is Tang? Candy. If she hadn't mentioned it, I might have long forgotten that difficult past. Back then, he had been a homeless child begging on the streets. For the first time, he had tasted a candy so sweet. His eyes had lit up. It's so good. There's something this delicious in the world. What is it? You've never eaten candy before? This is candy. Today, I'll teach you how to recognize characters. Look, you write it like this. Just as she was teaching him, the boy's mother dragged him away. I told you not to play with beggars. Why won't you listen? Understand, Mom. Baek Vong had continued staring stupidly at the character written on the ground. Candy was so sweet. After that, he had always thought about those sweet days, the days when he got to eat candy. The Chinese character Tang meant candy. He said, call me whatever you want. Before she could say anything, he pulled her into his arms. Did she really think I was that good? Was I worth all that concern to her? She gave me a birthday present. For me, she was willing to die in the river. For me, she dared to stand against the house of Baek. For me, she rearranged the rooms, taught me how to write, and managed the company with me. How can anyone not be drawn to her? Kilang smiled. Of course. Baek Vong put me down first. How could he possibly let her go? He tightened his hold, kneading her as he bit her ear. Why did he suddenly bite me? I've been so careful. How did I provoke him again? He still did not stop, continuing to lick her ear until her face turned bright red. Baek Vong said again, a gift falling from the sky. I want a taste. She panicked. Could it be that Baek Vong wanted to do something? Yet for some reason, he released her. Go cook. I am hungry. Huh? Baek Vong did not want to do anything else. It was better that he did not. He had bullied her for so long that her mind had gone silly too. Go cook, go cook. But Fusin was not here. You're hungry? I'll order takeout. What do you want to eat? You cook for me. All right, then you practice your handwriting. Rest if you get tired. I've never cooked before, but it looked pretty simple when Fusin did it. I can look up recipes online and follow them. I should manage. Baek Vong watched her leave, spinning his pen with a cheerful mood. Suddenly, a loud crash came from the kitchen. Baek Vong rose anxiously. Kilang, what happened? He thought something had happened to her, but when he came downstairs, the sight before him left him speechless. Ladles, pans, and knives were scattered noisily across the floor, while the fish was still flopping around. Kilang smiled awkwardly. The fish was already dead, but it suddenly jumped up and attacked me. He sneered. Oh, it has not killed you yet? You can play the zither and write calligraphy, but you cannot cook? He promptly displayed his skill. First, scrape off the scales, then clean out its belly. Stand azide. Chi Lang looked at Baek Vong in silent amazement. He can cook too? He swiftly took the knife and prepared the fish with practiced movements. She helped as well, rolling up her sleeves and even wiping his sweat while he cooked. At last, Baek Vong finished cooking and brought the rice and dishes to the table. Chi Lang's eyes lit up. Wow, this is amazing. She began tasting it too. It was a little spicy, and the fresh, tender fish melted in her mouth. It was delicious. He said, why are you not praising me? Aren't you the best at flattering people? My handwriting is so ugly, yet you still said it was beautiful. This food is so good. Doesn't it deserve a few compliments? Chi Lang thought to herself, I learned the zither, calligraphy, and tea ceremony because I was interested in them. But Baek Vong did not. His childhood was far too difficult. Cooking was a survival skill for him. I cannot pretend not to know that and praise him carelessly. She said, you worked hard cooking. Takeout is clean and convenient nowadays, and we could also wait for Fusin to come back. Or, while I'm staying here, let me learn how to cook. Baek Vong listened to her for a moment, then smiled. So you really do feel sorry for me. But I do not want to force you to do anything you do not want to do. You make it sound nice, but what would you actually do? Fry fish scales for me. Chi Lang said helplessly, forget it. You still have not said it. Shai Long was somewhat confused. Does he really like being praised that much? So she smiled. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, fragrant, and incredibly tasty. How does it compare with Fu Sin's cooking? Well, each of you has your own strengths. Before she could finish, she decided to shamelessly praise him anyway. Everyone has their own specialty, but I prefer your cooking. The seasoning is perfect, the preparation is refined, and the presentation is beautiful. You look especially handsome when you cook. How could Fu Sin possibly compare to you? She silently apologized to Fu Sin. His cooking is delicious too, and he is handsome as well. Bak Vong said, "Write 6 words for me later. I want to hang them up." 6 words? What words? Beauty clouds the mind. Kilang smiled helplessly. I should not have praised you with that last part. Several days later, in the secretarial office of AG Entertainment, as soon as Madame UC left, several executives went on business trips all day long. After the eldest young master of the House of Bak took office, those key personnel, who were all Madame UC's trusted subordinates, immediately avoided him. If we work wholeheartedly for the eldest young master, do you think we could become his trusted aides someday? Linda, UC Van Phi's capable assistant, came over and interrupted them. Stop dreaming. This eldest young master has a terrible reputation. He has fooled around with countless celebrities, big and small, in nightclubs. He does not even have an elementary school diploma, and you expect him to manage the company well? It will be lucky if he does not run the company into the ground. At that moment, Chi Lang pushed the door open and entered. I am Chi Lang, President Bak's secretary. Please notify every department that there will be a meeting in 20 minutes. Bring me the financial reports and project plans for every project as well. Linda shouted, "Why did you not tell us earlier? You suddenly expect us to prepare all that. How are we supposed to make it in time?" Chi Lang remained calm. President Bak deliberately waited several days before coming to the company. Given everyone's professional competence, you should have understood that this time was meant for reconciling the accounts. The others said helplessly, "Understood. We'll prepare them." But Linda was extremely bitter. "I quit. What kind of company abuses employees like this? We come here to work, not to guess what someone else is thinking." Ki Lang glanced to her nameplate. "You're Linda, right? If you lack the ability, go to the finance department later and collect your severance pay. You want to fire me? I am Madame UC's secretary. Why do you have to fire me? Because your workability is inadequate. Do not get too smug. Most of AG's shares are in Madame UC's hands. President Bak is only taking over temporarily. Unless Madame UC says otherwise, no one can touch me." Kilang smiled. "Then hurry up and prepare the report." A few seconds later, Linda was dragged outside. "What are you doing? Let me go. I'll tell Madame UC. Sooner or later, she'll deal with all of you. You'll regret this." Meanwhile, Bak Vong strode confidently into the president's office. "President Bak, your office is ready." Bak Vong smiled. He slowly entered, sat down in his chair, looked around, and praised. "Very neat." He picked up her nameplate. "Chi Lang, secretary to the president. Giving yourself a title. If I want to follow you, I naturally need an official position. Could I possibly say I'm the president's wife?" Before she could finish, he hurriedly pulled her onto his lap. "What are you doing?" "Admiring my secretary." She hastily stood and straightened her clothes. "Do you really think there's nothing wrong with this office?" "How could there not be? Call the bodyguards outside in here." A moment later, they found a whole pile of cameras. "President Bak, all the cameras have been removed. You have worked hard. Go out first." My goodness, 360-degree surveillance without a single blind spot, and listening devices too. Did you see Van Phi think this office was a film set? Chi Lang said, "There's not much time. Let's go to the conference room." "Right, where's your tie?" "I forgot it." Chi Lang said helplessly. "Before we came to the company, I specifically prepared 3 sets of clothes, watches, and ties, and you still forgot. Good thing I brought one." She quickly took out a tie and tied it for him. "On your first day at AG, you have to be flawless." "I cannot tell. You know how to tie a man's tie? How many men have you tied ties for?" "Only you. When you first joined the group, I did not know what to give you, so I gave you a tie. Then I learned online how to tie one." "Only for me?" "Yes. After I learned, I tied them for my grandfather and father too. Then my second brother when he graduated, my third brother on his birthday, my fourth brother for a competition, my fifth brother when he fell in love early, and my sixth brother when he went on a date. I've tied them all. So I'm the 7th? What kind of family has so many sons?" Unhappily, he pulled the tie loose. "I'm not wearing it." "Fine. If you do not like it, do not wear it." This young master never follows the usual rules anyway. The atmosphere in the conference room was extremely tense and stifling. Bak Vong sat watching a movie while his secretary worked. The others whispered among themselves. The heads of the other departments have not come. It would be one thing if the eldest young master had no reaction, but he has been sitting here for an hour without saying anything, just watching a horror movie. Chairman, I need to use the restroom. Bak Vong quickly tossed a vase onto the table and said, Go ahead. That person was so frightened that he no longer dared to leave. Thank you for your kindness, Chairman. Suddenly, it is not urgent anymore. Chi Lang could not help laughing at the sight. The others began whispering again. Does Bak Vong want to kill us all here? If I had known, I would have gone on a business trip too. He is not going to make an example out of us, is he? What would this man not dare to do? At that very moment, the protagonist in the movie Bak Vong was watching silently murdered an entire family. Everyone present jolted in fright and trembled all over. Bak Vong said, Bring me the files on those general managers. Yes, President Bak. After looking through them, he said, General Manager, Hong has a full house of children. What a blessing. General Manager Tran, I hear your wife is an artist signed to the company. You are secretly dating? Huh? You certainly know how to have fun. General Manager Cao's home is on Hak Dain Road. I have been there before. The scenery is nice, very suitable for murder and burying bodies. Hearing Bak Vong say this, their faces turned deathly pale. What is wrong? Why do you all look so terrible? Why ask? Because you are a murderous lunatic. Kilang smiled. Do not be nervous, everyone. President Bak merely wishes to learn a little about your family circumstances. These are the project plans the company needs to complete within the next 2 months, including films, television dramas, and variety shows. Based on your experience, which area has the greatest potential? Chi Lang was extremely sharp at AG Entertainment. They were originally all UC Van Phi's people and would certainly not have cooperated, but Bak Vong had frightened them badly this time. They would not dare act recklessly again. Bak Vong said, You cannot say? That is fine. Take your time thinking. I'm not in a hurry. If they went against this young master, they feared they would never have another peaceful day. One employee spoke up. President Bak, to be honest, most of these projects have only average potential, and the plans are incomplete. Bak Vong replied coolly, So you gave me these materials because you want me to help you sort through them? No, that is not it. There is no problem with my section. I guarantee it can make money for the company. My section is guaranteed as well. Very good. I believe in your abilities. You can definitely earn twice the profits you projected. As soon as he finished speaking, all the employees gaped. To deal with this young master, they had made up the profit figures. The projects could not make money at all. Now, they had to earn twice as much. Was he not trying to kill them? President Bak, is twice the amount a little too much? Bak Vong's gaze sharpened. You cannot do it. Secretary Locke, book the general managers a restaurant later. A family reunion meal. You cannot be careless when working for the company. Those people were frightened stiff by Bak Vong. This was an outright threat. If they had known, they would not have filled in random numbers. Kilang smiled. I have to admit, Bak Vong's methods are very effective. Otherwise, these people would be making wild claims and causing endless trouble again tomorrow. She tossed a stack of documents into the trash. She said, If the proposals are not approved, cancel them all. Next, President Bak will personally launch an S-tier television drama project. 90% of the company's working capital will be invested in it. One general manager said, The television drama market has not been doing well this year. Furthermore, all the company's top-tier actors are working out of town. If we bring them back to help, the breach of contract penalties will be very high. You need not worry about that. The project will remain confidential for now. Today, President Bak is simply informing you. At last, the meeting ended, and the employees walked out drenched in sweat. Bak Vong asked, What should we do next? She smiled. Create public buzz and promote you. Very soon, a 5-star S-tier project was officially launched with unlimited investment. Everyone who saw the news was so shocked they could not close their mouths. What mysterious stunt are they pulling now? Have you seen the news? What exactly is the company trying to do? At the same time, social media exploded over AG Entertainment's announcement. The eldest young master of the House of Bak, Bak Vong, was making a bold investment, using unlimited funds to produce a television drama. The internal struggle for power within the group had officially begun. Hao Mai-tin mocked them as she read the news. Bak Vong and Chi Lang are truly young and reckless. Releasing such huge news in the middle of the night, are they not afraid of being humiliated in the end? Bak Tran Van has always disliked people who only talk and never act. Back Tin's eyes sparkled. Oh, Big Brother is finally willing to start a business. How My Tin asked in confusion. Why did you come over here? Why do you look so happy? I admire how cool Big Brother is. Are you crazy? Back Vong and Back Duong are both your opponents, understand? Why do you always say things like that? Last time, when Chi Lang nearly got into trouble by the riverbank, was that not your doing too? You were a child. Do not ask so many questions. Why can I not ask? Everything you do will bring consequences that I will have to bear someday. When that happens, people will settle the score with me. What nonsense are you saying? How could your mother possibly let anyone settle the score with you? You are worrying over nothing. Backton did not wish to say more and turned away. Think whatever you want. Just do not wait until then to cry while holding my corpse. Yusifan Fai was abroad when she received news from AG Entertainment. Back Vong is being far too reckless. He actually dared to halt every project under my control. And that Secretary Locke, she is really a wolf in sheep's clothing. She speaks as gently as water, but she is utterly merciless in her work. She fired Linda without hesitation. Locke Chi Lang, is that it? I did not expect her to have some ability. She can actually make Back Vong listen to her. President, you see, you must do something about this. If AG is left under Back Vong's control, we will have no way to survive. Tran Van told me to hand AG over to Back Vong. Then AG belongs to him. You all must help him. The general managers gaped. Help him. Uche Feng smiled meaningfully. He says he wants to make a television drama. So contact directors and actors. Do not let Back Vong worry about it. You mean, oh, I understand. We will get to work immediately. At that moment, Back Vong was concentrating on practicing calligraphy, while Chi Lang patiently instructed him. Write it like this. Your brushwork should flow naturally, but remain steady and upright. That way it will have strength. Then write one first and show me. All right, but my handwriting is not very beautiful either. Just then, Chi Lang's phone rang. She hurriedly picked it up and read the message. The project was not progressing smoothly, since they announced that they would make an S-tier television drama. All the famous directors had become very busy. Some had even flown abroad. Back Vong said, those old general managers must be behind this. They have too much free time. Should we give their families some benefits? Chi Lang held her head. All right. I know you love worrying about other people's families most. She said, we only have 2 months. There's no time to drag this out. It would be more practical to use all our domestic connections and find reliable outside help directly. Here are the materials. Take a look. This is Duk Na. She is 30 years old, from Country K, but has built her career in Country T. She is a highly renowned director who has made many hit films and won countless awards. I want to invite her back to direct our drama. However, I already contacted people in Country T, and they said Director Duk has no intention of returning home to develop her career. However, Director Duk is friends with Kui Man, the eldest daughter of the House of Kui. This week, the second young lady of the House of Kui is getting married, so Director Duk will return home. I want to attend the wedding and speak with her, but I need an invitation. As soon as she finished speaking, Back Vong promptly called Kui Can. Brother Back, what can I do for you? Send me an invitation to your sister's wedding. Oh, you want to attend my sister's wedding? It will not be very lively. My second sister is quite the proper young lady. Just send it. Stop talking so much. All right, the invitation has been sent to the House of Back. How about I make second sister's wedding rock-themed or nightclub-themed? After settling the invitation, Back Vong casually tossed his phone onto the table. Chi Lang said, aren't you going to read Director Duke's materials? Aren't you afraid I'll ruin this? Do whatever you want. Didn't I say you could play however you like? Come over here and teach me how to write. Chi Lang thought to herself. Back Vong had been practicing his handwriting diligently for the past 2 months. She had no idea why he had suddenly become so dedicated. But since her student was working so hard, as his teacher, she naturally had to teach him with enthusiasm. Duk Na, a director from Country K and Kui Man's close friend, had returned home as well. How's the necklace? It's gorgeous. Nah, you really do know me best. Kui Gang Sai, you're 30 already and still like princess-style things. It'd be embarrassing if outsiders found out. Why don't we turn the wedding into a party? I'll invite a few naked male models to liven things up for you. Do you believe I'll beat you into a party? Back Vong is coming too. He's coming? Why didn't you say so earlier? Have the butler bring in more servants. ones dedicated to serving the eldest young master of the House of Bak. Duk Na asked doubtfully, the House of Bak? That House of Bak? The one powerful enough to cover the sky with one hand. That's right, the House of Bak. The House of Lok is long gone. Also, Kung Tu Hoa is coming today. Keep your temper in check. What is she doing here? She pulled something at our auction last time. What kind of joke is that? Just ignore her. The person she hates isn't the House of Kui. Anyway, it's Lok Chi Lang. For some reason, a bottle of wine in the room suddenly shattered. Duk Na panicked. Sorry, my hand slipped. She thought, Lok Chi Lang. Is she the person I'm thinking of? At last, Kui Man's wedding day arrived. Chi Lang received an invitation and entered the wedding venue. Upon seeing her, Kui King greeted her. Young Madam Lok. I can't call you Young Madam Lok anymore. I should call you Secretary Lok now, right? Where is Brother Bak Vong? I called him, but he didn't answer. Kilang smiled. Bak Vong asked me to discuss something with Director Duk. This is the bodyguard accompanying me. He isn't coming. Well, it looks like he's grown rather fond of you lately. Everyone knows Bak Vong wants to start his own business. You came to see Director Duk Na about making a drama, right? The dressing room is on the 3rd floor. Hurry up. All right, thank you. She quickly went up to the 3rd floor to find Duk Na. While walking, she spotted Duk Na sitting in a corner, smoking. She called out, Director Duk. Hearing her name, Duk Na froze and looked toward Chi Lang. Chi Lang introduced herself. I'm Lok Chi Lang, Secretary to President Bak of AG Entertainment. Duk Na asked suspiciously, Why are your hands so rough? I used to be blind, so I couldn't avoid bumping into things. You used to be blind? Yes. Director Duk, have we met before? Duk Na coldly turned away. We've never met. Chi Lang got to the point. I'm here today on President Bak's orders. We hope to work with an outstanding director like you, Director Duk. I work in Country K and have never considered developing my career here. I need to attend the wedding now. I don't want to discuss work. Then after the wedding, may I treat you to a meal? Duk Na said impatiently. Stop following me. I need to change into my bridesmaid's dress. All right, Chi Lang thought to herself. Duk Na seemed to know her, yet she clearly did not want to see her. Why? There was no memory of her in Chi Lang's mind. Kung Tu Hoa had also come to the wedding. From a distance, she saw Chi Lang, and jealousy immediately surged within her. Lok Chi Lang again. She just wouldn't go away. Last time, she got me scolded terribly by my family, and now she's Bak Vong's secretary. She really is trying to seduce Bak Vong. She must be here to find a director for Bak Vong. So that's why she came. She wants to impress Bak Vong and earn his favor, doesn't she? I won't let her have her way. The auspicious hour arrived, and the bride began walking down the red carpet. Chi Lang asked, Have you seen Director Duk? Duk Na came all the way back for the wedding. Why did she leave before the ceremony was even over? Uneasily, she thought, I clearly saw her go change in her bridesmaid's dress just now. Why is it taking her so long? Let's go look for her. I hope I'm just overthinking it. They began searching the surrounding garden. They looked everywhere, but could not find her, nor did they see her at the wedding reception. Kilang sighed. It seemed she would have to go back and ask the 2 young ladies of the House of Kui. Suddenly, something in front of her made Chi Lang stop. These are Director Duk Na's clothes. They seem to have gotten caught on something. Chi Lang hurriedly stopped them. Don't touch them. There may be fingerprints. She looked around and thought Duk Na had most likely run into trouble. Sure enough, a cry for help drifted from afar. Is anyone there? Help! Chi Lang said anxiously. It sounds like Duk Na is in the woods. How do you know? Can't you hear it? We can't hear anything. Help! Help! The cries continued echoing. Chi Lang said, Follow me and save her. Everyone obeyed, following Chi Lang as she rushed deeper into the woods. The moment they entered, they saw Duk Na tied to a tree with a snake on her. This was bad. The bodyguard swung his blade, cutting the snake in 2, then cut through the ropes and freed Duk Na. Chi Lang hurried forward and supported Duk Na. Are you all right? Duk Na was still shaken. Why is it you? I was afraid you would run off and refuse to cooperate, so I kept an eye on you. When I noticed you weren't at the reception, I came out to look for you. Are you all right? I'm Fina. Thank you. But how did you end up tied here? Duk Na recalled. I was about to change for the wedding when someone knocked me unconscious. When I woke up, I was here. Chi Lang thought. She was about to change after meeting me. The timing was far too suspicious. Director Duk Na, I truly want to work with you, but I would never stage a kidnapping and rescue scene myself. I understand. Don't worry, I won't suspect you. the bodyguard asked. Director Duk Na, do you still have a strength to walk? Do you need me to carry you? No, I can walk on my own. Chi Lang noticed that Duk Na was limping. She handed her a stick. Let's go together. Seeing Duk Na stop, Chi Lang asked, what's wrong? There was that strange look again. Whenever Duk Na looked at her, it seemed as though she was thinking of someone else. Duk Na fell silent for a moment. Nothing. I am tired. Let's rest for a while. Meanwhile, in Bak Vong's room, he had just opened his eyes when he saw Chi Lang's message. I've already gone to the house of Kui's wedding. You weren't awake yet, so I didn't know when you would get up. If you wake up before 2 in the afternoon, there's food on the table that you can heat up and eat. If it's later than that, throw it away and order takeout. Or call me, and I'll order it for you. After reading the message, Bak Vong muttered, you worry about me all day. Why not just feed me yourself? But why isn't she back this late? He immediately called Chi Lang. He called for a long time, but Chi Lang did not answer. She won't answer her phone, yet she always makes me order food. With no other choice, he called Kui Kan. Brother Bak Vong, just give the order. I'll do it right away. Tell Chi Lang to answer her phone. I don't think I saw her just now. Maybe she already left. One of the staff members said, no guests have left yet. Everyone is staying to watch the fireworks at the castle tonight. Bak Vong was furious. She didn't come back at noon, and now no one can even find her. Kui Kan, if one hair on my person is harmed, forget holding a wedding. Your house of Kui can hold a funeral instead. With that, he hung up. Deep in the woods, the bodyguards could not find the person who had attacked Duk Na, no matter how hard they searched. Could they have knocked her out and simply left her there? Chi Lang thought, I wanted to wait and see who would come, but they did not care at all. It seemed their target was not Duk Na, but me. She said, it seems someone knew Bak Vong wanted to invite you to work with him, so they kidnapped you to keep me from finding you. I drag you into this because of me. Director Duk Na replied, aren't you afraid that saying that will make me even less willing to work with you? The foundation of cooperation is honesty. Whether you agree or not, I have to make things clear so that you understand. The House of Bak has complicated internal affairs, and the truth is difficult to discern. Duk Na said, I know. I never expected the noble 7th young lady of the House of Lok to now have to work for someone else. Director Duk Na, you have been away from the country, so there are things you do not understand. My family has fallen. There is no one left in it. What about your maternal grandparents? Didn't they take care of you? My mother was an orphan from childhood. I have no maternal grandparents. Then how have you lived these past 5 years? Chi Lang fell silent. She stopped walking. Did Duk Na want to hear her story? What was that strange look in her eyes again? I have a thought. I don't know whether you know me, but the more I interact with you, the more I feel that the person you care about is someone else. Director Duk Na, do you know some of my family? Duk Na denied it. No, I don't know anyone from the House of Lok. My eldest brother used to study motorcycle repair. Around that time, it seems you attended the school next door. Duk Na was startled. I don't know Lok Thua. If you do not know him, then why do you know his name? After saying that, Duk Na froze for several seconds and looked at Chi Lang. Then she sat down dejectedly. There are so many directors in this country. Why did you choose me? Only you can make the type of television drama I want to produce. It is not a typical genre. It has a somewhat dark style, similar to your graduation project. My brother took me to watch your graduation project back then. I watched it over and over, so many times that I even remembered the subtitles. That is why I always remembered you. Chi Lang thought, when I initially decided to work with Duk Na, I did not think much of it. But her attitude really was hard to understand. Back then, my brother watched that film over and over. Perhaps it was not because of the plot, but because Duk Na still sat there in a daze, tears glistening in her eyes. Chi Lang said, Director Duk Na, I sincerely want to work with you. I hope you will consider it seriously. Duk Na said, if he knew you had become like this, he would climb out of his coffin even if he were dead. Chi Lang smiled. I'm living very well now. What is good about this? In his eyes, having to earn money to support yourself is supposed to be living well. Chai Long was stunned. That was right. With the way her brother had loved her, how could he possibly have allowed her to go out and work for money? Just then, several gunshots rang out, startling both of them into turning around. Why were there gunshots at a wedding? At the wedding venue, Kung Tu Hoa was being beaten badly. Tell me, where did you take Chi Lang? I didn't take her anywhere. I don't know anything. You still won't talk? Come on, hang her up again. Kung Tu Hoa cried and screamed, don't. She thought to herself, I only knocked Duk Na unconscious because I didn't want Chi Lang to find her. How would I know where Chi Lang is now? Why did Bak Vong suddenly bring people here, ready to kill and burn? Does he know that I targeted Chi Lang? Baek Vong smoked calmly. Miss Kung, you had better think carefully. It is very cold up there. Don't let your family freeze to death. I really don't know. Quiken was drenched in sweat as well. Baek Vong, why not leave this place to me? Today is my sister's wedding. If someone dies, it will be very difficult to handle. He thought, she is only a woman for amusement. Why is Baek Vong this enraged? Baek Vong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. I did not intend to settle this peacefully today. He quickly drew his gun, pointed it at Kung Tu Hoa, and without another word, prepared to pull the trigger. But before he could do anything, he heard Chi Lang call his name, and his movement stopped. Chi Lang asked anxiously, "What is wrong with you? What happened?" Baek Vong looked her over from head to toe, seeing that she was completely unharmed and intact. He said, "Nothing. I thought you were dead, so I came to avenge you. Where did you go that you would not answer your phone?" Director Duk Na was kidnapped into the woods. I went to help her. There probably wasn't any signal in the woods. Baek Vong had made such a huge commotion for her sake. With things blown up like this, how was she supposed to explain it to the houses of Baek, Kui, and Kung? "I'm Fina. You came looking for me as soon as you woke up. Have you eaten?" "No." "Then let's go eat." Baek Vong thought, thank goodness she is all right. It seems I'm the only one in her eyes. She worries all day about whether I have eaten. What a fool. Seeing him standing there absent-mindedly, she said, "Come on, let's eat. Skipping meals is bad for your health." Quiken stood there with his mouth agape. The instant Chi Lang appeared, Baek Vong's anger had completely vanished. This was not the attitude of someone merely playing around. Baek Vong cast a glance around, and all the bodyguards withdrew. Just as Baek Vong and Chi Lang were about to leave, Kung Tu Hoa's mother suddenly shouted, "No one is leaving today." Baek Vong, Chi Lang, you both owe the House of Kung an explanation. We came to attend a wedding, yet it turned into this. No matter how powerful the House of Baek is, you cannot cut off our way to live. What exactly has the House of Kung done to offend you? Baek Vong paid her no mind and continued holding Chi Lang's hand tightly. Kung Tu Hoa's mother was so angry that she clutched her head and began crying loudly. "Oh, my head hurts so much. At my age, I'm still being bullied." Chi Lang cursed inwardly. At her age, she is still throwing a tantrum and making a scene. How embarrassing. Baek Vong impatiently glared at her. "If you dare fall down, I dare step on you." Kung Tu Hoa's mother was frightened, but she thought, I do not believe Baek Vong would dare to be so unreasonable in front of all these people. She shouted, "Come on, step on me. Let everyone see how a strong young man bullies an old woman. And let everyone know that you are a wild child with no mother to raise you." The moment his mother was mentioned, Baek Vong could no longer endure it. He drew a leather whip and wrapped it around her neck. "Then let me send Madame Kung on her way." She screamed in terror, "Help! Silang Hudiden stop Baek Vong. Do not touch her." Then she whispered, "You cannot lay hands on an elderly person. Public opinion will cause a huge uproar. Besides, my reinforcements will arrive soon. Leave this to me." Baek Vong obediently released his grip. The moment he let go, Chi Lang pushed the woman toward Kung Tu Hoa. "Madam Kung, today's events are inevitably connected to your daughter, Kung Tu Hoa. As for criticizing others for lacking proper upbringing, you should reflect carefully on yourself. Baek Vong has never targeted the House of Kung without cause. Duk Na's kidnapping must be connected to Kung Tu Hoa." With that, Chi Lang took Baek Vong's hand. "Let's go." Just as they were about to leave, a white veil suddenly fell over Chi Lang's head, making her stop. At that moment, she looked like a young bride. Baek Vong was stunned for several seconds, staring at her without blinking. Chi Lang quickly removed the veil. "Let's go." Madame Kung stomped her feet furiously. What an outrageous eldest young master of the House of Baek. He actually dared to lay hands on me. He has no regard for law or order. By tomorrow, the entire city will know just how arrogant the House of Baek is. Old Madame Baek quickly came downstairs. "Wait, if today's matter is not made clear, people will say my grandson is cruel and vicious. I have been upstairs talking to Madame Kui all this time." "Then why did you not stop Baek Vong?" "Stop him from doing what? From saving someone?" "Chi Lang is my grandson's secretary. She came to offer congratulations on Baek Vong's behalf. She happened to see Director Duk Na being knocked unconscious and taken away, so she asked Baek Vong for help. By the time Baek Vong rushed over, both young women were gone. He had no choice but to question the House of Kung. His methods may have been somewhat forceful, but my grandson was doing a good deed by saving someone." Old Madam Back had come forward after receiving Qi Lang's message. Later, just say that Back Vong did it for my sake. Old Madam Back said, you are smearing the House of Kung merely for your grandson's sake. That is truly unreasonable. Without any evidence, how can you make Duc Na come forward? Who says there is no evidence? I am a witness. I should be thanking Secretary Qi for saving me. Moreover, I already asked Queen Man to retrieve the surveillance footage. The person who knocked me out was one of your bodyguards. Old Madam Back continued, I would also like to ask the House of Kung something. My eldest grandson had only just wanted to work with Director Duc Na, yet the director was attacked right at this wedding. What exactly does the House of Kung mean by this? Or do you wish to interfere in the affairs of our House of Back? Madam Kung added, I would also like to ask the House of Kung. At the auction, you slandered us, and now you came to this wedding in the name of offering congratulations, only to attack a guest and ruin my niece's wedding. Are you trying to turn against us? It was just a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation. Quiken was drenched in sweat. After tonight, the House of Kung would become the laughingstock of all Jiangbei. Don't be upset, sis. I'll throw you an even grander wedding someday. I don't know whether the House of Kung will become a laughingstock, but after tonight, all of Jiangbei will know that there is a woman named Qi Lang whom they absolutely must not provoke. At Back Vong's private villa, old Madam Back called at that moment. This matter has been settled, Qi Lang. You should have seen how pale the Kungs looked. I used morality to pressure them. Even if this reaches Vong's ears, he won't fly into a rage. Qilang sighed. It's good as long as things don't blow up. As long as matters do not become too complicated. Back Vong can still hold AG Entertainment together. Still, she could not shake the feeling that Back Vong's gaze today had been rather strange. Indeed, he was staring at her blankly. Then he gave a wicked smile and said, Come here. Qi Lang broke out in a cold sweat. Again? Couldn't he come up with anything new? She hurriedly walked over obediently. The moment she approached, he took her hand, pulled her tightly into his arms, and kissed her directly. They kissed for a long time. Qi Lang was breathless. Her cheeks flushed crimson. They're showing off their affection again. Are they still not done? Only after he had kissed her enough did he let her go. Qi Lang was trembling all over. Back Vong smiled. You can't handle even this? She became even more embarrassed. I've never been kissed like that before. Why did it suddenly turn into such a deep French kiss? It was never like this before. What is this supposed to be? He lightly brushed over her lips, then planted another kiss on her neck, making her jolt. What else was this man trying to do? Back Vong continued kissing downward, leaving her completely unable to resist. Back Vong, thank you for today. Thank you for finding me in time. Thank you for everything you did for me. And I'm sorry I didn't answer your calls and made you worry. What wedding dress did you wear that day? She froze. You mean on our wedding day? It seemed to be an extremely luxurious wedding gown. I heard it was very expensive, but it did not suit me very well. After the wedding, I had the servants deal with it. Back Vong held her, his eyes full of regret. I wasn't there that day. I know. You didn't want to marry me then, either. At that moment, the phone rang. I'll take this call. You eat first. Somewhat puzzled, she saw that it was Director Duc Na and immediately answered. Sorry, I left in such a hurry today that I didn't get a chance to say goodbye. Back Vong ignored her and followed after her, wrapping his arms around her possessively. Why was he following her instead of eating? Duc Na said, I'm returning to Country K tomorrow. I called to let you know, so you can find someone more capable than me. Was Director Duc Na calling to turn her down? Qi Lang had thought that after escaping the woods, Duc Na might look more favorably upon her. She said, Director Duc Na, please don't be hasty. I know what happened today frightened you, but I guarantee that Back Vong will protect your people. That isn't the reason. I simply don't want to stay in this country anymore, not for even another second. Is it because of my brother? If it were any other reason, Qi Lang could still try to persuade her to stay. But if it involved family, how could she stop her? Qi Lang sighed. I understand. Have a safe journey. Secretary Locke, I also wish for you to be cherished by countless people. With that, Duc Na hung up. Qi Lang found that blessing rather strange. She also wondered what exactly had happened between her eldest brother and Duc Na all those years ago. Back Vong asked, couldn't persuade her to stay? But it's all right. Good things are worth putting in more effort for. I'll find another director. We cannot lose. There was again. He said, everything you want belongs to you. Whether it is a person or an object, it is all the same. The next day, Qi Lang received another message from Duc Na. Secretary Locke, this is Duc Na. I've changed my mind. I'm currently at Kui Ki Tower. Upon receiving the message, Chi Lang hurried to the lounge at Kui Ki Tower. The moment she arrived, she saw Duk Na sitting there with a blindfold over her eyes. Fusen was drenched in sweat. A car stopped at the entrance just now, dropped director Duk Na off, and drove away. Chi Lang looked on helplessly. It seemed that Duk Na had not sent that message of her own accord. Chi Lang quickly stepped forward and removed her blindfold, while Duk Na was still considering what she should say next. Chi Lang gave an awkward smile. If I said I didn't deliberately kidnap you to force you to make a film, would you believe me? Can you guarantee that Baek Vong wasn't the one who kidnapped me? Chi Lang changed the subject. Are you hurt? Did they threaten you? Recalling his words from last night, everything you want belongs to you. Chi Lang realized that he had meant Duk Na. Duk Na said, they wouldn't let me enter the airport. I was afraid of angering them, so I asked to be blindfolded. But I can still report this to the police. Kilang smiled awkwardly. Perhaps someone is deliberately framing Baek Vong. In all of Jiangbei, you're probably the only one who believes he is a good person. Chi Lang thought to herself, I do not believe that either. Aloud, she said, without evidence, we can't say anything. Duk Na turned her head away. For the sake of you saving my life yesterday, I'll pretend this kidnapping never happened. Chi Lang said, since you already missed your flight, why not sit down for a cup of tea? I'll buy you another ticket later. Duk Na stood up. There's no need. Just as she was about to leave, Fusen exclaimed happily, the eldest young master's car is back. He opened the door. Duk Na immediately turned to look at the car. Wow, I waited so many days and finally managed to buy this car. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Fong. For now, leave in the back office. Chi Lang turned around and saw Duk Na's eyes filled with hatred. Then she suddenly understood. Oh, so it is because of my eldest brother's car. Duk Na said, didn't you want to hire me to make a film? I can agree to it. Chi Lang asked, what are your conditions? Duk Na looked at the car and said, smash it, and I'll do it. Chi Lang broke out in a cold sweat. Director Duk, I do not know what happened between you and my eldest brother. If he owes you anything, I can repay it on his behalf. Duk Na retorted, how do you intend to repay it for him? What can you use to repay it? A debt of money is repaid with money. A debt of life is repaid with life. That is the responsibility of our House of Locke. We will never evade it. Duk Na asked again, then what about an emotional debt? Will you repay that on behalf of your brother? Your brother abandoned me at the time I needed him the most. I hate him deeply. Chi Lang thought to herself, eldest brother had a relationship but never told the family. That really was not appropriate. Duk Na said, besides, he is already dead. There's no point in keeping this car. Use it to exchange for my help with your film. Consider it a bitter bargain. Chi Lang tried to persuade her. Director Duk, let's go inside for tea. I will buy you a plane ticket home. The opportunity is right in front of you, yet you refuse to seize it. How are you going to explain that to President Baek? I truly hope you can stay, but no one has the right to touch a family member's belongings. Duk Na said coldly, it is just a car, but it is more important to me than my own life. Duk Na said angrily, fine. Then she turned and left. Chi Lang called after her, Director Duk, my brother never allowed me to sit in that car. He said that no second woman could ever sit in it. Then did he ever tell you that he wanted to marry me, only to start seeing his arranged marriage partner afterward? So what if I sat in that car? He still ruthlessly broke up with me. He even called me weak and said I was not worthy of being with him. He told me to have some self-respect and stop clinging to him. Chi Lang could not believe it. How could her eldest brother be that kind of person? He treasured that car so much that he only sold it after the House of Locke fell into decline. How could he have treated Duk Na so cruelly and said such things to her? Chi Lang looked toward the car, suddenly noticed something, and searched around for a while. She found a photograph. Several lines were written on it. I will trade a lifetime of loneliness for you to be cherished by countless people. She hurriedly tried to hide it, but before she could, Duk Na snatched it away, startling Chi Lang. Duk Na opened it and saw a childhood photo of herself, along with those words. Tears began pouring down her face. Impossible, impossible. Sobbing, she ran into the hospital room, utterly devastated. Chi Lang thought to herself, why had Duk Na hidden that note at the tea house back then? This was eldest brother's secret. He wanted to conceal it, so she should respect his wishes. Then she thought, if eldest brother left behind those words, he must have had his own difficulties when he gave up Duk Na. He must have put on an act to make Duk Na hate him. Through her tears, Duk Na said, "You and he really are alike, smart, gentle, and kind. You always treat those around you with a warm heart." Kilang sighed. "I'm not that wonderful." Duk Na said, "I told him that I admired how you could make so many people love you. He said he would help me achieve that. When he broke up with me, I had just graduated and had not found a job yet. I was lost and uncertain. But soon afterward, I met new friends. They helped me through the pain of heartbreak. After going abroad, I was no longer weak. I thought the wonderful life I have now was the loudest slap in my ex-boyfriend's face." As she spoke, Duk Na seemed to remember something. She hurriedly took out her phone and called Queen Man. "I want to ask you something. We studied together for 4 years. Why do we only become friends in our final year? It has been so many years. Why are you suddenly asking about that? Did someone ask you to do it? You knew all along." "Someone did ask me to do it at the time, but afterward, I truly came to see you as my closest friend in this life." Lok Kang Tu. He really was Lok Kinthua. Why did he do that? I don't know either. I only remember that during that period, he asked many people to help you. Learning that all the people who had helped her were arranged by Lok Kinthua, Duk Na cried even harder. Chi Lang asked worriedly, "Are you all right? Why did he arrange all these wonderful things, then act as if he wanted to throw me away? Why? I do not know either. Perhaps the House of Lok went bankrupt back then, and he did not want to drag you down with him." The more Duk Na spoke, the harder she cried. "Kinthua, you really are a fool." After talking with Duk Na, Chi Lang felt exhausted as well and let out a sigh. The moment she opened the door, she was startled to find Bak Vong sitting outside, waiting for her. "Bak Vong, why are you here? Have you eaten? You looked like you were about to die, so I came to check on you." Kilang smiled. "I'm always making you worry about my safety. I am sorry. That is true. How about I personally see you off, so I won't have to worry?" Why did he always have such bizarre ideas? Chi Lang felt somewhat awkward. "I brought Director Duk to the hospital just now. She was not feeling well, so I stayed with her for a while and came back late." Bak Vong looked at the car. "What is that?" "That was my eldest brother's car when he was alive. It was the token of love between him and Director Duk." Chi Lang, "Are you planning by back all your family members' love tokens and give them to me?" Shai Long var stund. When had she ever said she wanted to give it to him? Then she suddenly remembered that Fu Sin had once said all the money she earned was spent buying gifts for her husband. Bak Vong must still remember that, which was why he assumed everything she bought was for him. So she smiled and asked, "Do you like it?" Inwardly, she prayed, "Please say you do not. Please." Bak Vong stood up. "A vintage car that is rarely seen on the road. Do you think I would like it? Really? Then forget it." But he added, "Give it to me." She jumped in alarm. "No." The moment she said that, Bak Vong's gaze darkened. She explained, "It is a misunderstanding. The misunderstanding between Director Duk and my brother has been cleared up. I think she may want this car as a memento. If she asks for it, I will give it to her. So the money you earn can also be used to buy gifts for other people?" Chi Lang thought, "It is my money. I can give it to whomever I want. Does it mean I can only buy things for him?" Yet she said aloud, "No, that is not it. Since I already bought it, there is no need to return it. Let me choose another gift for you. Then give it to her. Let's see whether she has the good fortune to accept it." Chi Lang was a little angry. Wasn't it just one car? Did he really have to be like this? She said, "Then I will not give it away. I'll keep it for myself." Bak Vong was silent for a moment, remaining rather resolute. Then he suddenly remembered something. "The last time you went to the exhibition hall, was it to buy a car?" Then, rather reluctantly, he said, "Fine. Since you nearly lost your life, I'll accept it." Chi Lang screamed inwardly. What does that even mean? An hour later, at Bak Vong's private villa, the car had been neatly placed inside a glass display case. Chi Lang could only feel a headache coming on. Why did every item she had painstakingly collected end up in Bak Vong's hands? When they divorced, would he return them to her? Why was her relationship with Bak Vong becoming increasingly tangled and unclear? "I have accepted it, so why are you still sighing? Are you reluctant to give it to me?" If she said even one thing he disliked, she feared blood would be spilled everywhere. She said no. Then she added, "Oh, I bought some pastries. They are delicious. Osmanthus cakes and lotus cakes. Come on, open your mouth and eat. Be good." Bak Vong obediently opened his mouth and ate. But he paid no attention to the pastries at all. He only gazed at her intensely, leaving Chi Lang somewhat helpless. Sure enough, here it came again. Just as expected, Bak Vong quickly kissed her. They kissed passionately until Chi Lang trembled. Ever since returning from the Kui family wedding, he seemed to enjoy kissing her more and more. Even while they were speaking, he would suddenly kiss her, never seeming to get enough. "Move into my room tonight." She cried out in shock, "No." A single man and a single woman sharing a room could easily lead to something crossing the line. Naturally, that answer made Bak Vong's expression turn very unpleasant. Oh no, he was angry. She immediately used a pitiful tone. What I mean is, if I stay too close to you, I'm afraid I will cling to you and refuse to let go. Then if you cast me aside, I will lose all my dignity. You want to cling to me and refuse to let go? You do not even dare get into bed with me. How exactly would you cling to me? That is because I am very clear-headed right now. If you give me a chance to fantasize, I cannot guarantee what I might do. Tell me then, what do you fantasize about? Of course, I fantasize about you being willing to live happily with me until we grow old together. Bak Vong froze at her words. Grow old together? He had never considered the idea of a lifetime. He did not even know when he would die. So how could he make long-term plans? She said, you have never thought about it, have you? Then give me the last bit of dignity I have, and let me take a step back. Those words again. Their time together was limited. She knew when to retreat. He asked, Chi Lang, do you think about an escape route every day? Chi Lang thought to herself, I truly do want to leave. I want to return to Jiangnan and live in seclusion for the rest of my life. But she could not say such words to Bak Vong, so she coaxed him again. Whenever I look at you, all I think about is you. I do not want to think about anything else. Sure enough, she successfully soothed him, and the two resumed their passionate kissing. Sigh, beauty truly clouds one's judgment. The next day, in the secretarial office, Chi Lang sighed. Fortunately, Bak Vong had only kissed her and had not done anything beyond the line. It was just that his kisses were too possessive, too intense. She could hardly endure them. The more she thought about it, the more she broke out in a sweat. After being kissed so often, she had even dreamed of Bak Vong kissing her wildly in her sleep. At that moment, Dukna knocked and entered. Chi Lang was very surprised. Why are you here? Last time, you said that as long as it was me, I could come anytime. Sure enough, Dukna's mental state had improved greatly. She had clearly just learned that the man she had always considered a heartless scoundrel had actually loved her deeply, and that he was already dead. She should have been devastated. Yet in just one day, Dukna had recovered. Dukna said, I have informed my crew to buy plane tickets and come here. Let's discuss the script. Chi Lang was even more surprised. You agreed to stay in the country? May I ask why? Because you are little Seven, the little sister Locke Kinthua cherished most. Chi Lang froze upon hearing that form of address. Little Seven. Only family members had called her that. It had been so long since she had heard it. Dukna said, I went abroad because I hated Locke Kinthua. I hated him so much that I wished he would die, so I could not live in the same country as him. But now I no longer hate him. She had let go. It was not easy for an adult to truly let go. So, do you welcome me as your director? Of course. Happy cooperation, Director Duk. Happy cooperation. This is Bak Vong's office. Let's discuss things here. Dukna asked skeptically. You can come and go from Bak Vong's office as you please? Do you know what people are saying outside? They say you're Bak Vong's mistress, and that he nearly destroyed the entire house of Kui because of you. Besides, you're married. Is your husband really willing to be cuckolded? Dukna looked at Chi Lang's wedding ring and said, if you're just wearing that ring for show, take it off. These rumors aren't good for your reputation. This is my wedding ring. Dukna gaped. You really are married? Then what is Bak Vong to you? I don't believe you cheat on your husband. Bak Vong must have forced you. How could he lay a hand on a married woman? This is outrageous. I'm going to demand justice for you. No, Director, you've misunderstood. The person I married is Bak Vong. This is our wedding ring. Dukna looked bewildered. How could you like someone as terrifying as a god of death? If your brother were still alive, you'd surely anger him to death. Actually, Bak Vong isn't that bad. He once saved me. At the House of Kui wedding, he made such a scene because he was worried about me. Looks like I misjudged him. The fact that he was willing to disregard everything to protect you at that wedding proves he truly cares about you. But I still don't understand why you like him and stay by his side. Kilanka smiled bitterly. I married him because I got pregnant. Dukna's mouth fell open. You're pregnant? And the House of Bak still lets you work outside. It's not exactly a formal job. I'm just staying by Bak Vong's side. Chi Lang told Dukna about how she had nearly drowned in the river and explained the importance of this television series. I understand. You want this drama to become a huge hit, helping Bak Vong secure his position in the corporation, while using the opportunity to investigate the mastermind behind everything. Is that right? That's right. If we don't find a mastermind, I'll always feel as though a blade is hanging over my neck. I can't keep living in fear. But with only 2 months, are you sure you can make a hit drama? I'm betting on your ability and on the real-life material I want to film this time. I don't know how to write a script. I've only prepared this material for you. Read it and turn it into a compelling story. After reading the materials, Duk-na broke out in a cold sweat. You really want to film this? I'm certain, since Chi Lang had placed all her hopes on this drama, Duk-na was determined to see it through with her. This drama will definitely become the greatest masterpiece of my life. 2 days later, Chi Lang happily brought the script to Baek Vong. Do you want to sleep? Your insomnia has been much better lately. Baek Vong gave her a wicked look. It would be even better if there were a woman sleeping with me. Chi Lang broke out in a cold sweat. Take a look at this. It's the first episode script director Duk sent over. I've read it. Her control over the characters and plot is flawless. When will filming begin? At least 2 weeks from now. I want to hold auditions to select the cast first. Good. This script is our trump card for turning things around. Guard it carefully. Chi Lang opened the safe and locked the script inside. That same night, Yu Si-vin Fai said, no matter how clever that lock girl is, hasn't the script ultimately fallen into our hands? Din smiled. Now that we have the script, the next step is to place our people in the production crew. Finally, the third day arrived. Everyone had come, packed together like ants. There are so many handsome men and beautiful women. You're still in the mood to admire them? I'm afraid 1/3 of these people were sent by the 2 madams of the House of Baek. Then we'll have to rely on director Duk to examine them closely. Will you take me for a deity? How can I tell who's a monster with just my naked eye? Others may not be able to, but a director like you certainly can. You really are just like your brother, so good at flattering people. No wonder even Baek Vong is wrapped around your finger. Exactly. Chi Lang smiled, but denied it aloud. That's not true. How could Baek Vong possibly be under my control? Soon afterward, the audition officially began. Looks like saying 1/3 was an understatement. These people have clearly rehearsed countless times and are just waiting to be selected. Next, hello, director and judges. My name is Tran Tuet Nien, and I'm 22 years old. Chi Lang said, her style of dress is somewhat like yours. It's a little strange, Chi Lang replied calmly. A lot of young women like wearing traditional clothing nowadays. But our drama is set in the modern high society world, and she came to audition in an ancient style dress. Chi Lang added, but she handles her emotions well, and her acting is beyond reproach. You mean you want to choose her? Director Duk has full authority to decide. 2 hours later, Chi Lang walked tiredly into the break room. Finally, it's over. As soon as she entered, a young man called out to her, Secretary Locke. This was Traek Duong, who had just been selected as the male lead. Why was he here? Secretary Locke, perhaps you don't remember me. We met at the audition earlier. My name is Traek Duong. Oh, hello. Chi Lang sensed that something was off. The way this man spoke felt artificial. Why is a woman like you working as someone else's secretary? Your beauty is truly breathtaking. As he spoke, Traek Duong shut the door, putting Chi Lang on guard. He hurriedly grabbed her hand. Let me pour you some water. No need. Chi Lang quickly shook off his hand, her guard fully raised. No need. Please show some respect. I only want to help you. Why should I need to show respect? Chi Lang stared at him seriously. Don't you know exactly what you're up to? Suddenly, a voice drifted in from outside. President Baek, hello. I'm the female lead of this high society drama. Please look after me. Traek Duong immediately lunged toward Chi Lang. Secretary Locke, please don't do this. Don't pull me. We've only just met. Chi Lang immediately understood. If she stepped back against the wall, the commotion would be audible. So this was his filthy scheme. He wanted to drive a wedge between her and Baek Vong. Chi Lang swiftly dodged, and Traek Duong lunged into empty air, sprawling onto the floor. She quickly grabbed a bottle of water. Just as Baek Vong pushed open the door, he saw Chi Lang splashing water at Traek Duong. She said coldly, don't bother me. The moment she stepped outside and saw Baek Vong, she complained indignantly. He tried to take advantage of me. Fire him immediately. I avoided him, but he clearly had ulterior motives. The moment she finished speaking, the room was filled with a murderous aura. Traek Duong stammered, President Baek, that's not what happened. I merely lost my footing. Secretary Locke threw herself into my arms and even grabbed my collar. I thought she had ulterior motives. She explained, I didn't do that. Traek Duong continued. She said she liked my films and was my fan. She even asked me to sign my name on her chest. After hearing this, Baek Vong released Chi Lang's hand. She continued explaining, I didn't do any of that. Other than you, there is no one else for me. He said, "Wait here for a moment." Then he stepped close and instructed her, "It's all right. Be good and wait for me here. If it gets too noisy, cover your ears." After saying that, Bak Vong slammed the door shut. At once, miserable screams rang out from inside. I won't dare do it again. President Bak, spare me." Even Chi Lang shuddered a little. Bak Vong had been so ruthless. She wondered whether Traik Duong regretted it now. When it was finally dealt with, Bak Vong calmly walked out, wiping his hands with a towel that reeked of blood. After wiping his hands, he took hers and led her away. As they passed the other offices, the employees trembled from the miserable screams they had just heard. When they reached her office, she said, "All right, Bak Vong." He abruptly stopped, making her lose her balance slightly. She said, "Traik Duong was definitely planted here to drive a wedge between us. Luckily, you arrived in time. Otherwise, I really don't know what he might have done to me." Bak Vong asked sharply, "Is there a surveillance camera in that room? Don't you believe me?" He still said, "Show me the surveillance footage." Then he lightly bit her hand. "Be good. Turn on the footage." Soon, she was seated in front of the computer. Seeing her hesitate, he said, "Why aren't you opening it? Do you have a guilty conscience?" Helplessly, Chi Lang pulled up the footage while Bak Vong watched. He soon sat down and watched everything that had happened between her and Traik Duong in the room. When he finished, his anger was gone. Knowing she was innocent, he held her tightly and said, "It's all right now." Chi Lang was deeply worried. Things were fine this time because she had been careful, but if there had been even the slightest misleading scene, what would Bak Vong have done? Would he believe her, or would he believe what he saw with his own eyes? She said, "Bak Vong, if you don't trust me, why do you still want me to compete with you for power? Won't working together without trust lead to conflict? I trust no one in this world. So, Chi Lang, you'd better never let me find proof that you betrayed me. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." It clearly wasn't her fault. So why was she still being threatened? Was he taking out his anger on her merely because two people he had once trusted betrayed him? If she could, she truly wanted to slap him hard. But she could not. Not yet. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. She hugged him tightly. He asked, "What is it? Are you scared?" "No, I was just thinking that once suspicion takes root, it must be painful. I wonder when someone you can trust completely will appear. There will be no such person. I won't allow one to appear. I've had enough of being betrayed by people I trusted." She said, "There will be someday. You'll definitely become happier and happier." Bak Vong felt helpless. She really was such an innocent fool. Meanwhile, Chi Lang was extremely tense and desperately wanted to go home. Yusi Van Phi was still overseas. Madame Yusi and Hamai Din had taken Traik Duong to the hospital. He probably would not be able to get out of bed for half a month, and it seemed he had been crippled this time. Chi Lang is far too cautious. There are plenty of handsome men around, but none can get close to her. How could the woman old Madame Bak favors be simple? She wants to cling to Bak Vong, so she definitely won't expose any weakness. Then what should we do? The television drama is about to start filming. Why the rush? She may have avoided a man's trap, but could she avoid a woman's trap as well? Once Bak Vong is dead, my Bak Tin will be the rightful heir. By then, Tran Van will surely marry me, and the ring on my hand will become a legitimate wedding ring. A few days later, the high society drama officially began filming. Chi Lang was at the set every day. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. "Miss Locke, be careful not to get heat stroke." Ever since the incident with Traik Duong, the head of the security team had been replaced by Lai Min Hoai because Bak Vong wanted him to monitor her every move. Duk Na said, "This drama has been going so smoothly. We've already edited quite a bit of the first episode. Let's watch it." Suddenly, she saw Tran Tuet Neen entering AG Entertainment. Look at her. When other main cast members aren't filming, they either take a nap or return to the hotel to rest. But whenever she has free time, she runs to AG Entertainment. Is she checking in for attendance? Xiao Qi, don't call me nosy, but her intentions are too obvious. Why would she wear clothes exactly like yours and go to AG Entertainment? You need to be more careful. Chi Lang replied indifferently. Bak Vong doesn't come to the company often. Besides, if he really wants to do something, I can't stop him. Dukna was a little angry. You're pregnant, and you're always busy on set. Can Bak Vong really remain abstinent forever? Be careful. I mean it. All right, Director Duk. I'll go investigate right away. Chi Lang finally returned to review the materials. She overheard people gossiping. Tran Tuet Neen really has tricks up her sleeve. Every day, when Secretary Locke goes to the film set, she goes around trying to steal someone else's man. She sure knows how to make full use of her resources. I thought President Bak doted on Secretary Locke, even though she's married. I didn't expect my sister to see Tran Tuet Neen entering a hotel with President back yesterday. Is that true? Of course it's true. How can anyone make that up? Besides, President Back doesn't seem like the sort of man who would restrain himself. How could he stay faithful to a married woman? Before the speaker could finish, Chi Lang walked over and snatched their phone away. With just one glance at the photo of the two entering the room, she recognized the bracelet as Back Vong's. She decisively deleted the photo. Then she said, "You have the time to gossip outside the president's office? Are you tired of living? I hope these rumors stop here. If I hear them again, I'll treat the gossip you spread as fact. When that happens, President Back will deal with you personally. Do you understand?" Seeing how properly she handled it, Lai Min Hoi secretly marveled. As expected of my sister-in-law. What a commanding presence. I thought she would go make a scene with President Back. As soon as she returned to the office, she saw Tran Tuet Neen coming out, her clothes disheveled and her cheeks flushed. Upon seeing this, Lai Min Hoi was more excited than the people involved, as if he were about to see them grab each other's hair and start cursing. Tran Tuet Neen was exceedingly arrogant. She deliberately exposed a bite mark and said, "Secretary Locke, you're back. I still have 2 scenes to film later, so I'll be going now." Li Minghui was astonished. They aren't fighting? How could she stand it? Chi Lang thought to herself, should I remind Back Vong? It was obvious at a glance that Tran Tuet Neen had bad intentions. Keeping a woman like that around would do no good. As soon as she entered, she saw Back Vong practicing calligraphy with focused attention. "You're practicing calligraphy instead of resting." His handwriting was getting better and better. Once he became serious about something, he improved remarkably quickly. Back Vong wrote many characters, then handed them to her to look at, his eyes signaling for praise. Chi Lang understood immediately and praised him. "Your handwriting is beautiful. I was bored, so I just wrote a little casually." He soon wrapped his arms around her and stroked her gently, leaving her confused. Tran Tuet Neen had only just left. "Did you want to continue so soon?" he asked. "Are you going back to the set to pass the time again?" "Yes. You've worked hard practicing calligraphy. I'll prepare something to eat for you." He would not let her leave. He immediately pulled her back and kissed her passionately. But remembering the flushed Tran Tuet Neen coming out earlier, Chi Lang pulled away. "Don't do this." 3 more months. Chi Lang thought, wasn't Tran Tuet Neen enough for him? His appetite really was excessive. Or had he not touched her at all, and she had merely put on an act for Chi Lang to see? Chi Lang said, "The doctor said my blood type is unusual, so it's best not to. You want me to endure for 10 months? Just then, the phone rang. Director Duke was asking her to come to the set. "The production crew is quite busy. I only missed you and couldn't resist coming back to see you. I'll make you a cup of tea. Go on." As soon as Chi Lang stepped out, she told Lai Min Hoi, "Arrange for someone to protect President Back in secret. Someone has been watching his private life lately." "Understood. I'm going to the restroom." Lai Min Hoi hurried in to report Chi Lang's words. "She thinks I'm having an affair with that actress, and she even helped me deal with the spies." Lai Min Hoi added. Miss Locke's eyes were a little red. With that, he went into the restroom. Back Vong sank into his delusions again. "Oh," she cried, yet she claims she doesn't care. "That woman Locke Chi Lang is clearly madly in love with me." The following night, everyone was having a lively time at a bar. Back Vong, however, sat in silence, deep in thought. It was already 11 o'clock. That foolish woman would probably urge him to go home soon. At that moment, 2 people beside him were talking. "You're such an idiot. That woman was so obedient, but she never really loved you." "Sobi, she was gentle and obedient. I thought she loved me, but it turns out she was that kind of person. Forget it, man. Consider it tuition for a lesson learned." Back Vong did not understand what they were talking about. Quicken quickly joined in on the gossip. They're talking about Din So. A while ago, he kept a very obedient woman. She never cried, made trouble, or got jealous. She cared about everything concerning him, and Din So was so moved that he wanted to give up his wild ways and devote himself to her. In the end, that woman took his money and fled abroad. She was even more ruthless than he was. She left Din So a letter saying she had targeted his money from the beginning, and even mocked him for being weak in bed. Now, everyone is laughing at him. After hearing that, Back Vong fell silent, feeling deeply unsettled. Chi Lang had never provoked him either. He decisively got up and left. "Back Vong, why are you leaving just after sitting down?" Meanwhile, Chi Lang had just returned home from work at the villa. The moment she entered, she saw Baek Vong's deep, expressionless gaze. She forced a smile. Did you come especially to pick me up? Seeing Baek Vong's expression, Chi Lang felt a little afraid. Why was he acting so strangely today? Had something happened? Looking at him like this, she had better not ask. She said, "What do you want to eat? Shall I go buy some pastries? I am hungry. I am a little. Then I'll make something for you." "No need. You'll be tired if you go into the kitchen. I don't want you to work so hard. I could just go buy some." Who would dare let him into the kitchen? Looking at Baek Vong now, he did not seem like he wanted to cook at all. He looked more like he wanted to kill someone. Baek Vong looked at her and recalled what he had just heard. No fussing, no crying, always obedient. She simply did not love him. He roared angrily. "Didn't I say I was going to cook?" He quickly strode into the kitchen with murderous intent, slammed a piece of meat onto the counter, and said, "Come here." Before she could react, he picked up a cleaver and, with one slash, chopped the meat in two. Bits of bone and meat splattered onto Chi Lang's face, cutting her skin and drawing blood. Chi Lang panicked again, having no idea how she had angered this god of slaughter. "I'll go get a bottle of water," she said, standing there with a frightened expression. Watching Baek Vong cook, Chi Lang could not help but feel terrified. If anyone came in and saw this scene, they would surely think he was trying to murder someone. "Baek Vong, whatever happened, we can work through it together. Don't be like this. You're really worrying me. Can you tell me what happened?" Baek Vong irritably threw down the cleaver. "Kui Kan threw a party last night. The moment a group of female celebrities entered the hotel, they threw themselves into my arms. I think Tran Tuet Nien is quite good. I'm thinking of keeping her. That won't affect her filming, will it? Shai Long va stund." If she said, "It won't affect it," her fate would likely be the same as that piece of meat. What exactly had she done wrong? Did he think she was meddling too much? Or did he believe that not being jealous meant she did not love him? Was he doubting whether her feelings for him were real? Seeing her stand there in a daze without saying anything, he shouted, "Look up. I'm asking you." Chi Lang recalled director Duk Na's words. Even crying scenes were beyond her. Think of the most painful thing now. Cry. So Chi Lang's eyes filled with tears, and they streamed down her face, leaving Baek Vong staring at her in a daze. "I think Tran Tuet Nien's intentions are not so simple. You should be careful if you get involved with her. Check whether there are cameras or listening devices in her clothes or handbag. But if you think it's fine, then it's no problem. I'm only afraid it will be exposed, and I'll have to handle it. Issue a clarification and say that the two of you are in a proper relationship and about to get married. That would greatly reduce the negative impact. A young madam of the House of Baek as generous as her was truly rare. Do I even have the right not to be generous? As for everything else, as long as you're happy, nothing else matters. I don't matter either. If it doesn't matter, why are your eyes red? I'm not made of stone or wood. How could I not be affected? If you hadn't said those things to me, I wouldn't be like this. I shouldn't have said that. I want to go back to my room. Stop cooking. Chopping bones will make your hands hurt. That's it then. Good night." Baek Vong looked at her expression and silently returned to his room. Why was she crying? Why was she not like everyone else? That Quicken really did not understand anything. Chi Lang had barely returned to her room before slamming the door shut. She still had not recovered from the shock. Baek Vong had scared her half to death. This man was really hard to please. At 2 in the morning, Chi Lang still could not sleep. Her father had taught her to live freely and without restraint, but now she had to tread carefully. Every step felt like walking along the edge of an abyss. Would she live to see the day she could safely return to Jiangnan? Just then, Baek Vong came in. "Are you still crying? You were so upset that you couldn't sleep and stood on the balcony, crying in the middle of the night." "No, I'm just hungry. I want begonia cakes. I'm so hungry I could cry." "Which shop you want them from?" Was he going to buy them for her? She said, "The shop I usually go to is closed now." Yet he still asked, "Which shop?" "The one on Zhongshan Road, but it's really closed. Even if you wanted to buy them now, you couldn't." He took her hand. "Stop talking and come with me." Soon, they arrived outside the pastry shop. "See, it really is closed." Baek Vong made a call. "Why hasn't the owner arrived yet? Do I need to come pick you up?" "We're here, young master. We're about to land." Very soon, a helicopter landed overhead. Chi Lang was stunned by the sight before her. Was this really necessary? Even when she was at the House of Locke, no one had ever been this extravagant. Half an hour later, exquisitely presented begonia cakes were finally placed on the table. Chi Lang smiled awkwardly and thanked the chef, but he was drenched in sweat and did not dare accept it. Chi Lang wanted nothing more than to crawl into a hole, but Baek Vong had gone to all this trouble. If she did not eat properly, he would definitely get angry. She enthusiastically ate one. It's delicious. Thank you, Bak Vong. You're so good to me. Have one too. Bak Vong promptly took her hand and ate a pastry with her. Not bad. Lok Chi-lang ate 3 in a row and was finally full, breathing a sigh of relief. He asked, "Did you enjoy eating?" "I'm not only full, I'm stuffed. Let's go home." Bak Vong's gaze became incredibly gentle as he held out his hand. She eagerly took it. The two of them happily walked home hand in hand. Bak Vong did not forget to instruct, "Hire this chef for the House of Bak. Tell him to make pastries every day and send them to me." Kilang sighed. It really was his familiar, domineering style. Time passed quickly, and before long, it was the premiere day of the high society drama. Is there really nothing going on between Bak Vong and Tran Tuet Nin? There have been more and more rumors lately. There's nothing between them. I trust Bak Vong. If he betrays you, tell me. We'll think of a way together to make him understand the price of betrayal. That won't happen, so don't worry. Besides, I don't care about those things now. I only hope the drama premieres smoothly. A young man rushed over to report. "This is bad, Secretary Locke. Director Duke, President Bak's bed photos have been leaked." Chi Lang and Duke Na stared at each other in utter shock. They quickly went online to check the news. Reports that the eldest son of the House of Bak had shared a bed with celebrity Tran Tuet Nin were spreading everywhere. They were both looking at it, but before the female lead could get angry, Duke Na had already exploded. "That Bak Vong. I'm going to settle accounts with him. What are you doing? Little Seven, are you really just going to endure this? All for the position of young madam of the House of Bak. You are the cherished daughter of the House of Locke. Why should you suffer such humiliation?" "Director Duke, I don't intend to swallow this anger. It's just that the drama premieres tonight, and this news came out at precisely this moment. Who do you think is being targeted? This was clearly planned in advance." Kilang smiled. "I believe this is only the beginning. There are still many ticking bombs waiting for us. If Bak Vong and I fight now, we will fall right into the mastermind's trap." "You mean those bed photos were fabricated? They must be fake." "That's true. There isn't a single clear frontal photo of Bak Vong in that post. So we still have to trust Bak Vong. Leave this to me. You still need to go to the set. Everything will proceed according to plan." "All right." After handling matters, Chi Lang called Bak Vong, but he still did not answer. Just as she had predicted, the internet was flooded with negative comments about AG Entertainment. "Secretary Locke, this is bad. We sent legal notices, but the online controversy still hasn't died down. President Bak is being cursed everywhere. At this rate, more people will follow the news than watch the drama, and AG Entertainment will become a laughingstock." With 4 hours left until the drama premiered, old Madam Bak called Chi Lang. The board was holding a meeting. Bak Tran Van, having learned of the online news, angrily flung documents everywhere. "He asked me to pass a message along. Bak Vong's reputation concerns the group's image. This has become too big. If we cannot turn things around, Bak Vong will have little chance in the future. Grandmother, I always act according to a plan. Then grandmother can rest assured. Don't believe those nonsense rumors. Bak Vong does not have another woman, really. Ever since he returned to the country 5 years ago, I have kept an eye on him. Bak Vong is perfectly clean." Old Madam Bak had even suspected that perhaps all his constant fighting had damaged his manly function. Chi Lang burst out laughing. Grandmother would say anything to comfort her. "In short, you must believe in Bak Vong. You are the only one in his heart. Don't worry, grandmother. I haven't given up. I will definitely help Bak Vong secure his footing in the group." She thought to herself, if they could not get through tonight's crisis, it would all be over. There was not much time left. After casting the net for so long, it was time to reel it in. In a noisy bar, several AG Entertainment executives were celebrating. One of them said, "Bak Vong only knows how to fool around in casinos. What does he know about the entertainment industry?" "Exactly. It's just a pity the company's share price keeps falling. It's fine. Once Bak Vong fails, President UC will return, and our good days will come again." "Right. Why is Tran Tuet Nin sitting here alone? She's the greatest contributor this time. During tonight's interview, remember to look pitiful. Make everyone believe President Bak forced you. Then cut a few more marks on your arm, implying that Bak Vong likes that sort of violence." As they chatted excitedly, a loud bang at the door suddenly startled everyone. Chi Lang appeared. "What are you directors celebrating? Why are you here?" "I'm here to find someone. Miss Tran, I'd like to have a word with you." Trantuet Nin looked confused. Me? Very quickly, everyone inside was restrained by Chi Lang's people. What are you trying to do? Secretary Locke. Do you think AG Entertainment is some kind of criminal gang? You're just a little mistress. What right do you have to act so recklessly? After the others were dealt with, only Trantuet Nin remained. She asked fearfully, Secretary Locke, what are you doing? I'm only an actress. I'd like to ask Miss Tran for a favor. High Society premieres in 3 hours. I want you to step forward and clarify that there is no relationship whatsoever between you and Baek Vong. To be precise, I'm asking you to tell the public the whole truth. I don't understand what you mean. I didn't post the bed photos. I'm a victim too. Miss Tran, an upright person need not fear a crooked shadow. You know the truth better than anyone. I really don't understand what you're talking about. How did they convince you to agree to this? Did they threaten you with your family? If so, President Baek can help solve it and guarantee your family's safety. If it was for money, at the mention of money, Tran Tuet Nin showed a guilty expression. Looking at her face, it truly was about the money. Chi Lang said, "You're a very good actress. You could have reached the top through your own ability. But now you're using your lifelong reputation to frame someone else. Are you willing to accept that? How many people will still see you as a capable actress in the future? And how many will be like President Baek, using money to take advantage of you?" Tran Tuet Nin fell into thought. What could unwillingness change? The money they had offered was more than she could earn in a lifetime of acting. A secretary like Chi Lang would never persuade her. Chi Lang smiled. Miss Tran, I'll say it again. I will not use money to make you feel secure. In this world, there is no way to have both contentment and ambition. Tran Tuet Nin turned away. You'd better release me now. Otherwise, I'll call the police and say you've unlawfully detained me. Shai Long was helpless. As women, she had not wanted to push things this far. Chi Lang opened the door. If you refuse, then call Baek Vong. But he still isn't answering his phone. She sent him a voice message. Baek Vong, Tran Tuet Nin refuses to come forward, so I can no longer guarantee her safety. I hope you won't be angry with me over this after everything is over. Li Minghua Zuset over Ansio Li. Secretary Locke, something happened. The first episode of High Society was leaked online. Not a single minute is missing. The company is in chaos. Public Relations is asking whether we should suspend the promotional event. No need. Hold as planned. This time, no one can block Baek Vong's path anymore. There were 15 minutes left before AG Entertainment's promotional event. They're really bold. The drama was leaked, yet they're still holding the event as usual. The ratings will drop sooner or later anyway, and AG Entertainment's share price has already fallen sharply. Look, the female lead is going in. Tran Tuet Nin, what is the situation with your bed photos with Baek Vong? What is your relationship? Where did the injuries on your body come from? Were you beaten? Did Baek Vong beat you while you were together? No, it has nothing to do with Baek Vong. I was just careless. Just then, Director Duk Na and Secretary Locke arrived. Everyone quickly turned their attention to them. What a lively scene. Are you ready? Of course. The real show is about to begin. The press conference finally began. Welcome, everyone, to the promotional event for the High Society drama. From preparation until now, the entire production team has kept everything strictly confidential. Today, the veil of mystery will finally be lifted. First, let us warmly welcome the main cast of High Society to the stage. Tran Tuet Nin arrogantly prepared to go on stage, only to be stopped by an arm. Lai Min-hoi said, guests should not go on stage, lest they disrupt the press conference schedule. Guest? I'm on the main cast. That was before. But for now on, you are not. What do you mean? Not anymore. What are you saying? The main cast of High Society quickly took the stage, leaving everyone astonished. Halu, winner of the White Line Award, and Samai, recipient of the International Golden Lamp Award. Didn't they both retire from the entertainment industry? Why are they here? What exactly is going on? These actors aren't the ones who were revealed before. Something big has happened. Chi Lang happily thought, after working so hard for so long, the explosive moment had finally arrived. Amid the secret battles of a wealthy family, there can only be one mistress of this household. You think you can compete with me? As long as you die, no one will fight me for it anymore. To avenge myself, I'm married into my enemy's family. Our hatred runs as deep as a sea of blood. First create the bed photos, then set off a bomb at the critical moment. What a perfect plan. Who did this? Born into a wealthy family, the greater the family, the more divided it is. Countless people want me dead. It must be my uncle and stepmother. Everything is part of a conspiracy, making them stepping stones between Baek Vong and me. It's all right. I'll deal with them one by one. In a wealthy family, no one is innocent. I have merely been silently watching all of you perform. After watching the trailer, everyone cried out in amazement. They're all villain roles. This is incredible. Were the bed photos and those rumors all part of President Baek's plan? But the content leaked online is different from the drama's content. So the high society circulating online is fake. This is the real high society. Chi Lang was very satisfied. To evade the eyes of those with ulterior motives, they had to do it this way. They could not allow any flaws to show. The host continued, any reporters with questions may ask the director and screenwriter. Director Duk Na, wasn't Tran Tuet Nien one of the main cast? Why was she suddenly replaced? The high society production has never released any information to the public. If anyone claims to be a main cast member, please provide evidence. For example, a signed contract. Tran Tuet Nien gritted her teeth in anger. Earlier, the production team had said they needed confidentiality, and everyone had used the phrase, not confirmed. There truly was no proof that she was part of the main cast of high society. No, she still had not received the remaining payment. She had to ruin President Baek's reputation. She boldly grabbed a microphone and said, Secretary Locke sees me as an enemy, so she humiliates me. I was clearly one of the main cast, yet she wants to drive me away to film another drama. Dukna smiled. Miss Tran, we have no idea what you are talking about. We do not employ artists without integrity. Where have I lacked integrity? Do you want to discuss this before the public? Then let's take our time. Very soon, a video of Tran Tuet Nien was played. Her manager was urging Tran Tuet Nien not to go looking for President Baek or unfavorable news might get out. But Tuet Nien refused. The manager added, I also saw several directors leaving your room. Tran Tuet Nien slapped her manager hard. Shut up. So what if I seduced him? If that news gets out, I'll have someone rape you. Let's see how you'll have the nerve to show your face afterward. As soon as the video aired, everyone began condemning her. My God, so she was the one who seduced Baek Vong, and she even said such vicious things. She was involved with other men too. Disgusting. Blacklist her already. She even implied that Baek Vong forced her. Tran Tuet Nien was so horrified that she could barely stand. Everything was over. She had not gotten the money, and her reputation had been ruined as well. Chi Lang had previously advised her to leave herself a way out, but she had thrown away her own chance to survive. Her own greed had brought about her complete downfall. With all the truth exposed, Chi Lang signaled for Tran Tuet Nien to be removed from the press conference. At that moment, the ratings had risen to 40%. It was incredible, far beyond the same period last year. The #1 trending topic across the internet was high society. This drama had truly become a hit. Standing on stage, Duk Na happily said, congratulations to high society on its explosive ratings. Both women were immensely proud. Next came the interview session, and reporters quickly surrounded them. Secretary Locke, did you know all along that Tran Tuet Nien had seduced President Baek? Was President Baek simply going along with it as part of a prearranged plan? What is your relationship with him? President Baek did not appear tonight. Is he avoiding those ambiguous rumors? Chi Lang was drenched in sweat. This was clearly supposed to promote high society. So why were they all asking her these questions? Besides, Baek Vong's attitude toward Tran Tuet Nien had never been clear, and she could not handle on his behalf. Just then, Baek Vong sent her a message. I'm here, in the office. After wrapping things up, Chi Lang hurried into the office. The moment she entered, she smelled a strong scent of blood. Looking ahead, she saw Baek Vong sitting on the sofa, covered in blood. Chi Lang was startled at the sight. She hurried over. Take off your shirt, quickly. Baek Vong put down his glass of wine. Then he took off his shirt and let her bandage his wound. Fortunately, the wound was not too serious. Bear with it. Let me take a look. He said, come closer. I'll be able to see more clearly. Helplessly, she said, can you bandage a wound on your waist by yourself? You really are a pervert. Then she added, my eyesight is very good now. He asked, aren't you going to ask where this injury came from? Chi Lang paused for several seconds before saying, high society has succeeded. From now on, you won't need to do these things for the House of Baek anymore. Is it worth risking your life every time? Forget it. I can't change the way you think anyway. Do as you please. Baek Vong began recounting the past. My earliest memory is of a desolate mountain where a car had been crushed beyond recognition. A woman with blood all over her head pushed me out of the car. She waved her hand and told me to run. I was terrified at the time. Seeing that scene, I ran for my life. As if I had been possessed, I just kept running forward. After I had gone some distance, the car exploded. At that moment, I cried uncontrollably. I owe her my life. I want to take back the inheritance from the man she hated as repayment. Chi Lang thought to herself that Bak Vong must be working for the House of Bak because he wanted to reclaim the property that had been taken. But was this really right? She said, mothers do not keep score with their sons. Compared with the inheritance, I believe your mother would rather see you living freely and happily. Besides, once you hold absolute power in the group, reclaiming your mother's property will be easy. You don't need to risk your life like this. Bak Vong said, I watched the premiere on my way back. My woman really is extraordinary. The news made such a stir that the people in the House of Bak must be furious. She asked, how do you intend to handle Tran Tuet Nin? For the sake of your reputation, it would be best to clarify your relationship with her now. He asked, are you worried about my reputation, or are you jealous yourself? Bak Vong thought to himself, then smiled. What if I don't do that? Chi Lang chose her words to please him. She does not seem like someone who cares much about her reputation. After this blows over, you can always find her again. If she likes you, she should be smart enough to expose her own schemes and those behind her, then admit that she will not harm you again. Bak Vong drifted into another fantasy and smiled. She's jealous. Her voice sounds so sour. Ki Lang sighed. Your wound has been treated. I'm going to clean up. Bak Vong would not let her go. He grabbed her hand and said, stay. Kiss me. Shai Long was helpless. There was still so much work to deal with downstairs. Yet Bak Vong was injured and still wanted to kiss her. Was he addicted to it? Seeing the look in Bak Vong's eyes, Chi Lang could not refuse him. Fine. It was not as if she had said no. She quickly sat on Bak Vong's lap, but images of him and Tran Tuet Nin kept appearing in her mind, making her hesitate. In the end, she decided to kiss his neck. Bak Vong could no longer hold back either. He turned over, pinned her beneath him, and seized the initiative. They kissed for a long time before finally stopping and going outside together. She said, I covered it with a bandage so people will not get suspicious. Later, just say you nicked yourself shaving. Do your other wounds still hurt? Wouldn't it seem too forced to make a clarification now? It's fine. She felt a little flustered. There would be so many reporters later. Surely he would not say something strange, such as wanting to protect his little mistress. She asked, are you meeting the media to clarify the rumors? Bak Vong smiled. You really do love being jealous. As they spoke, they arrived at the elevator. Chi Lang looked at him, completely speechless. Forget it. No matter what happened, she would do her best to deal with it. Seeing that she was still hesitant, Bak Vong took her hand and pressed the elevator button. Lock Chi Lang, are you really that afraid that Tran Tuet Nin and I are involved? Chi Lang thought to herself, of course. If Bak Vong's reputation were affected, what would happen to today's promotion? Yet Bak Vong's words seemed to imply something else. She said, aren't we going out? He wrapped himself around her again. You still haven't answered me. Of course I hope you have nothing to do with her. Lock Chi Lang, you really are a jealous little vixen. Shai Long was helpless. Wasn't kissing in a lounge just now enough for you? She struggled. There are reporters outside. What if someone sees us? Besides, there are cameras in the hallway. He smiled. Do you think I care? She tried to push him away, but how could he bear to let the beauty before him go? He kissed her passionately again, and she could only go along with him. But this time, Bak Vong did it deliberately, because he knew there was a camera behind them filming the two of them. Meanwhile, Duk Na was still on stage answering reporters' questions. A reporter asked, we heard Secretary Locke is already married. Does that mean she and President Bak are having an improper relationship? Duk Na said, you certainly know how to joke. If everyone enjoys the dramatic story of high society so much, let's watch the preview for episode 2 first. Please look at the big screen. The moment everyone looked up, they saw Chi Lang and Bak Vong kissing passionately. Everyone was stunned, their minds full of question marks. My God, that's Bak Vong and his secretary. We were force-fed a public display of affection. Bak Vong then said, other than my wife, I have never touched another woman. The moment they heard the words, my wife, every reporter's eyes widened in shock. What? Wife? Chi Lang was even more bewildered. What? He called her his wife? Had drinking made him lose his mind? After kissing to his satisfaction, he wrapped an arm around her waist. Let's go. The moment they stepped out of the press conference hall, they felt everyone's strange stares. Chi Lang broke out in a cold sweat. Why was everyone looking at her and Bak Vong like that? Duk Na said, did you two kiss in the hallway? For some reason, the hallway security camera was broadcast live onto the big screen just now. Chi Lang turned to look at Baek Vong. What did this mean? Had he done it deliberately? The media immediately erupted. So the two of you secretly got married without making it public? Does that mean it is true that you and Tran Tuet Nien fell out over President Baek? President Baek, could you talk about your relationship with Tran Tuet Nien? Baek Vong merely said coldly, her name is Lok Chi Lang. If you do not know how to conduct an interview, I can teach you. Chi Lang added, it is getting late. Please ask more meaningful questions. President Baek, what happened to the injury on your chin? Baek Vong answered calmly. The kiss was too intense, but I did not dare let anyone see it. Shai Long was helpless. She had clearly told him to say he had cut himself shaving. Baek Vong had already made their marriage public, and now he wanted everyone to know how affectionate they were too. Still, from a certain perspective, this was indeed not a bad way to handle things. Mrs. Baek, could you share how you feel about marrying into a wealthy family? When did the two of you get married? Chi Lang simply said, my surname is Lok. I am a descendant of the house of Lok, Lok Chi Lang. Ah, is it the house of Lok that barely has anyone left? Didn't the house of Lok go bankrupt long ago? A fallen heiress still managed to marry into a powerful family like the house of Baek. Mrs. Baek, have you considered changing your surname? She answered calmly, no. I love this man and am willing to do anything for him, but my name was given to me by my parents. Everything I have become in this life came from their teachings. They raised me well, which is why I became who I am and why I was able to meet him. After hearing her words, Baek Vong naturally held her even tighter. You're being so good. I'll give you a gift later. It was not until 10 that night that the reporters dispersed. Baek Vong took Chi Lang to a room somewhere in the company to see the gift he had carefully prepared. The moment they entered, they saw UC Van Phi's men. President Baek, we never wanted to oppose you. Mrs. UC forced us to do it. We were all forced. Baek Vong smiled. You were the ones behind all those rumors, weren't you? You were rather good at making things up. Impressive. If you enjoy talking behind people's backs, then use your tongues for cooking. No, please don't. Spare us, please. Chi Lang looked at the scene before her and thought to herself, is he standing up for her by handling things this way? Baek Vong let them go. Do not dirty everyone's hands. You think we're dirty? No, not at all. Chi Lang said, what I mean is they're already like this, and they have named UC Van Phi as the mastermind. They will not have an easy time after going back. There's no need to torment them further. Watching dogs fight each other is more entertaining. Besides, if they die today, UC Van Phi will definitely seize on that to strike back at you. I do not want anything to happen to you. Fine, will do as you say. They can keep their lives, but getting away unharmed will not be so easy. He set a piece of paper on fire and said, do not put it out. Otherwise, you truly will not survive. Warned by Baek Vong, the men could only endure the pain of being burned by the flames, crying and begging for help. After dealing with them, Chi Lang sat down and sighed. Did you deliberately reveal the security footage? Didn't you want to clarify things? I did not know you would use this method. Is this really the most effective explanation? Why? Are you unhappy? She smiled. No, I'm only worried about you. You made our marriage public. When we divorce, you will be the one troubled by it. It will affect any future marriage you have. Lok Chi Lang, should I thank you for thinking of me? I just hope that when I leave according to our agreement, you will not have to deal with these troubles anymore. What is there to fear? Solving trouble is not easy, but do you think the person who causes it has it easy? You have seen it yourself. Is there anyone better than me at tormenting people? Do not mention leaving me again in front of me. I do not like hearing it. Do you understand? Did that mean he did not want her to leave, or was he merely interested in her for the moment? She always felt that something was slipping beyond her control. What else do you want to ask? Have you truly never touched Tran Tuet Nien? So she still cared about that. He took her hand, kissed it, and said, never. Right now, I only want to sleep with you. We can talk about everything else afterward. She froze. He had no reason to lie to her. If he said he had never touched Tran Tuet Nien, then he never had. She said, grandmother sent a message. We are returning to Divine Mountain tomorrow. Baek Vong smiled. Good. I can retrieve my wedding ring while we're there. Divine Mountain Villa. Welcome back, eldest young master and eldest young madam. My good granddaughter-in-law, you have truly made me proud. Not at all. It was all thanks to Baek Vong and the team. I could never have done it alone. Do not be modest. You are the best. You did very well for AG Entertainment. I did not want the company to suffer any more turmoil before the end of the year. Old Madam Baek was holding a newspaper and reading the news about AG Entertainment, which had risen in one stroke to become one of the entertainment industry's top 3 giants. Baek Vong remained calm, and showed no reaction. Old Madam Bak said, "You have no idea how many hardships Bak Vong and Chi Lang went through this time. Who knows what other shameless people may be scheming behind the scenes." Hamai Din smiled and said, "Of course it was you, Stephen Fai. She is afraid Bak Vong will take the company from her." Ushe von Foy was displeased. "If I cared so much, why would I have voluntarily suggested that Bak Vong manage the company? Because you wanted Bak Vong to fail miserably and lose face." Yusivan Fai explained, "Why would a good person like me want Bak Vong to lose face? You are imagining things." Kilang smiled. "Fourth Ant has been overseas recently. Perhaps those people made their plans without authorization, but they have all been fired. The company will undergo a complete restructuring." Yusivan Fai's mouth fell open. "A complete restructuring? They still own shares. They have sold all the shares they held. At present, AG Entertainment's largest shareholders are Bak Vong and Mrs. UC. Being fired is no big deal." "You are right. A group of useless people is not worth keeping," Old Madam Bak said. "Van Phi, we made it clear from the beginning. As long as Bak Vong achieved results, those shares would be his. Do not go back on your word in front of the younger generation." UC Van Phi reluctantly replied, "I will have someone arrange it and send it over. Consider it a congratulatory gift for Bak Vong." Old Madam Bak continued, "We cannot let the eldest grandson of the House of Bak keep working at an entertainment company forever. Do not let him overthink things. It is still early for dinner, so let us go watch a play at the family theater." At the family theater, Chi Lang was watching the performance, but could not focus. All she could think about was how best to arrange Bak Vong's next steps. He signaled for her to sit closer and said, "Congratulate me." He asked, "What are they performing on stage?" Then he gently leaned closer to her. She said, "They're staging a classic play. Watch it." Bak Vong had no interest in the performance at all. He only kept acting intimately with her before kissing her. He kissed her so forcefully that she instinctively pushed him away. "Do not do this. Everyone is sitting in front of us." Bak Vong thought to himself that every time they got a little intimate, she could not take it. He said, "You only let me kiss you a few times each time. It is never enough. I am pregnant. I really can't. Then let me kiss somewhere else. Other than above your collarbone. Where have I not kissed you? Where else do you want me to kiss?" He said stay tonight. She was startled. If she stayed, would that not mean moving into the bridal chamber? That evening, when they returned to their room, after her bath, Chi Lang looked at Bak Vong and asked herself whether she truly disliked him. She remembered old Madam Bak saying that the procedures for the old house had been completed and ownership had been transferred to her. From the beginning until now, she had received too much from him. Besides, she liked his face, his abs, and his physique. She had never disliked being close to him or touching him. She only knew that he made her tremble. If that was the case, what was there to fear? So she stopped being shy and laid down beside Bak Vong to sleep. Their relationship could not possibly be any simpler anyway. What was wrong with taking it one step further? Bak Vong woke when he saw her lying beside him, then pulled her into his arms and caressed her tenderly. "Chi Lang, aren't you afraid I might do something to you?" He pulled down her clothes. "Bak Vong, I'm still pregnant. No matter what, don't go all the way." Her words left his throat dry. In the end, he could no longer restrain himself. He quickly kissed her and lost himself in her body. "Chi, why are you calling me that? Has no one ever called you that before?" "Never." He looked at her again, unable to resist nibbling her ear as he called, "Chi. Sooner or later, I'll sleep with you." Chi, embarrassed, she said, "Stop calling me that." And so, that night, Bak Vong did everything he could do, leaving no part of Chi Lang untouched. Early the next morning, Chi Lang looked at herself in the mirror. Last night, they had done everything they should have, and apparently quite a few things they should not have. Only 4 months in, and they'd already progressed this far. They were probably moving even faster than people genuinely in love. "You're awake," he said calmly. "Come here." The moment she approached, he began kissing her affectionately again. She said, "Today is the celebration banquet for high society. Do you have time to attend? You want to go?" Of course. This production has been kept secret ever since filming began, and everyone has worked very hard. If a president like you shows up to hand out red envelopes, they'll definitely be thrilled. So, does a secretary like you want a red envelope too? No need. I'll give you UC Van 5 shares. Give them to me. Had Bak Vong truly accepted her? No, if she accepted those things, it would only become harder for her to leave him in the future. She said, as long as I can stay by your side, I'm happy. If I take too many shares and end up having more work to do later, I won't have time to be with you. If you want to stay by my side, then listen to me. If you don't want it, I naturally won't force you. But you can still stand at a distance and watch me. This will take time too. She really was a clingy little temptress. Can I come over a little later tonight? Fine, I'll wait for you. He agreed. That evening, the celebration banquet for high society began. Has Hamaitin caused you any more trouble? No. She arranged for my parents to stay with old Madam Back. With old Madam Back protecting them, who would dare touch me? Just then, Dukna walked over leisurely. She had changed her hairstyle, and her long hair made her look exceptionally gentle. Is this Director Dukna? It's like you've become a different person. You're so beautiful today. Thank you. Shall we talk for a while? I used to like this style. Your brother abandoned me, saying I was too weak and didn't deserve him. So I changed myself inside and out. Seeing that Chi Lang said nothing, Dukna asked, what is it? You don't want to talk because you're afraid I'll be upset? I don't know whether you've truly let go. Chi Lang thought to herself, over the past 2 months, we've only discussed work. Neither of us has mentioned my brother. Dukna said, I don't hate him anymore. Did your brother ever mention me? Never directly, but he mentioned many things related to you. For example, he told me to watch all your graduation films. He never even let me ride on his motorcycle. He also picked every flower at Annie's house. I don't know who he gave them to. He gave them to me. Kilang smiled. After that, he stopped sleeping on his mattress. During that time, he could only sleep on the floor. Dukna smiled as well. At the time, I was filming my graduation project, and my back hurt terribly. He wanted to move his mattress over. He said that sleeping on it would stop my back from hurting, and no matter how I tried to stop him, he wouldn't listen. Looking back now, I truly regret fighting with him so much during that time. I had just learned that he was the eldest son of a wealthy conglomerate, and I was shocked. I thought he was only playing with me, and I also felt that I wasn't worthy of him. Once, his family held a ball. He told me about it many times, but I was afraid, so I didn't go. Actually, after he brought it up, I enrolled in dance classes. I practiced for more than 10 hours every day, and even my teacher said I danced beautifully. Yet he never saw me dance even once. Chi Lang said, actually, my brother learned to dance for a while too. I know his dance. Director Duk, may I have the honor of one dance with you? Chi Lang held out her hand in invitation, making Duk Na feel as though La Kinthua had appeared before her. At that moment, Bak Vong arrived. As soon as he came in, he saw Chi Lang dancing with Duk Na. The smile on her face now, why was it so different from the smile she gave him? She was truly happy now. Perhaps the Chi Lang before him was her true self, while everything she showed him was merely a mask. Chi Lang and Duk Na danced in perfect harmony. Perhaps because she was too immersed in her emotions, Duk Na stopped, her eyes brimming with tears, then hugged Chi Lang and burst into tears. Little Seven, I miss him so much. Director Duk, President Bak's grandmother bought back the old Locke family residence in Jiangnan. When I'm free, I'll take you there to see it, to see my brother's room. Then after you see it, let go, okay? There's still a long life ahead. Just as the sisterly moment grew heartfelt, Bak Vong walked over. The moment Chi Lang saw his expression, she panicked. Was he unhappy? She smiled and said, Bak Vong, you're here. Duk Na snapped back to her senses and said, you two talk. Chi Lang quickly walked to Bak Vong's side and linked her arm through his. He asked, what were you two doing? Nothing, just reminiscing a little. Reminiscing to the point of hugging each other. Shai Long was helpless. Why did that sound like he had caught her cheating? She said, I danced one final dance with her in my brother's place. Bak Vong pulled her away by the hand. What do you mean, in your brother's place? You're a woman. How can you take his place? Duk Na smiled at Chi Lang and signaled to her, I'm fine. Don't worry. Chi Lang and Bak Vong entered the banquet hall as well. She said, let's raise a toast to everyone. Everyone was excited. President Bak and Mrs. Bak, don't just toast us. You two should drink the nuptial wine. Seeing how lively everyone was, Bak Vong felt quite pleased. The crew of high society was rather interesting. Chi Lang poured Bak Vong a glass of wine. Amid everyone's cheering, the two drank their crossed-arm nuptial wine in perfect sync. This couple was truly a perfect match. As everyone offered their blessings, they linked arms and drained their wine, making the crowd cheer even louder. Wow, they're such a perfect match. They drank nuptial wine. Seeing this, Duk Na silently offered them her blessings. Seeing you happy puts my mind at ease. Then she turned and left. Perhaps it was time for her to let go of the past as well. After the celebration banquet ended, Chi Lang was in an excellent mood on the way home. He asked, "You seem very happy today." Chi Lang sweetly replied, "Isn't spending a whole day with you enough to make me happy?" Her words made Baek Vong slam on the brakes. He said, "Lock Chi Lang, don't seduce me when both my hands are occupied." Chi Lang was slightly flustered. "I was just too happy today." I spoke without thinking. Baek Vong finally brought the car to a full stop, looked at her, and said, "Come here." Chi Lang quickly obeyed, kissed him, and returned to her seat. She smiled. "Let's go. We're going home." With a beauty right before him, saying things like that. How could Baek Vong possibly endure it? He immediately stepped on the gas and sped toward the villa. Chi Lang helplessly held her head. Why did she have to say such things when she was happy? At this speed, once they got home, he would surely. No, she had to change the subject quickly. She said, "Tell me, where do you think father will send you next? It must be somewhere very important, right?" Baek Vong paid her no attention and continued accelerating. She said, "No matter where you go, UC Van Phi and Hamai Tin have countless schemes. This time, UC Van Phi's people didn't do anything particularly remarkable, which is why we won so smoothly. But who knows what will happen next time?" Suddenly, she froze and stopped speaking, making Baek Vong slightly suspicious. "What is it?" She said, "I just realized something. This was your first step into the corporation. Logically, UC Van Phi should have used every possible means against you. But we won so easily this time. Could it really be that simple? Smart. Actually, those people already approached Director Duke. How do you know? Why would it be strange for me to know? Why do you think you can freely go to the film set and dance now? You think it was enough just to deliberately let UC Van Phi's people into the crew? So there really were spies in the crew? You really didn't think as thoroughly as I did." So he had doubted and guarded against everyone. On the surface, he seemed indifferent to the internal power struggle, but in truth, he had been secretly observing every person. "I underestimated other people's scheming." She said, "Director Duke is the director, so she's important. No wonder UC Van Phi and Ha My Tin approached her. But since she refused, did they approach someone else? Didn't she tell you that she agreed to their terms?" Chi Lang cried out in shock. "What? That's impossible. Duke Na would never betray Lok Kin Thua's little sister." Baek Vong said, "Earlier, she said she knew you wanted to help me, so she went along with them to obtain evidence. UC Van Phi wanted her to expose me at the film's premiere, claiming that I had someone rape her and forced her to make the film. Then she was supposed to resign as director and make it impossible for filming to continue. Hamilton also made quite a few demands of her, but added one more condition. After everything was over, all the blame had to be pinned on UC Van Phi." Chi Lang thought to herself, these were the schemes UC Van Phi and Hamai Tin had not yet carried out, more vicious than anything in the drama. Why didn't you stop her? Why should I? As long as I was certain she wouldn't betray us, that was enough. What she's doing is too dangerous. That has nothing to do with me. Chi Lang still felt that something was wrong. If Duke Na truly was their final trump card, and she turned against them at the crucial moment, how could they possibly let her leave safely? She quickly called Duke Na, but the call would not connect. This is bad. Could it be? No one answered after several calls. She said, "Drive to Duke Na's place." Baek Vong coldly gave just 2 words. "You're insane." "Then let me out. I'll go myself." "Lock Chi Lang. I have no obligation to obey your orders. If you want to go, jump out yourself. I'm worried something happened to Director Duke. Please take me there to see how she is. She's only your brother's ex-girlfriend. Your brother is dead. Why are you so worried about her?" He fundamentally did not understand what she meant to Chi Lang. She said, "I only want to check on her." Baek Vong impatiently said, "What a nuisance." The car quickly arrived at Duke Na's villa complex. Worried, Chi Lang went up and rang the doorbell, but no one answered no matter how many times she pressed it. Even if Duke Na were sleeping soundly, she could not possibly fail to hear the bell. What was the password? Remembering something Duke Na had once said, could it be her brother's birthday? Chi Lang took a chance and entered a string of numbers. To her surprise, the door opened. The moment she entered, she saw all the bodyguards inside collapsed on the floor. This was bad, really bad. She rushed upstairs and entered Duke Na's room. Outside, Baek Vong smoked as he muttered irritably to himself. "I brought her here, and now I'm supposed to leave? Does she really take me for a chauffeur? Her brother is dead, so why does she care about his ex-girlfriend?" As he was thinking, he suddenly heard a terrified scream. Baek Vong was startled and immediately grabbed a weapon and rushed inside to see what had happened. It was Chi Lang screaming because she had found Duke Na lying on the bed, covered in blood. Her pulse is still beating. She's alive. Duk Na, wake up. She called for Bak Vong. Bak Vong appeared at once. I can't carry her. Carry her. We need to get to the hospital. She's still alive. There's no point. She won't survive. Chi Lang's eyes filled with tears as she grabbed Bak Vong. Please, take her to the hospital. Carry her downstairs. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Save her. Hearing Chi Lang beg over and over, Bak Vong finally lost patience, picked the woman up, and sped to the hospital. On the way, Chi Lang called old Madam back. Grandma, I am sorry. A friend of mine slit her wrist, and we're on the way to the hospital now. We'll arrive in about 7 or 8 minutes. Could you arrange things for us? Her blood type is B. All right, Chi Lang. Don't worry. Grandma will arrange it immediately. Suddenly, Duk Na seemed to want to say something. Sister-in-law, wake up. I'm little 7, Lok Kinthua's younger sister. What did you just call me? Sister-in-law. You are the sister-in-law, my brother acknowledged. Sister-in-law, hold on a little longer. I've contacted the doctors. We're almost there. I know you're in pain, but you're truly very brave. Before she could finish, Duk Na interrupted her. I've always been waiting. Why are you only willing to call me that now? My brother is gone. I didn't want to use this to bind you to us. I didn't want you to be unable to move on forever. But I was wrong. I shouldn't have let you remain in the country. I shouldn't have pushed you into danger. It was me, I got you hurt. If I had not brought her back, she would not have ended up like this. Duk Na said, no, I did this willingly. Don't blame yourself. Knowing that your brother held me in his heart, I no longer wanted to die. No, sister-in-law, you're my only family now. Hold on a little longer. Can you stay by my side in my brother's place? I've lost too many family members already. I don't want to lose another one. Bak Vong was somewhat confused by this. What did she mean, only family? It was all a mess. Duk Na said with contentment, little 7, thank you. You're braver than I am. The living are the ones who suffer most, and I don't want to become one of them. I am sorry. I can't go to Jiangnan with you. Little 7, you must live well and receive all the love in the world. After saying that, Duk Na passed away forever. Chi Lang could not accept this reality and continued crying out, no, I don't want this. They finally arrived at the hospital, and a bodyguard said, quickly, take her into the ward. By then, Chi Lang was completely drained and no longer reacted. Bak Vong said, hand her over to the doctors. Find out whether she slit her own wrist or someone harmed her. A bodyguard stepped forward to carry Duk Na, but Chi Lang's glare stopped him. Bak Vong said, she's dead. If you keep this up, her body will only rot, and she'll dirty you too. How long have you even known this woman? Why are you crying yourself into this state for her? Seeing Bak Vong's expression, the bodyguard could only helplessly step forward. Miss Locke, excuse me. At last, Duk Na was placed on a hospital bed. Chi Lang was utterly distraught and could only stare blankly at Duk Na. Bak Vong said, are you planning to keep vigil over her soul forever? Chi Lang no longer had the strength to answer. She said, can I get out and take a walk for a while? Do you really take me for your chauffeur? No, I just feel awful. You should go home first. I'll take a taxi back later. She was only your brother's ex-girlfriend. Anyone who didn't know better would think your lover had died. She was different. She could have become my family. But now she's gone too. I've lost someone again. What is family worth? Family is the most hypocritical kind of relationship. What's so sacred about it? It's only a fragile bond. Once people die, they all turn to ashes. Chi Lang could not bear to listen any longer. She angrily slammed the door and left. I want to get out. Let me out now. Bak Vong, I want to get out. Bak Vong finally ran out of patience. He slammed on the brakes so hard that she lurched forward. Lock Chi Lang, who are you putting on this pathetic act for? I'm done catering to you. Chi Lang quickly got out of the car, making Bak Vong even angrier. Damn it, she actually got out. Fine, do whatever you want. Ignoring her, he quickly turned the car around and drove off, leaving Chi Lang alone on the road. She took out her phone and read a message from Duk Na. Little 7, I don't know how many times I've set up this scheduled message. If you receive it, it means they have made their move, and I'm gone. After learning the truth that day, I stood on the rooftop many times, wanting to jump. But then I thought of you. You're the younger sister Lok Kinthua loved, so I looked after you for him for a while. That was also why I helped you make the film. During this time, 2 factions from the House of Bak came to find me. I recorded both of them. I betrayed them, so they certainly will not spare me. It's all right. I prepare the latest cameras. As long as they make a move, the evidence will be preserved. I don't know whether these things can help you uncover the mastermind behind this, but perhaps they will give you a stronger footing in the House of Bak. This is all I can do for you. After reading the message, Chi Lang could no longer hold back her tears. Oh God, even before she died, she was still thinking of helping me. Little 7, The days we worked together were the happiest time I have had in the past 5 years. I know you felt the same way. Actually, I truly wanted to take Lok Kinthua's place by your side, but whenever night falls, the mere thought of him leaves me in unbearable pain. So do not blame me. Even if they had not killed me, I would not have been able to go on living. It hurts too much. I have asked Queen Man to handle my funeral arrangements. Do not attend the funeral, and do not visit my grave. Queen Man will use my ashes to make a pair of rings. When you return to Jiangnan, please place those rings at Lok Kinthua's grave. All right, then I could be by his side. My dear little Seven, Bak Vong, and the child in your womb must live a very happy life. Chi Lang completely broke down. Why does everyone keep wanting to leave me? In the end, I cannot hold on to anyone. I'm not as strong as I thought I was. I cannot endure this any longer. Passers-by saw her wandering down the street in a daze and became worried. Miss, do you need to go to the hospital? Are you all right? This was an overpass crossing the Jiangnan River. When you return to Jiangnan, please place the rings at Lok Kinthua's grave. All right. Miss, I know that what you want most is to return to Jiangnan. Chi Lang was no longer thinking clearly. If I cross over there, I can go home. If I go home, I can see my family. I will not have to suffer alone anymore. She kept walking without noticing a car speeding toward her. Miss, turn back. There are so many cars on this road. Bak Vong had actually been following her in secret all along. The sight terrified him. Does she really want to die? Of course. He would not let her die. He slammed on the accelerator and rushed over. The passers-by shouted, Miss, stop walking. It is dangerous. Just then, Bak Vong grabbed her with one hand and pulled her back. She recognized him and called his name. Bak Vong scooped her into his arms, startling her. Had he thought it through? Do you want to die with me? No, I do not want to die. I just want to go home. Bak Vong laughed. Still want to jump into the river? If I let go now, you can go straight down there. He loosened his hold slightly. She immediately clung tightly to him. Do not. What are you afraid of? I will go down there with you. I do not want to die. I just feel awful. Then go die. Once you're dead, you will not feel anything anymore. Bak Vong, can you hold me for a while? Just hold me for a little while. Bak Vong, I want to go home. I only want to go home. Even if I do nothing, I just want to stay in our old house. Bak Vong picked her up. All right, I will take you home. Chi Lang's heart began pounding. Was he really going to take her home? As soon as they got into the car, Bak Vong quickly made a U-turn and sped away. So the home he meant was not her home in Jiangnan. After all, no one understood what she was thinking. What are you looking at? Oh, nothing. Just then, a sharp pain suddenly tore through her abdomen, forcing her to double over. He asked, what is wrong? My stomach suddenly hurts so badly. Bak Vong slammed on the brakes and saw that her skirt was covered in blood. Do not be afraid. I will take you to Divine Mountain Villa right away. Lok Chi Lang, hold on. They soon arrived at Divine Mountain Villa. Bleeding at 4 months, there are signs of a threatened miscarriage. She needs a thorough examination immediately. Hurry and take her in. The baby has moderate anemia. A miscarriage could be fatal. Dr. Dam, this baby cannot be lost. Oh, madam, do not worry. This time, we will do everything we can. Bak Vong stepped forward and asked, will she die? Eldest young master, the young madam is bleeding and the fetal heartbeat is somewhat weak. We will do everything possible to save the baby. Bak Vong became impatient, his face darkening. I asked you whether she will die. Eldest young master, the examination results are not out yet. I cannot say. Then what is the worst-case scenario? If she miscarries, she could lose too much blood. Seeing Bak Vong's impatience, his grandmother said, Bak Vong, do not make things difficult for the doctor. Doctor, no matter what, you must save Chi Lang. Understood. Bak Vong looked at Chi Lang, then at his hands covered in blood. He was utterly panicked and could no longer control himself. He hurried into the bathroom to wash his face. Ever since she moved into Imperial River Court, he had stopped thinking about death. How ridiculous. A man who had been living like the dead had actually begun wanting to live well. Old madam, we have found out the truth. The person the young madam mentioned tonight was Director Duk Na. The hospital said that the eldest young master ordered an autopsy. His grandmother was greatly shocked. You mean Duk Na did not commit suicide? It may be connected to the people from the House of Bak. They are becoming more and more lawless. They always call Chi Lang their daughter-in-law. Yet while she is sick, they are all sleeping soundly. Wake every last one of them. Stop dawdling. Until Chi Lang wakes up, no one is allowed to sleep. At 2 in the morning, Chi Lang finally began showing signs of waking up. His grandmother said, she is out of immediate danger. The young madam is stable now. From now on, she must remain in bed and carefully protect the pregnancy. She cannot suffer any more emotional shock or engage in strenuous activity. Only then did Bak Vong collapse to the floor in relief. Thank Thank goodness. She's all right, his grandmother said. Fu Xin, wipe Chi Lang down and help her change clothes. Bak Vong said, I will do it. Everyone leave. Does the eldest young master even know how to take care of someone? His grandmother understood what he meant. All right, you do it. Fu Xin, let us go out and close the door. Bak Vong Gen Li Wai Pet Chi Lang Dao. He heard her murmur deliriously, crabapple cakes. He could not hear clearly, so he asked again, what? I want crabapple cakes. Bak Vong froze for a moment. Crabapple cakes? Crabapple cakes were brought in soon afterward. Be good to have some cake. Chi Lang vomited after only 2 bites. Why are you not eating? Did you not say you wanted crabapple cakes? Chi Lang continued softly calling for crabapple cakes. Bak Vong said, I will feed you. Before everyone's eyes, he fed Chi Lang the cake with his mouth. Oh my, why are they suddenly being so lovey-dovey? Chi Lang was suddenly kissed and felt extremely uncomfortable. Without another word, she pushed him away and slapped him, leaving his grandmother and Fu Xin stunned. I did not see anything. I did not see anything. Bak Vong was furious, but he forced himself to endure it. Very good. You even dare to hit me? You normally look so obedient, but the moment you get sick, your true nature shows. His grandmother coaxed him. Oh, Chi Lang is surely delirious from being ill. Bak Vong, do not take it to heart. How strange. Chi Lang used to eat crabapple cakes made by Uncle Fo. So why will she not eat the ones we give her now? How about having the chef make some jiangnan pastries? But there are so many jiangnan pastries. Which ones does she like? Uncle Fong has always been by her side. He must know. Half an hour later, Fong Chan arrived. The young lady keeps asking for crabapple cakes because she wants the ones Madam used to make. Madam's cakes had a very special flavor, and the young lady loved them. She does not really want crabapple cakes. She clearly misses her mother. This child has suffered so much that even when she is sick, she does not dare to call out for her mother. Bak Vong said to Fong Chan, come with me for a moment. In the kitchen, Bak Vong began making crabapple cakes himself. Eldest young master, I understand. I will write down the recipe immediately. The next morning, Bak Vong had been making crabapple cakes for 6 straight hours. Uncle Fong, are you all right? Do you need to see a doctor? I am fine. I will wait until the young lady gets better before going. At last, the crabapple cakes were ready. Bak Vong gently fed them to Chi Lang. The moment she took a bite, memories of the past flooded back. She kept crying, Mom, do not go. Do not leave me. Bak Vong gently embraced her. Be good, Lock Chi Lang. Still half asleep, she said she wanted porridge. What a nuisance. He asked, what kind of porridge? Barley and yam porridge. At dawn, Chi Lang finally woke up. Fu Xin said happily, you are finally awake. What happened to me? You suddenly developed a high fever last night and nearly miscarried. From now on, you must take good care of the baby and cannot exhaust yourself as you did before. Only then did Chi Lang tremblingly recall last night. Duk Na was dead. Was she murdered or did she commit suicide? So what if I do not miscarry? I cannot hold on to anyone, nor can I protect anyone. Fu Xin handed her the phone. Chi Lang, look. Chi Lang took it and saw the news reporting director Duk Na's death. Fu Xin knew about it too. Everyone online is guessing the cause of her death. No one believes she committed suicide. Chi Lang asked, are you afraid? What I have to be afraid of? Fu Xin was too innocent and did not understand anything. UC Van Phi and Ha Mai Tin were still making moves behind the scenes. If Fu Xin got dragged into this because of me, then she might also. Fu Xin, from now on, stay quietly by grandmother's side. Do not follow me anymore. Why? We'll be by your side from now on. Did I do something wrong? Chi Lang, you said we were good friends. Please do not send me away, all right? You did nothing wrong. I just do not need anyone close by my side anymore. Go. Bak Vong said, get out. Fu Xin stood up and wiped away her tears. Yes, eldest young master. He asked, what is wrong? Why do you look neither human nor ghost again? Nothing. I am just weak. After all the fuss I caused last night, you probably did not sleep well, did you? Sleep? I did not sleep at all last night. My arms are still sore. He brought over a bowl of porridge for her. She froze. It was the barley and yam porridge she had loved most as a child. Bak Vong was unexpectedly gentle in caring for a sick person, blowing on the porridge to cool it before feeding her. After finishing it, she praised the porridge. Did you hire a chef from Jiangnan? I made it. He thought to himself, could any chef possibly make it better than I do? Chi Lang was astonished. You are really a great cook. Being praised by a beauty made Bak Vong blush. All right, stop talking and eat. My stomach feels uncomfortable. I may have eaten too much. Then do not eat. Who told you to eat so much? You fed me. How could I refuse? You made the porridge, and I did not want to waste it. Bak Vong leaned over, wrapped his arms around her, and rubbed her stomach. Do not move. The more you move, the worse it will feel. Qilang smiled. Thank you. Qi Lang embraced Bak Vong, leaving him slightly confused. What are you doing? Bak Vong, can you help me check my sister-in-law's surveillance footage? Bak Vong laughed. Lock Qi Lang, you hugged me once and expect me to do something for you? She continued to act sweetly. Please help me check it, all right? How could Bak Vong resist her like this? He kissed her again. Just as they were kissing, his grandmother entered. Qi Lang, you are awake? Seeing them kissing, she shouted angrily, No, no. Dr. Tan said Qi Lang must rest and protect the pregnancy. She cannot engage in strenuous activity. Bak Vong, let her go immediately. We only kissed a few times. Even a few kisses are not allowed. Qi Lang's body is not like an ordinary person's. She must recuperate carefully. Then what do you want, grandmother? You two young people are too likely to cross the line when you are together. You will be separated for now. Qi Lang, stay with grandmother, so I could take care of you. What are you talking about? Bak Vong was somewhat displeased. Grandmother, be reasonable. His grandmother persuaded him. I'm only doing this for Qi Lang and the baby. You do not know how to care for a pregnant woman. What if something happens? His grandmother asked Qi Lang again. Tell me, child, where do you want to stay? Qi Lang glanced at Bak Vong, wanted to see his reaction, but he grew so tense that cold sweat broke out on him. Staying with grandmother would definitely be better. When she did not answer, Bak Vong asked, say it. Who do you want to stay with? Seeing her glance at his grandmother, Bak Vong became displeased. You still dare to look at grandmother? You could do whatever you want. I will not force you. It is not as if I cannot find another woman. Qilang Huget Bak Vong. Grandmother, I want to stay with him. His grandmother was beside herself with anger. Qilang, you, fine. If you two refuse to separate, there is nothing I can do. But during this time, you must be careful. No strenuous activity, no kissing, and no physical contact. I understand, grandmother. The moment his grandmother left, Bak Vong kissed Qi Lang again and asked, Qi Lang, are you afraid that I will find other women outside? No, you said that once you had me, you would not think of anyone else. What if you change your mind? Qi Lang smiled. Then there is nothing I can do. Bak Vong, I have always been this way. My greatest hope for you has never been to possess you. I only hope that you can live happily and freely and take good care of our child in the future. There she goes again, saying things like that. Can she not be more clingy? Just wait. I will investigate it for you. Qilang Tenget him happily. Thank you. But after I investigate, do not do anything like you did last night again. Seeing you like that makes me upset. She is pregnant now, and her emotions cannot be unstable, or it will harm her body. Qi Lang fell into thought. Did I trouble him last night? Could it be that he likes it when I cling to him? All right, sleep. She needs to protect the pregnancy. I cannot do anything improper. 1 week later, Fu Xin said, Young madam, the two young ladies and the second young master of the house of Kui have come to visit you. The two young ladies said they have something important to give you. The Kui sisters entered shortly afterward. Oh, sister-in-law, I was blind before and behaved terribly. These are the only two finest treasures in the world. Please accept them, sister-in-law. Oh, thank you. Please sit. I'm glad you like them, sister-in-law. Where's Bak Vong? Is he not home? He went to the company to handle some work. He has a lot to do today. Miss Kui, please have a seat. Thank you. I heard you were ill, so grandmother asked Kui Can and me to visit you. Right, this is for you. It is the ring Duk Na previously asked me to make. She also left a letter. In it, she specifically told me 3 times to make sure you were living well. She was afraid her death would cause you pain. Duk Na and I were friends for many years, and I know about her circumstances. So please do not blame yourself. She never knew that Lok Kinthua loved her, and she always carried that regret with her. Qi Lang stood up and thanked her respectfully. Miss Kui, thank you for staying by my sister-in-law's side all these years. Kui Man Smai, that is wonderful. If Duk Na knew that the House of Lok had accepted her, she would be very happy. Qi Lang fell into thought again. Now I have one more thing to take back to Jiangnan. But if I want to return smoothly, I first need to settle the internal problems of the House of Bak. Butler Van, when will father return? Sir does not have a fixed time to come home. Does the eldest young madam need to see him urgently? It is not urgent. I will wait here and speak to Bak Tran Van when he returns. At last, Bak Tran Van returned with his 2 wives. The moment she saw Bak Tran Van, Qi Lang said, Father, Aunt you see, Aunt Ha, I have something important to tell father. What is it? I have a few things I would like father to see. Soon, Everyone watched a video proving that Kyo Duong had followed Han Mai-tin's instructions to audition, intending to drive a wedge between Chi Lang and Baek Vong. Han Mai-tin was about to say something, but Chi Lang interrupted, "Aunt Ha, do not rush. You used Fu Sin to find out about Baek Vong and me. The recording of you ordering her to steal the script is also here. Fu Sin has always been innocent and kind and has never made enemies. If anything happens to her in the future, the person manipulating things behind the scenes will surely be no one else." Han Mai-tin cried out in shock. "Lock Chi Lang, what do you mean?" UC Van Phi interjected. "Chi Lang is afraid you will kill Fu Sin to silence her. Baek Vong went to manage AG Entertainment, so I can go to the company too. Yet you did these things behind our backs. That is hardly the behavior of an elder." UC Van Phi said, "Stop making trouble. Have you done any less than I have?" Baek Tran Van said, "I was only concerned about them, so I asked around. I did nothing to harm Baek Vong. You know, I sometimes act without thinking, but my intentions were good." Baek Tran Van said to Chi Lang, "If there is anything else you want to say it all. Then I will speak about Aunt UC as well." UC Van Phi looked guilty. "What could you possibly have to say about me?" "Dad, the executives at AG Entertainment have all written confessions. According to their statements, they only approached Tran Tuet Nien to seduce Baek Vong after receiving instructions from Fifth Aunt. When that failed, they fabricated photos of them in bed, ultimately causing the scandal on the film's premiere day." UC Van Phi said that these confession letters prove nothing at all. She has never done anything to harm Baek Vong, but they do prove that AG Entertainment's management is lax and that it employs the wrong people. Also, this is the surveillance footage of director Duc Na's death. After watching the footage, UC Van Phi was stunned. Director Duc Na had been forced to take pills and commit suicide because she refused to obey her. Chi Lang replayed the video, trembling all over with rage. Han Mai-tin shouted, "Are you insane? How could you take someone's life like that?" UC Van Phi still tried to defend herself. "It wasn't me, and you still deny it? You're the murderer. You were the one behind Chi Lang falling into the river too, weren't you?" UC Van Phi continued to explain, "It wasn't me, Tran Van. I didn't do anything. This has nothing to do with me. They deliberately want to frame me." Chi Lang said, "You weren't the one who made me fall into the river, and you didn't kill director Duc Na either. If you don't believe me, I'm willing to go to the police station." Chi Lang Sha Ge Shapan. Ever since Baek Vong's people took control of Duc Na's home, Lam Thuong Vu suddenly suffered a stroke and became paralyzed. He can't even speak. And the hitman was found dead in a rented house a few days ago. Everyone was stunned. "What?" Chi Lang continued. "This is very much like what happened when I fell into the river. As soon as those involved die, every clue is cut off, and the investigation can no longer continue. But Dad, this cannot simply be swept aside. That is why I want you to uphold justice this time." UC Van Phi cried out pitifully, "Tran Van, I didn't do anything. You have to believe me. I didn't harm Baek Vong." Tran Van said, "You know the clues have all been cut off, and even the police can find nothing. How am I supposed to uphold justice?" "Dad, you're the highest decision-maker of the Baek group and the head of the House of Baek. I believe nothing can escape your eyes. You don't need to flatter me. Besides, even if those women truly did all this, if Baek Vong cannot handle such a minor matter, how could he inherit the House of Baek?" Chi Lang continued, "Grandfather once said that even if one uses a wolf's nature and way of thinking to govern a family, one must never forget unity, because unity matters most. When human lives are involved, this is no longer fair competition. It is a loss of humanity. Keeping people like this in the family is like keeping a malignant tumor. Sooner or later, it will devour everyone." Baek Tran Van's expression darkened. "Are you teaching me how to run the House of Baek? If your grandfather truly had any ability, the House of Locke would not have been reduced to you alone." Suppressing her anger, Chi Lang continued, "I am young and do not understand how to manage a great family, but I know one principle. Evil deeds must be paid for. If you refuse to give me justice, then I will let the people of this country judge." The film is popular right now, and everyone is curious about the secrets of wealthy families. She wanted to publish all the evidence she had uncovered online. Tran Van hated it most when people tarnished the House of Bak's name, yet she dared to threaten him. But Tran Van was furious. Bak Vong, are you going to let her threaten me? Chi Lang replied, I am the one demanding justice. Bak Tran Van said to Chi Lang, do you really think your position as the young madam is secure? If you insist on exposing everything, even grandmother will not be able to protect you, nor will the child in your womb. The House of Bak is not a place where you can behave recklessly. I'll ask you one last time. Are you certain you want to do this? He asked in a murderous tone. Do you really dare? No matter what, Director Duk Na cannot be allowed to die unjustly. Kailangan suwerte firme. Idare. Bak Vong appeared from nowhere and said with a smile, why wouldn't she dare? The AG Entertainment matter was so complicated. How had he returned so quickly? Bak Vong said, she has me behind her, a madman who isn't afraid of death. What does she have to fear? Bak Tran Van's aura was terrifying. Do you know what you're saying? Bak Vong replied, of course I do, and I guarantee that I'll keep this story trending. Once the news dies down, I'll bring it back up again. What a madman. For the sake of a woman, he was willing to destroy the House of Bak. Chi Lang thought to herself, what is he saying? I never intended to drag him into this. Bak Tran Van had lost all patience. Fine. Very good. Then he slapped Hamai Tin hard across the face. Very good indeed. With that, he turned and left decisively. Today, they had finally provoked Tran Van's anger. If this matter implicated Bak Vong, he would no longer have any hope of becoming the heir to the House of Bak. The butler said, Madam, you see, Madam Ha, sir has given his orders. From today onward, Madam Ha is suspended from all her duties. She is to perform charitable work for 6 months, after which all her authority will be restored. Second Madam will be dismissed tomorrow and must immediately leave Divine Mountain Villa to find her own place to live. Chi Lang asked, do you hate me? If you do, then come after me. As long as I am alive, if you keep playing tricks, I will repay you 100-fold. As long as I do not die, you will never win. The two women were so frightened by Chi Lang's words that neither could say a thing. Back in her room, Chi Lang spoke to Bak Vong about what had happened. Actually, Bak Vong was furious. While I was busy today, you went out alone to confront them. Do you think you're very clever? Who do you think Bak Tran Van is, that you dared threaten him? If I had arrived 1 second later, I would have found your corpse. I couldn't stand by while they continued acting so outrageously. Duk Na's case is only the beginning. If I did not step forward, they would become even more reckless in the future. Then we should have just killed them in secret. Do you understand the consequences of confronting Bak Tran Van head-on? If he were so easily threatened, he would not have survived until today. You once said that you suspected what happened to you might not have been UC Van Phi's doing. If there are hidden circumstances behind it, why did you make such a huge scene? But this is exactly what I want. Only by standing in the center of the vortex can I see its true shape. Bak Vong's face turned exceedingly grim. Lok Chi Lang, do you have a death wish? I only want to know the truth. You would throw your life away just to learn the truth. I won't give them another opportunity to strike. I've had enough. Besides, you didn't have to come tonight. You were doing well at the group. Dad would not blame his own son because of me. But now that you have helped me, Dad will think you care more about me, and it will be harder for you to enter the group later. Before she could finish speaking, Bak Vong pulled her close and kissed her decisively. They kissed for a long time before finally parting. I don't need you to think for me. He rubbed her head and said, if you want to do something this suicidal again, you must discuss it with me first. I don't want to make you worry. I'm not worried about you. I just think that if you're going to die at someone's hands, you would be better off dying at mine. Then I won't argue with you anymore. Right now, we need to find a way to get you smoothly into the group. Early the next morning, Chi Lang spoke with Old Madam Bak. Old Madam Bak said, the butler already told me about last night. He said Tran Van flew into a rage in his study last night. No one dares provoke him now. Grandmother, I acted impulsively last night. I was wrong. In the future, I will think things through carefully before acting, but I do not regret doing it. I regret dragging Bak Vong into it. I am afraid Dad will punish him and refuse to let him take a key position in the group. Don't worry. In a while, I'll give you a list of the things Bak Tran Van likes. Wait until his anger has subsided in a couple of days, then bring up Bak Vong's matter. Tran Van is not someone who breaks his word. Besides, UC Van Phi has been removed from her post, so there is now an opening in the group. Bak Vong will have an opportunity. Yes, thank you, grandmother. Bak Vong had slept until now before waking. He reached out to the side of the bed, but there was no one there. Holding his head, he thought, has this woman gone to bring Bak Tran Van afternoon tea again? I've told her several times that there is no need to do that. He keeps his door shut and refuses to see anyone every day. He is clearly trying to make things difficult for her. Young master, you're awake. This is sweet soup specially prepared by the kitchen for the young madam. Where is she? The young madam was summoned to Sir's study. The moment she finished speaking, Bak Vong's face darkened. After delivering afternoon tea for 7 consecutive days, Bak Tran Van had finally agreed to see her. Outside, Bak Vong could already hear the two of them speaking. Dad, this is all my fault. Bak Vong only defied you because he was afraid I would get upset and affect the baby. Please do not blame him. I truly underestimated you. A fallen young lady like you can actually control my son. For your sake, he used his influence to abduct UC Van Phi and Ha Mai Tin, even willing to damage the reputation of the House of Bak. Again and again, he has openly defied the family for you. Are you very pleased with yourself? I have never thought that way. I was wrong to threaten you, Dad, but this has nothing to do with Bak Vong. Please give him another chance. With you by his side, I truly do not dare hand the House of Bak over to him. He listens to you so obediently now. Once he takes power, will he be the master, or will you? If I can guarantee that I will leave before he takes power, can you give him an opportunity? What do you take me, Bak Tran Van, for? Do you think you can fool me with childish words? Chi Lang said resolutely. I can write a letter of guarantee. Before she could finish, Bak Vong shouted from outside. Lock Chi Lang, get out here right now. Dad, enjoy your coffee slowly. I'll go out first. The instant she stepped outside, Bak Vong grabbed her hand, startling her. Bak Vong, wait a moment. Unable to suppress his rage, he shoved her against the wall, causing her some pain. Tell me, what exactly were you planning to write in that letter of guarantee? I just don't want you to be unable to enter the group because of me. Is becoming the heir to the House of Bak really that important to you? Yes. The sooner you become the heir to the House of Bak, the sooner I can find the mastermind behind everything. Then our child will be safer. And once you have your own work to do, you won't remain so negative and disheartened. If I have to pay a price to gain all of that, I am willing. Just for those things, you want to leave me? Have you forgotten what I told you? She immediately threw her arms around him. Don't be angry, okay? I feel terrible too, seeing things between you and Dad become like this because of me. I want to see you standing above everyone else, and I want to see our child grow up without fear. I do not want to leave you either, but I have no other choice. I have to choose. In her eyes, only becoming the heir to the House of Bak could protect their child. Having once been the young lady of a leading conglomerate, she believed one had to stand at the summit to be strong enough. Fine. If that was what she wanted, then he would make it happen. He said, go back to the room and wait for me. What are you going to do? He kissed her hair and said, I'll be back soon. Wait for me. Without another word, Bak Vong quickly pushed open the study door with a bang. I want to join the company and take a key position. Bak Tran Van replied calmly. Which company? The shipping company. So you have ambitions now. Do you agree, Dad? You may be good at fighting, but are you capable of doing serious work? If the company loses even a cent, you will leave the House of Bak on your own. Bak Tran Van was shaken. Bak Vong had never spoken with such determination before. This was what a son of the House of Bak should be like. He ought to have such ambition. Yet all of this was for Lok Chi Lang. Still, if Lok Chi Lang's heart was not set on the House of Bak, then perhaps it would not hurt to let her remain a while longer. Bak Tran Van said, I will fulfill your ambition. Do not disappoint me. Bak Vong said nothing more and rose to leave. If you want to become my heir, remember 2 things. First, capability. Second, you must put the interests of the House of Bak first at all times. Otherwise, you will be cast aside. If you dare defy me again, I will make you suffer the consequences. Bak Vong was utterly fearless, his gaze full of menace. Then go ahead and try. If you dare touch even a single hair on her head, there will not be a living soul left in the House of Bak. A little later, Chi Lang brought over fruit and tea and met the butler. What? Dad agreed to let Bak Vong join the shipping company. Yes. Starting today, the eldest young master will have full authority over all matters at the shipping company. Chi Lang said happily, yes, I understand. She did not understand how Bak Tran Van had suddenly changed his mind so quickly. She did not have to write a letter of guarantee. Had Bak Vong said something? Returning to her room, she found Bak Vong sitting at the computer, typing. After typing for a while, he suddenly slammed the desk and held his head. Typing is so annoying. She said, what do you want to type? I can help you. Or you can use voice input. He sighed. I've talked so much my throat is hoarse. How am I supposed to use voice input? You want to learn how to type? Chi Lang eagerly said. Then I'll teach you. For now, let's use the character decomposition input method. The moment Baek Vong saw her, he wanted to cling to her. He immediately wrapped his arms around her and pulled her onto his lap. Go on, teach me. Kilang explained enthusiastically. She told him all about the alphabet, pronunciation, typing posture, and the most basic fundamentals. Holding his hand, she showed him that the index finger, middle finger, and ring finger each had their own positions. Whether Baek Vong was actually concentrating on learning was unclear. In any case, he kept leaning toward Chi Lang and asked intimately, then what? First, get used to this posture. No matter how you type in the future, your fingers should always return to their fixed positions, so you won't get confused. Let's try typing a word. Chi Lang patiently guided his hand and taught him one character at a time. For example, to type back, you do it like this. After finishing, he said, now type Lock Chi Lang. Then you do it this way. This method is not easy, but I believe in your ability. You learn it quickly. Baek Vong learned very quickly and had already typed Lock Chi Lang and Baek Vong. He looked at the words on the screen, extremely satisfied. She was impressed by how fast he learned and immediately praised him. Practice other words the same way. The more you practice, the more natural it will become. Then I'll go out now. I'm busa typing. Go out by yourself. Kilang blush. How can I go out when you're holding me like this? After thinking for a moment, she noticed there was space beneath the desk and bent down to crawl out. Lock Chi Lang, if I let you leave my study completely untouched like this, wouldn't I be letting this little temptress down? I only wanted to go out so you could type in peace. I didn't mean anything else. Baek Vong smiled slyly. Do you think that is possible? Then he decisively pulled her up and kissed her until she was breathless and flushed. If she had known, she would have obediently sat on his lap and waited for him to practice typing. A few days later, today was Baek Vong's first official day at the shipping company. It would be bad if you see Van Phi and Ha Mai Tin secretly plotted against him again. Just then, Baek Vong returned, interrupting her thoughts. You're back. How was the shipping company? Are you getting used to it? Baek Vong said nothing. He only held her and called softly. Chi, what if people make things difficult for me at the shipping company and I can't get promoted? Then we can ask old Madam Baek for help. He said, what if I have nothing left? She breathed a sigh of relief. So nothing had happened. He simply wanted to hear some sweet words. She said, it's fine. I still have a tea house. I can support you. Can you really afford to support me? Why not? Everyone knows that the owner of the Return Home Tea House is the eldest young madam of the House of Baek. Business is booming. Baek Vong led her into the room. Let me show you something. He had overcome the most difficult stage of learning to type. Seeing how capable he had become, Chi Lang was delighted. You did it. After more than 2 months of practice, you've mastered every character without making a single mistake. That's already very impressive. He asked, was it difficult? Yes. Before, you didn't even know how to use phrases. Now you know them all. He held out his hand for a gift. Then give me something. How long has it been since you gave me a present? So he was suddenly showing off his progress because he wanted her to give him a gift? She said, I haven't found anything suitable lately. I'll give you something next time. What is it? Are there no more tokens of love from the House of Locke left to buy? So he wanted something from the House of Locke. Luckily, she had hidden Duk Na's ring well. If he took it from her, she would be devastated. He said, if you can't buy it, finding it will do. Internally, he cursed Van Dat for being useless. He had searched for ages and still could not find his wedding ring. But if the ring was in her hands, having her take it out would make him even happier than receiving any other gift. Tomorrow, I have to make a trip to see Gate. I won't be back until the day after tomorrow. Wait for me to come back. I'll bring you a gift. The butler said, old Madam Baek heard that your back hurts, so she specially arranged for a traditional doctor to examine you. They say a few treatments can relieve the pain. Chi Lang went downstairs and saw everyone cleaning. She asked what was happening. The second young master and third young miss will be returning in a few days, so we are tidying up the house in advance. They were UC Van Phi's son and daughter, Baek Veen and Baek Duong. Kilang smiled. So that was it. UC Van Phi had been driven out of the family, while Baek Vong was now in charge of the family's core businesses. Under the circumstances, it was only natural for the two of them to return. The butler said, the second young master is not returning merely to visit his relatives. He has applied to withdraw from school abroad and decided to continue his studies back home. Will Baek Duong be staying here permanently? If so, the House of Baek was likely about to undergo some changes. In the wellness room, Chi Lang calmly waited for the doctor. Eldest young madam, the doctor has arrived. Suddenly, someone covered her face with a towel. The person seized her hand and said, "No need to get up." She immediately pulled her hand back in alarm. That voice and those actions did not resemble a traditional doctor's at all. When she looked up, she was shocked to see Yusi Van Phi's eldest son, Bak Duong. He smiled. "Don't you remember me, sister? You're Bak Duong." Bak Duong said, "You remember now?" "No, I only guessed." Chi Lang said, "You're young, yet you had a servant pretend to be a doctor just to make trouble. It could only be Bak Duong." Bak Duong said, "We met at the Jiangnan Joint Conference before. I didn't expect you to forget me so quickly." Chi Lang recalled the scene as well. She had been very young then, and the House of Locke had still been a wealthy and powerful family. So it had been him. "You've grown much taller." Bak Duong smiled. "You've become more beautiful too." Chi Lang stood and replied politely, "Thank you. You've just returned to the country, so go get some rest. I'll be leaving first." Bak Duong watchet Chi Lang leave. Holding the towel, he gave a meaningful smile. "Sister, we'll have plenty of time together from now on." The next day, Chi Lang attended an auction. "Miss, this is bad." The Jiangnan landscape painting was bought by someone else. It was her second brother's favorite painting. She had planned to buy it, but someone had beaten her to it. How much did they pay? 2 million. Its market value was only 500,000. Why would someone deliberately spend 2 million to buy a painting from a small tea house? Forget it. They were willing to pay a high price, and we can't compete. We'll find another opportunity later. Recently, several new tea houses had appeared on the market. To stand out, they needed distinctive features and signature products. As they were discussing business, someone knocked on the door. The moment the door opened, Fong Chan was startled. This was the person who had just purchased the Jiangnan landscape painting. The man respectfully said, "I was asked to deliver this painting as a gift to Madame Locke. Please accept it." Someone had spent 2 million on a painting just to give it away. "May I ask who asked you to do this?" "Madame Locke only needs to accept it. I cannot accept such a gift for no reason. Please convey my thanks to them instead." The man smiled. "Doesn't Madame Locke want this painting very much? As long as you nod, it will be yours. No need. When I have the money, I'll come buy it from you. Then I won't trouble you further." Someone had suddenly spent 2 million to buy her a painting. Chi Lang felt that something was wrong. She promptly called Bak Vong. "Is everything all right over there? Have you run into any trouble in the past 2 days?" "No. What is it?" "Someone at the auction spent a huge amount of money to buy me a painting. I thought someone might be secretly targeting you, so I called to ask. Someone gave you a painting, and you're worried about me? What do those two things have to do with each other?" Deep down, he thought that she said she missed him, so he could not exactly refuse it. Chi Lang said, "Other than being your wife, there's nothing about me worth plotting against. You just entered the shipping company, and someone is already spending heavily to give me gifts. It must be related. Fine, I'll be back tomorrow." "All right, I'll wait for you. Be careful." The instant he hung up, Bak Vong gave the people before him a cold, threatening look. "You dare use such lowly tactics against me? Who gave you the nerve?" "Eldest young master, we were wrong. We won't dare do it again. Please give us another chance. You only have one life. What makes you think you deserve a second chance?" "No, eldest young master, please spare us this once. We truly won't dare do it again." Bak Vong impatiently stood up and shouted, "Shut up." Just then, he saw Chi Lang's call and immediately turned away to answer it. Chi Lang said, "Bak Vong, I bought you a pen. Do you like it?" He had hinted so clearly before, so why did she still not understand? As long as she returned his wedding ring, he would definitely wear it. He said, "Which family's token of love is this pen from?" "It isn't. I picked it out myself." "You're certainly sincere. If I don't like it, will you go choose another one?" Bak Vong smiled. "Then I'll take this one. Wait for me to return tomorrow." The people behind him were still crying miserably. "Eldest young master, we won't dare again. Please spare us." Bak Vong walked over and pressed one man's head to the floor. "How about this? I'll give you a chance. As long as you make money for me, we'll be at peace. But if you dare play tricks, don't expect to keep your lives." Yes, we will definitely make lots of money for you, eldest young master." "Brother Vong, those people nearly got us killed. Why did you let them off so easily? One should be a little kinder. Don't always resort to fighting and killing." Ever since Brother Vong started wearing those Buddhist prayer beads, he's changed so much. Those people nearly killed him, yet he is still so merciful. At Divine Mountain Villa, Chi Lang was checking messages on her phone. "My good granddaughter-in-law, I heard Bak Vong will return tomorrow. Bak Veen and Bak Duong happen to be here too. When he returns, let the whole family have dinner together and get acquainted." At that moment, Bak Duong approached. "You don't like this painting, sister? When I was younger, I knew the second young master of the House of Locke liked this painting, so I specially bought it for you." "Thank you, but this gift is too valuable. I can't accept it. It's only 2 million. If you like it, what does such a small amount matter? The servants whispered among themselves. Oh my God, 2 young masters have spent so much money on gifts for the eldest young madam. What is going on? Then did you prepare a gift for Bakvong? Of course. I prepared gifts for everyone in the family to congratulate him on joining the shipping company. She walked past him coldly. That is enough. Bakvong and I are husband and wife. Giving something to him is the same as giving it to me. I know you and eldest brother are married. I meant nothing else by it. I heard you have been collecting old belongings from the House of Locke, so I wanted to buy them back to ease your homesickness. You know quite a lot. I have seen how close you were with your family, so I know that family is what you value most. I truly mean nothing else. Please don't worry. Chi Lang remained cold. I cannot accept it. It seems you only want eldest brother to help you collect the House of Locke's old belongings. I'm not qualified to do so, am I? The servants began gossiping again. The 2 young masters treat the eldest young madam so well. They spent so much money just to please her. There seems to be something going on between them. Chi Lang said, Bak Duong, you're my husband's younger brother. Mind how you address me, and do not casually say things that cross the line. Bak Duong was puzzled. Cross the line? You clearly knew me before you knew him. How was that crossing the line? That evening, everyone was gathered together. Bak Veen and Bak Duong talked about returning to the country, saying that Bak Duong had studied abroad and would likely help the House of Bak expand its prospects in the shipping industry. You see, Van Phi listened to her son with immense pride. So what if she had been driven out of the family? Her son was outstanding. She would be able to return eventually. Hamai Tin muttered, what's so special about that? Bak Tran Van said, your eldest brother is in charge of everything now. I'll speak with him later. Hami Ting Moket Bak Jung. Are you helping your eldest brother develop and manage the group now? You even reveal such important information to outsiders. You really are a fine younger brother. Bak Duong smiled. We are all family. What difference does it make? As long as it makes money for the House of Bak, that is what matters. It would be nice if your eldest brother were as sensible as you. Old Madam Bak said to Chi Lang, my good granddaughter-in-law, don't eat too much chilled watermelon. Just then, you see Van Phi's daughter, Bak Veen, returned. Master, madam, 3rd young miss has returned. The moment Bak Veen saw her mother, she rushed over and embraced her. We have only been apart for a few days, yet you have gotten thinner again. It's all right. Seeing you and Bak Duong healthy and happy makes me happy. Bak Veen suddenly flew into a rage. She is the reason mother ended up like this. Then she arrogantly strode toward Chi Lang. Old Madam Bak was about to introduce them when Bak Veen raised her hand and slapped Chi Lang across the face, leaving everyone present stunned. Old Madam Bak angrily said, what are you doing, Bak Veen? You're a Lok Chi Lang, aren't you? Who do you think you are, driving my mother out of the house? It is not your place, as the eldest young madam, to call the shots in the House of Bak. As Chi Lang considered how to respond, Bak Vong hurled a vase at Bak Veen. She screamed in pain. Bak Vong's face darkened as he shouted, who do you think you are? You see, Van Phi anxiously asked, daughter, are you all right? I'll call a doctor. Mother, what will happen to my face now? Bak Vong, are you trying to kill your own sister? Bak Vong picked up a sharp shard of glass. That's a good idea. The mother and daughter clung to each other in terror. Bak Duong tried to persuade him. Eldest brother, we are all family. Who wants to be family with you and your mother? Didn't you want to play? Come on then. Don't be a coward. Seeing the glass shard right before her, Bak Veen screamed in panic. Father, mother, save me. Bak Tran Van roared furiously. Enough. How much more chaos do you intend to cause? Bak Vong gave a cold laugh. You ask how much more? Of course, until someone loses their life. Bak Duong hastily stopped his eldest brother. Bak Veen was wrong just now. I'll make her apologize to sister-in-law. That's right. Bak Veen was at fault. She should apologize. Bak Vong was still radiating murderous intent. You can apologize to the living. You can also apologize to the dead. Bak Tran Van shouted. What are you standing around for? Stop him. Chi Lang stepped forward. I'm Fina. Let go. She asked, does your wrist still hurt? She had been injured, yet she was concerned about whether his hand hurt from throwing the vase. He said, it hurts. Then let me massage it for you. You see, Van Phi and Hamai Tin were both dumbfounded. They could hardly believe it. Even Bak Tran Van could not persuade Bak Vong. Yet Chi Lang calmed him down with just a few words. The butler said, 3rd young miss, the doctor has arrived. I'll help you go for an examination. Bak Vong said to Chi Lang, let's go home. Bak Tran Van roared, you unfilial wretch, kneel down. You nearly killed your own sister over a woman. Do you think I cannot deal with you? Bak Vong turned around, his eyes sharp as he smiled. Father, you're amusing. Whoever you sleep with, I have to acknowledge as family. Bak Tran Van was driven mad with rage. Say that again if you dare. What? Are your ears failing in old age? Seeing the tense atmosphere, Bak Duong urged, all right, eldest brother, stop talking. Chi Lang thought to herself that she could not provoke Bak Tran Van at such a critical moment, or someone else might take Bak Vong's position at the shipping company. She said, Father, when children do wrong, parents should naturally punish them. But I want to ask something. Do you mean to punish Bak Vong alone? If that is truly the case, does that mean anyone in the house of Bak can slap me whenever they wish from now on? What do I have to feel wronged about? Bak Veen only slapped me once, while Bak Vong nearly killed someone. I do not dare feel wronged. I know I am unimportant, but I'm still the eldest young madam of the house of Bak, am I not? Old Madam Bak said, Chi Lang is right. Bak Veen struck first, and Bak Vong retaliated. Both are descendants of the house of Bak. Either punish neither of them, or punish them both. Bak Tran Van was beside himself with anger. Both of you kneel. No dinner for either of you tonight. Bak Vong was furious enough to want to hit him, but Chi Lang pulled him back. Don't be impulsive. This is already the best result. The two siblings promptly knelt on two cushions. Bak Veen shouted, he threw a vase at me. Why is father punishing me too? Chi Lang is your sister-in-law, and she is carrying the eldest grandson of the house of Bak. How could you lay a hand on her? But even so, why does she get to drive my mother out of the house? Bak Vong could no longer bear listening. Because she is mine. Even if she wanted your lives today, I would bear the consequences for her. Bak Vong, your sister is still young. Don't hold it against her. Enough. Don't say any more. It is fine if mother suffers a little grievance, as long as you and Bak Duong live well. Enough, don't be angry. Just kneel here for another 2 hours. Eat more later. Seeing the mother and daughter irritated Bak Vong. Why had Chi Lang not come to feed him? As soon as he thought that, Chi Lang arrived. Have you gotten tired from kneeling so long? You didn't come with me earlier because you were preparing these things? Yes. You haven't had dinner yet, so I had the servants prepare some food. It's hot outside, have some fruit juice. How does it taste? You ask as though you made it yourself. Chi Lang said proudly, I helped them add the ice cubes. Then you're truly impressive. Bak Veen watched them act so affectionate and muttered, kneeling here is annoying enough, and now I have to watch them flirt. Disgusting. Hey, you two, come here. I want to change places. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Yes, third young Mississippi. At that moment, old Madam Bak approached. Seeing her, Chi Lang lightly patted Bak Vong on the backside to remind him, grandmother is coming. Hey, you're taking advantage of me. Chi Lang said awkwardly, I'm not taking advantage of you. I saw grandmother coming and wanted to help you maintain a good image. Kneel properly. Bak Veen was still shouting, hurry up. Why are you moving so slowly? Worse servants like you even being kept for. Old Madam Bak was so angry she could barely stand it. Bak Veen, what are you doing? Only then did the mother and daughter notice old Madam Bak, and they were frightened. Old Madam Bak said, you are already 18. Why are you still so unreasonable? They are here to help us with the housework, not to be your slaves. Grandmother, I was wrong. Mother, I failed to teach Bak Veen properly. Since you know you were wrong, kneel for another 2 hours. Bak Veen was furious, but could do nothing about it. When she turned around, she saw Chi Lang smiling brightly, while Bak Vong knelt with perfect seriousness. Old Madam Bak asked, why are you still here? Why haven't you gone back to your room? Grandma, I'm fine. I just can't sleep alone in my room right now. Seeing this, Bak Vong could only endure it. Old Madam Bak said worriedly, pregnant women cannot stay up late. Bak Vong, you've knelt for half an hour already. Get up and take Chi Lang back to rest. Thank you, Grandma. Bak Veen protested. Grandma, how can you be so biased? Old Madam Bak said sternly, your eldest brother is taking his punishment seriously. It won't matter if he kneels a little less. Chi Lang, let's go. You see, Van Phi advised her daughter enough. Your sister-in-law is Grandma's favorite now. The more you say, the more upset Grandma will be. Bak Veen thought furiously, Chi Lang, just you wait. In the middle of the night, Chi Lang suddenly woke up with her throat parched. Bak Vong was nowhere to be seen. Where could he have gone at this hour? She hurried into the hallway to find some water. Still half asleep, she saw Bak Vong drinking beer. Bak Vong, he startled and turned to look at her. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine. When she saw him keep drinking, she said, stop drinking. I'll call Dr. Dam to examine you. No need. It's just an old illness. You should still see a doctor. He stood up, but lost his balance and fell to the floor. Does her leg hurt? I put a medicated patch on it when we got back tonight. Why does it still hurt? And these symptoms are just like my grandfather's leg pain. She asked, do you have rheumatism? He smiled. Impressive, isn't it? I'm only 25, yet I already have this condition. So that's what it is. Does anyone in the family know? They've always been so indifferent. How would they know? You should still see a doctor. He turned his face away. I don't want to. Every flare-up he had was because of her. Chi Lang truly could not ignore him. Then let me soak your feet. Back in their room, Bak Vong obediently sat down and soaked his feet. Chi Lang said, when my grandfather's legs hurt, Grandma used to soak his feet like this too. Tell me if it hurts later, and I'll stop. Bak Vong looked at Chi Lang and could not resist lifting her chin, gazing at her gently. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. I'm just looking at you. Since your legs are bad, you need to take better care of yourself. Avoid the cold, and don't kneel on the ground. He smiled. As long as you keep an eye on me, it'll be fine. She liked meddling in his affairs anyway. He would not need to remember those precautions himself. I can't stay by your side forever. How can I always remind you of these things? After soaking his feet, they lay in bed. She asked, when did you get this illness? I don't remember. I think I've had it since I was little. She was startled. Was it from when you were at the slaughterhouse? He said, I was like a dog, locked in a cage for years, exposed to wind and rain, covered in frost and snow. I caught every illness imaginable, not just this one. Kilan gasped. That fire at the slaughterhouse back then. It wasn't me. The fire was caused by an electrical short circuit. By then, I was already used to staying in the cage. If the fire hadn't been so big that day, I wouldn't have run out. Why didn't your father and Grandma know? Didn't they ask? They had too many people to care about. They're not like you, with only one person in your heart. Bak Vong, go see a doctor with me tomorrow. Your illness needs long-term treatment. I'll make time to take you. Bak Vong, good night. The next day, the doctor said, young madam, if your back hurts, make sure you get plenty of rest and keep your spirits up. If the eldest young master is not home at night, it would be best to have a servant stay with you. All right, thank you, doctor. Just as they finished speaking, Bak Duong came over and called, sister. Last night, when Bak Vong was there, he had called her sister-in-law, but now. She said coolly, if you need to use the medical room, I'll leave first. No need, sister. I came to give you an apology gift. I spoke to Bak Veen last night. She won't behave that way again. This is her gift of apology. I hope you can forgive her. The moment Chi Lang opened the gift box, her eyes widened in astonishment. This is an AI handheld robot. Your third brother first developed it when he was 20. I know you like it, so I bought one for you. Since I'm apologizing, I thought I should be more sincere. Chi Lang looked at the gift with great regret. No matter how much she wanted it, she could not accept it from him. If Bak Vong found out, it would cause trouble. Are you on guard against me? When I used to come to Jiangnan, you always dragged me along whenever you went out because you were afraid others would bully me. Yet now, you do not even want to say another word to me. Bak Duong, I'll say this one last time. You should call me sister-in-law. I am your brother's wife. But I don't want to call you that. He doesn't deserve you. He did not even show up at the wedding, and he still isn't wearing a wedding ring. Yesterday, when you threw that vase at Bak Veen, didn't he know father would take it out on you? He has never considered your feelings. But when he threw it, I really did feel satisfied. That's enough. From now on, let's act like strangers. Please do not come looking for me again, and do not think of sharing anything with me, especially anything about your brother. But I always thought you would marry me. You said so before, didn't you? The moment he finished speaking, Chi Lang stiffened, her thoughts in turmoil. If you dare say those things in front of Bak Vong, I will never forgive you. Are you scared? Scared that eldest brother will find out about our past? What past could there possibly be between us? It was only a childish joke. Even if you told him, it would do you no good. You're this afraid. Are you afraid my brother will be hurt, or afraid of what he might do? I've said everything I needed to say. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Chi Lang left, her heart heavy with worry. She had thought he had forgotten about it long ago. She never expected him to still remember after all these years. When they were children, the House of Locke was still a wealthy family. The houses of Bak and Locke often dined together and enthusiastically tried to arrange marriages between their children. She had said, I like someone gentle and courteous, modest and refined, someone who does not flaunt his family background, someone like Bak Duong. If I have to marry, I want to marry him. Hearing this, Bak Duong had been so delighted that his face turned red. If Bak Vong learned of this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as she thought of Bak Vong, he appeared. Why are you sweating so much? Did you do something to wrong me? Nothing. I just came back from the medical room and felt a little tired. stay home, and wait obediently for me to return. She would deal with Baek Duong later. Acting rashly now would only make things more complicated. 3 months later, the House of Ke held an auction. Baek Duong saw Chi Lang and happily said, "Sister, did you come to the party alone?" She did not want to pay him any attention. She had made herself perfectly clear last time, yet he was still acting this way. Everyone praised the screen at the event. It's beautiful on both sides, truly an invaluable treasure. Chi Lang recognized it at once. It was the gift her grandparents had given her on her 15th birthday. The host began thanking everyone for attending and revealed the secret behind the treasure. To thank Mr. Ke, we have specially brought this screen titled The Maiden and the Little Deer. To make this screen, the whole family began preparing 3 years ago. They designed it together, searched for golden thread Manhwa wood, and crafted the screen frame with their relatives. Every stitch in its embroidery embodies their heartfelt devotion. The host continued, "Mr. Ke has said that whoever performs an instrument and earns the most applause may take this screen home." Baek Duong said, "May I give it a try?" Baek Duong wanted to use this screen to force her to accept his gift. But no matter what, she had to win the screen back. "I want to try too." "Sister-in-law, you are pregnant, so it isn't convenient for you. Let me do it. If I win, I'll give it to you." She said, "If you want something, you should win it yourself." "All right." A member of the House of Ke remarked, "Sister-in-law is competing against her brother-in-law. How interesting." That evening, Baek Vong also returned from Seagate. "The last time I saw your father, he said you were becoming more and more like him in the way you handle things." He asked, "Where is Chi Lang?" "Your wife is competing in an instrumental performance with your younger brother." The moment those words fell, Baek Vong's expression darkened. He immediately strode inside. Look, he came because of his wife. The moment he entered, he saw the two performing together. People nearby were talking admiringly. As expected of people who studied abroad, they play so well. Exactly. The zither and piano blend beautifully. The melody is so lovely, and they are perfectly in sync. Baek Vong's expression grew darker and darker. When their performance ended, the crowd erupted into applause. Kakin said happily, "Sister-in-law, you played wonderfully. This screen is yours." Baek Duong said, "I thought you were only good at the piano, sister-in-law. I never expected you to be so skilled at the zither as well. You flatter me. Thank you for just now." At that moment, old Madam Baek came over as well. "Oh, Baek Vong is here too." The moment Chi Lang saw him, a chill ran through her. He seemed displeased. Why had she suddenly performed with Baek Duong? He asked, "Why did you suddenly perform with Baek Duong?" "I wanted to win back that screen. It was a 15th birthday gift from my grandparents." Baek Duong stepped forward as well. "Eldest brother, you're back," Baek Vong said coldly. "In the future, stop humiliating yourself." Deep down, though, he found the sight of them standing together unbearably irritating. Baek Duong thought to himself that he had only performed reasonably well today. Outside, a staff member said, "I'll have the screen packed carefully and sent to your residence shortly. Thank you for your trouble." Sometime later, the House of Ke held a celebration for a newborn's first month. "Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to share in our joy. I am truly honored." Command is usually terrified of pain. Even a small scratch makes her cry, but she was willing to face countless risks just to carry my child. For that, I am immensely grateful to her. Everyone applauded and offered their congratulations. Baek Vong did not understand. What is there to applaud about? Chi Lang said, "They are very happy, and everyone has been touched by them." Baek Vong asked, "Did we come today just to listen to their love story? Wasn't this supposed to be the gender reveal for the second young miss of the House of Ke?" Over there, someone was filming, recording every stage of the child's growth and the parents' daily anticipation. Flowers bloomed all around, making the party atmosphere exceptionally lively. "That's wonderful. My baby is a little princess." Baek Vong found it rather interesting, too. "Then when will we hold a ceremony like that?" Chai Long was puzzled. Yes. Don't all people hold ceremonies like this?" Kilang smiled. "Not everyone does. Only people who like it choose to hold one. You don't like it? There's no need. I already know the baby's gender. Besides, I'm more than 7 months pregnant now. The time for that sort of ceremony has long passed." "You know the baby's gender?" "Yes, it's a boy. I found out when I was 4 months pregnant." Baek Vong's expression changed. "Then why didn't you tell me?" "You never asked." She thought to herself, he has never cared about the child. How could I have brought up on my own? She added, You've been too busy these past 2 months. Every time you came home, you went straight to sleep. I didn't want to bother you. Baek Vong was unhappy. Other people had these things, but she did not, and she had never once asked for anything. Other people held grand gender reveal parties, yet he had not even known the gender of Chi Lang's baby until she was 7 months pregnant. Judging by his expression, did he want to know about the baby? If he had wanted to know, he would have asked long ago. Surprised, she asked, Baek Vong, are you angry? Kutkin said excitedly, I'm going to have a niece. I'm going to be an uncle. Baek Vong stood up. Kutkin, come talk to me. Kutkin broke out in a cold sweat, while Chi Lang sighed helplessly. It seemed she would have to coax him again. In the living room of the House of Ke, Baek Vong suddenly sought him out. Are gender reveal parties popular now? Yes, many people have held them in recent years. It shows that they value their wives and look forward to their children. You can learn a baby's gender after 4 months of pregnancy. That is common knowledge. Everyone knows it. After hearing this, Baek Vong felt as though countless blades were piercing him. He did not even know something so basic. Kutkin continued, my second sister's wedding did not go well, so I wanted to make it up to her. That is why I organized such a grand ceremony. Then why didn't you tell me about this kind of ceremony before? Well, you never asked. Again, you never asked. Each word stabbed Baek Vong in the heart. If he did not ask, would no one ever voluntarily tell him? They clearly knew he had not received much education. So why had no one taught him? Kutkin hugged Baek Vong's leg and wailed, Brother Baek Vong, I was wrong. I'm young and ignorant. Leave your child's first-month celebration and 100-day celebration to me. I'll make them spectacular. Baek Vong was even more stunned. There's also a first-month celebration? Sister-in-law's belly is already so big. She will probably give birth soon. When the time comes, leave the first-month celebration to me. You only need to prepare a gift for sister-in-law. A gift? Yes. A woman spends 10 difficult months carrying a child and risks her life giving birth. As her husband, of course you should prepare a gift to thank her. The gift my brother-in-law prepared for my second sister was a large yacht registered in her name. Baek Vong fell into thought. If others had these things, Chi Lang should have them too. Send me the plan for the first month celebration. Yes, Brother Baek Vong. We'll definitely make it the biggest event in Northern River. The party ended soon afterward, and Chi Lang wondered why Baek Vong had not returned yet. A servant from the House of Ke rushed over. Miss, this is bad. The screen has disappeared. What? It disappeared? A staff member said, I had someone move the screen downstairs and lock it away. When we checked just now, we found that it was gone. Madam Ke and the second young miss of the House of Ke both said, we will definitely investigate this thoroughly and give you an explanation. She had only just received the screen, and it was gone in the blink of an eye. How could it be such a coincidence? She asked the butler to tell the second young miss of the House of Ke that she understood her intentions. The most important thing was for today's party to end successfully. As for the screen, they could discuss it after the party was completely over. Madame Ke was very understanding. On behalf of the second young miss, thank you. Please rest assured, I will definitely recover the screen. Back at Divine Mountain Villa, Baek Vong sat in the study with his head in his hands. He could not afford to neglect the board meeting. The moment he walked out of the study, he saw Chi Lang. You're out, she asked. She embraced him and said, today was my fault. Don't be angry. From now on, I'll take the initiative to tell you everything. I was afraid you would be angry, so I sat here waiting for you. You locked yourself in the study as soon as you came home and did not even eat. I was afraid you would be hungry, so I prepared something for you. He had been in the study because the financial conglomerate's general meeting was in 2 days, and there was much to handle. If he could not give back Tran Van a satisfactory answer, how could he become the heir of the House of Baek? And how could she possibly feel at ease? Chi Lang breathed a sigh of relief. So that was why. It seemed her little act of suffering had been for nothing. Oh, right. What do you want after you give birth? Kutkin said wealthy young ladies all receive gifts after having children. Whatever you want, I'll prepare it for you. There's no need to go through all that trouble. Being by your side means I already have everything. I do not need any ceremony or gifts. Seeing that he seemed deep in thought, Chi Lang added, what I mean is, I do not find things that can be bought with money particularly precious. He asked, then what do you want? I want all the antiques belonging to the House of Locke in Jiangnan. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly said, if one day you paint again, could you paint something for me? Paint, yes. Baek Vong had not painted in a long time. All right, I understand. She thought to herself that there were already too many entanglements between her and Baek Vong. If they could not make a clean break when the time came, it would only become more troublesome. At that moment, Command called. "I'm so sorry to disturb you so late. We have investigated the matter of the screen. A maid named Hoa Bin stole it. There were many guests at the party, so I hired some temporary workers. This happened so suddenly, and I'm truly sorry. But please rest assured, the police have issued a warrant. I'll notify you immediately if there is any news." Shi Lang thought to herself that Hoa Bin had suddenly come to work for the House of Ka and then stolen the screen. Someone had to be pulling the strings behind the scenes. Just as she suspected, Fong Tru sent her a message. "If you want the screen back, bring jewelry worth 200 million to Emerald Bay at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon." Kilanga understood. The financial conglomerate's important general meeting was the day after tomorrow, and this suddenly happened at such a crucial moment. How interesting. Fong Chan went to find his son, Fong Tru. "You unfilial brat, return the screen at once. It belongs to the House of Locke. You have no right to touch it. I already said it. Tell Locke Chi Lang to bring the money here, and I'll return the screen to her. She's the young madam of the House of Baek now. Money is the one thing she doesn't lack." Unable to tolerate his rebellious son any longer, Fong Chan raised his weapon. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Chi Lang also hurried to the scene. "Uncle Fong, don't do anything foolish. He isn't worth it. Young madam, I failed. I failed to discipline this unfilial son of mine. The moment I learned he had stolen the Locke family screen, I rushed right over. Rather than let him keep running wild, I might as well kill him myself." Fong Tru shouted, "Locke Chi Lang, don't you want the screen back? Tell them to stop chasing me." Chi Lang said stop. Holding a knife, Fong Tru said, "Bring me 200 million worth of jewelry, and I'll give the screen back. Giving you money would be easy. But first, tell me who instructed you to do this. Otherwise, why did Hoa Bin go to work for the House of Ka? And how did the two of you know the House of Ka had a screen belonging to the House of Locke?" Fong Tru waved his knife wildly and yelled, "Stop talking nonsense. Give me the jewelry, or you'll never get the screen back." Fong Chan said, "Young madam, you must not give that animal any money." Chi Lang remained perfectly calm. "All right, I'll have someone bring you the jewelry right away." No matter what, she had to calm Fong Chan down first. Then she could figure out how to deal with Fong Tru. No one knew when Hoa Bin had approached Chi Lang from behind with a knife. "Look, Chi Lang, I'm going to kill you." But in an instant, Baek Duong came charging over from nowhere and took the stab for Chi Lang. Why was he here? And so, a classic scene of a hero saving a beauty unfolded. Baek Duong asked, "Sister-in-law, are you all right?" A bodyguard hurriedly reported, "Eldest young madam, this is bad. Fong Tru got away." Just then, torrential rain began pouring outside. "Let's find somewhere to shelter from the rain." At last, they made it into a house. "Thank you for saving me just now. It was nothing. As long as you're all right, sister-in-law. But why did you show up here?" Chi Lang thought to herself. This was no longer an ordinary resort area. Hardly anyone would come here. Baek Duong smiled. "I followed you. Tomorrow is the company meeting, and both my eldest brother and I have to give speeches. For some reason, I was feeling a little nervous, so I went to your tea house to relax. That was when I saw you talking to an employee." "You saw Uncle Fong come to Emerald Bay?" "Yes. Half an hour ago, Uncle Fong got a call from his son and rushed out with a knife. He kept cursing his son as an ungrateful beast. I was worried something might happen to him, so I called you." Chi Lang said, "Uncle Fong came to Emerald Bay with a knife. He was probably planning to sever ties with Fong Tru. Whatever happens later, we have to protect Uncle Fong." Baek Duong said, "You looked upset at the time. I was worried, so I followed you. I never expected this to happen, so that was it." Baek Duong continued, "I know it wasn't really appropriate for me to follow you, but now I'm glad I did." Chi Lang thought to herself, the screen, Fong Tru, Hoa Bin, and Baek Duong all appearing at Emerald Bay at the same time. It was too much of coincidence. A bodyguard came in. "Young madam, something has happened to the second young master. Because of the rain, our only exit has been blocked, and there's no signal anywhere on the beach. So we're trapped here. In that case, we'll wait for the rain to stop and think of another way." The rain outside continued to pour, while thunder rumbled through the sky. Baek Duong said, "Sister-in-law, I just got a blanket from the car. It'll be cold tonight. Put around your shoulders." Thank you," Chi Lang said. "I think what happened today may very well be a conspiracy." "Why do you say that?" Because the company meeting is tomorrow, yet so many things suddenly happen today. Don't you think that's strange? Think about it. You're trapped on the beach now, so my eldest brother will definitely worry and come looking for you. If none of us can get out tomorrow, how could he possibly attend the company meeting with peace of mind? You mean we're trapped here because someone is targeting Bakvong? That's right. I think what happened today may have been arranged by Aunt, or perhaps even my mother. But if my mother finds out I'm trapped here too, she won't be able to attend tomorrow's meeting either. She'll do everything she can to rescue me. Why are you telling me this? You're even dragging your own mother into it. Because I don't want to hide anything from you. I trust that someone as smart as you has already guessed it. You may even think there's something suspicious about my being here. But I want you to know that what my mother does doesn't mean I share her intentions. I would never hurt you. You and the company meeting are both very important to my eldest brother. I wonder what he'll choose. Chi Lang's gaze became resolute. He doesn't need to choose. I'll help him. Bak Duong had not expected her to say that, and he was somewhat confused. At the Wutong Villa, Bak Vong was speaking with his grandmother. Chi Lang isn't home tonight. Yes, Chi Lang went to see an old friend and catch up. If it gets too late, she'll stay at her friend's house. That child normally doesn't socialize much. It's good for her to reconnect with an old classmate. Bak Vong felt uneasy. What was good about that? She usually clung to him all the time. Why had she suddenly gone to see an old classmate? He picked up his phone to check and found that Chi Lang had reported her entire schedule to him. Was she really having that much fun at someone else's house? He tried calling her, but could not get through. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Seeing Bak Vong preparing to leave, his grandmother asked, "Where are you going?" "It's about to rain. Eat dinner before you go." Bak Vong thought to himself, tomorrow is the company meeting. She has always cared about my becoming the heir. She would never leave at such a crucial moment. Something must be wrong. Just then, someone rushed to report at the villa entrance. "Sir, something terrible has happened. The eldest young master has brought a group of people to block every exit, and they're aiming weapons at the doors." Bak Vong quickly entered as well. Bak Tranvin asked, "What are you trying to do?" "I'm setting the family straight on father's behalf." Grandmother said, "Did something happen to Chi Lang?" Bak Veen asked, "Something happened to her too?" Grandmother looked suspicious. "What do you mean by that?" UC Van Phi said, "Bak Duong has been missing since this afternoon. No one answered when I called him either." Bak Vong and Bak Duong are both supposed to give speeches at tomorrow's company meeting. Now, they've suddenly disappeared. It seems the other side is targeting tomorrow's meeting. Grandmother said, "Yes. If something has happened to Chi Lang, Bak Vong certainly won't be able to focus on anything else. If neither brother can attend tomorrow's meeting, the person who benefits most will be Hamai Din. Why are you dragging my name into this for no reason? Are you sick? Bak Tin is still so young. What could I possibly do? If you have something to say, show some evidence. I haven't even accused your son, Bak Duong, of running away with Chi Lang yet." The moment she finished speaking, Bak Vong pointed his gun directly at Hamai Din's head. "You'd better think carefully before you speak." Grandmother also shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm not talking nonsense. I have proof. On the day Bak Duong returned to the country, I saw him standing outside the medical room for a long time. Then he went in for a while, and eventually the two of them came out together. Today, Bak Duong went to Chi Lang's tea house too. The moment she left, he followed her. Tell me, why would a brother-in-law follow his sister-in-law? There must be something going on." Bak Veen retorted loudly, "You're clearly slandering them. They're family. They simply met and exchanged a few words. What do you know? The way your second brother looks at his sister-in-law isn't the way a brother-in-law should look at her. My brother was born with gentle, affectionate eyes. He looks at everyone like that, even a shrew like you, Aunt." Bak Vong asked, "Where did they go afterward?" "I don't know." Bak Tranvin said, "Enough. Let father send people to search for them. Hurry up and prepare for tomorrow's meeting." Without saying a word, Bak Vong turned and left, infuriating Bak Tranvan. "If you leave like this, you're voluntarily giving up your inheritance rights in the House of Bak. Is it really worth abandoning everything for one woman? Until Chi Lang returns safely, no one is allowed to leave this place. You want to imprison me?" Bak Vong laughed. "Perhaps you even want to kill the whole family." The night grew deeper, the rain heavier, and the thunder continued to roar. In the abandoned house, Bak Duong spoke up. "Earlier, you said you would help my eldest brother make his choice. What did you mean?" "Nothing. I just hope Bak Vong can become the heir of the House of Bak. You're already in such a dangerous situation, yet you're still worried about my eldest brother," Bak Duong said. Chi Lang thought to herself, "In a place like the House of Bak, if Bak Vong cannot inherit the family, my child will have a hard time living in peace. No matter what, Bak Vong must attend that meeting successfully tomorrow. Baek Duong's wound was growing more painful, which made Chi Lang worry. Let me bandage it for you. Thank you, sister-in-law. Chi Lang said, once I finish dressing it, don't move around anymore. Just then, violent pounding sounded at the door. The moment Chi Lang saw who was outside, her face turned pale with shock. The person standing there was Baek Vong. Had he seen everything outside? Why was he here? Chi Lang was so frightened that she dropped the roll of bandages. She had clearly sent him a message. Why had he still come looking for her? Baek Duong said, eldest brother, why did you come in this weather? All the beach exits have been sealed off. Baek Vong had climbed over the wall to get in. His face was extremely grim as he said, all of you get out. Fong Chan was worried about Chi Lang, but she said, Uncle Fong, go take shelter from the rain over there first. Baek Vong, and I need to talk. Baek Duong said, eldest brother, I think you've misunderstood. Sister-in-law, and I only ended up here by chance. She was injured. Baek Vong did not allow him to continue and directly drew his gun. He said coldly, can't you understand human speech? Chi Lang told Baek Duong, go outside first. With no other choice, Baek Duong left. As he went, Baek Vong kicked him, sending him collapsing to the ground in pain. Baek Vong ordered someone to take him away. Only Chi Lang and Baek Vong remained in the shelter. Baek Vong pointed his gun at her and demanded, why did you lie to me? Baek Duong is your old friend, isn't he? Listen to my explanation. The moment Chi Lang began speaking, Baek Vong cut her off. I thought you had been kidnapped, so I sealed every entrance and exit of the house of Baek. I even placed Baek Tran Van under house arrest. Chi Lang was alarmed. Why had he put someone under house arrest? Why had he made such a mess of everything? Baek Vong roared. Hamai Din said you ran away with Baek Duong. I didn't. Baek Vong's eyes were murderous. Grandmother said that when you asked to leave, you looked completely normal. You didn't look like someone who had been kidnapped at all. I didn't care. I still had people investigate, and they found that every message you sent was scheduled in advance. I kept thinking, how could a woman who constantly claims to love me suddenly deceive me? So I had to come and see the truth for myself. Do you know what I saw after risking my life, climbing over a cliff, and nearly dying? I saw you dressing his wound. I saw the two of you sitting by the fire, laughing and chatting happily. You climbed over it? Are you insane? The weather is so terrible. What if something happened and you were buried there? Baek Vong sneered. You didn't expect that, did you? Not only did I find you, I can kill you too. Chi Lang tried to explain. There's nothing between Baek Duong and me. I met him because, before she could finish, Baek Vong roared, because the two of you were betrothed as children, so you ran away together to rekindle your old romance, right? Chi Lang cried out in shock. How did you even know about that? That was only a childhood joke. You know the person I've always admired is you. Baek Vong sneered. Not a bad excuse. If you hadn't come to this beach, I might have believed you. If you're going to have an affair, at least pick somewhere decent. This place is full of garbage. There isn't even a bed. Or were you two planning to camp here? Before Chi Lang could say anything, she rushed forward and slapped Baek Vong. You dare. Even a death row prisoner gets a chance to defend themselves. I can't even explain a single sentence. Do you think that makes any sense? Baek Vong clutched his head. Because I've heard enough. You're just like those people, always betraying me, always coming up with endless excuses. Chi Lang, in your next life, remember this. Don't deceive me, don't betray me, or better yet, don't explain yourself at all. Seeing that he was about to fire, everyone cried out in horror. No, don't. No, the baby is already 7 months old. We can't die here. She said, Baek Vong, I thought that after we had been together for so long, you at least trust me a little. But in the end, you never trusted me at all. Why should I have to bear the burden of your past and your suspicions? When your leg was injured, I brought you tea and water for an entire month. I found doctors and got medicine prescribed for you, so you could establish yourself in the entertainment industry. I kept building connections with a Northern River family to help you. To make you happy, I waited for you even when you came home late. Every joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness I felt revolved around you. How could I possibly have the heart to share myself with another man? I knew coming to the beach this time was dangerous. I also knew you were the best person to rescue me, which was why I scheduled those messages to be sent to you. That way, you could still attend the company meeting successfully tomorrow. Baek Vong froze. What did you say? So she had done all of this for him. Chi Lang continued. At the noble family banquet, I won that screen. But afterward, Hoa Bin and Fong Tru stole it. He used the screen to blackmail me. After Uncle Fong found out, he went to the beach alone. I followed because I was worried about his safety. As for Baek Duong, he said he saw me rushing around at the tea house and followed because he was worried too. That's all that happened. Baek Vong pondered. Baek Duong had followed her because he was worried about her? Could everything really be such a coincidence? Chi Lang said, Baek Vong, I know I'm not entitled to expect anything in return from you, but I can accept that. We can break up cleanly. The moment she said that, Baek Vong suddenly panicked. Chi Lang continued, Baek Vong, I never expected us to reach this point. If you don't believe me, then pull the trigger. This is where we end. Either way, the result is the same. Baek Vong lowered his gun. Was she crazy? What did she mean this was where they ended? If she had not come to the beach, how could things have become like this between them? Chi Lang asked, You're not going to shoot? If you don't, then from now on, it means you will always trust me. Baek Vong froze. It was not that he did not want to shoot. He simply could not bring himself to do it. Kilang smiled. Even if there's a misunderstanding, you have to listen to my explanation. If you doubt me even once more in the future, then you're a dog. Before she could finish, Baek Vong pulled Chi Lang toward him and kissed her. She did not understand why he was kissing her now. She struggled to break free, but he held her tightly. With no other option, she bit Baek Vong. You really do have quite a temper. I haven't even touched a hair on your head, yet you've hit and bitten me. Chi Lang asked expectantly, Do you believe me now? If you don't, go ask Fong Chan and the others. Ask whether Baek Duong and I did anything inappropriate. I dressed Baek Duong's wound just now because he took a knife from me and injured his arm. You must be tired. Why don't you take off your raincoat and sit down to rest for a while? I don't know when the rain will stop. I'm afraid you won't be able to attend tomorrow's meeting after all. Even now, she was still worried about whether he could attend a meeting. It seemed he truly had overreacted. Baek Vong said, You knew this beach was dangerous, so why did you bring only a few people? Chi Lang replied, I thought it through. If they truly wanted to kill me, they only needed to send Fong Tru to the tea house. There was no need to go to the trouble of using the screen to lure me here. If their goal wasn't to kill me, then they wanted to use me to keep you here and prevent you from attending tomorrow's meeting. I had nothing to fear anyway, so I decided to come and see. Maybe I'd find some clues. So what did you discover? Before coming here, I considered many possibilities, but there was one thing I never expected, the appearance of Baek Duong. I suspect him. While I was bandaging him earlier, I intended to probe him, but unfortunately, he didn't reveal any flaws, so I learned nothing. It's so late. You must be hungry, right? Why don't I go ask whether they have anything to eat in the car? Suddenly, Baek Vong staggered and let out a soft groan. Chi Lang hurriedly asked, What's wrong? Is your leg hurting? Baek Vong finally could not hold on any longer and collapsed. Chi Lang rushed forward to support him. Is anyone there? Baek Vong has fainted. A while later, Baek Duong came in and asked, Is eldest brother all right? He fell asleep after I applied the medicated patch. Fong Chan is beside him. Go have your wounds treated. Norus, I have something to ask you. Go ahead. I overheard you talking with eldest brother earlier. So you bandaged me only so she could test me. You suspected me all along. Why did you suspect me without my realizing it? I think keeping you trapped here is good too. That way, Baek Vong will have no rival at the group meeting, and his chances of becoming the heir of the House of Baek will be even higher. If you did it, why come to the beach at all? Wouldn't it be better for you to attend the meeting? You've done well in real estate, but you don't have Baek Vong's methods, so you can't intimidate Fifth Uncle's people. Besides, you only returned to the country recently and lack experience. So you're frightened of this meeting, worried father won't grant you the inheritance. That is why you think being trapped here may actually be better. You could even take the opportunity to frame Ha Mai Din. So that's the kind of person you think I am. Chi Lang said, These are only my guesses. If I'm wrong, you can hate me. Baek Duong thought to himself, She is put that way. What else can I say? Baek Duong wanted to step forward and help Chi Lang, but she warily guarded against him. Baek Duong, remember this well. Even if I die right in front of you someday, don't save me. Do you think I'm only causing you more trouble? Yes, and I don't care whether you hate me. Tears fell from Baek Duong's eyes. All right, I understand. I won't be like this again. A while later, Fong Chan entered. Young madam, are you all right? Oh, I'm fine. Actually, Uncle Fong, I don't think Baek Duong is a bad person. Today, he even took a knife wound for me. Was it too ungrateful of me to suspect him like that? But Uncle Fong, I had no choice. Fong Chan said, The eldest young master of the House of Baek is far too ruthless. He nearly took your life today, yet Baek Vong still listened to them. Chi Lang noticed that Baek Vong's brow had relaxed. She remembered how he would always frown uneasily in his sleep whenever his leg hurt, but he no longer did now. Fong Chan continued, Young madam, if it truly comes to it, we can. Before he could finish, Chi Lang interrupted him, leaving Fong Chan confused. What is it? Trying to remain calm, Chi Lang said, even if things do not work out, I will not leave Baek Vong unless he no longer wants me. Fong Chan said, young madam, how can you say such things? She signaled to Fong Chan that Baek Vong was not asleep. Cold sweat broke out on Fong Chan's forehead. So the eldest young master of the House of Baek had been pretending to sleep. Chi Lang said, Baek Vong has been betrayed too many times in the past, which is why he suspects me. I don't blame him. Young madam, you are far too devoted. Chi Lang said, I don't think I have any improper feelings toward Baek Duong, but I still cannot see through whether he is good or bad. It would be best to keep my distance from him. So after we return this time, I will move into the Emperor River Pavilion Tea House. Uncle Fong, please help me avoid going out as much as possible from now on, so Baek Vong can feel more at ease. It's all right, Uncle Fong. I love him willingly. Fong Chan said, I hope the eldest young master of the House of Baek can trust you, young madam, so you will not be sad anymore. Jilan Lai Dao Besai Baek Vong. This should be enough, right? I've already said so much. It should be enough to make him stop doubting me. Knowing she had lain beside him, Baek Vong opened his eyes. A woman had devoted all her thoughts and feelings to him, yet he had still doubted her. He had pointed a weapon at her head earlier, but she bore no resentment and had even cared for him attentively. It seemed he truly had been wrong this time. Chi, I will always trust you from now on, all right? I will never doubt you again. Never. Early the next morning, Chi Lang opened her eyes and found Baek Vong right in front of her. You're awake. Judging by his expression, he must have believed what she said last night. He was quite something. Last night, he had pointed a gun at her, yet today he acted as though nothing had happened. She asked, is your leg feeling better? Yes, it's fine now. I just made fish soup. Eat it while it's hot. You caught the fish and made the soup yourself? If I didn't catch it, was I supposed to wait for it to jump into the pot on its own? Eat. Thank you. Was the food here really safe to eat? I'm pregnant now, so I need to be careful about what I eat. What are you afraid of? If you die, I'll be there with you. As soon as he said it, Baek Vong froze. She did not like hearing words like that, so he would not say them again. He said, let me put it another way. You belong to me, and I will not let you die. Eat. He was acting so strangely today. The moment he realized she disliked those words, he changed his tone. Knowing she liked his cooking, he had gotten up early to prepare it. Everything he was doing now seemed like he was trying to please her. Could it be that he knew he was in the wrong for falsely accusing her? He asked, how is it? She smiled. It's delicious. A bodyguard entered to report. Eldest young master, we caught Fong Tru. He had all night in a very narrow cave. Fortunately, we found him in time, or he would have frozen to death. When you caught Fong Tru, did you see the screen? No. Fong Tru was hiding in that small cave the entire time. Then where's the screen? Could it have been thrown into the sea? Baek Vong asked, do you want to go take a look? Yes. Then let's go. At that moment, Fong Tru had been beaten badly. Talk. Where did you hide the young madam's screen? You're my father. Why are you helping her? Cut the nonsense and hand over the screen. You want the screen? Then tell her that if I don't get the money, I'll die on this beach, and she'll never get that screen back. Baek Vong and Chi Lang arrived as well. Dying will not be that easy for you. Then kill me if you have the guts. Before I came here, I told my friends that if anything happened to me, it was definitely the House of Baek's doing. Baek Vong gelang set at Huabing. Have you questioned that woman? Yes. It seems she knows nothing. Fong Tru ordered her around, and she only followed his commands. So she's useless now. If she's useless, drag her out here. Baek Vong picked up a knife. Speak. Who ordered you to steal the screen? Cold sweat streamed down Fong Tru's face, but he refused to speak no matter what. Baek Vong lost his patience. What a nuisance. Break his arm. Yes. The moment Baek Vong finished speaking, a crack rang out, followed by a miserable scream. Baek Duong said, eldest brother, he is Uncle Fong's son. Don't be too harsh. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? If he still refuses to talk, chop off his other leg too. Pontrie screamed miserably. No. Mr. Baek, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. I don't know who the other party was. 2 days ago, at your family's banquet, that person gave me 300 in cash and told me to steal the screen. Then I brought Hoa Bin to Emerald Bay. They said that as long as I brought the screen to the beach, they would give me another 700. What did the person who ordered you look like? Did he have any distinguishing features? He was young, probably under 30. That day, he wore a suit, leather shoes, and sunglasses. He also wore a slightly old silver watch. I did not see him clearly, but he felt like a young master from the House of Locke. Upon hearing the description, Chi Lang was immediately shocked and confused. Third brother? That's impossible. Third brother died in the fire 5 years ago. Even if he were alive, he would never steal the screen. Fong Tru, I advise you to tell the truth, or else. Everything I said is true. That day, I saw a silver watch on his wrist. There was a small green leaf sticker on its face. Shai Long war Stund. A small green leaf? She recalled giving third brother a watch herself, and she had personally stuck a little leaf on it. Could he have survived the fire? Seeing her dazed, Baek Vong said, "Don't believe his nonsense. If your third brother were alive, why has he not come to find you all these years?" That was true. Everyone had been burned to death in that sea of flames. Third brother could not possibly still be alive. Fong Tru, I'll ask you one last time. Where's the screen now? After I got to the beach, Hoa Bin hid the screen. I've told you everything I know. Please spare my life. Baek Vong ordered, splash water on her and wake her up. Hoa Bin was quickly awakened with a splash of water. The moment she opened her eyes, a gun was pointed at her head. Tell us where the screen is. Don't shoot. I'll take you to it. I'll take you there. Hoa Bin quickly crawled into a narrow crevice between the rocks. Lyman Hai stood guard outside. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. Inside the crevice, Hoa Bin poured gasoline over the screen as she said, "All right, I'll get it out now." Baek Duong smelled the gasoline and shouted, "Something's wrong. It's gasoline. Stop her." Holding up a lighter, she said, "Don't come any closer." Chi Lang realized, "You planned this beforehand, didn't you? Since you could not kill me, you wanted to destroy the screen instead." That's right. Rather than killing you directly, I would rather see you lose what is most precious to you and be utterly helpless. With that, she threw down the lighter, causing the flames to erupt. I'm not going to survive or return anyway. I might as well burn your screen, so you can live in regret for the rest of your life. Unable to bear the pain, tears streamed from Chi Lang's eyes. "No, that is my screen." Baek Vong held her back. "Have you gone mad? The fire is too big. Even if you rush in, you will not be able to retrieve it." Hoa Bin was still filled with bitter hatred. Lock Chi Lang. A dying person's final words are the most powerful. "I curse you to have no family by your side for the rest of your life. Everyone close to you will die like your parents did. You will spend your life poor and sick, and you will never have a good ending." Chi Lang was horrified and bewildered, tears pouring endlessly from her eyes. "Don't. Why was it always like this?" She kept hoping, only to be disappointed again and again. Seeing her cry so hard, her face drenched in tears, Baek Vong was deeply worried. When Duc Na died last time, she had also been this distraught. Now that the screen was destroyed, she was like this again. "Stop crying. I'll have someone make an identical screen for you." Overwhelmed by grief, Chi Lang whispered, "It's gone," and fainted. The private jet landed shortly afterward. "Brother Baek Vong, are we taking Baek Duong with us this time? Does our plane have that much extra room?" No. An hour later, they changed to another means of transportation. On the plane, Chi Lang had still not recovered from the shock. She could not protect anything. Fong Chan comforted her. "Do not be sad, young madam. As you instructed, I left 2 bodyguards with Baek Duong. He also asked me to tell you that he will help investigate third young master's matter. If third young master is alive, he will definitely bring him before you." "Uncle Fong, I don't trust him." Just then, a bodyguard came to report, "Eldest young master, bad news. Fong Tru is dead." The moment he finished speaking, both of them froze, their eyes wide with disbelief. "What did you say?" After we got off the plane, the helicopter guarded outside the room, without leaving even for a moment. But when we entered, we found him dead on the ground. Because she was pregnant, she entered the house of Baek. Soon afterward, Uncle Truong died. Then Duc Na died, and now Fong Tru was dead too. The house of Baek truly was a place that devoured people whole. Fong Chan collapsed onto the ground. "It is all my fault. I failed to raise him properly, allowing him to become an ungrateful, heartless man. I'm unworthy of being his father." Chi Lang comforted him. "Please do not say that." Fong Chan muttered, "It's all my fault." "Young madam, when can we leave this cannibalistic house of Baek?" "Soon, I hope. As long as Baek Vong becomes the heir of the house of Baek, we can leave." On the private jet, Baek Vong said he wanted Baek Duong investigated. "Brother Baek Vong, I think it was too much of a coincidence that Baek Duong and sister-in-law were trapped together this time. Sister-in-law clearly suspects him, yet he still defended her. If there's really nothing between them, then I truly..." Before he could finish, a knife was pressed to his throat. "I told you, just investigate him. My woman does not like him. Do you understand?" "Yes, Brother Baek Vong." I spoke out of turn. Chi Lang nearly drowned in the river. Duc Na slit her wrists, and Fong Tru died suddenly. All three incidents had to be investigated at once. It was time for everything that had happened so far to reach a conclusion. The next day at the back group, Baek Vong was stopped the moment he entered. What do you mean by this? The chairman ordered that if eldest young master does not take the group meeting seriously, there is no need for you to attend it. Qi Lang spoke up at that moment. Do not make a big issue of this. If you want to become the heir, you cannot go against father. Then what do you think we should do? I heard grandmother say that before grandfather became confused, he could command the group with absolute authority. No one dared defy him. You mean we should invite grandfather here? Yes. In the meeting room, fifth uncle of the house of Backside. Baek Duong is still too young. He is even late for such an important meeting. Not necessarily. Though Baek Duong is young, he has always been steady and cautious in his work. Perhaps someone plotted against him. He may not have been late intentionally. By your reasoning, then eldest young master was deliberately late? I heard the eldest young madam was kidnapped, and eldest young master went to save her. No matter what, being late is wrong. Those two should be taught a lesson. At that moment, the old master kicked the door open and strode inside, his voice thunderous. Let me see who dares force my grandson, Baek Tom Lam's grandson, onto an assembly line to earn a living. Why is the old master suddenly lucid? Father, why are you here? If I had not come, the back group would have been turned upside down. After taking a seat, Baek Tom Lam looked around at everyone and said, Today, I will make the family rules clear before everyone. The rules of the House of Baek will never change. The eldest son has the responsibilities of the eldest son, and the younger siblings have their own duties. There is no need to fight among yourselves. He slammed the table and shouted, Baek Vong, come in. I hereby announce that, from today onward, Baek Vong is officially the chairman's assistant. The moment he finished speaking, Humai Din and UC Van Phi were both indignant. What is this supposed to mean? Isn't this practically acknowledging Baek Vong as the heir? He has not even held the position for long, and he has already smoothly become the heir. What hope is left for our Baek Duong? Qi Lang said, Grandmother, the medicine is about to wear off. Yes, I know. Go invite the old master outside and tell him it is time for his medicine. Qi Lang smiled. Now he has been implicitly acknowledged as the heir and has stepped onto a path different from his past. Perhaps he can finally let go of everything that happened before. At last, they managed to escort the old master out. Not Quan, was my performance convincing just now? Do not forget what you promised me. Just then, the medicine wore off, and the old master became groggy again, clutching his head. Huh? What did you just promise me? Madame UC had just rushed over, her heart blazing with anxiety. So this little girl had used the old master to pull a trick. No, she had to expose her scheme. Their eldest son was the rightful heir. But before she could do anything, the bodyguard stopped her and escorted Madame UC and the third young master away to rest. Grandma, why? Could it be that you are favoring Qi Lang just because she is pregnant? How can this be? Grandma said sternly. The rules of the House of Baek were not made today. Before, you believed Baek Duong was the eldest son, and you constantly invoked the family rules. Now that Baek Vong is the eldest son, you call it favoritism. I don't understand. Clearly, my brother is. Before Baek Veen could finish, Grandma cut him off. If you don't understand, think about it yourself. Back in her room, Qi Lang thought to herself, I am clearly the one in danger. So why are the people dying always those around me? Why? Just then, Baek Vong came back. You're back. The moment she saw him, she threw her arms around him. Are you happy? I brought the position of heir back for you. Of course I'm happy. You are now the most powerful woman in the House of Baek. From now on, everyone will have to be wary of you. What is it? Why do you suddenly look like that? It's nothing. You've been tired all day. Let me put on a pain relief patch for you. Let's move back to Imperial River Court tomorrow. This time, leave the tea house to Uncle Fong. From now on, I'll try not to go out, so you can worry a little less. He gently stroked her hair. All right. Last time, you said you wanted to learn foreign languages. I found 4 interpreters to stay by your side, so you can immerse yourself in a language environment and learn naturally. How many languages do you know? I know 4, but only a little. Knowing them is enough. Then, teach me. All right, I'll go to the study and look for some materials now. We'll start tomorrow. After Qi Lang left, Baek Vong made a call. Did anything else happen when Qi Lang returned to the House of Baek today? She stayed at the house the entire time, but when she changed cars, Madam said that she was about to leave the house of back. Young master, you were busy preparing for the company meeting then, so I did not have time to report it. What? She wants to leave? Understood. From now on, follow Grandma's orders and continue protecting her closely. Report to me immediately if anything happens. After ending the call, Baek Vong's hand trembled slightly. She wanted to leave the house of Baek? Why? Just then, Kikin called. Brother Vong, I did as you instructed. The plan was carried out smoothly. Hello, Brother Vong, are you listening? Baek Vong said, Chi Lang wants to leave the house of Baek. What? Why does my sister-in-law want to leave? Did she say when? She did not tell me. After she returned from the beach today, I found her cold and distant toward me, so I asked the bodyguard around her. Then the problem must have happened at the beach. What happened between you two there? I misunderstood her relationship with Baek Duong and nearly shot her. Kaman, who was listening beside him, was startled. What? How could you point a gun at Chi Lang? If it were me, I would want to leave too. Keep your voice down, second sister. Brother Vaughn, what my second sister just said, Kaman continued. You are Chi Lang's husband. How would you point a gun at her? Have you ever considered how frightened she must have been? Now, every time she closes her eyes, she probably sees the murderous look on your face. It is only natural that she would want to get away from you. Kikin was drenched in sweat. Second sister, that is Brother Vong. Aren't you afraid he will come over and wipe out the house of Ka? Baek Vong asked, then what should I do now? Now, you need to do your best to erase Chi Lang's fear. You must let her know that you will never treat her that way again. Also, as her husband, you should consider things from Chi Lang's perspective more often. Do not always make yourself the center of everything and force her to stay by your side. After listening to command, Baek Vong thought to himself that Chi Lang had indeed always been the one more proactive about getting close to him. Command added, oh, right. I remember that when I gave her Yuna's ring before, she said she wanted to return to the old residence of the House of Locke in the Southlands someday. If you want to make her happy, take some time to bring her back to the Southlands for a visit. Kikin was covered in sweat. Brother Vong, do not worry too much. I do not think sister-in-law truly wants to leave you. She probably only said it in a moment of anger. Think about it. Having the person you love point a gun at your head would certainly break your heart. And when someone is heartbroken, they miss home. I remember sister-in-law has always kept more than a dozen old belongings from the House of Locke. Why don't you find a way to make it up to her? The old residence of the House of Locke in the Southlands, is it? All right, I understand. The next day, at Imperial River Court. Baek Vong, these are the materials I prepared for you. Today, we will learn English. The moment she opened the drawer and saw a gun, Chi Lang recoiled in fright, clearly terrified. So this really was why she wanted to leave. He said, about the gun, I already had someone dispose of the one from the beach. Take this one now. Chi Lang looked puzzled. Why should I take a gun? I will teach you how to use one. What? Why would you teach me? I am teaching you so that if anyone points a gun at your head in the future, you can fight back. But it seems like you're the only person who has ever pointed a gun at my head. If it ever happens again, kill me first. Kilang froze. What did you just say? I said if there's a next time, kill me first. Was he serious? Kilang smiled. Baek Vong, I will never point a gun at you. And you too, you will never treat me that way again. Half a month later, at a resort, you see Van Phi angrily tossed the newspaper aside. I never expected Chi Lang to marry into the House of Baek, and, in less than a year, turn the situation there into this. Madam, do not be angry. If we want to change the situation, we can have the second young master find a girlfriend from a prestigious family. That way, he can still become the heir. Baek Duong suddenly appeared. As he walked in, he said, there is no need. I have no intention of finding a girlfriend right now. It is because of Chi Lang again, isn't it? Baek Duong, can't you show a little ambition? You are a son of the House of Baek, the one on whom everyone has placed their hopes. But what did you do? Just because she ran off to the beach, you did not even attend a meeting. She is already your sister-in-law. Stop doing foolish things. Do you know how much effort your mother put into arranging Chi Lang's marriage to your elder brother? You see, Van Phi replied uncertainly. I do not know what you're talking about. In the beginning, Chi Lang and my elder brother only got together because they were drugged. That was all done by a man named Fong Tru. Without someone helping him behind the scenes, how could he have succeeded? Did you go to all those lengths only to make Chi Lang cut ties with me? But you never expected Chi Lang not to be an ordinary orphan. She was raised by the House of Locke and had the ability to pull my elder brother out of the mud, allowing him to stand directly above us. Now that the House of Baek has ended up like this, do you regret it? You see, Van Phi shouted, Baek Duong, I did it because Baek Duong interrupted her. 5 years ago, you said you would take care of Chi Lang for me. You said that as long as I became the heir of the House of Baek, you would let me marry her. The house of Locke had long since fallen. She was not worthy of you. Everything I did was for your own good. I do not need your so-called kindness. From the beginning, you never told me a single truth. From now on, do not interfere with the path I choose. Seeing Baek Duong so imposing, Yu Si Van Phi was shocked. In the study of Imperial River Court, Chi Lang was seriously teaching English when Baek Vong received a call. Baek Vong, we found Truong Tien Lam in Yongding Prefecture, but he refuses to talk, dead or alive. He insists that you come in person before he will reveal the truth about that car accident. I asked the doctor. This old man probably only has a few days left. All right, I understand, Chi Lang said. If you have something urgent to do, we can continue another day. Chi Lang, what is wrong? Do you know why I agreed to marry you? Why? He showed her a video on his phone. It was because of this. This video was taken while my mother, Tik Tuet, was still alive. At the time, she took me out and because she was worried, specifically sent someone to follow us. At that time, father had changed my name to Baek Vong. I was no longer called Baek Tae. Grandma used this video to threaten me into marrying you. She knew that I wanted to learn the entire truth about what happened back then. Only after I married you did she give me this clue. Unfortunately, all she had was this short video. You want to know the full story of what happened then, because you want to recover your memories from when you were 5? That is right. I have only ever heard about everything that happened from others. I do not like that feeling. I want to uncover the truth. I kept investigating, and only half a month ago did I find out that the person who met with my mother that day was her teacher, Truong Tien Lam. He disappeared after the car accident, too. Fortunately, we found some medical records and managed to track him down. He is now at North Mountain on the Blue River in Yongding Prefecture. It is far from here, and given his current condition, I am afraid he does not have much time left. If I want the truth, I must go there in person. If you leave, what will happen to me? I do not feel at ease leaving you here alone. I can stay with Grandma at Wudong Hospital for a few days. Besides, some chances to resolve the knots in your heart only come once. If you do not go, I am afraid you will regret it. Baek Vong held his head and turned to leave. The old man could live as long as he could. If it truly did not work out, then so be it. Why? Because you're the most important thing now. I have to see you give birth safely with my own eyes before I can truly rest easy. In the past, he had not cared about the child's condition or his own feelings. But now, between his birth mother and herself, he had chosen her. For her safety, he was even willing to temporarily set aside the truth about his mother. He stroked her hair. All right, it is getting late. Get some rest. Baek Vong, I think you should still make the trip. Uncle Truong is very cautious. The fact that he will only reveal the truth after meeting you shows that he truly knows something. Moreover, over the years, there may have been others who questioned him about this matter, which is why he does not dare fall into anyone's trap so easily. I know, but you, Chi Lang, interrupted him. In many people's eyes, your mother was a sinner who had an affair and ran away, causing her son to wander for many years. But I know that, in your eyes, your mother was not that kind of person. During that car accident, she kept waving for you to leave because she wanted you to survive. Baek Vong was deeply moved by her words as those memories resurfaced. She continued, So, Baek Vong, I hope you can find the truth and resolve the knots in your heart. Baek Vong, go. I hope you can live a life without regrets. All right, then wait for me to come back. Bring plenty of bodyguards with you and be careful. At the temple, Baek Vong said, This afternoon, I will go to Mount La alone. You will all stay here and protect Chi Lang. Ensure her safety. Everyone was worried. Baek Vong, that place is far away and dangerous. We cannot feel at ease letting you go alone. That is right. You just became the heir. Many people will have their eyes on you. Baek Vong would not let them continue. He shouted, Do you not understand what I said? If Chi Lang is injured while I am gone, when I return, I will kill every last one of you. I will not spare a single person. Chi Lang is about to give birth. At this critical time, you must protect both mother and child. Finally, they arrived. Truong Tien Lam's bodyguard said, Sir, Baek Vong has arrived. Truong Tien Lam, Tik Tuet's teacher, lay in his hospital bed and said, You are Tik Tuet's son, are you not? Let me have a good look at you. What do you know? You can tell me now. Your mother, he never ran away at all. That day, she had wanted to visit me. The rumors about her affair were all fabricated by that woman. All the truth is here. The moment he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out and struck him directly in the heart. He died on the spot, and all his men were killed as well. Baek Vong jumped out the window and ran for his life. Those people continued chasing him, their gunfire unceasing. Baek Vong was carelessly shot in the arm. Then, he risked his life by jumping into the river and finally escaped them. At Floating Life Villa, someone said, "I have noticed you staring at your phone all day. Are you waiting for news from the eldest young master?" "Yes, he has been gone all day and still has not messaged me." Grandma comforted her. "Do not worry too much. He has only just become the heir, so he must be very busy. Come, sit in the living room. Once Fuxing finishes cutting the fruit, we can eat together." It was already late at night. Given Bak Vong's personality, no matter how late it was, he would reply to her messages. But it was so late today, and he still had not replied. Could something have happened? Too worried to sleep, Chi Lang said to Lai Min Hoai, "Bak Vong has not answered his phone all day. Please send someone to Blue Mountain to look for him." "I am sorry, young madam, but I cannot send anyone." "Then take everyone by your side and go look for him. Bak Vong has only just become the heir and has already gone missing. Clearly, something is wrong." "Yes, I will arrange for people to search immediately." "Oh, right. Before leaving, Bak Vong told me to give this to you. He specially went to the temple to pray for a safety talisman, hoping that you could wait at ease for him to return home." "All right, I understand." Half a month later, the entire House of Bak was in turmoil. What exactly is going on? Why is the House of Bak surrounded by nothing but bad news? It has been more than half a month, and he still has not returned. "Sir, we have already sent people to Blue Mountain to search for the eldest young master. We will report as soon as there is any news." Bak Tranvin said angrily, "No need. Assemble a team at once. I will go look for him myself." Tilang spoke to Li Minghuai. "I told you to send people to find Bak Vong. You said you would arrange it. What happened? Did you arrange it or not?" "I want to go too, but Bak Vong gave us a strict order. He said that no matter what happened, we had to stay by your side and protect you. Even if we died, we had to die in front of you." Shai Long var stund. "What did you say?" Fong Chan rushed in. "Miss, I just saw the third young master." "Uncle Fong, are you sure it was my third brother? Did you speak to him? Does he know I am here?" Fong Chan said, "I did not speak with him. Recently, a collector wanted to sell a painting by Bak Lai Ba. I saw that it was an embroidered painting the second young master liked most, so I planned to ask about it. But when I asked around, I learned that the painting had been bought by someone named Lok Kindeep. The moment I heard that, I immediately went after him." "So you did not see him at all?" "That is right, but it is fine. The third young master is supposed to visit that person again tomorrow. We can go take a look tomorrow." Chi Lang said, "I am not going." "Why not?" "Uncle Fong, if my third brother was still alive, he would already be 28 this year. How could the build of a 28-year-old be exactly the same as that of a 23-year-old? You and Fong Tru both recognized him by his build. Although neither of you saw his face clearly, neither of you has ever seen him face to face. Do you not find that strange?" "Miss, you have a point, but I still think this is an opportunity. Whether it is real or false, we can go and see for ourselves." "Uncle Fong, Bak Vong's whereabouts are unknown, and I am close to my due date. Now, news of my third brother suddenly appears. I do not dare take this bait. The only thing I can do is stay home, give birth safely, and wait for Bak Vong to return." "Miss, we finally have news about the third young master. Are you really not going to see him? Are you giving up this opportunity because of the eldest young master? Could it be that you truly like Bak Vong now?" In the past, whenever there was news about the House of Lok, whether it was true or false, I would go, because my family was the most important thing to me. But now, I am putting the eldest young master first. Could it be? Kilang smiled. Maybe that really is the case. At first, I was afraid of Bak Vong. I was afraid that he would do terrible things without any limits. So in order to survive, I deceived him. But gradually, I discovered that he was not like the rumors said. To make me happy, he tried hard to change. In the end, he became the heir he is today. Whenever I was in danger, he risked his life to protect me time and again. This time was no different. To protect me, he left all his men at home, disregarding his own safety. Fong Chan said, "To outsiders, he is aloof, arrogant, and ruthless. But he changed for you and considers you more important than his own life. It is obvious that he truly cares about you. Since you have made your choice, miss, listen to your heart." "Thank you, Uncle Fong." Meanwhile, in the warehouse, the second young master said, "For the past 2 days, Miss Locke has stayed on Divine Mountain and has not gone out. That old man Fong Chan has remained by her side and has not gone to the collector's place either. You look exactly like the third young master of the House of Locke, yet she did not fall for it. Why do you think that is?" "Second young master, I am certain Fong Chan mistook me for the third young master of the House of Locke. Otherwise, he would not have rushed to Divine Mountain to find Miss Locke. So, in her heart, safely giving birth to Bak Vong's child is more important than confirming whether her third brother is still alive." Second young master, news has come from Divine Mountain. Miss Locke is about to give birth. Bak Duong was stunned. If she really gives birth to Bak Vong's child, the distance between her and me will only grow wider. We cannot let this continue. Second young master, what should we do now? Kill without mercy. I do not need the child. I only need Lok Chi-lang. Understood. Meanwhile, at the villa, Fu Xin prayed, "Heavens, please bless Chi-lang with a safe delivery." Just then, intense gunfire erupted, throwing the area into chaos. They are here. Get ready. The men stormed into the villa and fired wildly. Hurry. Now is the time. Li Minhwa said, "Fu Xin, find a safe place to hide." After the gunfight came close combat. Before long, the attackers burst into Chi Lang's delivery room. But when they pushed open the door, there was no one inside. Are you insane? She was never in there. Why did you have to fight so desperately? Li Minhwa smiled. We fought desperately to keep all of you trapped here. What did you say? In fact, Chi Lang had planned everything beforehand. She changed the location of her delivery today because she knew that once the eldest grandson of the House of Bak was born, someone would surely refuse to let it go. Then what should we do? Spread word that I am preparing to give birth on Divine Mountain. Then wait for them to send people in. You will pretend to guard the first floor while Fu Xin guards the second, as though I am really on Divine Mountain, just as the eldest young madam predicted. You have been fooled. The man flew into a rage and pointed his gun at Li Minhwa. You dare to trick me? As soon as he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out. But it was not Li Minhwa who fell. It was the thug. Fu Xing stayat Chi Lang in shock. That was right. The one who had fired was Chi Lang, who had just given birth. Chi Lang, why did you come here? You just gave birth. What if you fall ill? Do not worry. I am fine. Madam, we need to inform the others immediately. First, treat the wounded here, then send them to the hospital, Li Minhwa said. Eldest young madam, we were careless. We never expected so many people to break in. I do not think they came to silence witnesses. They came to capture me, right? Chi Lang cut him off. People like UC Van Phi and Ha Mai Din would only dare to act in secret. They would never dare cause such a huge commotion. Putting everything together, Chi Lang said, then I know who the mastermind is. Li Minhwa and Fu Xin asked in confusion, who is it? Do you know where Bak Duong is? I heard the second young master's old injury flared up, and he went to a hospital in C Prefecture for treatment. I will go find him. Madam, many of our men are dead or injured. There is no one left to protect you. Do not worry. If he came up with a plan to surround and attack the villa, he cannot have many people left at his side. Besides, Li Minhwa, do you not want to know where Bak Vong is? I will go ask him for you now. At the hospital in C Prefecture, Bak Duong received news that the mission had failed and silently cursed the useless fools. Just then, Chi Lang walked in. You just gave birth. Why did you come here? With a dark expression, Chi Lang demanded, where is Bak Vong? What do you mean by that? You think I did all this? Unable to restrain herself any longer, Chi Lang roared, you have done worse than this. Do you know how many people died tonight? To have me all to yourself. You treat human lives as worthless. You are terrifying. Bak Duong still smiled. What are you talking about? My hand is injured, which is why I came to the hospital. Even grandmother knows. Bak Duong, stop pretending. Since the house of Locke fell, too many people have despised a burden like me. Later, I figured it out. Tonight's fight was so fierce, yet they still wanted me alive. That proves you only wanted me. You think I am that kind of person? Is that what I am in your eyes? Chi Lang raised her gun. Enough. I will not waste words with you. Tell me where Bak Vong is. If you do not hand him over today, either you die or I do. Is he that important to you? Important enough that you do not even care about your own life? You came to confront me right after giving birth, without regard for your health. Do you love him? Kilang laughed. So you have finally stopped pretending. I like you, so I want you to see my truest self. Just now, you were pretending to be innocent. Now that you have been exposed, you have turned into someone else. Bak Duong, your hypocrisy disgusts me. That is right. At least if I am not in your heart, I still occupy some place in it. Do you understand? I have liked you for a very long time. Ever since I was young, I was forced to give up everything I liked in order to become a qualified heir. Every day, I was like a puppet being controlled. My life was suffocating and painful. Gradually, I lost faith in life. Then I met you. I was truly happy then. I never expected that, in your eyes, I would be a good person. To marry you, I went abroad to study as mother demanded. But while I was away, she arranged for you to become my eldest brother's wife. At that moment, it felt as if my entire world had collapsed. But I knew that if I wanted to win you back, I could only scheme patiently. So after Bak Vong entered the entertainment company, I had someone contact Duk Na in mother's name. I wanted to use Duk Na as a pawn to make Bak Vong lose everything. But Duk Na never obeyed me. Since she chose to be two-faced, she had to suffer an unhappy end. So I secretly had her killed. In the end, Duk Na died and mother was dismissed. After she was driven off Divine Mountain, she cried and begged me to return home. At last, I had a legitimate reason to return to the House of Bak. I felt that all my efforts had not been in vain. After returning, the first thing I did was look for you. I hoped you would be happy. I spent a great deal of money buying back every old belonging of the House of Locke. Who would have thought that you would draw such a clear line between us? Since that was the case, I had to create an opportunity for us to be alone. So the incident at the beach was also your doing. That is right. I wanted to provoke Bak Vong and make him misunderstand our relationship. The more irrational he became, the less chance he would have of attending the company meeting. But in the end, I miscalculated. I never expected Bak Vong to abandon the meeting and risk his life to find you. Moreover, after what happened at the beach, your relationship only became better than before. So when your plan failed, you killed Fong Tru. That is right. It was all Fong Tru's fault. If he had not caused you to become pregnant with Bak Vong's child, you would not treat me this way. He deserved to die. Bak Duong, you really are insane. Bak Duong shoved Chi Lang onto the bed. You never used to call me that. Before, you said I was gentle and courteous, innocent and honest. Why do you call me insane now? You once said you wanted to marry me. You cannot go back on your word. Prepared for this, Chi Lang stabbed Bak Duong's wound with a dagger. I do not want to hear this anymore. Tell me where Bak Vong is. He is dead. Stop thinking about him. Then show me his body. Just then, Bak Vong pushed open the door and walked in. Surprised Bak Duong? Bak Duong could not believe it. Why was he still alive? Furious, Bak Vong grabbed Bak Duong by the throat. Damn it, do you think I will tolerate you a second time? You even dared to covet my wife. I'm also Bak Tranvan's son. You cannot treat me like this. Then let us see what Bak Tranvan can do to me. Sister, do you want me dead? He killed Duk Na, and tonight he killed so many people. He has no regard for anything. Chi Lang said, yes. If I could, I would also wish for you to go down there and be buried with them. Just then, Bak Tranvan stepped forward and stopped Bak Vong. He said, what are you all standing around for? Hurry and take both young masters to the emergency room. Soon, everyone obeyed Bak Tranvan and took Bak Duong away. Eldest young master, please do not make things difficult for us. Bak Vong's face darkened. Bak Tranvan, let me see how many days you can protect him. Whether he lives or dies is up to me. Bak Tranvan stared at Bak Vong for several seconds, then turned and left without another word. Seeing that Bak Vong had returned, Chi Lang called his name excitedly. You said you were alive, not a corpse. You were out of contact for so many days. How did you survive during that time? You worried me to death. That day, after I got the flash drive from Truong Tien Lam, a group of people began chasing me. I had no choice but to jump into the lake. Who would have thought they would follow me? I could only lure them around the mountains, trying to buy time. It was not until today, when the police and Bak Tranvan's men arrived, that I escaped danger. Are you injured anywhere else? Did you get checked after you returned? Do not worry. I am fine. Only then did Chi Lang breathe a sigh of relief. That is good. Chi, giving birth hurt a lot, did it not? You still have to ask? It hurt terribly, but as long as you were alive, it was all worth it. Just then, Chi Lang could no longer stand steadily and fainted to the floor, leaving Bak Vong frantic. Kiki, at the hospital, Bak Vong anxiously asked, how is she? The patient has just given birth, so she was already weak. She fainted because of the emotional shock. She needs plenty of rest from now on and must not overexert herself. I understand. Just then, Li Minhai entered. Brother Vong, 7 of our brothers died protecting Divine Mountain this time. Also, old Master Bak has sent many bodyguards to guard Bak Duong's hospital room. As long as you give the order, we will rush in and avenge our fallen brothers. Bak Vong said, read some law when you have time. Why do you always jump straight to stabbing and killing? But old Master Bak is extremely powerful. If he wants to protect Bak Duong, there is nothing we can do. Go. Withdraw everyone who is monitoring the area and have them guard the hospital instead. Also send word to Bak Tranvan. He has 3 days to hand Bak Duong over to the police, and we will settle this according to the law. If he does not, I will personally take Bak Duong's life in 3 days. The next day, in the hospital room, Bak Duong, are you insane? How dare you send people to Divine Mountain to kill? Did you ever think about the consequences? Bak Veen cried out in shock. How could you do such a thing? Because I want Lok Chi Lang to be my wife. Yu Si Vin Phi clutched her head. This boy is beyond saving. Baek Veen stared blankly. You like her? She's our sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? Go ask mother. I was the first one engaged to Lok Chi Lang. But no matter what, you cannot kill people. Just then, Baek Tran Van walked in as well. Tran Van, do not get angry. Baek Tran Van roared. Baek Duong, do you take me for a fool? So you secretly raised so many men while abroad, and even hired mercenaries. Tell me, what exactly do you want? Do you want to kill your elder brother? Then kill me too, and seize the position of head of the House of Baek. Does my elder brother not keep those desperate men too? Have you ever blamed him? The people he keeps have never targeted your life. This time, your brother was fortunate to be unharmed. If he had truly died on Blue Mountain, I would have killed you myself. If I could have won Lok Chi Lang first, I would not have done these things. Yu Si Van Phi said in disbelief. Just for one woman, why have you become like this? What does Lok Chi Lang have that made you so terrifying? You're still laughing? Terrifying? Clearly, all of you are the ones who made me this way. What are you saying? I never wanted to be the heir from the beginning. You were the one who forced me. You told me it was responsibility, that it was an honor. But what happened in the end? What did you do to gain this position? Did I get to marry Lok Chi Lang? And father, at the Southern River Banquet, you clearly agreed to help me propose marriage to the House of Lok. But what happened? After Lok Chi Lang married my elder brother, did either of you feel even a little regret? You demanded that I become this kind of person, but what about yourselves? What kind of parents are you? Baek Tran Van roared. That is because you are not capable enough. Your elder brother manages the group very well. Then kill me. What nonsense are you saying? She does not want me alive anyway, so I might as well die. With tears in her eyes, Yu Si Van Phi could not believe it. Baek Tran Van ordered, watch him carefully. Without my orders, do not let him leave this place by even one step. 3 days later, Chi Lang finally woke up. Where is grandmother? Where has everyone gone? Fu Xin said, the eldest young master had people seal off this building. Other than me, no one can enter now. Why seal it off? After both young masters woke up that day, the eldest young master went to speak with the master. He gave him 3 days to hand back Duong over to the police. Otherwise, he would kill back Duong himself. But the master refused. He does not want this to become a public scandal and damage the House of Baek's reputation. The eldest young master did not argue further. He insisted that he would come for the second young master in 3 days. Whoever dared stop him would be killed. Madame Yu Si Van Phi knew he meant at the moment she saw the eldest young master's expression, so she went to ask the old madam for help, hoping she could persuade her. But the old madam was equally resolute. She said Chi Lang had done nothing wrong from beginning to end. Baek Duong is grown now. He must bear responsibility for his own actions. Chi Lang asked, so grandmother also wants to hand back Duong over to the police? Yes. Today is the end of the 3-day deadline, and Baek Duong still has not been handed over. I guess the eldest young master will be here soon. Shai Lang was deeply worried. Before, when he injured Baek Duong, it could still be considered self-defense while protecting his wife. But if he goes after Baek Duong now, that would be intentional murder. Fu Xin said, no matter what, he said it himself. After 3 days, whoever dares stop him will be killed. Chi Lang, where are you going? I have to go there. Outside the hospital room, Yu Si Van Phi pleaded with Baek Tran Van, please save Baek Duong. He is my only son. Baek Vong arrived as promised. He strode in menacingly. The 3-day deadline is up. Baek Tran Van said, there is no need to look for him. Your father has already sent Baek Duong abroad. Later, we will announce to the media that Baek Duong committed suicide because of depression. From now on, he will change his name and identity. He will no longer be the second young master of the House of Baek. At the same time, I will publicly announce that you are officially the heir of the House of Baek from this day forward. Is that enough? Yu Si Van Phi collapsed to the floor. How did it come to this? Although Baek Duong's life has been spared, he can never set foot in the House of Baek again. My 13-year plan has all gone up in smoke. Baek Vong said, you are trading the position of heir for Baek Duong's life. You have disappointed me greatly. After saying that, he stepped forward, grabbed Yu Si Van Phi by the hair, and kicked open the hospital room door. Let go of me. Seeing her mother like that, Baek Veen wept and begged, elder brother, please do not hurt mother. My second brother has done wrong. I am willing to pay for him with my life. Baek Vong calmly asked, where is Baek Duong? He should be abroad by now. I do not know where he went after that. I know Baek Duong has wronged you this time, but you are both my sons. I cannot stand by and watch brothers slaughter each other. This time, I have failed you. To make it up to you and apologize, all I can do is send him somewhere even I do not know and leave him to fend for himself. Bak Vong found it laughable. Make it up to me? Apologize to me? That sounds so nice. If you refuse to tell me Bak Duong's whereabouts, I will kill you Si Van Phi, then kill Bak Veen, and I will not stop until you tell me. Everything I said is true. Calm down first. Do not get worked up. At that moment, Chi Lang arrived at Bak Vong's side. The moment she entered, she saw the chaos before her. Bak Vong shoved Si Van Phi to the ground without another word. Bak Tran Van could not understand. You were so enraged just now. Why are you not doing anything now? Why? This time, I have wronged you. But rest assured, what I promised you will not change. I do not care about your promises. If all I wanted now were not a peaceful life, your whole family would have gone to hell long ago. He walked over, took Chi Lang's hand, and continued, anyone who bullies Lok Chi Lang must die. And one more thing, I will send people to find Bak Duong. For the rest of his life, he will either die or live in hiding. Also, do you not want to know what I found while investigating Blue Mountain? What did you find? Si Van Phi panicked even more. It is over. This time is truly over. Bak Vong smiled. I will not let you know. You do not deserve to know. From beginning to end, my mother never betrayed you. She had wanted to live peacefully with you, but you believed another woman's lies. It was your foolishness that caused my mother's death and made her bear the false accusations of betrayal and adultery. The USB Bak Vong received from Old Zhang contained edited audio and video recordings that Si Van Phi had used to frame Tic Tuet. She had even personally detonated the car Tic Tuet was in, ultimately causing Tic Tuet's death. After carrying out everything, Si Van Phi had been immensely pleased with herself. Back then, he had used underhanded means to force Tic Tuet to break up with her boyfriend before the two of them married. He had clearly loved Tic Tuet so deeply, yet he had framed her. It must have caused him unbearable pain. Fortunately, Old Zhang saw Tic Tuet meeting someone and followed her, accidentally witnessing the entire incident and recording it all. Everything Si Van Phi did was only to control the House of Bak. Bak Tran Van chased after Bak Vong. Son, wait, what exactly do you know? Back then, did your mother truly want to leave me? He collapsed to the ground, clutching his head as he sobbed. Tell your father quickly, Bak Vong said coldly. If you did not want to uncover the truth back then, you will never deserve to know it now. Back in the hospital room, Bak Vong said, I am sorry, Chi Lang. I still cannot avenge you right away, but do not worry. I have already sent people to find Bak Duong. Chi Lang said, actually, I'd already guessed how this would end. I came to the hospital room, not because I was afraid you would not avenge me, but because I feared you would lose control and do something irreparable. Whether Bak Duong escapes today or not, he must bear the consequences of his own crimes. Do not do anything foolish because of this. I thought you would be angry with me. Why would I be angry? As long as I have you in my heart, that is enough. Also, once I am discharged, I want to take you somewhere, a place I have longed for a very long time. Half a month later, Southern River. Where are you taking me that is so mysterious? The moment Chi Lang opened her eyes, she was stunned to discover that before her were all the old belongings of the House of Locke. This house was the Locke family's old residence in Southern River. Her eldest brother's favorite motorcycle, her second brother's beloved calligraphy, her third brother's favorite robot model. Even that folding screen had been recreated. When did you prepare all this? Bak Vong replied, after I returned from Blue Mountain last time, I found Bak Duong's hideout. These things were in the storage room. Now, they have all been returned to their rightful owner. Chi Lang was deeply moved. Bak Vong, thank you. Thank you for helping me recover these precious things. But if you placed all these things here, then your old family home must also. Bak Vong continued, that is right. I brought you here today because I want to bring you home. Kilang Froze. Bring me home. Back on the bridge in Southern River, you said you wanted to go home. At the time, I thought you meant returning to Divine Mountain. Later, when I saw you constantly searching for the Locke family's antiques, I understood. What you wanted that day was to return to this home in Southern River. This is your real home. Shai Long was stund. He knew everything. He took her hand. You were always the one taking care of me before, yet I never considered your feelings. Now I understand. If you want to return to Southern River, then stay here. What? Really? This time, you do not need to consider what I think. Just do as you wish. Can I really do that? Can I really stay in Southern River? Sure enough, she still preferred Southern River. That made sense. She had agreed to help grandmother make him the heir of the House of Bak precisely because grandmother had promised to buy back the Locke family's old residence in Southern River for her. Kilang smiled. Then let us stay. Bak Vong was so excited that his hands trembled. He gripped her hand tightly and struggled to contain his emotions. Tomorrow, I will bring people here to complete all the paperwork. From now on, the old residence in Southern River will be yours. No problem, Chi Lang said with a smile. Bak Vong turned away. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Hey, Bak Vong, where are you going now? Are you just going to leave me here alone? I have moved out of Divine Mountain. From now on, I need a home of my own. I think Southern River is wonderful. Do you want to stay here with me? Bak Vong was deeply moved and immediately agreed. Just now I thought you would. Kilang smiled. You thought that after choosing the old residence, I would not want you anymore? How could that be? You are the father of my child, my husband. We are a family. How could we abandon each other? Bak Vong smiled happily. Wherever you are, that is where I will be. 1 month later, Bak Duong was finally found in a small house in Country E. He was escorted back home and imprisoned along with Yu Si Van Phi. Because their murders involved especially serious circumstances, Bak Duong and Bak Veen were both sentenced to death. Bak Tran Van, who had covered up their crimes, also failed to escape the punishment of the law. Time flew by, and soon it was the 1-month celebration for Bak Vong and Chi Lang's child. In the hotel ballroom, Quiken served as the host. Dear honored guests, welcome. Today is the 1-month celebration for the eldest grandson of the House of Bak. Bak Vong and his wife, Lok Chi Lang, thank everyone for coming to offer their congratulations. On Bak Vong's behalf, I offer everyone our most sincere thanks. Everyone knows that Bak Vong loves his wife more than life itself. To thank his wife for all she endured in giving birth to their child, he has specially prepared a gift for his sister-in-law. Please witness it together. As soon as the gift box was opened, it revealed an exceptionally beautiful statue of Chi Lang in a wedding dress, glittering with diamonds. Chi Lang stared at it in disbelief, overwhelmed by surprise and joy. Quiken continued, Sister-in-law, this statue was made using 39,000 colored diamonds. You must know the special meaning of that number, do you not? Kilang froze. 39,000 colored diamonds. Exactly the number of diamonds she had once refused when Yu Si Van Phi offered them to her. On stage, Bak Vong said, My greatest regret in life is that I could not attend a wedding with you. So I used this method to complete this image. Now, my wish has finally been fulfilled. Everyone offered their blessings and shouted, Kiss, Quiche. Chi Lang looked at Bak Vong, her eyes brimming with emotion. Bak Vong said, The greatest fortune of my life was meeting you. Without you, there would never have been the man I am today.